Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 361 to 380. Chapter 361, One Shot Down. Elementalization. The yellow monkey roared, and the endless light spots on his body quickly lit up. In his eyes, it only took half a breath to be able to turn the whole into zero, perfectly avoiding this blow. Pity that this idea just sprouted in his mind, and the next moment, the hand knife wrapped in thunderlight had already taken the lead and smashed heavily on his elemental body. That could have ignored all ordinary attacks, but at this moment, seemed pale and powerless. Even made Huang Yuan unable to believe that at this critical moment, a sense of powerlessness emerged in his body. Boom! The dull thunder-like cracking sound, with the taste of going straight to the sky. The endless thunder and light splashed, and the impact of the air wave formed, so that the battleship under the feet could not bear it at all. The body of the yellow ape, in the elementalization, directly showed its body, like a comet, and slammed on the deck. Accompanied by the sound of thunderous explosions, the battleship, which was dozens of meters long, broke off at the waist. Kizaru's body, like a depth bomb, plunged straight into the sea. Bang! The endless waves rolled up, and the violent thunder and lightning, like electric snakes, swam away quickly on the sea surface. After another, the Sea Kings gathered in the sea area with a radius of several thousand meters were attacked by strong thunder in an instant, and they let out a fierce cry and fainted directly in the sea. The violent scene shook the Navy soldiers on the surrounding battleships. After stabilizing his figure in the wind and waves, he looked at Long Yu, who landed on another battleship, with disbelief. One blow, the General Kizaru, one of the three strongest naval forces, was split into the sea. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Okay, now, is it you diving, or let me help? The lightning on Long Yu's body instantly dissipated. It is not known how long the next voyage will last. Regardless of, is to deal with the pursuers, or other pirates, to frighten Shiryu of the rain on the same ship, Long Yu needs to be reserved. This time, he didn't make a move, and as soon as he made a move, he used the Halu stone fists that came from Kuduru to sink Kyabu into the sea, in order to knock the mountain and shake the tiger. We dance by ourselves. Seeing that even the dignified general couldn't withstand a blow, the naval soldiers on the battleship, the few remaining fighting spirits, disappeared in an instant, and they all fell into the water. As for the surrounding battleships, they obviously lost the courage to intercept them. For a time, the huge coastline seemed inexplicably dead. Feeling the change in the atmosphere of the scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "Boatman, if you don't set off soon, do you want to regret it?" Shiryu of the Rain's expression was stagnant, but after staring at the scarlet blood-like eyes, he silently took out a cigar from the inner pocket of his suit and gave himself a shock. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, he went to the cab to set sail. Looking at the dignified advance of Chinda prison, the second in command was reduced to acting as a boatman, and the naval soldiers stationed at the scene, in addition to being shocked, only silently watched Long Yu. Pushing into the city university prison, Magellan turned gloomy and rushed out from the 6th floor. The impact just now penetrated directly to the 6th floor, affecting several prisons, causing a commotion. However, being imprisoned in the 6th layer of infinite hell for many years, his strength has already been weakened infinitely. After Magellan expended some effort, he suppressed them. However, the final loss has not been counted, but he was restless, and after he blocked the entrance and exit with endless poison, he hurried back. Gollum, urgent notice, urgent notice. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Magellan, with a gloomy face, quickly connected. What happened? Where did she stay? Hurry up and let him come back to me. The face of this sudden farce and the blow that ran through the city prison, Magellan's head became hot and Shiryu of the Rain was removed from his sight. Now that I have calmed down, the more I think about it, the more I can't calm down. Warden Magellan, something is wrong. After the skeleton demon escaped from the prison, he snatched a battleship and was stopped by the General Kizaru who arrived. The yellow ape is here. Magellan's expression was stagnant, and then he showed a hint of joy. Let him stay alive, I want to know, what is his origin? In Magellan's eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Ryu's methods are, he is facing the Kayaburu who has the shining fruit and is known as the three major naval forces. Must be within reach. Just that this idea has just emerged, and the answer that falls in his ear has shaken Magellan's nerves. General Kizaru was hit by the great skeleton demon and sank into the sea. Now I ask the warden to immediately send out search and rescue. As soon as he defeated Magellan's happy face, he suddenly stiffened, and it was even more unbelievable. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength is very good, especially the fall from the sky, the power is even more formidable. But Magellan was confident that if he hadn't underestimated the enemy at first, Long Yu's fall from the sky would definitely not hurt him, and he wouldn't be able to escape this big underwater prison. However, the messenger now told him that even the admiral had been knocked down in one move. The gap between the front and the back is too huge. Shiliu. Where is Shiliu? He is not a devil fruit person. Let him go to the rescue, and can't let Huang Yuan accident, otherwise the old man in the Warring States period will never give up easily. Magellan spoke hastily. As a devil fruit person, he clearly knows that the sea is their forbidden area. Regardless of how powerful is the yellow monkey, once it falls into the sea, it will be a dead end. Moreover, as the naval headquarters, one of the top three major forces, if he lost his life because he came to support the advanced city, Magellan could not escape accountability. After all, if there is an existence with the strength of a general, one less is one. However, these thoughts just flashed in Magellan's mind, and the words that fell in his ears broke his nerves. Hey, the head guard of Shiliu, he was invited by the great skeleton demon to act as a boatman and escaped together. The intermittent voice made Magellan's expression suddenly distorted. If this phone bug was not made of gold, it would have been crushed by him already. You bastard, bastard. Shiliu, I will definitely kill you. Magellan roared again and again, and at this moment, he only had one kind of feeling of suffocation. Warden Magellan, what's next? Inside the phone worm, hesitant questioning came out. After so many years, it was the first time that they saw Magellan furious. After all, the damage to the advanced city was even greater than when the Golden Lion escaped 15 years ago. Let Hannibal go. As for the Navy headquarters, I will report it myself. Hung up the golden phone bug after dropping a series of orders, and now his head is still a little swollen. However, even Shiliu fled, which made him even more impatient. He quickly turned around and returned to the 6th floor, and walked towards the damaged area. Chapter 362, Portal. Wherever it is in the heartland, the prisoners in custody are very important outside. For Magellan, he must see people in life, and must see corpses in death, otherwise he will not even sleep well. A day later, Long Yu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at the unusually quiet cabin, frowning slightly. After going through many battles in Pushing City, his physical strength was not very good either, so after handing over the helm to Shiliu of the Rain, he entered the cabin to rest. Although Long Yu is very clear that Shiliu of the Rain has a lot of thoughts, but after unlocking the body, power, and the character template Bone King, Long Yu really hopes that Shiliu of the Rain will jump for a while, just to find an excuse to guide him in the direction of life. However, according to the current degree of swaying of the hull, I am afraid that the battleships of the Navy are not in a running state. Start, character template Ains Gong. Ding dong, congratulations on the fidelity of the host character template, which has increased to 35%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the 3rd level magic, group healing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3rd level undead magic, and the negative burst. The ethereal sound of the system sounded one after another, causing Long Yu to raise his brows. Group healing is originally a 3rd level magic, which can display large-scale magic healing damage. Of course, this is only limited to cases where the injury does not exceed 40%. The negative burst is the Bone King's own undead talent magic, which originally belonged to the Sixth Order magic. Detonate its powerful undead magic in an instant, forming a dome-like shock wave. In the original book, even a group of Tier 6 summoned battle angels can instantly become scum in seconds. Now in the hands of Long Yu, because of his proficiency, his power is obviously only half. Of course, as Long Yu's proficiency in the Bone King's pretense increases, the power he can exert will gradually increase. However, after going through the battle with Kizaru, Long Yu's primary purpose was to learn the three-color domineering as soon as possible. And Shiryu of the Rain, as the second in command to advance the City University prison, is obviously a good choice. Portal. Long Yu snapped his fingers with his right hand, and the magic power emerged, tearing out a space light door, and immediately stepped forward. However, under this operation, Long Yu still misses the staff of Ains Gong that was in the hands of the Bone King in the original book. It was made up of 7 painfully struggling snakes, each holding gems of different colors in their mouths, and each gem was an artifact-level guild weapon with different attributes and effects. Although Long Yu is currently unavailable, in order to improve the fidelity of the character template, I really need to get one by hand. When his thoughts flashed, all the scenery in front of Long Yu's eyes changed. Looking at the empty cockpit, the deep-set skeleton eyes and the flickering soul flames suddenly soared. Detection of the second-level magical beings. When the magic circle lights up all of a sudden, as a low-level sense of magic, Long Yu can accurately detect the lives of thousands of meters. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. As the exploration distance expanded, Long Yu's brows furrowed even tighter. In this battleship, there was no trace of Shiryu of the Rain at all. It seems that while he was resting, he secretly abandoned the boat and fled. However, the only thing that disappoints Long Yu is that this guy doesn't make mistakes, otherwise he doesn't mind being beaten up. Afterwards, he will force him to teach him a little more aggressively. There are a number of human responses and not a few. Dragon feather eyes. The soul flame in the middle suddenly rose, and after the detection magic reached the range of 500 or 600 meters, I could clearly feel the reaction of dozens of humans, groping to move forward here. Moreover, according to their trajectory, the battleship was obviously approaching the shore, otherwise Shiryu of the Rain would not have abandoned the ship in the windless belt so easily. Although Long Yu didn't want to cause trouble for the time being, but without Shiryu of the Rain as a boatman, he didn't know how to pilot a naval battleship. Only thing I can do is to see who doesn't have long eyes, and temporarily bring someone to act as a boatman. However, before Long Yu could make a move, a loud shout came from outside the ship. Navy, please come out and surrender quickly, otherwise we will shoot you to death if you trespass on 9 Snake Island. Navy, you disregarded our female Emperor Hancock, your conditions, and trespassed on our 9 Snake Island without authorization. Please come out and surrender now, otherwise don't blame us for disregarding the so-called Chihuahua Treaty. On the coast, dozens of female warriors from the 9 Snakes rushed out, pulling out the hard bows on their backs with their backhands, pulling them into a full moon. In the original work, Luffy was taken by the Big Bear of Chihuahua, and he specially photographed this man's paradise country where he practiced domineering. The leader is obviously a little older, wearing scarlet lipstick, and painted with demonic purple eyeshadow, the captain of the 9 Snake Protector of the nation, Kikyo. Immediately behind her were Margarita with short blonde hair, Aphilandora with brown hair, and others. As a nation-protecting fighter selected from among the 9 Snakes, the most basic thing is to possess the arrogance of armed and seen. However, with the passage of time, there was still no answer in the battleship, causing Kikyo's face to turn gloomy. Sister Kikyo, there seems to be only one navy inside. Margaret spoke first. One person. Kikyo was stunned at first, then suddenly raised it high and shouted sharply, no matter what. He is a person or 100 people 100, since he ignored our warning, immediately. Attack me. Fire arrows. The awe-inspiring roar fell, and the stiff bow that was pulled into a full moon instantly released. With domineering armed colors brought a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards the battleship. The speed is fast and the power is strong. With the domineering blessing of the armed color, if a hit hits, it is several points stronger than the power of the musket, and it can penetrate even the thick rock slabs, not to mention the mere ship deck. Dozens of people volley. This battleship will definitely become a hornet's nest. Secondary magic triple shield. The cold voice suddenly sounded in the cab, and the 3 layers of masks of different colors were instantly opened, blocking the feather arrows falling from the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the rain hitting the bananas, it came out one after another. The first layer, the second layer, and the third layer of shields shattered one by one like a spider web mirror, and finally collapsed in the void. As for the offensive that was attacking from the sky, under this blocking, the formidable power it possessed was also inexistent, and they were all nailed to the ship's body. The sudden scene made the expressions of the 9 snake warriors stagnate for a while. When they saw the figure walking out slowly, their expressions changed drastically. This is not a human being, it is a huge skeleton bone. Go and inform Lord Hancock that some people from the Navy have broken into our 9 Snake Island. Margaret exclaimed. Chapter 363. 9 Snakes Protecting the Country. Had a lot of guesses about this uninvited guest, but they never thought that the result would be so shocking. Don't panic, our attack just now seems to be ineffective, but his strange defense method has also been penetrated. This enemy is not an existence that we can't deal with. Kikyo's face sank and shouted angrily. As the protector of the 9 snakes, if we have to trouble the Lord Hancock with any trivial matter, what kind of decency is it? Speaking of this, Kikyo's eyes turned in vain, looking at the hideous skeleton face, and shouted sharply, "Everyone obey the order, follow me to shoot this navy." Yes, the awe-inspiring words came out, and with the unanimous answer, they gathered into the sky-high fighting spirit. As the female warriors of 9 Snake Island, under the leadership of Hancock, they obviously made them fanatical about this island country. It can be said that as long as Hancock lets them die, no one will frown, and at the same time, they will shout slogans such as the Wise Lady of the Empress. Now, facing Long Yu, the long-lost offender, has obviously become an opportunity for them to express themselves. You said mine was the Navy. Long Yu walked to the deck and stopped. Looking at the estuary, the huge 9 Snake landmark building, Long Yu was also surprised that he came to this place by accident. Although, knowing that Shiryu of the Rain was playing tricks, he deliberately threw the boat here, causing him to arouse the hostility of the 9 snakes. But if you really want to say, where is the best place to learn to use domineering, then 9 Snake Island is obviously the best choice. Otherwise, in the original book, the big bear would not have been so well-intentioned and photographed Luffy in this place. However, these female warriors of the 9 snakes are currently eyeing the tiger with awe, and their murderous aura is awe-inspiring. In order to obtain an equal right of dialogue, Long Yu still needs to use some small means. You said, am I a navy? Long Yu suddenly opened his mouth, his deep-set eyes, the burning soul flame, suddenly rose, and swept over the female warriors of the 9 snakes one by one. The next moment, the awe-inspiring and cold voice that came out shook everyone's nerves. Wrong, I am the great ruler of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ains Ergong. Wait, pointing at me with this toy, is it trying to please myself? Having said that, Long Yu's eyes finally stayed on Kikyo's body, and he said sharply, in this case, why didn't you let me unilaterally be happy, that will at least save you a small life. The inexplicable words made Kikyo and the others startled at first. Looking at Long Yu's icy and indifferent attitude, facing dozens of sharp arrows, without any fear, Kikyo's face turned gloomy, and he shouted in a cold voice, okay, very good, I will see, how do you make it? Just be happy on your own. Dare to despise, our 9 snakes protector of the country, no matter what. You are a navy, or a so-called grave man, you will also be shot into a hornet's nest. Arrow. The roars sounded one after another, and the hard bow that was fully drawn in his hand collapsed first. Bang bang bang. Dozens of them, covered with armament-colored arrogance, turned into a black rain, and attacked Long Yu head-on. Looking at this scene, Long Yu grabbed his hand a little in the void, only to realize that he was still missing a scepter, feeling that he was missing a touch of the Emperor's wind. In a brief absence, he looked up at the sharp arrows that were falling from the sky and covered the ground, shook his head and said, "It seems that you are still out of skill to please me. Then, just let me have some fun one-sidedly." The awe-inspiring voice fell, dormant, and the violent undead magic power in Long Yu's body surged like a frenzy. When the huge magic circle under his feet suddenly unfolded, and before everyone could react in the next moment, it descended 2 or 3 meters in front of Long Yu, and there was a slight stagnation in the arrow feathers in front of him. The next moment, it burst and broke. Negative burst. The awe-inspiring words, the simple 4 words were spit out, suddenly lifted, the deep-set eyes, under the flames of the burning soul. The dark undead magic power exploded like a frenzy, turning into a semicircular shield and blasting open. Bang bang bang. The feather arrows that attacked from the sky shattered in response to the negative explosion. The distance of 100 meters is only approaching in the blink of an eye. Kikyo and the others could react, the jet-black energy slammed into them with a tenacious posture. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through half of the Nine-Snake Island, and the huge impact force directly overturned dozens of Nine-Snake Island female soldiers. Wherever the negative burst passed, the rocks and trees along the way were torn to shreds like a piece of paper. Of hundreds of meters in radius was completely shrouded in it. Compared with the Shinra Tianzhong in Hokage, this attack is only a little lacking in attack power and range. However, the impact of the negative burst came and went quickly, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The sand and dust in the sky returned to calm, Kangyi was all over the land, and only the female warriors of Nine-Snake Island fell to the ground. Although, the injuries on their bodies are mainly abrasions, but the negative burst is an enhanced version of the negative contact of the Bone King's innate magical powers. In addition to the shock, there is also magic paralysis. It can be said that the current Nine-Snake warriors can move all over their bodies, except for their eyes, a huge part of them cannot even move their lower fingers. "You, who are you? We are the protectors of the 9 snakes. You dare to hurt us. Once Lord Hancock finds out, you will surely die." As the captain of protecting the country, Kikyo is obviously stronger in strength and physique. Maybe it was a negative burst, but he was still able to barely support his body, staring at Long Yu with shame and anger. "Hee, I didn't expect that you can stand up, as expected of the captain of the protectorate." Long Yu chuckled and said, "I won't kill you if you make me happy, but I need some information, and you, the captain of the country, may have a hard mouth, so I can only use some small means of torture." Second-level magic tangled vine hands. Long Yu snapped his fingers, and 4 dazzling magic circles lit up under Margaret and the others who were lying on the ground. Before they could react, the vines quickly burst out of the ground, directly binding their plump bodies. Of course, I don't know if it's because of the Bone King's original wicked thinking, Long Yu let her show where it should be exposed. That bulge forward and backward, but the perfect photo. Seeing this scene, the female fighters who used to call themselves fighters blushed. "You, what are you doing? We are the protectors of the 9 Snake Island, even if we die, we won't say a word." Kikyo is also among the 4. Chapter 364. Lord Hancock. As the captain of protecting the country, the degree of stubbornness was obviously the same as Long Yu had guessed. "Hee, don't worry, as the supreme ruler of the Nazarick necropolis, I, Anzer, respectfully do what I say. You please me, and I will never kill you." Long Yu smiled coldly and said, "However, if you don't tell the truth about what I want to know, and answer, the punishment will be indispensable. Tell me if Hancock is on the 9 snakes now." The voice of Long Yu's words was suddenly cold, the deep-set eyes, the soul-flamed sword, with a heart-wrenching smell, and it was approaching Kikyo. The moment the 4 eyes met, Kikyo's expression suddenly became dazed. As an undead archmage, even if he doesn't cast magic, he has the ability to shock his mind just by his words and deeds. Caught off guard, Kikyo said clearly, red lips parted slightly, and said, Lord Hancock, now. You bastard, Sister Kikyo, don't tell me that even if we die, we won't betray the secrets of the 9 snakes. Margaret was the first to exclaim, causing the absent-minded Kikyo to wake up. Looking at this scene, the soul flame in Longyu's eyes suddenly returned to normal, and he looked around the field coldly and said, It seems that as the supreme being, I am still too kind. Second level magic countless vine tentacles. Dang dang. The sound of the magic circle lighting up one after another. One by one mysterious magic circles lit up under each female warrior of the 9 snakes. Before they could react, they were instantly tied into Zongzi. You, what are you going to do? Kikyo's complexion changed suddenly. They were still able to be tough just a moment ago, but they all fell into Longyu's hands instantly. To be tied up in such a humiliating manner is simply shameful to them. What am I going to do? With soul flames swept over each of the 9 snake female warriors one by one, and said, Of course it is to punish you. If you don't answer, then you can only fight. Voice fell, Longyu's pale skeleton finger picked up, and the vine tentacles tied to them crazily entangled, turning into a big human hand. Before Kikyo and the others could react, he threw them on their ass. Slap. The crisp slaps sounded in unison, and the body was stiff, and then twisted restlessly. It seemed to make the big vine hand even more crazy. Without any fancy, one after another, the scene turned into a passionate symphony in an instant. Ah, you rascal, dare to hit us, let us go quickly. Otherwise, Lord Hancock, will never let you go. Kikyo's cheeks were congested. Biting her red lips tightly, she hurriedly twisted her body, trying to break free. However, this vine tentacle, unless it can break free with great force. Otherwise, the more you struggle, the stronger the restraint will gradually tighten. Looking at the female warrior of 9 snakes who was still stubborn, Longnai shook her head and said coldly, It seems that I am still too kind. If this can't make you speak, then let me see. Your stubbornness, and me means, who is tougher? Vine tentacles. The awe-inspiring words came out in a hurry, and vines shot out one after another, and at this moment, like an explosion, they grew wildly. Dozens, hundreds of numbers, densely packed. If they are really thrown down together, the consequences will probably be extremely sour. Witnessing this scene, the female warrior of 9 snakes, blushing cheeks, turned pale all of a sudden. If this is over, I am afraid that it will have to change from a girl to a woman. However, before they could react, 2 huge black shadows, like tigers and leopards, rushed out of the jungle behind them. The speed is so fast that there are only afterimages left along the way. Snake dance. Snake. 2 icy squeaks sounded, and the afterimage slid past the crowd entwined with vines like a snake. Wherever he passed, the sharp blade of cold light that fluttered in his hand, like a flexible poisonous snake, cut off the vines tied to his body directly. A short period of 7 or 8, after resting, the group of female warriors protecting the country reacted, and 2 huge snake-like bodies stopped in front of them. A tall and flat figure, standing on a huge poisonous snake, surrounded by the crowd, strewn with petals, and walked out of the dense forest. If Longyu remembers correctly, this woman is probably the ruler of 9 Snake Island, known as the Empress, Koya Hancock. It's Lord Hancock, she's finally here. I didn't expect Lord Hancock to become more and more beautiful. With Lord Hancock's shot, he will be able to take this hateful guy easily. God, I'm going to faint, I can't hold it every time. The strange cry of a nympho rang out one after another, making Longyu suddenly interested. The deep-set eyes, the jumping soul flame, turned in vain and landed on Hancock's body. To be said that the Empress, who was 1.91 meters tall, with her long skirt with deep slits under her fluffy cloak, still cannot hide her proud figure. As over 100, the waist is 60, and the lower body is 90, Coupled with the slender, snow-white, long legs like suet and white jade, it simply gives people a feeling of heartbeat. Rao is the soul flame in Long Yu's eyes, and it also jumps slightly, as if in a heartbeat. However, as soon as these emotional fluctuations appeared, they were eliminated by the Bone King's own skills and negative emotions. It's really ugly. You dare to spread wildly on your concubine's territory. Did your navy forget the Chihuahua Treaty we signed? Under Hancock's feet stopped after more than 10 meters from the coast. The feather fan in his hand, he said proudly with his pretty face half covered. Lord Hancock, it's so domineering, I'm in love. God, if I could kneel and lick in front of Lord Hancock's feet, I would too. Come on, let's all stand up, don't lose the face of Lord Hancock, or we won't even have the chance to love. The voice of the nympho, wave after wave, can be called a symphony of madness. Looking at some protector of the country whose eyes even turned into heart-shaped, Long Yu became more and more calm. He knew that this was probably the sweet fruit that Hancock possessed, with its own charm. You Navy, why don't you talk, since you don't have a long memory and ignore the contract made by your concubine, then die for me. Hancock's face sank, obviously feeling rude to Long Yu's ignorance. Lower back turned over, showing a difficult 90-degree, and when the right foot was lifted, half of the beautiful leg was exposed, and a cold and arrogant voice came out rashly. In this world, no matter whatever you have done, the world will forgive you, but for your ignorance and arrogance, repent in the stone. Chapter 365. This secret cannot be discovered. Sweet and sweet. Hancock clasped his hands together and put on a loving gesture. The pink girl's rays of light bloomed, and the sky suddenly turned pink. Dang dang. The little pink peach heart in the sky, spanning dozens of meters, shot directly towards Long Yu's body. So fast, it's there in the blink of an eye. However, before they could be happy, the pink peach heart, like rain hitting a plantain, hit the steel plate, and was thrown out. Seeing the violent scene, all the female warriors protecting the country, and even the 3 Hancock sisters, were also stunned. In their eyes, no matter what, who is the other party, as long as there is a shock in his heart, he will definitely become petrified. Hee, it seems that your methods are as fancy as your appearance, but for the deity, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Long Yu laughed dryly. As an undead archmage, the Bone King has the ability to be immune to mental attacks, and at the same time, the trace of restlessness that appeared just now was also eliminated by the negative emotions of the skill. It can be said that facing the petrification of sweet fruits, it does not work on Long Yu at all. What an arrogant person. I will see today, what kind of confidence do you have to dare to run wild on 9 Snake Island? Hancock's pretty face sank, and the moment he started drinking. The 2 fingers are a little on the red lips, the pink peach heart mark quickly emerges, and the index finger is a little bit on the peach heart, turning into a pistol posture. Kiss gun. Bang bang bang. The moment the index finger pointed to Long Yu, the pink peach heart, like a bullet, shot out frantically. Facing this scene, in Long Yu's deep-set eyes, the flames of his soul soared, and the crackling thunder light exploded like a frenzy. The next moment, with the help of the Bone King's body, Long Yu instantly entered the Lei-Dun chakra mode. However, this kind of power borrowed from the ontology and the character template can only be supported for a minute or two. Just in this situation, everything is enough. Bang! The big foot of the skeleton suddenly stepped on, and the dragon feather disappeared in place like a thunder light. The incoming peach heart strafing shattered the hull deck of the battleship in an instant, and it failed directly. Seeing this violent scene, the expressions of Sonia and Marigold suddenly changed, and they shouted anxiously, "Sister, be careful behind your back." Fragrant feet. As a first-time powerhouse on 9 Snake Island, Hancock not only understands the 3-color domineering, but also hones it to the extreme. Without any bells and whistles, when he turned over, his slender right foot swept straight behind him like a long whip. Iron block. Boom. The thunderous collision sound resounded suddenly. The splashing thunder light ripped apart the surrounding ground, and even some trees were cut in the middle, and a large amount of sand was thrown up. Snake dance. Flame zombie. This scene, Sonia and Marigold suddenly became violent. The two control the animal system at the same time, the snake and snake fruit ability. Among them Sonia is a python person, and Marigold is a cobra person. As soon as the huge and ugly body unfolded, the hair on its head instantly transformed into dozens or hundreds of poisonous snakes, and without the slightest hesitation, they attacked Long Yu in the air. Two made a move. It was obvious that they formed an airtight encirclement, completely blocking Long Yu's retreat, which was enough to show that they had rich combat experience. Originally, I planned to be gentle and have a good talk with you, but now it seems that it is better to put soldiers first, then courtesy, and then benevolence and righteousness. Long Yu sighed helplessly. The moment when the voice fell, the flame of the soul suddenly soared, and under the eyes of the public, the hands clasped together. Under the frenzied thunderlight and the backlog of frantic gathering, without any fancy, it slammed down towards the ground below. Recurrent storm. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The backlog of violent power poured down instantly, and splashed away with a tenacious posture. The ground with the dragon feather as the center collapsed in an instant. The three Hancock sisters, who were close at hand, bore the brunt of being swallowed up by the endless lightning. The resulting shock wave quickly spread around. Bang bang bang! The rewinding thunder light rolled and swept the entire coast, and the female warrior who was in the middle of the country was also swallowed up before she could let out a scream. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, the thunder light from the sky dissipated, and Long Yu was still standing in the deep pit with the attitude of the Bone King. Huge battle circle. In addition to Hancock, who was standing 7 or 8 meters half-bent in a bit of embarrassment, the two younger sisters were also attacked by surprise and fell directly to the ground. Black Smoke. Who was farther away? She was obviously not so dizzy, and fell to the ground in a coma. You bastard, if you dare to do such a ruthless attack on a concubine, I will kill you. Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and he planned to storm Long Yu again. However, before she could make a move, Sonia and Marigold, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly stood up. However, what Hancock saw was not their bravery. The contrary, the clothes that had been stretched to the point of bursting because of the transformation, were obviously burned under the heavy current. With a slight movement, it tore open like a piece of paper, revealing the huge back. The violent scene made Hancock's face turn pale. For her, there is nothing more humiliating than a secret that has been kept for more than 10 years. Sonia, Mary, the clothes behind you. Hancock exclaimed anxiously and forgot to attack. The violent attacks of Sonia and Marigold were delayed at first, and the next moment did not wait for them to react, due to the excessive movement. The clothes on his body were torn apart in response, and the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof, which was originally concealed by them, symbolized the dragon's hoof belonging to the Tianlong people, and appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes. Hancock, what happened? We are here to support you. Lord Hancock, here we come. Who is it that dares to disturb Lord Hancock? Bathe and change clothes, he will be cursed by Gorgon and become a fossil. One after another, the honorable cries came from all directions in the jungle. The dense footsteps, and the increasing number of people in the perception of domineering, made Hancock panic all of a sudden. As a dignified pirate queen, at this moment, she was at a loss like a little girl. No, this secret can't be discovered. What shall I do? What shall I do? Hancock was in a hurry. Now, she not only has to worry about how to help Sonia and Marigold hide the secrets on their backs. More still, how to prevent Long Yu from telling this secret. After seeing Long Yu's strange and unusual methods with his own eyes, Hancock had no confidence that he could stop Long Yu's mouth in a short period of time. Chapter 366. Remove the slave mark. My sister is here. Sonia exclaimed anxiously. 3 of them turned their gazes together, and locked on the mother-in-law who came out of the jungle first. The moment she looked flustered, she heard a faint sigh. Well, Although I also have a sense of shame and don't like being too explicit, I'm still too kind. Long Yu shook his head, and immediately threw the demon parasitic cloak behind him with his backhand. Split. PFF'd. The parasitic cloak of the demon world, the moment it was raised, immediately detached from Long Yu's body and lost the wrapping of the cloak. Long Yu's current posture is simply a piece of cloth without an inch of thread all over his body. That appearance is too blatant. However, as soon as the demon world parasitic cloak floated in midair, it suddenly made a sound of fabric tearing, and it suddenly split into two parts. Of the three Hancock sisters, they entangled Sonia and Marigold. This scene fell into the eyes of the mother-in-law, although she didn't know what happened, but she instantly smelled something unusual. The crutches in his hand slammed down towards the ground, and shouted coldly, "You all go back, Hancock is meeting the distinguished guests." As these words fell, those noisy footsteps also stopped. Seeing this scene, the three Hancock sisters breathed a sigh of relief. La also breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at Hancock and the three of them, when her eyes fell on Long Yu, her pupils shrank slightly and said, "As the devil fruit capable person a navy." Navy. Long Yu regained his senses, shook his head with a smile and said, "Hee, I misunderstood me, we are all pirates, but when we came, we snatched a warship. Originally, I just came here by accident, but looking at them, I just thought of a good deal." Listening to the first half of the speech, when Hancock and the others' expressions changed slightly, the second half made their nerves suddenly tense. Hancock was the first to lose his temper and said, "You arrogant, your concubine is so beautiful, no matter what. Will be forgiven no matter what, and we have no intention of letting you leave alive." Although, Long Yu just helped Sonia and Marie Groud to cover up the marks of the heavenly dragons on their backs. But it doesn't mean that Hancock is willing to let those who know this secret leave alive. At the same time, let alone, Long Yu intends to use this mark to trade with them. "Hancock, don't be impulsive," exclaimed anxiously and said, "Looking at your tone, you should also be a young man. Now that you know this secret, why can't it be rotten in your heart?" "Rotten in my heart." Long Yu gave a dry laugh and said, "Whoever said that I wanted to threaten, could it be that he has no patience? Listen to me and finish what I have to say. If I can help you permanently remove the imprint of the slaves on your back, but the premise is that you must teach me the method of three-color domineering practice." In the main body, with the instant full-level system, Long Yu knew very well that the most basic thing to gain a foothold in this world was to master domineering. Otherwise, if you encounter a natural devil fruit person, it is often unilaterally abused. What did you say?" Han Xian couldn't hold back any longer. It can be said that Tianlong, people's slave mark, like an invisible big hand, clenched their hearts tightly. Even sleeping at night, outside Hancock's palace, it is also inside and outside. 3-story guards, and 2 younger sisters are needed to guard the gate. With such a strong line of defense, Hancock is afraid that if he falls asleep, the secret on his back will be discovered. When I was young, I couldn't find a suitable doctor, and after I became famous, I didn't want anyone to see the marks on my back. Most importantly, for Hancock, once the slave mark is forcibly removed, the beautiful back like suet and white jade will leave ugly scars. This is absolutely not allowed. After all, to a certain extent, the ability of the sweet fruit needs to be extremely confident in its own beauty, reaching the level of arrogance, before it can be fully exerted. If you have a pimple in your heart, always think about an ugly scar on your back. Under the ability of that sweet fruit, I am afraid it will be greatly reduced. Don't worry, the means I have are painless and traceless treatment. In order to express my sincerity, I will show you first and show you my confidence." Long Yu laughed dryly, obviously guessing what Hancock was thinking. His eyes turned in vain, and fell on the female warriors who were lying on the ground in a coma, and snapped her fingers with her right hand. 3-level magic group cure. Level 3 magic mass healing. Dang! The sound of the magic circle unfolding suddenly echoed. The blue light, under Long Yu's feet, quickly bloomed. The next moment, the magic power that surged out instantly exploded, turning into a beam of light that shot straight above the 9 heavens. Before Hancock and the others could react, the blue magic power instantly turned into a smoky drizzle, drifting down against the sea breeze. Seeing this strange scene, Hancock and the others were startled at first. However, when they reacted, the scattered blue drizzle made them feel like they were bathing in a hot spring. That kind of comfortable feeling, like a crisp numbness, the numbness and stinging pain caused by the battle just now, like a heavy torrent, were attacked by strong thunder quickly dissipated. The most unbelievable thing is that even Granny Zaw's pale old face, like withered tree bark, has gradually become ruddy and bloody. What the hell is going on here? The scars on my face are gone. Oh my god, the blood on my chest is gone. No, the freckles on my face are gone. Of exclamations echoed in the field. Looking at the female national protector who had fallen unconscious, she suddenly became alive and well as before. Hancock's 3 people 3, the pupils shrunk slightly. Hee, this is my sincerity, you don't have to decide in a hurry, or arrange a place for me first, I don't mind. Long Yu laughed dryly, and the soul flame in his eyes turned in vain, facing Hancock. The sudden remark made a group of female warriors who were still immersed in surprises react suddenly. The head of Kikyo's face sank, he waved his hand, and shouted, "Everyone obeys the order, surrounds this madman, and assists Lord Hancock to take action." Yes, to read the novel without underline. Chapter 367, Stronger Wood. A group of female warriors who protect the country have not yet figured out the situation in front of them. However, in the matter of Hancock, in their admiration, everything needs no reason. However, before they could act, the crutches clenched in the hands of the grandmother on the side suddenly stomped on the ground and said, "Stop, before Hancock has made a decision, no one should act rashly. Why didn't we monitor him first? Speaking of which, my mother-in-law couldn't help but look at Hancock. However, if there was no accident, the first thing that caught her eye was the big beautiful legs that flew over. Bang! My mother-in-law was kicked and flew, and she turned around 7 or 8, and finally stopped after a fight. However, in the face of this kind of elder abuse, my mother-in-law is obviously used to it. After all, in the original book, she was thrown from the window on the castle by Hancock, and she was able to exist unscathed. Moreover, as the previous queen of 9 Snake Island, the strength of this old woman is definitely not simple. After finishing all this, Hancock glanced at Long Yu and said coldly, "HMPH, it's time to take a shower and change clothes, and block the entire castle for the concubine." Leaving these words, Salome, the pet snake who was still enjoying the healing rain, swam over quickly, tamed Hancock, and quickly headed towards the castle. Sonia and Marigold, who witnessed this scene, relaxed their tense nerves. Not to mention, whether Long Yu can really wash away the slave mark on their backs. Just the scene just now, if Long Yu leaked it, the female warrior who protects the country will know. That's definitely not a good thing. Now that Hancock can temporarily agree to the transaction, it also makes them relieved. "Why, mother-in-law, are you okay?" After Sonia helped her mother-in-law up, she looked back at Long Yu and said, "Sister, I have to take a bath now. As usual, we will arrange for you to wait outside the palace. As for the time, I don't know." Since Hancock became the Empress of 9 Snake Island, every bath was a laborious effort to block the entire palace, in order to prevent the secrets on his back from being leaked. "Hee, don't be so troublesome, I'll just wait in the palace, your sister will meet me soon, and she will agree to a deal." Long Yu laughed dryly and said, "Also, prepare me some food." A series of battles and a day and night of sailing, this naval warship, because it is stationed in the advanced city prison all the year round, does not need to go out to sea to perform tasks. There was no food at all except for some fresh water on the huge ship. If it wasn't for Shiryu of the Rain, who was abandoned on the 9 Snakes Island by mistake, I'm afraid Long Yu would have had to cut off his own legs just like Zapu's bare feet. This. Sonia was suddenly late. Hancock blocked the palace to prevent the secret from being leaked. Long Yu already knew the secret. Blocking the palace is optional for him. Moreover, from the standpoint of Sonia and Marigold, although it is not clear whether Long Yu can really do it. But in the face of being able to get rid of the perennial nightmare, they are still eager to see that Hancock really agreed to try. Let him in, I'll talk to Hancock alone later. The mother-in-law patted the dust on her body, glanced at it, and Long Yu said, if you don't mind, the old man is willing to show you the way. Hee, if your mother-in-law welcomes you, of course I would, then I'll be troublesome. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, however, I would take the liberty to ask if there is any solid wood nearby. I need to build something. Mother-in-law couldn't help being startled by the relatively sturdy wood, but she didn't refuse Long Yu's optional request, and pointed to a black iron-colored tree trunk that would take several adults to embrace, said, this is the 9-layer ironwood unique to R9 Snake Island. The quality is heavier and tougher than the same iron. Our arrows are also made of this thing. I don't know if it can meet your requirements. Ironwood. The soul flame in Long Yu's eyes flashed, and after the character template of Ains Gong was activated. He was clearly subconsciously accustomed to possessing the Emperor's symbolic scepter. Right now, he is idle and has nothing to do, and Long Yu also wants to gain more power by imitating the Bone King in the original book, so it is also very good to get a scepter. Thinking about it, Long Yu approached Tiamu, tapped lightly for a few times, and after making a dull sound, nodded with satisfaction, and said, can you lend me the knife? My naginata. Marigold couldn't help but startled, and said, my naginata weighs several hundred kilograms, and this ironwood requires special means to be tempered. If you plan to use the naginata to chop it down, I'm afraid you will do it. Not. Mary, give him the naginata to try, the stinky man won't understand unless he hits the wall. Sonia said in a low voice. However, I still have to let you know in advance that to cut off this ironwood, even Mary needs to use high-intensity armament to do it. In Sonia's eyes, Long Yu's strength is very good. However, the deal just proposed has proved that he doesn't even grasp the domineering aura of armament. Under this premise, it would be impossible for Long Yu to cut off a tree stump whose material is comparable to iron if he just relies on brute force. Yeah, that's just for me to try. Long Yu smiled dryly, and took Marie Goruder's naginata. Looking at Tiamu in front of him, the soul flame in his eyes suddenly soared. The crackling thunder light quickly rolled away from the body. Lay done chakra mode. The fight just now took a lot of time to use the body, the chakra and the crossbody. But to chop down a piece of iron wood, it is still more than excellent. Accompanied by thunder light, frantically poured into the naginata sword, and a sharp and harsh air vibration sound suddenly sounded. That naginata seemed unbearable, this huge thunder attribute chakra let out a whimper. Long Yu's pair of big skeleton hands suddenly clenched tightly, and his backhand slashed down towards Tiamu Li. Ultrasonic shock thunder escape knife. This is the method that Yutai Renju Riki Rabbi has. Infuse Lei Dun chakra on the knife to enhance the sharpness of the knife. The high-frequency vibration wave is induced by the thunderbolt, which makes it have a penetrating power that surpasses that of the wind tunnel. In the original book, when Kurabi was fighting the ghost shark, he used a pencil to penetrate the rock directly. PFF'd. As soon as the knife came out, a large ripple appeared in the air, and the naginata, which was wrapped around the thunder light, slashed down instantly. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder, and the big tree surrounded by several people responded with a slash in two pieces. Sonia and the others, who witnessed this scene, suddenly shrank their pupils, and their faces were full of disbelief. However, before they could ask questions, the naginata sword wrapped in thunderlight in Long Yu's hand suddenly stagnated and flew up like a dragon. Chapter 368, Lifting the Fruit Ability. The huge ironwood fell into Long Yu's hands, and like tofu, the surface was directly cut off. After everyone reacted, the ironwood that several people could embrace, only the heart of the tree more than 1 meter high remained. Long Yu waited for a second, and then showed a look of satisfaction. Okay, thank you Naginata. If there is nothing else, help me prepare a place to stay. I still need to take care of this thing. Right now, Long Yu was eager to increase his own strength, and imitating an Ains or Gong scepter was obviously a shortcut. As for what rewards can be obtained, for Long Yu, there is also a little more hope. Sonia, he will be handed over to me. You should report to Hancock first. The mother-in-law retracted the shock on her face and commanded. In Hancock's eyes, her mother-in-law didn't get the slightest respect. However, Sonia and Marigold still respect this elder. To a certain extent, it is still the think tank of their Nine Snake Island. Sonia, after taking one more look at Long Yu, turned around and left with Marigold without further lingering. With the return of Hancock, the gates of the palace were quickly closed, the guardrails were erected, and the whole country entered the first level of martial law directly. However, the only difference this time was that Sonia and Marigold, who were guarding the door, hurried to the bathroom. Sister, have you started bathing and changing? Sonia arrived in the bathroom. She saw a figure in the bath shrouded in steam. This has not happened at all in the past 10 years. Every time Hancock bathes and changes clothes, any link is indispensable. In particular, the gates must be guarded by them. However, now things are abnormal, but there must be a demon. Thank you for your hard work. Hancock spoke suddenly, which immediately flattered Sonia and Marigold. Sister, you are serious, it's just how the guy handled it. Just now, he didn't show his arrogance, so he easily split the ironwood. In addition to the ability of animal-type phantom beasts, it seems that they also know how to control lightning, which gives people a very mysterious feeling. Sonia explained eagerly. Hancock was silent for a while, and then said, "Let him come to see me. No matter what. Believe it or not, but you should also have the opportunity to try and erase painful memories." In front of outsiders, Hancock is a proud queen, but in the face of the two sisters who depend on each other, there is another side. Hee, it seems that you are not stone-hearted. Indifferent laughter suddenly sounded. Hancock's trio's expressions all of a sudden followed the voice, and the first thing that caught the eye was the dragon feather in the posture of white bones. Just that the dragon feather that appeared this time has a scepter wrapped around a golden poisonous snake in his hand. Gem in every bluff sheku, giving people a lifelike feeling. They were in a state of uncertainty just now, and they were still talking at the same time. But because of the habit, during the bath, Hancock will display all-round vigilance, and the two sisters are no exception. It can be said that the moment before, Long Yu was still in the room they were monitoring. Now, why, in the blink of an eye, appeared here unexpectedly, beyond their expectations. Don't be nervous, I'm a timid person, so when you guys spy on me with your arrogance and domineering, I also use some tactics. Keep a mind and monitor your every move. Long Yu smiled and clenched the scepter in his hand. For the character template of the Bone King, caution, and timidity are the most basic manifestations. Long Yu wants to improve the fidelity of the character template, which is absolutely essential. Looking at Sonia and Marigold with a hint of anger on their faces, Long Yu instead turned his attention to Hancock, who was looming in the steam. Don't be angry, didn't you decide to let me get rid of the imprint of the Tianlong people? For the doctor, ketone bodies are just passing by, beauty is just pink skeletons, and everything is empty. Long Yu smiled and spoke again. You all take off your clothes. No, it's better to take off your shirt and reveal the imprint of the Tianlong people's slave. Looking at Sonia and Marigold, they looked far different from the Empress Hancock. Long Yu really has a kind. I doubt whether the two younger sisters were born by the old king next door, otherwise they would not be very different. Listening to Long Yu's slightly excessive request, if it were normal, they would have already attacked violently. But this time it was a deal, and Long Yu's request became, not too much. Thinking of this, Sonia and Marigold looked at each other and looked at Hancock. Take it all off. Take it all off. Hancock glanced at Long Yu and said lightly, "If you dare to deceive your concubine, no matter what. Wherever you flee, your concubine will kill you." Speaking, Hancock looked at the pet snake Salome. Soon, Salome immediately knowing, wearing a silky thin bathrobe on his head, he quickly swam towards Hancock. Taking the yukata from Salome, Hancock didn't evade at all, and put his back on Long Yu. After all, as a pirate who is used to seeing big waves and is known as the Empress, if you are cautious because of this trivial matter, you will hide in front of others. This is a shame. After doing all this, Hancock sat on the steps with his back to Long Yu, his fragrant shoulders flicked, and the gauze yukata on his back slipped off, revealing the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof on his back. The half-exposed scene made Long Yu, who had an unusually calm will after using the Bone King template, jump out of negative emotions one after another, so that he could remain calm. Of course, if there were no two meat mountains next to Hancock, who sat down one after another, Long Yu would think that this beautiful scenery would be more pleasing to the eye. If you don't hurry up or do it, you just lied to the Empress. Hancock spoke coldly, but the blush on his cheeks obviously betrayed her current thoughts. Long Yu quickly reacted in the negative elimination, and said with a dry smile, "I'm just thinking of a faster and more convenient way to treat you. After all, I believe that you are not used to this attitude. Let me remove the fruit ability first." Regarding the so-called treatment method, Long Yu was just trying to cover up the careful thoughts just now. Of one piece, this removal surgery may leave scars. But in the face of the medical ninjutsu in Hokage, let alone a small wound, even if the body is broken in two, as long as it does not die, it can be connected without leaving the slightest scar. However, facing Long Yu's careful thoughts, they understood that they were attracted by Long Yu's second half of his words. From the first meeting, until now, Long Yu showed them the attitude of the Bone King. Now that the so-called devil fruit ability was lifted, they were startled for a moment, and then their pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 369, Too Color Domineering. Too young. In their eyes, Long Yu has such powerful fighting skills and negotiation skills. He is definitely an old fox who has been in the sea for a long time. However, the feeling that Long Yu gave them now was like 17 or 18 years old, like the taste of the boy next door. Compared with the terrifying skeleton demon posture just now, the gap is too great. Okay, let's start. Long Yu was the first to come behind Sonia and Marigold. The most beautiful things, of course, should be reserved for the last to taste. As for the two in front of them, they still closed their eyes and let the dragons go out to sea. The sudden scene obviously tensed the nerves of Hancock's three people. For Long Yu's choice, Hancock was stunned at first, and when her red lips lightly opened, her pupils contracted suddenly when she entered the scene. I saw Long Yu lightly press the backs of Sonia and Marigold with both hands, and the light blue medical chakra rushed out quickly, covering the flying dragon hoof marks directly. However, before they could react, the scarlet mark, under Hancock's astonished eyes, melted like a tide, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The skin seemed to be bleached, and even Hancock couldn't help rubbing his eyes. "Sister, has he started? I feel a little itchy." As the three sisters, Marigold is the largest and the most sturdy. However, in the face of this situation, there was a shy look on his face. Sonia on the side didn't speak, but she couldn't help looking at Hancock, and the words that fell in her ears shook their nerves. It's over, it's over. It's over, it's over. Marigold and Sonia looked stagnant. They didn't have time to think about it. They hurried to the full-length mirror and checked it out. When he saw clearly the picture reflected in the mirror, his pupils also contracted suddenly. This ride is too fast. In their eyes, it is over before it begins. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. To me. Seeing this scene, even Hancock couldn't help but get excited. For her, the celestial dragon slave mark on her back is a lingering nightmare. Now that it can be eliminated in an instant, that is completely unimaginable. Long Yu replied, looking at the jade back that was as smooth as suet and white jade. He took a deep breath, and after stabilizing his mind, he gently put his backhand on it. The silky smoothness and warmth of the hand made Long Yu a pick. However, compared with him, Hancock, who has always claimed to be the Empress, was even more intense. He didn't know whether it was because of excitement or other reasons, and even his body trembled slightly. Who was blushing and biting his red lips like a little girl. Long Yu once again stabilized his mind. With the chakra running, the blue light lit up. The slave mark of the dragon man that day faded quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Long Yu pulled his hand back, the time between the front and back was only 7 or 8 seconds. That's it. Is it all right? Hancock bit his red lips and muttered. The next moment, the whole person collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his strength, and the grievances that had accumulated in his eyes over the years turned into hot tears. The slight sobbing sound, at that moment, made the appearance of Sonia and Mary, who were equally tough. Groud, too, couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Looking at the situation where even the atmosphere changed suddenly, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and looked at Hancock. He suddenly remembered something. After leaving Naruto World, it seems that the head-to-head kill has not been used. Looking at Hancock, the usually proud head is now buried between his knees, sobbing constantly. Long Yu sighed helplessly, and gently rubbed Hancock's head with his probing hand, and said, "It's all over, you can wear backless clothes in the future, and you don't need to take a bath. Live well, it belongs to your girl. Well, it should be a girl." These words, the black mist on Long Yu's body rolled back, and soon the template of the Bone King was activated again. At the moment when the portal opened, it disappeared into place out of thin air. The girl Hancock's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and when she raised her head, there was no longer the figure of Long Yu. "Boy, it seems that you have already done things. I thought that if you entered the bathroom rashly, you would be hunted out," the grandmother said with a dry smile. Long Yu rolled his eyes, and the hidden old woman said, "You should be two-colored and domineering, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Double-color domineering. Mother-in-law was startled at first, and said, "Boy, are you really joking? You don't even understand the domineering two colors." In the eyes of my mother-in-law, although the time with Long Yu was very short. After hearing about the battles that took place on the coast, and seeing with her own eyes, Long Yu's endless methods, with her decades of experience across the sea, she still couldn't see through the young man in front of her. Listening to these questioning words, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. In the world of One Piece, the sea is divided into 3 parts. The first is the 4 major sea areas, the second is the first half of the Great Channel, and the third is the second half of the Great Channel. Among them, in the first half of the Great Channel, once there are pirates with a reward of over 100 million, they will be called Nova. Once you want to enter the second half of the Great Waterway, the most basic thing to master is not the devil fruit, but the two-color domineering. Right now, the strength displayed by Long Yu is obviously not something that the pirates in the first half can possess, so if the pirates in the second half, the two-color domineering and domineering should be a must. Really not, otherwise it won't take a lot of trouble. Let's trade with you. Granny Za, who had a questioning look on her face and wished to tear herself apart to see clearly, Long Yu gave a white look and explained. Really not. The mother-in-law insisted on asking one more time, and after seeing Long Yu still nodding, the withered bark-like cheeks gradually loosened, and said, "You are really stupid, you can't even know this, and I don't know where you came from. Come. However, for the sake of helping Hancock and the others, I will tell you the use and concept of two-color domineering." As she said that, my mother-in-law put the crutches in her hand aside, her turbid old eyes suddenly condensed, and the whole person's breath was different. It can be said that the old man who can have friendship with the legendary pirates such as Rayleigh and Shachi is definitely not a simple person. Domineering is actually a kind of willpower in the human body, and it is similar to the development of the brain, but to control the domineering of armed and knowledgeable, there are two ways. First, through systematic training, open the brain's limitations, and second, accidentally turned on. The mother-in-law explained in a deep voice. The dry right hand suddenly slid down, and the dark, ink-like armament color spread quickly, covering the arm directly. Gives a metallic feel. Chapter 370. Report jailbreak data. This is armed arrogance. Next, I'm going to demonstrate the arrogance of seeing and hearing. Along with Granny Za's opinion, Long Yu's mind also formed a systematic cognition of the two-color domineering. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who has acquired the two-color domineering, is it right now? Make an instant full level. The long-lost system ethereal voice suddenly sounded, making Long Yu secretly relieved. I just listened to a lecture from my mother-in-law. However, everyone's understanding of domineering is completely different. Long Yu is still stuck in a half-understanding, and even the clues are not clear. Now, as soon as the system makes a move, it will be captured. How can Long Yu not feel happy? Immediately. Make an instant full level. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host of the two-color domineering instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining high-level armament color domineering use method Sakura flow. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the use of advanced knowledge and domineering, predicting the future. Sound of the system prompts made Long Yu frown, but he was not surprised. Boy, are you paying attention? Mother-in-law suddenly stepped on Long Yu's feet. However, before she could fall, Long Yu pulled back in advance like a prophet. The sudden scene made the mother-in-law froze in shock. Mother-in-law, I learned. Long Yu regained his senses, and there was a smile on his face. The critical moment just now, Long Yu didn't show his arrogance. But once the domineering and attainments have reached a certain level, as long as they encounter something that damages themselves, the domineering will give an early warning in time. Just now, Long Yu had just obtained the full-level arrogance and domineering, but he didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. However, seeing the domineering and domineering, there are also two huge weaknesses. First, once the speed of the enemy is faster than your warning speed, even if you can predict the future, you may not be able to react. Second, emotions can easily affect the use of arrogance and domineering. Once absolute calm cannot be maintained, the accuracy of predicting the future will be greatly reduced, or it will fail directly. Learned. The mother-in-law's expression was stagnant, and she soon saw Long Yu. In the deep-set eyes, the soul flame suddenly soared, and the black and ink-like armament color quickly spread across her arms. Made Grandma Za's pupils shrink suddenly, the color of the arms on Long Yu's arms, and it was flowing like water. This is Lu Ying, this is high-level armed arrogance. Mother-in-law suddenly came back to her senses and said, You kid, you really pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger from the very beginning. It turns out that you have mastered even the high-level domineering, and even let the old man show you a demonstration, but I will lose my old face. Looking at the unhappy mother-in-law, Long touched the tip of his nose. He knew that at the system level, it was impossible to explain clearly. Simply avoided this topic, said. Mother-in-law, will you be domineering? Among the three colors of domineering, the domineering color of the overlord is the symbol of the king who was chosen in a million miles. Long was not sure if he had it too. Domineering and domineering. Why did my mother-in-law startled for a moment, and said, You brat, are you planning to play with me again? You are overbearing and domineering, but you are a natural symbol of a king. I don't understand. As for Hancock's domineering arrogance, it was trained by the old man Rayleigh. If you want to fool him, just fool him. However, I want to tell you in advance, that old man, but Roger's deputy, for the sake of helping Hancock, I will give. You write a letter of introduction, as for whether or not you have a tyrannical arrogance, that is your business. Abandoning these words, Grandma picked up the pen and paper on the table, and after writing a letter, she looked nervously at Long Yudao. Boy, I still don't believe that you can instantly learn two-color high-level domineering. Tell me, did you deliberately approach Hancock? Actually, Hancock was originally a good girl. Although she has been in the hands of the Tianlong people for several years, the Tianlong people only enslaved and fought for fun for slaves. Speaking of which, my mother-in-law's cheeks turned slightly red. She coughed dryly, and said, they don't care about it at all, and we have nothing to do with ordinary people, and I'll tell you secretly that when I found Hancock, I even checked it out. She's still there. Boy, you're lucky, or stay on Nine Snake Island and become a son-in-law, so that these girls with stone heads understand what a man's love is. Listening to this, and talking carelessly, Long Yu suddenly turned to stone. He never thought that the misunderstanding of learning domineering would evolve to this level. Not even mentioning that. Kiss gun. The icy yelping sound resounded suddenly. The pink peach heart that came violently poured out like a machine gun, and Long Yu, who witnessed this scene, was helpless. Where the domineering and domineering are prevalent, it is simply a wall with ears. At the same time, the Navy headquarters. The huge conference room looks extremely depressing, no matter what. Was a general, a lieutenant general or a major general, their eyes were all shocked by the information on the table that they brought back from the city university prison. Kazuna, have these news been confirmed? Of the warring states tapping on the table stopped abruptly, and his eyes turned to focus on Kizaru. In Magellan's briefing, it was learned that the dignified General Kizaru was hit by a heavy blow and fell into the sea. Warring states can't wait to strangle Kizaru. However, it is also confirmed from the side that the person who created the prison escape this time is not simple. This is the data given by Magellan. Kizaru's eyes twitched slightly. As soon as the events of that day spread in the Navy headquarters, his face couldn't hold back. However, in this situation, he still has to bite the bullet and report. According to the calculation, this jailbreak operation involved a total of 6 floors of the Advanced City University Prison, and the number of deaths reached 968. 968, most of which were buried in the attack of Uchiha Ryu. There are a total of 68 people who have successfully escaped from the prison, and the post-mortem inspection found that there are also prisoners on the 6th floor who are missing. These words fell, the expressions of many admirals in the field changed drastically. Every prisoner who was sent to the 6th floor was taken in by the Navy with a lot of effort. Now someone told them that someone on the 6th floor had escaped. It can be said that once these people, regardless of living in that area of the sea, will become a scourge. Silence, give me all the silence. Warring states patted the conference table heavily and said, this is the second time since the Golden Lion escaped from the Advanced City 15 years ago. Although, that kid doesn't have the famous reputation of the Golden Lion, but the number of people who escaped this time is dozens of times that of the Golden Lion. Now the sea outside is already in chaos. If the pirates outside know, if you are so rude, then where will the face of our Navy headquarters be left? The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time, causing the originally noisy situation to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Watching this scene, Zhongguo rubbed his swollen head and said, let's continue talking, and focus on saying that someone on the 6th floor is dead. Chapter 371, 350 million. Feeling the gazes from all around, Kizaru now regrets it a little, and ran to advance the city to intercept it, but now the arrow is on the string, and after a moment of hesitation, he still speaks. In addition to the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell, the mastermind Uchiha Ryu, he also conspired with him to betray and was imprisoned at the entrance of the 6th floor of infinite hell, Shiryu of the Long Reign, the former guard of the Advanced City. According to Magellan's speculation, the escape of the prisoner on the 6th floor is inseparable from Shiryu of the Reign. The King of Evil, Abaro Pizarro. Mysterious Moon Hunter Katerina Dipin. Big Wine Basque Chote. World Breaker Bondi Vardy. There are also 2 special prisoners imprisoned in the deepest part of the 6th floor. They are the descendants of the Devil Dagras Barrett. Red Earl, Ballery Clydefield. Every name that fell, suddenly changed the atmosphere in the field. Especially when I heard the names of Barrett and the Red Earl, I was even more shocked. If it is said that the people in the front are the scourge of one party, then the two in the back are completely the existences who can make the times run wild by themselves. Is rumored to be able to rival the right hand of One Piece, Barrett of Raleigh of Hades. Known as the Red Earl Field, who fought against Roger and Whitebeard alone. Every harm is absolutely no worse than the Golden Lion that escaped from prison 15 years ago. The above is the list of personnel given by Magellan. Do you have any opinions or plan to act? After Sengoku looked around the arena, he spoke again. It's a good thing to know how to mend a dead sheep, but how to mend it is worth the headache. However, as soon as those words fell, the huge conference room fell into dead silence again. In this situation, speaking at will is to hit the gun at the muzzle. Witnessing this scene, Warring States frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "What's the matter? When you usually ask for credit, aren't you fast? Now let you think of a way, why don't you talk?" Marshal of the Warring States period, I can't blame them. Crane suddenly spoke, as the General Staff of the Navy, she has a certain right to speak. Except for Barrett and Field, each of these escaped prisoners has the strength not inferior to the Lieutenant General, or even surpassing the Lieutenant General, so I suggest that in addition to the 3 generals leading the pursuit, 2 lieutenant generals can also lead the pursuit. A hunting team will be formed, which will not only complement each other in battle, but also be able to retreat in time in case of an accident during the battle. As for the mastermind of this prison break, I hope you can raise the reward from 230 million to 350 million 3, Marshal, so that others can pay enough attention. 350 million 3. The expressions of many admirals present changed suddenly. In the second half of the Great Waterway, commonly known as the New Lawless Place, there are many pirates with a reward of over 100 million. But 350 million 3, they are all famous existences. This kind of bounty amount, even if it is placed on the Chiwu Sea, is rarely comparable to it. I know you should be surprised, why is a newcomer who is not well known, the reward reached 350 million 3 at the beginning, but don't forget, he is the mastermind of the escape from the Advance City. May I ask if you are invested in the Advance who can escape from the city? Crane's face sank, and he gave a warning. It's not that I despise everyone here, but I just want you to know, who despise, who. He will lose his life in the next pursuit mission. The awe-inspiring voice fell, and except for the 3 generals and a very few lieutenant generals, the faces of the major generals turned blue. However, in the face of the Crane's words, there is no way to refute it. Okay, what I have to say, the Crane has already said it. Warring States knocked on the table and said, as for raising the reward to 350 million 3, I have no opinion. Of course, this emergency meeting is also for the vote of all members. If you don't agree, you can raise your hand and say your thoughts at the same time. However, as the words of the Warring States dissipated, the field remained silent. Along with the instructions from the Navy headquarters, a piece of explosive news quickly spread on the sea. Starting with a reward of 350 million 3, the mastermind of the plan to advance the city's escape, the name of Uchiha Ryu, like a hurricane, spread throughout the sea. 3 days later, 9 Snake Island entered the sea. 2 huge sea snakes raised their slender necks, stuck out their scarlet tongues, and dragged the pirate ship representing the honor of the 9 snakes out to sea. Lord Hancock, I'm going to go to sea again soon. It seems that there are only 3 days before my last expedition. By the way, you were sick in bed a few days ago. This time, Lord Hancock is planning to send away the man who entered the 9 Snake Island by mistake not long ago. Man, is that kind of? There is a man with 3 legs in the legend. Did you take a peek at it? Is it true? Of course I've seen it before. This is a rare opportunity. The length of a man's 3rd leg is simply tisk tisk tisk. A series of voices sounded at the mouth of the sea, and suddenly became very lively. Some female warriors who had never seen a man climbed to the heights, wanting to see the strangeness of the man's 3rd leg. Feeling this different atmosphere, Long Yu, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help coughing. "Ha, little devil, to be honest, can this third leg make the old man feel happy?" Mother-in-law suddenly appeared and said with a big laugh. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. This disrespectful guy said, "When I see Rayleigh, I will give you a message saying that you miss his third leg. He should be able to swim." "Find you, Rayleigh." The mother-in-law's expression became stagnant, and she immediately shouted angrily, "You brat, dare to make fun of the old lady." When the old lady looked at this thing, "You didn't know that you were in that corner. If you dare to say these words to Rayleigh, you just don't think that I will help you trick Hancock into marrying." However, as soon as the cruel words fell, Hancock's cold voice sounded from behind. "Someone, throw her out for me to feed the sea kings." "Sister, this. Throw me." As Hancock's order fell, the scene instantly turned chaos. Of course, they wouldn't really throw her mother-in-law into it to feed the sea kings, but they just planned to let her dangle less in front of Hancock. Otherwise, with Hancock's temperament, a few human sculptures would be created by accident. Not good. Under this slapstick, the Nine Snakes pirate ship also quickly left the port under the pull of the two sea snakes. Nine Snake Island is located in the windless zone, and ordinary pirate ships cannot sail at all except through external forces. Moreover, if some are not familiar with this sea area, or have the means to effectively deter the sea kings. Chapter 372, Ships. That waited for them to be shipwrecked. My concubine can only take you out of the windless belt. If you have other places to go, you can only rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. Hancock stood on the bow and said coldly. For this, Long Yu was not surprised. After all, the Nine Snake pirates are famous, but they are hostile to men, if they are seen by outsiders. The dignified female Emperor Hancock was actually on the same boat with a man, and it felt not much different from the same bed. "Don't worry, you can show me if there are any boats along the way, I'll just grab one," Long Yu said indifferently. On the island of Nine Snakes, he has already made a record hour hand to the Chambord Islands. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there is no ship, he can still rely on the Bone King's flying technique to support him for a while. Don't worry, finding prey is our Nine Snakes specialty, and the boat will definitely be able to help you find it. After Hancock dropped these words, he turned and left. Soon after the order fell, the female warriors of the Nine Snake pirates on the boat began to move. In Nine Snake Island, although it can be self-sufficient, many resources are obtained by looting merchant ships along the way. And Hancock's battle to become famous, as well as the invitation of Chiwahai, also came from the looting of an expedition. However, every time she was looted, because of the title of Shichibukai, she was spared the pursuit from the Navy headquarters afterwards. "Lord Hancock, there are 2 ships ahead, shall we go over and see?" A female soldier came hurriedly. Hancock raised his eyebrows and said, "What ship?" "It seems to be a large merchant ship transporting gold from the sky. I'm afraid there will be a local Navy escort." The female warrior hesitated for a moment. In the sky is the protection fee paid by the member countries to the world government every year. These protection fees will be personally escorted by some local navies. Before he became famous, Hancock sacked the merchant ships carrying the heavenly gold. But now she is already ranked in the Chiwahai, and the merchant ships that transport the gold in the sky are obviously mentioned in the Chiwahai agreement. After all, the gold in the sky is also the face of the Tianlong people, in case something goes wrong. All that damages the dignity of the Tianlong people. Dragon people. Hancock heard the words, his pretty face turned pale, and his body trembled. This is from the fear of the past. However, before Hancock could continue to speak, a large hand directly covered her head and rubbed it lightly. The sudden scene stunned everyone in the audience. In their eyes, Hancock is an unattainable empress who can only look up. However, being so frivolously offended now completely comprehends them. Okay, you have eaten and drank for free on Nine Snake Island for several days. Before you leave, let's take a sigh of relief. Long Yu smiled warmly, withdrew his hand and looked at the huge merchant ship in the distance. Of the Tianlong people can set off my status as a supreme being. Next time we meet, I will resound through every corner of this sea. Goodbye. Leaving these words, the Bone King plate was activated instantly. Endless magical power, the black mist rolled back like a tide, taking the form of Ains Ergen. However, this time, he was holding a golden scepter and wearing a white skeleton posture, only a few points of the Emperor's Phoenix. Tier 2 Magic Flight. The voice suddenly changed from soft to indifferent. A cloak goes down automatically without wind. The whole person lifted off quickly. Boy, are you crazy? That's the merchant ship of the Tianlong people. If you do this, you will be watched by the Navy headquarters for the rest of your life. Why did my mother-in-law rush out from the corner in a hurry? Hancock, stop him quickly. I'm not afraid of lice. I think the Navy headquarters should miss me very much now. Long Yu's deep-set eyes, the flames of his soul flickered, and when he left these words, he turned into an afterimage, and the merchant ship carrying the gold from the sky in the distance swept away violently. Witnessing this scene, the mother-in-law looked anxious and said, Hancock. Throw her down for me. Hancock regained his senses, stood up slowly, and said, Dare to offend your concubine, I hope you can live until the next time we meet. However, as soon as these words fell, Sonia's voice came swiftly from the stern. Sister, you, hurry up and look at the reports of these 3 days. Newspaper. Hancock was startled at first. Even the mother-in-law who had been dragged away stopped and looked at Sonia subconsciously. However, when he saw the front page of the newspaper spread out in Sonia's hand, with the skeleton bounty on it, his pupils shrank suddenly. Hang, a reward of 350 million. What is the origin of that man? A female warrior stammered and said. Faced with this questioning, the moment everyone's nerves were tense, they all looked at Sonia. 3 days ago, as a subordinate of the world government, the advancing city Grand Prison, which stood side by side with the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island, had the largest escape incident in history, and the chaos even affected the infinite hell known as the 6th floor, and the dead the number is unknown, but the prisoners who escaped are definitely not a small number. For the first time, Sonia felt her tongue not being able to speak. However, when I thought of the terrifying content published in the newspaper, I gritted my teeth and continued. Then, the mastermind behind this escape incident is Uchiha Ryayu, who appeared on our 9-Snake Island and is known as the Great Skeleton Demon in the outside world. The awe-inspiring voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's eyes swept around and locked on the figure that was swept away by the Tianlong people merchant ship. Their faces were full of disbelief. Hee, concubine has already said that he is not a simple person. All rumors about his appearance on 9-Snake Island are strictly prohibited. Next time we meet, concubine will find the place in person. Hancock chuckled lightly. Let's sail, return to the windless belt, and let's look for other prey. Departing with the ship of the 9-Snake pirates. On the huge merchant ship carrying gold from the sky, a group of admirals wearing bone masks just took over the telescope. Lieutenant General Bastiu, the 9-Snake pirates ship that appeared just now has turned around and left. The adjutant opened his mouth to report. Immediately, the Navy soldiers who were leaning on the railing all around showed a disappointed expression. As a Navy, I know a little about the rumors that are rumored at sea. But for male creatures, the most beautiful woman in the sea, the female Emperor Hancock, is so breathtaking that many people are willing to take the risk of death and see it at a glance. Seeing that the adjutant beside him also showed a loss, Bastiu snorted coldly, and said, Why is everyone showing this expression? Isn't this expected? This time, what we are escorting is the heavenly gold sent by the countries of the East China Sea. The Empress is a member of the Chihuahai, but no one dares to offend the authority of the Tianlong people. 370th Chapters. The Things of the Tianlong People. Having said this, the adjutant immediately. Lieutenant General Bastius, you, rewrite, this is a fat mistake. As long as we complete this trip, the rewards of the world's nobles can equal our annual salary. What's more, even if someone with short eyes really came to commit the crime, once he heard the name of Lieutenant General Bastiu, he would have fled with his tail between his tails, so we still need to thank Lieutenant General Bastiu. Good job, we won. Yes, thank you, Lieutenant General Bastius. With Lieutenant General Bastius here, even if the fourth emperor comes, they will give 2 points of thin noodles. The huge deck suddenly became lively. The face of this bragging, the bragging force of the bull was blown away, and a smile appeared on Bastiu's serious cheeks. However, just as this arc appeared, an indifferent voice descended from the sky. Hee hee, it looks like I'm here at the wrong time. However, I have no intention of running away with my tail tucked, and I have no tail, so I can only tell you one very unfortunate thing. This ship, Ainzer, will ask for it. The small voice, at this moment, with the taste of directly hitting the soul, shook everyone's nerves. The adjutant's face sank, and Huo Ran raised his head and shouted angrily, who is so arrogant, dare to speak mad? Ruthless words were spit out, but after seeing the black shadow in the sky, the last word was swallowed back by the adjutant. Immediately, he stammered and said, yes, it's Uchiha Ryu, the big skeleton demon, how could he appear here? Skull Demon, isn't that the mastermind of the prisoner who escaped from the city and offered a reward of 350 million? He won't have the idea of playing gold in the sky, this is something of the Tianlong people. The huge deck suddenly became panic. No one would have imagined that a fat man who made a rare trip would encounter a prison breakout in Pushan City who was in the limelight recently. Is there a reward of 350 million? 3. The handwriting of your naval headquarters is really surprising. Long Yu was also a little surprised, but after changing his voice, he said again indifferently, however, you have said something wrong, I am the supreme being of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ainzer Gong, I am terrifying. The ruler of. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, hand over this ship. 2, fight to the death, I'll give you 30 seconds to think. The indifferent words swept through the audience, everyone's faces changed drastically, even Bastius was no exception. Ding dong, tell the host to get the fidelity of the character template improved, the current fidelity is 40%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th order magic, the root element of fire. The system's ethereal reminder sounded in Long Yu's mind, causing him to raise his brows. If I remember correctly, this 7th order fire source element, once activated, will summon a high-level fire element with a level of 85. Not only that, it has high attack fire attribute magic, but also has an immortal body under the face. As long as there is still a magic link, without the same level of water attribute magic, this high-level fire element will not disappear. The face of the sudden reward, Long Yu also left the consciousness space after browsing for a while, looked at Bastiu not far away, and said, the time is up, say your choice, war or surrender. The indifferent words sounded again. However, this time, it gave them a sense of death. Face. Terrifying appearance and the identity of the mastermind who escaped from the prison in the advancing city, if they were not afraid, this is absolutely impossible. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Bastius' body. The prisoners with a reward of 350 million. 3. It seems that only the title of Lieutenant General can give them a sense of security. I'm going to fight you alone, if you win, I'll give you the boat, but if you lose, we'll do it right away. Leave. Bastius raised his head suddenly, met Long Yu's gaze, and said solemnly, I, Bastius, will definitely defeat you even if I bet on the name of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. You challenge me. Long Yu was slightly surprised, and shook his head with a casual sneer, and said, however, you think too highly of yourself, or you underestimate me. With your title of Lieutenant General, it's not worth my shot. In addition to indifference, the cold voice was not mixed with other emotional colors. However, it seemed a bit annoying when it fell on other people's ears. The dignified Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters was so despised by others that his face was obviously unable to hold back. "You bastard, you dare to despise me. I will see today, what ability do you have to stop my shark-slashing sword?" Bastio's face sank, and he roared in anger. "You really want to fight?" Long Yu's gleaming eyes turned in vain. The dangling body quietly landed on the guardrail and said, "Since you want to humiliate yourself, then I will fulfill you. However, your opponent is my servant. Come out, Roots Fire Elemental Spirit." Dang! The violent magic power, like a frenzy, instantly detonated in Long Yu's body. A pair of deep-set eyes, and under the fast-beating soul flame, there is a scarlet magic circle that quickly blooms under the feet. The fiery waves of air rolled back in a rolling gesture, and an indescribable oppressive aura filled the air. That was endlessly floating in the void was quickly drawn out. Instant, it turned into a huge high elf with a height of 7 or 8 meters, wearing a flame coat. The scorching flames scorched the deck, which had been made of fireproof layers, and squeaked. This is still a high-level elemental elf. Under the order of Uchiha Ryayu, the flame was deliberately controlled, so that it did not burn instantly. What the hell is going on here? Of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Bastius is no exception. He had already obtained, about the skeleton demon, the method of summoning undead monsters similar to zombies out of thin air. But I never thought that this kind of monster would be created, with flames all over its body, and it exudes such a huge and depressing aura. Lieutenant General Bastius, what should we do? The lieutenant was the first to lose his temper. In front of them is beyond their cognition. Feeling the gazes cast from all around, Bastio couldn't help clenching the huge shark-slashing knife measuring 1.2 meters in both hands. His face sank, and he shouted sharply, "It's just a mere way to cover your eyes. The goal is to kill the big skeleton demon. This kind of small thing, I can solve it with one knife." The awe-inspiring words came out. Bastio suddenly clenched his hands and fingers together, and the aura of the whole person was like a scabbard-like sharp blade. The next moment, suddenly raised his head to face the high-level fire element, the whole person disappeared into place out of thin air. Chapter 374, Surrender or Die. Appeared again, already one step ahead, came to the front of the high fire element. Looking at the demented fire element, who couldn't react at all, Bastio showed a playful smile on his face. Shave. His ghostly steps made Bastius disappear out of thin air again. Momi's wonderful operation made people stunned in place. He reacted. Bastio had already taken the lead and appeared behind Long Yu. HMPH, the truth that a soldier never tires of deceit. Isn't it possible that no one has taught you that? Rather than dealing with these monsters that waste time, it's better to capture your king faster. Bastius smiled mischievously. Muscles of both hands bulged like a rock, and the huge force poured down like a tide, and suddenly fell down. Shark-cutting stunt to open the mouth. Boom! The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and all the Navy soldiers showed ecstasy on their faces. After all, in their eyes, Long Yu and the fire elemental elf were like stupid big men, as if they couldn't react, and they stood there. This knife is really solid. It will definitely be able to take off the head of the great skeleton demon. Dang! The thunder-like metal collision sound resounded suddenly, causing a violent wave of air to roll back. The specially protected deck beneath his feet was also overwhelmed and burst open with a sound. However, in the face of all this, the 2-meter-high skeleton demon in front of him was as immobile as a mountain, falling into Bastius' eyes, causing his pupils to shrink involuntarily, and even his eye sockets almost split. This knife, he can easily cut even the Sea Kings. It is very good to catch the thief first, but you have forgotten one thing, the king is not mediocre. The cold voice came out. The moment Huo Ran turned his head, the exposed skeleton body was dyed pitch black at this moment. The wisps of black and ink-like armed color domineering, like a poisonous snake, circulated on the body. This is full-body armed arrogance. Bastio's face changed drastically. There was no time to think about it. and he quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the words that fell in his ears tightened his nerves. You guessed it right. As a reward, let me see what qualifications the Vice Admiral of the Navy has to challenge the majesty of the king. Long Yu's indifferent words came out in a hurry. Which was as black as ink, was entangled by the flowing cherry blossoms, and there was an endless splash of thunder light. If you don't make a move, it's already a killing move. This is the style of Long Yu. Dragon Claw Grenade Thunder Dragon's Breath. Bang! The big skeleton hand, which was as black as ink, clasped it directly on Bastiu's cheek with the speed of a thunderbolt. The next moment, before he could react to the 5 fingers of Skull's big hand, suddenly. Boom! The endless thunder, like a rage, exploded in time. The crackling arc of thunder splattered and shrouded Bastius in an instant. The seemingly indestructible bone mask shattered. Before Bastiu could react, his stout, bull-like body was lifted up like a baby. The next moment, it suddenly slammed down on the deck. Thunder escape heavy storm. Bang! Lightning strikes the deck in an instant. The seemingly indestructible deck, at this moment, shattered like a piece of paper. The violent attack posture couldn't be stopped at all, and it quickly spread around. The huge merchant ship tilted at this moment. The violent scene suddenly awakened the Navy soldier who had fallen into a trance. However, the first person to meet them was the icy gaze that was beating with the flame of the soul. Okay, the person in the way has been resolved. Long Yu said indifferently. However, fortunately, I am short of sailors now, so your lives can be guaranteed for the time being. Of course, you can also choose to jump into the sea and play with the Sea Kings, but don't be as stupid as the so-called Lieutenant General, thinking that the dignity of the king can be offended at will, otherwise there will be no exceptions in the end. Having said that, the scepter in Long Yu's hand stomped heavily on the deck. Immediately, he shouted in a cold voice. Tell me now, are you planning to surrender to the supreme being of the great tomb of Nazareth, Ains or Gong, or die? We surrender. Bastiu's voice suddenly came out from the deep pit on the deck of the ship. Soon, a figure with blood on its face, black smoke all over its body, and a little charred figure climbed out of the deep pit. Lieutenant General Bastius. The adjutant's expression changed suddenly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Bastius' detective. Don't you even listen to my orders, right now. Go and fix the ship. The awe-inspiring words came out, with an unmistakable taste. The group of Navy soldiers could react. They saw Bastius turn around and said respectfully, Supreme, please state your destination, we will repair the ship immediately. Set sail. Looking at Bastiu, whose attitude changed 360 degrees, of course Long Yu knew what his plans were. However, what Long Yu has to do now is to increase the turmoil in this world. Only in this way can you get more turbulent points, so as to quickly liberate your own power. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points and 1 turbulence value. The current balance is 100 points, and the next time, the random unlock limit, still needs 1,000 points and 1. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Looking at this scene, Long Yu was speechless. What this horse is trying to do. Moreover, the required turbulence point is still, it skyrocketed to 2,000 points in an instant. This system is too ugly. Supreme, your flame monster, can you temporarily withdraw? Bastius said cautiously. Long Yu withdrew from the space of consciousness, looking at the spirit of the root of fire, which was useless. The soul flame in his eyes flickered a little, and with a flick of his hand, it disappeared out of thin air. Seeing the high fire element disappear in front of him out of thin air, leaving behind a deck that was so severely burned that it almost burned through, Bastiu's cheeks couldn't help twitching. Okay, next, before I set a new sailing goal, continue to follow the original route. I wish you a happy journey. After Long Yu dropped these words, he turned around and walked towards the cabin. The battle just now did not consume much of his strength. But in the face of this sea full of unknowns, he still needs to maintain his peak state all the time. Moreover, he needs to figure out one thing, and at the same time prepare for the next huge storm. Looking at the back of Long Yuan disappearing from sight, the adjutant couldn't help but stagnate, and stammered, Is he a fool? He detained us, and even the phone bug was not confiscated. Could it be that he was not afraid? Are we tipping off the news? Slap. Chapter 375. The golden robbery in the sky is good. However, as soon as these words were uttered, Bastius slapped him in the face. Shut up and do ent care. What is his plan? What we have to do now is to try our best to save his life. Bastius snorted coldly and said, at the same time, no matter what. He did it intentionally. If we lost the merchant ship that transported the gold in the sky, we have already committed a serious crime, and now is a good opportunity for us to make a contribution to the crime. Hurry up and give me the phone bug. These words fell, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present froze, and they instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. Losing the things of the Tianlong people, with the urine of the world's nobles, they are definitely a dead end. Right now is the only way to survive. Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office. The thick stack of files on the table, Warring States felt his head swell a bit. During this time, dozens of prisoners escaped from the Advanced City due to the fall of the Advanced City prison. Although the Warring States period has been immediately ordered to let the three generals split up to pursue the attack, and at the same time let many lieutenant generals join forces to deal with it. However, looking at the pursuit order issued by the world government, the brain is still tingling. Cap, can't you eat less donuts and send me a boat? Sengoku rolled his eyes helplessly. Still, on the sofa, Garp, who was leisurely eating donuts, almost wanted to rush up to strangle him. At present, a large number of fugitives have escaped from the advancing city, and the forces that the entire naval headquarters can send are working. Even his dignified admiral had a headache. Only Carp could still sit here and enjoy himself. Cut, you still have a headache about the whereabouts of Uchiha Ryu, the mastermind of the escaped prisoner. The ocean is so big, even if I want to find it, I am powerless. Carp swallowed the donut in one gulp, took out his nostrils and said, don't forget, I asked you for a vacation not long ago, and went back to visit my precious grandson. According to time, that guy should also be qualified to come to the Navy headquarters to be a brigadier general. During this period of time, the old guy Zephyr has already been semi-retired, and the new generation he has cultivated is not as good as the next generation. It seems that it is still up to me to revive the glory of the Navy headquarters. Your grandson. Warring States couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then he said in a bad mood, Cap, don't forget the rules of the Navy headquarters. How many newcomers, but watching the position of the brigadier general climb up, you will take your grandson to the brigadier general's position as soon as you speak. The location, I am afraid it is difficult to convince the public. And, if you say this, let that guy Zephyr hear, you must strangle you. Don't forget, what happened to this session. At the same time, among the newcomers, stationed at the estuary of the East China Sea, the town of Roger, where the pirate King Glogger was born, is a newcomer known as Smoke Smog, but the pirates are worried. Once the East China Sea pirates stop where they want to enter the Great Waterway to supply in advance, 90% cannot escape. Warring States period. A stack of Admiral's letters. Said, this Hagiantina, who is in the same class as Smog, is even more powerful, and has a bit of a Peach Rabbit style. Also, this year's accident, who survived by virtue of his own strength, the newcomer of the retrograde fruit of human, Ain, and the newcomer of the superhuman fruit of prosperous, Bins. Once they come, they will be able to stand up to half the sky of naval justice. So, even if your grandson comes, you have to start as a low-level soldier. The voice of Chang's words echoed in the office. However, in the face of the persuasion of the Warring States period, Garp took out his nostrils, bounced the huge booger, and said, no, it's a big deal. After I bring that kid, I will challenge the brigadier generals one by one and beat them all down. There's still grievances, weren't we like that back then? Seeing that the oil and salt were not getting in, and thinking of carp back then, Sengoku reluctantly rubbed his swollen head. In the era of the great pirates, there were many strong men, and the strong men of the navy were replaced too quickly. Therefore, the rules are not as many as they are now, and most of the time it is a fist to talk about things. But it is precisely because of this reason that the headquarters of the navy is too chaotic, and many generals have defected. Finally, after the Warring States period became a general, this rule was abolished and the so-called military merit system was implemented. It would be a breach of the rules to let Garp go to pick up his so-called grandson and come to the Navy headquarters now. Thinking of this, Warring States immediately couldn't hold back his anger, and wanted to say something to stop him. However, a rush of phone bugs sounded first. Mosamoxi, I'm Bastius, I beg the marshal immediately. Talk directly. The rapid phone bug rang out without warning. Kapuna just had the idea of leaving, but was instantly dispelled, frowned, and said, This Bastiu, didn't you rob me not long ago and ran to the East China Sea to escort the gold in the sky? Why suddenly I passed the superior general and asked to talk to you. Looking at Garp with a puzzled face, Sengoku couldn't help but glared and said, You want to be lazy in the name of escorting the heavenly gold, but you just slept, and it was too late to grab the mission from Bastius. However, he was so anxious to contact him, did he come across some news of a prisoner? While talking, Sengoku ignored Garp and connected the phone bug. However, before he could speak, Bastius had already spoken first. Marshal of the Warring States period, something is wrong. The merchant ship transporting the gold in the sky was attacked by Uchiha Ryu, and all of us fell into his hands, asking for support. What? Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help standing up. If Tiantianjin was attacked, he might not be so excited. But now, the mastermind of the prison escape in Pushin City, who has been searching hard but could not be found, finally appeared. Haha, it seems that the gold was robbed in the sky, but it is a great good thing. Hurry up and report the coordinates to the Warring States. He is so anxious that his head is smoking. Carp pinched his nostrils and laughed. I also really want to see who this little devil is, who can toss more than a golden lion. The golden robbery in the sky is good. Bastiu's face suddenly turned bitter. This was about the lives of hundreds of people in their entire ship. Now to Carp's mouth, it has turned into a good thing, and the gap is too big. Cap, shut me up. Sengoku glared at him and said, Bastiu, don't be nervous. This time the gold in the sky was robbed. It seems that I will help you solve it on the Tianlong people's side, and you can find the whereabouts of Uchiha Longyu, but it is a great work. Now please calm down and tell me the whole process, and why you still have a phone bug in your hand to contact me, and where is Uchiha Ryu's destination? The Sengoku, who is called the General of the Navy, raised many questions in an instant. After all, in his eyes, no matter what, Bastiu has any reason to be able to connect with himself, and this situation is racing against time. Chapter 376. Go to the Navy headquarters. Bastiu paused for 7 or 8 seconds, and then hurriedly opened his mouth. With the guarantee of the Warring States period, he was not worried about the Heavenly Dragon's reckoning. Not long ago, we just left the Windless Belt and were on our way back to the Holy Land Marijoa when we encountered a big skeleton demon who fell from the sky. Afterwards, we also had a short fight. Along with a series of hurried voices, Sengoku's expression became more and more gloomy. When Bastiu finished the last word, he immediately said, You mean, Uchiha Ryu, in addition to being able to create zombie-like monsters besides, is it possible to create flame-type creatures? Furthermore, in the last meeting, Kizaru mentioned very precisely that Uchiha Ryu did not display his armed arrogance, and according to Magellan's report, he did not find it. Right now, he suddenly displays a high-level Liu Ying, defeats you instantly, and controls the power of thunder. There are only 2 possibilities. First, he has always been clumsy and likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Second, he has superb learning ability. In just a few days, not only learned the armed arrogance, but also mastered the high arrogance. Speaking of this, there was a dignified expression on Sengoku's cheeks, and he said, if it is one, it proves that this Uchiha Ryu is scheming, and it also matches the identity of the mastermind of the prison escape incident in the city, if it is the second, in a short period of time. In just a few days, if you will learn to be domineering in armed color, then this person must not stay outside, and he must be captured as soon as possible. With Sengoku's analysis, even Carp forgot to continue digging his nostrils. As the developer of the 6th-style taijutsu, Garp's physique talent is very high, and his domineering accomplishments have long been unfathomable. It can be said that there is no problem in breaking a mountain with one punch. However, it is precisely because of this reason that he is even more aware that if he can sharpen his armament and domineering to a high level in a short period of time, that means that this Uchiha Ryu can no longer be measured by genius. Word enchanting might be the best noun. Okay, you don't have to be nervous, this is just my speculation, and what Uchiha Ryu is doing now, and his strength are all within the controllable range, compared with those tricky Chiwahai and the 4 emperors. Before we have no power of our own, we are still babies, so what we have to do is to kill them in advance. Warring States said in a deep voice. These words fell. Bastiu quickly reacted and said anxiously, Marshal of the Warring States period is right, he is only alone now, as long as we gather the strength of our navy, he can be crushed casually. It's just that the order he is giving now is for us to continue to the Holy Land Mary Joa. We don't know the exact location and target, and this phone bug, he should have specially left it to us for tip-off. Warring States couldn't help but nodded, frowned slightly, and said, I am afraid that he is provoking our navy by doing this, but this is exactly what we want. That guy, the more arrogant, the more we will be able to take the initiative as soon as possible. What you need to do now is to obey him temporarily, and at the same time, always send the trend back to us. Next, since that guy provokes our Navy headquarters, then I'll let him see the true strength of our Navy. The voice of Chang's words is mixed with an unquestionable taste. After a few words of greetings again, Warring States cut off the phone. Regardless of whether the other party has it, but reducing the call time is undoubtedly the most likely to reduce the chance of change. Warring States, you should have a countermeasure. Carp spoke suddenly. Warring States put down the phone bug in his hand, looked at Garp, who rarely showed interest, and said, Hee, it seems that you are also interested, want to find out the foundation of this guy, since the last time, I think it was when Roger was alive. However, this time, for the sake of prudence, I still intend to bring Akainu and Kizaru back. As for Qingzi, who went to the East China Sea to pursue Walder, the distance is too long. With his temper, he will not be able to come back for a while. It's just that there are Akainu and Kayabu, that guy doesn't care. Choosing that target spot to settle down is enough to capture him alive. To be alone, dare to take the initiative to provoke our naval headquarters, this is impatient. Speaking of which, Sengoku picked up another golden phone bug, and after pressing the red button, a rush of summoning sirens spread throughout the entire naval headquarters. That was running to the extreme stopped in an instant, showing a shocked expression. 15 years since the last recorded alarm sounded, when the Golden Lion attacked Marin Vando. A day later, head to the waterway of the Navy headquarters. 2 merchant ships carrying gold from the sky are moving fast on the wind. Even the sails of the mast are raised to the top, in order to increase the speed of the ship to the extreme, so that it can reach the naval headquarters as soon as possible. Some of the Navy in charge of the helm, as well as Bastiu, who was standing on the bow with a wound and bloodstain on his face, would take a look at the cabin behind him every once in a while. Deep in the pupils, there is a hint of urgency from time to time. In their eyes, as long as Uchiha Ryu has not changed his mind, he has arrived at the center of influence of the Navy headquarters. Then, no matter how powerful the skeleton demon, no matter how powerful it is absolutely impossible to fly. At that time, they will also make a huge contribution to the robbing of the gold in the sky this time. Thinking of this, Bastius couldn't help but shouted loudly, Keep your eyes on the steering wheel, go at full speed, and be sure to return to the Navy headquarters within 2 days. All the Navy soldiers were immediately shocked, although doing so would easily break the sails and masts, and even the keel of the ship would be damaged. However, when they thought of the terrifying power of the great skeleton demon, their hearts seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand, and there was an illusion that they couldn't breathe. However, this excitement just sprouted in their hearts, and the words that fell in their ears shook their nerves. Stop. The simple 3 words, mixed with the extremely cold taste, drifted out from the cabin. Before everyone could react, the first thing that caught the eye was Long Yu, who was holding a scepter and walked out slowly, showing himself as the King of Bones. Seeing this sudden scene, while the expressions of the people present changed drastically, Bastius hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "Lord Ains, we have no other intentions." Meaning. The soul flame in Long Yu's eyes turned in vain and landed on Bastiu, saying, "Do you think I will be interested in your stupid ideas?" Long Yu's current idea is to use the hands of the Navy to increase his influence on the world, thereby causing shocks and gaining more turmoil points. Therefore, he tacitly acquiesced to Bastiu's approach to tipping off. Chapter 377, The Dead Game. However, under this kind of tip-off, how to find a trace of vitality in the big net cast by the naval headquarters, mainly to counter the passengers. This is what Long Yu has to do now. When Bastius heaved a sigh of relief, his expression changed. This confident attitude made him even more incomprehensible. In front of him, he was the mastermind behind the plan of escape from the big underwater prison in the city. Moreover, he couldn't understand that the person in front of him, from the information provided by Magellan, was clearly a boy called Uchiha Ryu. Why, after using the devil fruit ability, he became the great skeleton demon and called himself His Excellency Ains Ergong. However, in the face of this series of confusions, Bastius hesitated for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and asked, "Your Excellency Ains, are you planning to change your route, or do you have any other plans?" In Bastiu's eyes, since the other party clearly knew about their small actions in private. Now let them stop the ship, there should be some idea. I want to do an experiment and need your help. The soul flame in Long Yu's eyes is jumping. With his eyes on the sea, he turned around in vain, and the scepter in his hand suddenly stomped towards the deck. The temptation of the second-level magic succubus. When the scarlet magic circle quickly bloomed under Long Yu's feet, and the naval soldiers who passed by couldn't help but retreat. However, facing the magic circle that passed by in the blink of an eye, they were already covered in it as soon as they moved. An unusually strange smell spread quickly on their bodies. The strange scene made Bastiu's face change drastically. Looking at Long Yu in a hurry, he shouted in a hurry, "You, what have you done to us? And what is the experiment in your mouth?" After seeing with his own eyes, Long Yu's extremely bizarre methods, at this juncture, Long Yu's every move has plucked their nerve strings. Hee, please don't worry, this is an experimental game of life and death. Of course, as long as your strength is stronger and your cooperation is more skillful, your chances of survival will also increase. It may be all dead, or one may die, or all may die. Long Yu laughed dryly, and under the endless black mist behind him, a specially made skeleton emperor chair appeared behind him. Immediately, in front of everyone's eyes, the big horse sat down with a golden knife. Facing everyone's astonished gaze, the scepter in his hand stomped abruptly and said, "The game of the dead, now begins." Bang! In the silent sea, the sound of low water waves breaking through, suddenly sounded. Huge bodies rushed out of the sea, casting huge black shadows. Those round eyes turned into blood-colored scarlet, making people feel a sense of shock. What the hell is going on here? Bastiu's face turned pale. Looking at the sea kings rushing out one after another, the number has reached 20 in the blink of an eye. If they continue at this level, it will be a mortal situation that awaits them. Hee, don't try to escape. The light that shone on your body just now can stimulate the tyrannical carnivorous nature of these sea kings, no matter what. Wherever you flee, you will end up in a dead end. The scepter in dragon feathers. So, there is only one in front of you. Under the attack of these sea kings, I will support you for half a day. In the process, I will help you a little bit, at least let my experiment in this game add a little more interest. Now, please Lieutenant General Bastiu, your name of slashing sharks, play to the extreme, otherwise you will end up dead. Having said that, the scepter that Long Yu was playing with, stomped again suddenly, and the simple words came out. Start. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder. A fall, completely aroused, the fierceness of these sea kings. The most unacceptable thing for them, the pink light on their bodies was even worse than before. It was as if he was covered in a light coat. The face of the attacking wind, Bastia's face turned pale, he suddenly drew out his shark-slashing sword, and roared angrily. Ains Gong, you devil! All enter the first level combat alert, use the battle formation, must persevere, let us go back alive and see our family. Live. Open the cannons and suppress their offensive. The snipers must spot the weak spot and kill them with one hit. Urgent cries rang out on the huge deck. Looking at this scene, Long Yu, the white bone finger, tapped lightly on the head of the chair. The roar of fierce tears burst like thunder. A tail as thick as an iron pillar, with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, was photographed head-on towards the merchant ship. The fishy wind and the sea water tensed everyone's nerves. The Sea King in front of me looks like a giant sea snake with a length of more than 10 meters, but if this blow is really a hit, this special merchant ship that transports gold in the sky will definitely collapse in an instant. Shark chopping. The awe-inspiring roar suddenly sounded, and the moment Bastius stomped the ground, he disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, and came to the sea snake that was rushing. The shark-slashing sword, which was suddenly clenched in both hands, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and collided head-on with the incoming giant tail. The giant tail and the shark-slashing sword collided instantly, and the sturdy scales were shattered. The blood splashed down the big pendant, and the thick tail that only a few people could embrace was cut off at the waist. The sea snake let out a scream. Bastius slashed again from the air with his backhand. The vacuum-slashed Bastius roared again and again. Of 7 or 8 meters pierced the air instantly and slashed on the sea snake's head. The seemingly indestructible scale armor shattered in response, the huge snake head was thrown down, and the blood of the big tent splattered down, dyeing the sea red. Once the hit was successful, the morale that had been a little low was restored a little bit. After Bastiu blocked the first shot, the surrounding gunners also fired their artillery. Accompanied by a roar, the attacking Sea Kings were directly repelled. However, in the face of the fierce Sea Kings, these blockades only made their attacks a little stagnant. The next moment, the Sea Kings rushing in behind, directly passed them, and launched a more ferocious offensive towards them. Bastiu's face changed slightly. He raised his hand and slashed 4 or 5 in all directions, and after a vacuum slash, he roared anxiously. Second echelon, close hand-to-hand combat. These words fell, the sturdy Navy soldiers who were hiding in the team came out one after another with heavy weapons. The various Sea Kings attacked by Khan Z roared in unison. Iron Block. 370th 8 chapters, live. With the 6 styles together, more than a dozen sturdy Navy soldiers blocked the attack route of the Sea Kings head-on. The next moment, they collided with each other. The huge impact of the bang was released like a frenzy, giving people the feeling that it was like a train colliding head-on. The deck underfoot not only shattered, but a person flew out like a sandbag. The violent scene obviously made the already precarious faction defeated in an instant. A Sea King may not be something to be afraid of, but when dozens of Sea Kings are attacked like crazy at sea, if there is no strong strength, there is no way to deal with it. Go away. Shark-slashing storm slash. Bastiu clearly had good strength. When he was drinking violently, he clenched the shark-slashing sword tightly in both hands, and it turned like a hurricane. The Sea Kings that were chasing after were instantly hit by endless wind blade slashes, pouring down on the body's surface like rain hitting bananas. That could not be avoided were instantly smashed and turned into a blood mist that swept across the sea. Together with the huge deck, it was also covered with blood plasma for a while. Let the stench in the air linger even more. However, it was precisely for this reason that the Sea King's offensive that had gone mad obviously had a slight stagnation. It gave Bastius and a group of Navy soldiers a chance to breathe. The pungent bloody smell around him, a trace of resentment appeared on Bastius's face, his eyes turned in vain, and he landed on Long Yu, who was sitting on the ground, and roared in a hurry. You devil, what are you going to do? Kill if you want, why are you teasing us like this? Teasing? Long Yu asked indifferently, and immediately laughed dryly. This is a new world. Between soldiers and thieves, apart from life and death, do you have pity on a pirate? One more thing, I am a skeleton, not a devil, although the name of the devil is very good. In order to thank you for pleasing me, please do your duty as an experiment, and I will not let you die easily. The Third Order Magic Group heals. Second Tier 2 Magic Orcs go crazy. Dang dang. The voices of the two magic circles sounded, and the red and blue rays of light bloomed in an instant, forming two magic circles that enveloped the entire merchant ship. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Bastia's face turned ashen. After seeing the strange methods of Long Yu, which caused a large group of Sea Kings to riot. They don't dare to be too big. However, before they could react, the moment the blue misty rain fell on the body, the injuries on the skin and bones quickly healed. At the same time, a tyrannical force, like a torrent, was rapidly surging away. Muscles of the whole body are like a rock, moving. Unprecedented and abundant power made Bastiu and the others' faces change dramatically, and their eyes locked on Long Yu's body. This is your strength. Hee, what is it? What is it not? Just live, there is no mercy in the new world, it will take half a day for you to survive. Long Yu said with a cold smile. I hope to meet in a while, and you can still survive. These words, Long Yu turned around and disappeared into place out of thin air. The sudden scene made Bastio's face change slightly. The domineering quickly swept through. Bastius was stunned in place. Lord Bastius, send, what happened, that skeleton demon? Where have you been? The adjutant's expression changed involuntarily. Didn't you notice that he disappeared, not on the boat? Bastius glanced back. An absurd idea popped up in his mind. Escape. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, Bastius quickly annihilated it in his mind. Mention, this time is about whether or not to catch Uchiha Ryu's lure battle. Just facing the Sea Kings who are staring at all around, they have no way to retreat. And with these two inexplicable light formations, everyone's injuries and strengths have been improved. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that it may be able to resist. Thinking of this, a flash of determination flashed on Bastiu's face, and he shouted sharply, Don't think about escaping, the method of the skeleton demon is not something we can guess, the only thing we can do now is to attack the Sea Kings. Support half a day to live. Everyone, listen to me, take turns attacking and defending the camp. The method that the great skeleton demon used just now has the effect of healing. We try our best to exchange injuries to kill these Sea Kings, although I also really want to kill the great skeleton demon. Thousands of swords have been slashed, but he has a sentence, and he is right, this is the Great Waterway, and there is no mercy in the New World. Whoa! 20 or 30 nautical miles away, an air-hissing sound suddenly sounded, and a door of light was torn open immediately. Soon, Long Yu stepped out of it, and at the moment when the soul flames flowed in his eyes, he saw a domineering look and rolled back like a frenzy. It should be around here. Found it. Long Yu muttered to himself, then suddenly turned to look further afield. As soon as his eyes fell, a fiery pillar of fire, with an awe-inspiring posture, rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. The black lead clouds accumulated in the sky, under this blow, rolled back directly, and a big hole was pierced abruptly. Who witnessed this scene, did not stop for a moment, his figure swayed, his magic power surged, and a portal was torn open again, and he jumped to the space-time of the island ahead. Boom! The soaring flames shattered the backlogged lead clouds, and finally, collapsed in the sky in all directions. On the scorched earth with a radius of 10,000 meters, two panting figures stood opposite each other, their clothes more or less blackened and charred. However, in the face of this situation, the spirit of the two of them was obviously brought to the extreme, and the chi machine was locked on the other's body, and there was no relaxation at all. Fire Fist Ace, if you plan to challenge Dad, you should pass me first. Whole body is dark blue, and the eyebrows are like a murloc, and he is the first to speak. The boy opposite to him was a supernova from the East China Sea, the captain of the Spade Pirates, and Fire Fist Ace with a reward of 400 million. Jinping, although you are Chihuahua, we Captain Ace, but the first person in supernova, you can't stop it. The crew of the Spade Pirates, who stood in the distance and cheered, shouted one after another. Looking at it for a moment, it became a lively scene. Ace, who was full of pockmarks, took off the hat on his head, smiled proudly, and said, Jinping, I didn't expect that I would meet you here. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man, then I will remove his head and let the world know that I, Fire Fist Ace, are the strongest existence. Also, my subordinates are the best in 100. You might as well join my subordinates and join me in the quest for Whitebeard. The small voice, as if infused with a magic voice, echoed in the four directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Chapter 379, What monster is this? Jinping's expression sank when he heard the words. Ace, Dad's benevolence and righteousness is not something you can understand, his solicitation is only for the strong, so I hope you can think about it again, otherwise don't blame me for taking action. Defeat you, and bring it back to the father. Voice fell, and the atmosphere in the field was inexplicably depressed. Since the negotiation is not right, there is only one result that follows. However, before they could react, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the sky. I said, you are not tired of talking, and I am tired of watching. If you don't fight, then I will. The faces of the people present changed suddenly, they did not wait for them to raise their heads. Shrouded in black cloak and covered in white bones descended from the sky. On the merchant ship transporting the gold from the sky, Long Yu saw signs of fire in the distance from a distance. Why I temporarily gave up the experiment and ran to join in the fun. But, I didn't expect that it was really guessed by him. This is the 5-day honeymoon battle between Fire Fist Ace and Jinping in the original book. Who are you, dare to hinder our head of the duel? Come on, shoot this troublemaker for me. A member of Spades who seemed to be not low level, looked at Long Yu who appeared 7 or 8 meters away from them, and shouted first. Backhanded, he took out the musket, and pulled the trigger suddenly. However, this scene fell into Jinping's eyes, but made his pupils shrink suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, Stop, he is not something you can mess with. Bang bang bang, the gunshots rang out suddenly. Dozens of fiery bullets fell on Long Yu's body like pear blossoms in a torrential rain. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu was completely unknown. The huge scepter in his hand was reinserted on the ground. Dang! The crisp chiming of the bell sounded suddenly. A huge blue magic circle bloomed around Long Yu's body. The next moment, before everyone could react, an indescribable aura descended from the sky. Super Magic Sky Fall. Boom! A violent beam of light swoops down from the sky like a comet. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. Senses, I hurriedly looked up at the sky, it was already too late. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. The blue beam of light, with the dragon feather as the center, shrouded the huge deserted island. The rocks collapsed, the sand and dust rolled back, and the impact of the airwaves directly set off a wave of more than 10 meters, sweeping away around. Instant, this piece of sea seemed to have entered the end of the world. What is the origin of this lunatic, and how did he make a sneak attack? In the blast wave, a flame channel was torn out instantly. Soon I saw Ace and Jinpei coming out. As a natural fruit ability, as long as it is not a special attack method, it will not suffer too much damage. However, before Ace could recover, an icy voice suddenly sounded in the rubble of the explosion. Have you misunderstood? I'm just clearing the field. With the posture of a bone king, Long Yu walked out slowly in the blast wave. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, in those deep-sunk eyes, the flickering soul flame became more and more intense, and said, if you don't pull some hatred, how can you use all your strength? Crazy. A thought flashed across Ace and Jinpei's mind. Clear the field with your ultimate. Wound those minions to inflame their hatred. This undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. He thought that those subordinates just couldn't react at all and were swallowed up by the attack. Aston roared in anger. Okay, very good, I'll let you see how scary I am when I get serious. However, before he could make a move, Jinbei had already stopped him first, and said with a sullen face, don't underestimate the enemy. If I remember correctly, he should have been promoted to the Chinda prison to escape a few days ago, and was named by the Navy headquarters as a prison escape. Mastermind, there is a reward of 350 million 3 skeleton monsters. 350 million 3 inches. Ace was stunned at first, then a trace of disdain flashed on his face, and he shouted angrily. It's only 350 million 3, and you dare to go wild in front of me. Today I will take your head off. Voice fell, Ace moved first. Without any bells and whistles, he punched Long Yu in the air. Fire fist. Boom. The low roar of the air suddenly sounded. The fiery flame exploded on the fist, it turned into a frenzy of training and rolled towards Long Yu. Bang. The fiery fire fist, like a cannonball, rolled towards Long Yu head-on. Instant, he was submerged in it. The explosion caused by the air wave made the flames go straight into the sky. Who witnessed this scene, flashed a murderous intent in his pupils, and in a flash, he rushed into the explosion circle first. Ace, be careful and deceitful, it shouldn't be easy for him to become the mastermind of jailbreak. Jinping's expression changed involuntarily, and he hurriedly reminded. In his eyes, Ace's strength is good, but the only thing lacking is that he is young and vigorous, and lacks in judging the gap between the enemy and us. Otherwise, he wouldn't do anything stupid to challenge Whitebeard. HMPH, a guy who was lucky enough to escape from the prison CA and even escape the Navy. What ability can he have, and my reward is 50 million higher than his. Ace didn't look back, snorted disdainfully, and appeared in front of the flame column. However, before he could react, the flames soaring to the sky showed a stagnation, those flames created by his fruit ability. More, at this moment, the link with him was disconnected. The sudden scene made Ace look stunned. The next moment, the first to catch the eye, a pair of flaming eyes lit up in the sea of fire. A huge sword several meters in size condensed from flames slashed towards Esri. The unexpected scene made Ace startled at first. Before I could think about it, I hurriedly raised my hands to block. Bang! Huge power, cathartic like a frenzy. The flaming giant sword could not inflict fatal injuries on Ace, but the distance it contained instantly overturned him and smashed him heavily on the rock formations dozens of meters away. Ace! Jinbei rushed up quickly. As soon as he approached, he saw Ace turning over from the ruins, his face was ashen, and he hurriedly looked at Long Yu. However, when he entered the scene, his pupils could not help but shrink. What kind of monster is this? 7 or 8 meters high, the root element of fire stands in front of Long Yu. Originally, Long Yu, who was in the sea of fire, stood behind him unscathed. Of the white bone skeleton clenched the scepter a little and said, "This is some of my little tricks. You can think of it as someone who has the ability to burn fruit just like you. However, before I defeat you, I want to ask a question. Has my reputation spread far and wide in this sea?" Chapter 380, A Better Way. The one who burns fruit like me. Ace's expression was stagnant, and then his face showed a hint of madness, and the endless flames spewed from his body. Like a cannonball, it shot towards Long Yu again. Tens of meters, but in the blink of an eye. As soon as he appeared in front of the element of the root of fire, Ace suddenly pressed his hands in the air. Mirror flame. Boom! The violent fire column detonated instantly in the hand. At a close distance, it directly penetrated the body of the root element of fire. Yu Wei shot down 100 meters away unabated. Boom! The rock formation collapsed in response to the sound, and the huge impact force caused the hot air waves to roll back. However, looking at the fire element that was penetrated in the chest, after a little squirming, it healed again. The height of 7 or 8 meters, under the infusion of flames, was forced to rise again, reaching a posture of 12 or 3 meters, making Ace's expression suddenly white. In his eyes, the monster in front of him not only possesses elemental undead means, but can also absorb his flames and enhance his own strength. If it weren't for the difference in appearance, I'm afraid it's really like what Long Yu said. The fire element in front of you will be another Ace. Hee, I said, you can't win it. Long Yu laughed dryly, and in his deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul jumped down and landed on Jinping's body, saying, Trouble, you answer my question just now, and I will use this to judge whether to kill you or not. Killing us. Ace was stunned for a moment, then roared frantically, It's just arrogant. I may not be able to kill it, but as long as the attack is strong enough that the monster can't protect you, then it can only be certain death. Diane quits Yan Emperor. Ace suddenly raised his right hand, and endless flames quickly emerged in his right hand. Jinping's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, Ace, hurry up and distance. There are rumors that the guy's speed is as fast as lightning, and he sank the yellow monkey with one punch, and was almost buried in the sea. Lightning fast. Ace couldn't help but stunned, and there was a slight stagnation in the movements in his hands. However, before he could react, the indifferent voice that fell in his ear shook his nerves. It's a rumor again, but I'm really faster than lightning. The sound of crackling electric current reverberated, and the next moment Long Yu's skeleton took a big step, and under the endless thunder, he directly entered the Thunder Chakra mode. Coupled with the Navy's 6-style shave that I learned not long ago, the speed is completely indescribable in words. With the sound of breaking the air, Ace just felt a flower in front of him. A huge figure that stabilized his head was now in front of him. The dark and domineering armament color has already covered his hands, coupled with the crackling thunderlight, the hands that stick out are as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Ace's face was squeezed. I'm sorry, the difference is not. The reward can be measured. For example, you don't even understand the domineering of armed colors. Indifferent voice, without the slightest emotional color. Ace just felt his face tighten, and the next moment, his whole body slammed down on the ground like a heavy hammer. Flowing cherry black storm heavy flow. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded suddenly. The endless thunder light, mixed with the black and black-armed color domineering, was like a 9-day thunder, smashing on the rock formations and the earth. The huge impact was pouring out like a frenzy. The rock formations and the earth collapsed with a bang, and the wind wave that rolled backwards overturned the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters. The billowing sand and dust rolled back and the debris flew horizontally. When Jinping's complexion changed drastically, he couldn't help but quickly took a few steps back. After the sand and dust had subsided a little, Jinpei's hands and fingers suddenly tightened, and his armed arrogance quickly flowed down before rushing to the attack center. However, just after walking half a step, a hurricane centered on the battlefield suddenly rolled up, revealing a large circular pit with a depth of 12 or 3 meters. Immediately, he saw Ace, whose life and death were unknown, and Long Yu, who was standing by the side unscathed. Seeing the victory and defeat in one blow, Jinbei's expression suddenly changed. Just now he fought with Ace, just holding back the idea of blocking and delaying time. After all, Whitebeard personally issued the surrender order, and Jinpei didn't plan to use his armed arrogance to confront Ace head-on. But I never thought that the big skeleton demon in front of him would directly defeat Ace, who is known as the first person in Supernova. A dead silence on the huge ruins. Armed with domineering Jinping, his pupils shrank slightly. He asked anxiously, "Why are you attacking us? Are you planning to catch Brother Ace and make a deal with the world government?" In Jinbei's eyes, it is not uncommon for this kind of thing to deliberately attack other pirates in order to trade with the world government. Among them, similar things happened in their Chihuahua. Trade with him. Long Yu glanced at Ace, who was lying on the ground and passed out in a coma, and said, "You guessed wrong. I'm just going to spread my fame and make this sea, because of me, turbulent. Originally, I did want to kill him, but now I think of a better way." Better way. Jinbei was stunned at first, and then said in a hurry, "As long as you don't kill him, anything can be discussed. And, in order to express sincerity, I will answer the question you asked me just now. I was on the way here, in a tavern, and accidentally got your information and a reward order. According to the time at sea, the major forces should get your information soon. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Hu was a little anxious. The soul flame in Long Yu's eyes flickered, and he also fell into a brief pondering. He did not doubt that Jinping, who had always claimed to be chivalrous, would tell lies. Only in this way can I prove that when I escaped from the big underwater prison and caused such a big mess, why the shock point only increased by a few hundred points. Moreover, with Jinbei's nervous attitude, he may already know Ace's true identity. At the same time, I am afraid that Whitebeard has given more orders, and he must get Ace's order. This made Long Yu dismiss the idea of killing Ace to increase his prestige. Just ask, a dead man doesn't care how beautiful in his life, once he dies, his reputation will gradually be forgotten with the passage of time. Do you want me to let him go? Long Yu suddenly raised his head and looked at Jinping. Facing this unexpected question, Jinbei nodded subconsciously. Before he could react, a phone bug flew towards him. "Take me some pictures and prove that I beat him." Long Yu spoke lightly. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 381 to 400. Chapter 381, Unlock the Kaleidoscope Shaker. As he spoke, he stepped out with his big skeleton foot and stepped directly on Ace's head. In Long Yu's eyes, Ace would definitely join the Whitebeard pirates and become the captain of the 2nd Division. Once the reputation rises, the deeds of whoever defeated him will be on his head for the rest of his life. At that time, Ace will be Long Yu's mobile promotion broadcast. Looking at the serious skeleton demon with a serious face, not joking at all, Jinping's cheeks twitched slightly, and he looked at Ace's eyes with a hint of pity. However, compared to watching Ace being killed and taking a few pictures, Jinbei still chose the latter. Accompanied by the phone bug, a click sounded, and the picture was directly recorded in the phone bug. "Well, the filming is very good. This person will pay you back first." Long Yu took the phone bug, and immediately picked up his right foot, directly kicking the unconscious Ace towards Jinbei. Looking at the dignified supernova, he was kicked flying like garbage, and Jinping's cheeks twitched, but he's still daring to take the person next. After double checking, I found that Ace just passed out, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting 1000 points and 1 world turmoil point. The host's current balance is 200 points, and it reaches the threshold of random unblocking. Is it immediately? Operate. The ethereal voice of the system resounded in Long Yu's mind, causing the soul flame in his eyes to throb. Just now he defeated Fire Fist Ace by chance. However, this incident has not yet spread, and it should not cause turmoil in the world. The sudden 1000.1 world unrest now has something to do with what Jinbei just said. I just don't know. The big guy flipped over Long Yu's brand and read his resume, which made the world view shake. Hand, if it is not a pivotal existence, it will not let Long Yu get 100 turbulence points in an instant. Release the restriction at random immediately. Long Yu didn't think much, and quickly gave the order. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, the deduction of 200 points of turbulence was successful, the system is being unlocked, the limit of the dimension to the host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the kaleidoscope writing wheel I. The current turbulence value is 400 turbulence value until the next unlock. Kaleidoscope writing wheel I. Long Yu couldn't help but startled. Unlocking this system is also too embarrassing. It's obvious that he can reach the eternal state in one step, but he has to miss a foot and hang on the mountainside. However, the pupil power contained in the eternal kaleidoscope is indeed far beyond the comparison of the kaleidoscope. Now that the kaleidoscope writing wheel can be unlocked, Long Yu's next actions will increase his confidence, which is also very good. Mosamosi, I'm Marco, I'm Marco. The voice of the phone bug suddenly sounded. Long Yu exiting in the consciousness space, and saw Jinping glance at himself hesitantly, and finally connected the phone. Brother Marco, I'm Shippen, what's the matter? Jinbei was the first to speak. However, I don't know if it was because of the existence of Long Yu that he didn't tell what happened just now. Brother Jinbei, didn't my father ask you to block Fire Fist Ace? Is there any result? We are very close to the position of your life card reaction, so we will go to support now. Marco's voice came from inside the phone bug. Although Jinbei is expensive as the Shichibukai, with his own prestige and means, he obviously cannot bless the Fishman Island, which is a transit point for pirates to the new world of the Great Waterway. This drives Jinbei, and the Whitebeard pirates who protect Fishman Island. Got closer. Jinbei showed a hint of hesitation, and finally said, Ace's matter has been settled, you can come over now. Ace has been defeated. Marco snorted in surprise and said, it seems that, Brother Jinping, you usually don't show your landscapes, but you have many tricks to hide. Even this tricky thing can be solved. Wait a second, we'll rush over now, about half an hour. Abandoning these words, Jinping didn't even have the thought of greeting. He hung up the phone, looked at Long Yu, and said, you heard that, the Whitebeard pirates will arrive soon. I advise you to leave quickly. If Ace is recruited into the Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid what happened just now will not stop, and will definitely find a way back. At that time, all I can do is help you. Said a few good words from the side. A dead silence on the huge ruins. Jin stared straight at Uchiha Ryu. In his eyes, facing the head of the four emperors, the strongest man at sea, Whitebeard, as long as he is not a fool, he will definitely flee. No, I want to meet Whitebeard, and I want to see if this boy who lights the candle will really trouble me. Long Yu played with the cane in his hand, and immediately said with a smile. Crazy. Jinbei was stunned for a moment, and said anxiously, are you crazy? That is Whitebeard, even the Navy headquarters, and even the world government is afraid of existence. Once Brother Ace, really want to investigate what happened just now, I'm afraid others will favor him. Even if I look at the relationship, I can't help you to ask for mercy. So what? Long Yu smiled genially. Don't worry, if people don't offend me, I won't offend others. If anyone offends me, so what if it's a Whitebeard? Jinping's kindness, I understand it. If you're going to repay your love, why don't you show me Murloc Jiu-Jitsu and Murloc Karate? Jinbei suddenly became angry. However, looking at Long Yu who didn't take things to heart at all, he stopped talking. In the end, he sighed heavily and said, forget it, let me demonstrate to you, Murloc Jiu-Jitsu and Murloc Karate. Just now you let go of Brother Ace's kindness, then it will be written off. Wait a minute. No matter what. With Whitebeard, I won't say a word to you. If something happens, our benevolence and righteousness will be cut off. Understood. Don't mother-in-law and mother, hurry up and punch me. Long Yu gave Jinping a white look and urged. It can be said that the best part of Jinping is chivalry, and the worst part is chivalry. If it is not chivalrous, it has become a stumbling block. Lose Shichibukai's position in the original book because of Ace. It will not become one of the 7 seas, nor will it be able to bless Fishman Island. Jinpei suddenly stopped talking, and finally looked at Long Yu's insistent appearance. He could only sigh faintly, carrying Ace who was in a coma, and walked to the beach. Listen, no matter what is Murloc Karate, or Murloc Jiu-Jitsu, we collectively call it Murloco, which are the accumulation of our Murlocs and mermen for thousands of years. After putting Ace aside, Jinbei turned his face and explained. For a long time, many of you humans have peeked at the fish body technique, even the Navy headquarters and even the world government are no exception. However, due to the difference in body structure between humans and Murlocs, practicing Murloc Karate requires a super strong physical foundation. Practicing Murloc Jiu-Jitsu also requires amazing flexibility, and Murlocs are born with the ability to handle seawater. The ability to control it can be done. Chapter 382, Fish Body Art. Having said that, Jinping looked at Long Yu and said, "So, after talking so much, what I want to tell you is that humans are not incapable of learning fish body art, but the difficulty is very high, and the success rate is 1 in a million. 0%, that means that among a million people, there may be only one person, and this person will learn slower than Murlocs. If you are really interested in Teishu, I advise you to find a navy and learn the 6 forms." The voice of Cheng's words echoed in the mouth of the sea, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Seeing his mother possessed, with a heart-warming expression, Long Yu reluctantly patted him on the shoulder and said, all right, just take a look at me as if I'm curious or interested, and play with me. Just take a look at the set and explain the key points to me at the same time. As for the preaching, I will talk about it after I finish it. Jinping suddenly became angry, and after spending so much time, looking at Long Yu who was still going his own way, Rao is the best-tempered, and Buddha is also angry. But in the face of chivalry, even though Jinbei was very upset, he still puffed up his cheeks and assumed the posture of fishman karate. His muscles were tense and heaving like a rock. His eyes were suddenly sharp, like a falcon. Jinbei moved suddenly. Murloc Karate 5000 Wa Zhengchen. Bang! With a punch, the powerful air-squeezing force exploded instantly like a frenzy. It turned into a stylish airwave and smashed into the reef dozens of meters away. With the sound of a low explosion, the 7 to 8 meter high reef shattered. Looking at this scene, Long Yu was also amazed. He quickly released the Bone King's transformation, intending to steal the fish body technique with the help of the instant full-level system. Tangsawa Zhengchen. Gun, wave, blow the water. Murloc Karate secret martial arts. A series of tricks were displayed by Jinpei. The reef at the estuary was obviously the target and was seeded. Along with the sound of explosions, they were instantly smashed into pieces. Look, this is the last resort. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu Super Current. Jinbei roared, and the body that was originally tough as a rock became soft like a snake in an instant. Both hands grabbed onto the sea water, as if they were clasping an entity. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, it suddenly swung out. Boom! Hundreds of meters of sea surface was affected in an instant, and endless huge vortex tornadoes rushed straight to the largest reef in the distance. The shocking impact, the rock like a hill cracked and shattered. That was waiting to be splashed fell like rain. Jinbei, who continued to perform the fish body art without interruption, also became out of breath and stopped. You have also seen that this is the fish body technique. I don't care if you see it clearly or not. According to the agreement, I will explain a few things to you next. Eased his breath a little, then turned to look at Long Yu. However, when he entered the scene, his pupils contracted suddenly, revealing a hint of surprise. You are the great skeleton demon. In the reward orders given by the Navy, they always like to deteriorate, especially Long Yu, who is like the mastermind of prison escape. The face of the Bone King is used as the main reward image, but the real appearance is a bit blurry. After all, in their records of advancing the city, as soon as Long Yu came out on the 5th floor, he destroyed the phone bug. When escaping from prison, he still used the posture of the Bone King. So there is no clear picture along the way. Over time, Many people's preconceived idea is that the skeleton demon can plan this kind of prison escape event that is more powerful than the golden lion, then he is definitely an old monster-like existence. What's the matter? Is my face dirty? Long Yu touched his cheek. Just had a meal. Demonstration. It has taken 15 minutes, and there is not much time until the arrival of Whitebeard. He has to hurry up and learn the fish body art before that, otherwise, if he can't talk about it and fight, he will run without worrying about it. No, nothing, I just didn't expect that the mastermind who planned the escape, looks younger than Brother Ace, and is indeed a monster. Jinbei came back to his senses and quickly explained. Looking at that face, younger than Ace, obviously subverted Jinbei's cognition. However, Jinbei quickly noticed his gaffe, and after a dry cough, he quickly changed the subject. There's not much time until Brother Marco arrives. I'll finish the deal with you first and explain the fish body technique to you. For this proposal, Long Yu did not reject it, and if he could have more means to protect himself, then he would be able to protect himself a little more. Moreover, in this boundless sea, it is obviously more advantageous to have fish body art. Explanation, Long Yu's brows furrowed, combining these tips with the fish body technique he had just seen. It can be said that Long Yu, who has stayed in the two worlds, is no longer an ignorant teenager. At the moment when Jinpei explained, various moves had already appeared in his mind, which matched them. Waiting to react, a series of ethereal system prompts have already sounded in my mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning Murloc Karate, may I ask if it will be done right away? Instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning Tangsao Tile Zhengchen, whether it is immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on learning. The series of system prompts sounded like a symphony in Long Yu's mind. About how many tricks in mathematics, Long Yu gave a direct order with a thought. All at once. Instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Fishman Karate has been successfully completed in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, Tangsao Wa Zhengchen has been successfully completed in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. A series of prompts sounded again, but this time, it was obviously mixed with a large amount of information flow, which made Long Yu feel dizzy. At the same time, it was more than 10 nautical miles away from the deserted island. A huge pirate ship is rapidly approaching on the wind and waves. If people see it, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind will definitely take a breath of air. This is the head of the so-called Four Emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, actually appeared in the first half of the Great Waterway. Dad, it seems that we are going to the deserted island where Jinbei is very soon. Do you think Ace will join us? Marco glanced at the life card fragment in his hand that reacted more and more violently, and couldn't help but turn around and asked. Marco, you are questioning Dad's confidence. Be careful, we will tie you up and throw you into the sea. Combing the nose of the plane, Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division in a sailor suit, took the lead in teasing. Sachi is right. Marco underestimated his father's reputation. How could a newcomer not give in? Chapter 383, There is a Stranger. Don't forget, Daddy is the strongest existence in the sea, and that kid was blindfolded by Lard before he dared to challenge Daddy. The scene suddenly became boiling. It can be said that in their eyes, in this sea, as long as they are not fools, they will never make crazy moves to challenge the 4 emperors. Okay, each one of you, do you still have the right to speak? I heard that a few days ago, the Advanced City Prison was destroyed, and even the inmates of the 6th floor Infinite Prison escaped. Marco rolled his eyes at them and changed the subject. After Whitebeard took a sip of wine, he said, I have heard about this too. However, I'm bound to win Ace, even if I tie him to the boat, it's still a must. Dad is right, he is not willing to tie him to the boat directly. If he dares to tell him, we will definitely educate him about how to be a human being. Of course, this education requires fists. The mustache on the corner of Beasta's mouth shook and said sarcastically. These words fell. It immediately caused everyone to agree. Marco gave them a helpless look, and said, "Okay, don't make a fool of yourself, that kid is considered outstanding among the newcomers. When you are the same age, who will have a reward of 400 million, this is still in the first half of the Great Waterway. Of 400 million was offered in the New World, and it might not be too brilliant. But if the age and the time spent at sea are counted, it is enough to show how good a newcomer is. By the way, have you noticed recently, among those who escaped from prison, there seems to be an unnamed person, who seems to be called the Great Skeleton Demon. I have never heard of it in the sea." Joe suddenly looked at Whitebeard and said, "Dad, is that someone from your era? It's not easy to be able to preside over such a prison break event, and be defined as the mastermind of prison break by the Navy headquarters and even the world government. I heard that now his reward is 350 million 3 inches. These words fell. Everyone's eyes locked on Whitebeard's body. After all, many people are interested in a guy of unknown origin who suddenly appears as a stranger. Skull Demon. Whitebeard frowned, and after taking a sip of sake, he shook his head and said, "No, there is no such person in my memory." "No." Beasta was the first to say, "Since Dad said no, I think it must be the Navy headquarters, or the world government, worried that the advanced city will be destroyed, causing a large number of fugitives to escape, and deliberately pushed a person out to be a scapegoat. If I'm not wrong, this kind of guy will soon be caught by the world government. At that time, he will publicize his great achievements, and even the mastermind of the escape will be caught, and a conspiracy will be disintegrated." When these words fell, many people in the field nodded in agreement. They have dealt a lot with the Navy, what tricks and means, but they are very clear. "Okay, don't discuss it here either," Whitebeard said. "Anyway, my goal this time is just that child of Ace. Marco, go and see how long it will take." Facing the son of his former rival, the thought of being able to let him call him Daddy was extremely sour. "Dad, I'm going to see it now. Jinping is here, a newcomer has arrived." Marco dropped those words and turned to look in the direction of the bow. The first to enter. However, it is an island with a gradually clear outline. Looking at the deserted estuary, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Dad, I saw Jinping, and Ace was in a coma. It seems that Jinping is more ruthless than expected. However, there is a young man next to Jinbei, and his age seems to be almost the same as Ace. It seems that there is no such person in the intelligence. There is a stranger." Joes raised his brows and said, "Could it be a new recruit from the Spade Pirates, or someone from Shiping?" "Yoja, you've been drinking too much. How could there be human beings on Jinping's ship? I think this young man should be admiring his father's prestige and planning to take the opportunity to worship him." Beasta is right. This should be a newcomer who admires his father, but we, the Whitebeard Pirates, are not random people and can join them casually. The captain of the 6th Division, Brahmank, carried a huge gavel and said with a big laugh. Seeing the lively scene all of a sudden, Whitebeard giggled a few times before saying, "Okay, don't be ashamed in front of Jinping, prepare to tie Ace to the boat for me." "Dad, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task." The captains all shouted in unison in response. As the huge Moby Dick approached, the waves that were set off also shot directly to the shore. Was still thinking about the fish body technique, was also forced to return to his senses. "Dad is here, and then you can ask for more happiness." Jinbei looked back at Long Yu, and immediately picked up Ace. He could open his mouth. The huge bridge was on the Moby Dick and went to the desert island. Who came first were Marco and Vista. "Brother Jinbei, you have worked hard for you this time, and leave Ace to me. Dad also wants to meet you." Marco spoke first. However, his eyes fell on Long Yu's body intentionally or unintentionally, and his brows could not help frowning. In his memory, this young man seemed to have a vague impression. It's just that no matter how he investigates, there is no way he can come up with a solution. "Okay, Don't make Dad wait for a long time. Dad spent a lot of thought in order to get Isla on board. Vista took Ace, and couldn't help but turn around and go back to take credit. Seeing this scene, Jinping couldn't help but startled, and said anxiously, "Brother Marco, wait a moment, I have someone here." Spoke, Jinbei turned his head and looked behind him. However, Jinbei's pupils shrunk suddenly when he entered his eyes. No, it should be said that even Marco and Vista are no exception. A moment ago, they also saw a young man standing here, but just now, the young man disappeared like smoke out of thin air. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone could disappear under their eyes in an instant. "Who are you, who dare to break into our Whitebeard pirates?" A hasty shout came from the deck of the ship. Marco, Vista, and Shippen changed dramatically. Before I could think about it, I hurried to the deck. Soon as he stepped on the deck, he saw that the boy who had disappeared out of thin air actually appeared on the deck, facing the Whitebeard far away. Chapter 384, Skeleton Demon. "Boy, if you don't speak, then don't blame me, you, welcome." Who was wearing a green noble costume, held a saber and rushed out in an instant. As the captain of the 12th Division, his strength and speed are also not bad. A dodging under the body, spanning more than 10 meters, appeared first behind Long Yu. Looking at Long Yu, as if he didn't know it at all, Harda's face showed a trace of grimness, and the speed of the big knife in his hand increased by a few points. "Be careful, step back quickly." S voice suddenly sounded. Mention Harda, even the captains around him looked slightly stagnant. However, before they could pursue it, a crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Dang! The sharp blade instantly slashed on Long Yu's shoulder. However, it was as pitch black as ink, and it was still entwined with Lu Ying's domineering arrogance, causing the pupils of everyone present to shrink suddenly. This is high-level armed domineering. Marco's expression couldn't help changing, and the next moment, he saw Long Yu turn his head indifferently and look at Harda. "Are you annoying me?" The small voice, at this moment, made people's hearts tremble. Harda's face sank, his arms quickly covered with domineering, and spread to the blade. However, just as the armed color domineering finished covering, a hand like a dragon's claw buckled on the blade like lightning. The next moment, without any fancy, suddenly clenched tightly. Sakura Thunder Dragon Breath. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The violent current exploded like a frenzy, directly engulfing Harda in it. The blade that shattered in response, even more fragments flew, and were inserted obliquely on the deck. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. As soon as Marco's muscles tensed, the green undead flames surged and rushed towards the lightning quickly. However, as soon as it got close, a black shadow was thrown out directly. What caught the eye was Harda, who was completely paralyzed. Marco's pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't care too much, and stopped Harda directly. Advantage of this chance to breathe, the thunder light shrouded on the deck also collapsed, revealing the figure of Long Yu. However, in the face of the captain who was staring at all around and surging at any time, Long Yu seemed to be completely ignorant. His eyes turned in vain, he met Whitebeard's gaze, and smiled genially. "Whitebeard, this is how you treat guests." A guest came from afar. "Don't you intend to give me a glass of water and wine?" Drinking. Harda turned over on Marco's body, and with the help of the recovery ability of the undead flame, the numbness in his body was obviously dissipated. As soon as he stood firm, he reached out to the hand not far away. Counting to capture the big sword, go to Long Yu to get back the scene. After all, as the Whitebeard pirates, captain of the 12th Division, in front of everyone's eyes, suffered a big loss with the first move. For him, it was just a shame. However, as soon as Harda took the first step, he was stopped by Jinpei detectives. "Don't be impulsive, this kid is not an ordinary person. Brother Ace was almost killed because he underestimated him." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, even Marco was no exception. "Jinpei, what did you say just now that Ace was not defeated by you?" Vista asked eagerly. In his eyes, Long Yu seems to be younger than Ace. But Ace is the first supernova in the same period, and has a reward of 400 million. This is not something ordinary people can compare. However, now Jinbei told him that the new king, who was famous in the Great Waterway, was defeated by the obscure junior. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Feeling the suspicious gazes from all around, Jinping's face became more bitter. He sighed helplessly, and said, "That kid is the mastermind behind the plan to advance the escape from the Chandal prison, the great skeleton demon." "He's the skeleton demon." The expressions of the people present changed drastically. Just like Jinpei, in their eyes, a pirate who can make more noise than a golden lion should be an old bone of his age. At least, be like them, 40 or 50 years old. However, the results given now have subverted their cognition. "You can't believe it." Jinbei gave a wry smile and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Not long ago, I got information that he sank Kizaru into the sea with one move, and his overall strength is probably stronger than Brother Ace." Stronger than Ace, the pupils of many people present shrank slightly. In their eyes, Ace is already the new king. Reward of 400 million and many achievements, it is enough to show that his strength is not simple. However, Jinbei now told him that this little-known boy had better overall strength than Ace, and even defeated Ace. "This is too shocking. Hehe, it seems that you are really not used to my appearance. Judging people by appearances is rubbing shoulders with the god of death." Long Yu laughed dryly. As soon as the right hand was caught by Void, the space backpack was opened, and the scepter hidden inside was taken out. Everyone could react. He stomped on the deck, and the pitch-black magic power quickly rolled out from Long Yu's body. The piercing white bones, the scarlet soul flame eyes, and the terrifying costume, with the golden scepter in his hand, completely changed the temperament of the whole body. If it is said that Long Yu from the moment before was a stinky little brat, so the current Long Yu gives the impression that he is the mighty tyrant who dominates the world. From head to toe, it exudes the taste of spiritual coercion and magic associated with its own talent. The front and back are like two people's postures, which makes many people's pupils shrink slightly. Feeling the gazes from all around, Long Yu slammed the scepter tightly in his right hand towards the deck. Instant, a thick fog that was as black as ink surged out from behind. Then a huge skeleton chair appeared behind Long Yu. Facing the gazes of everyone, Long Yu sat down with a slap in the face. Crazy. The madness of riding a horse is beyond the limit. Looking at Zgu and sitting down, Long Yu, who is like no one else, is the only thought of all the captains. The arrogant, dare to go wild on the Moby Dick. Today I will take off your head and see what the so-called skeleton demon is. Vista was the first to roar angrily. As the captain of the 5th Division, in the Battle of the Top in the original book, but stopped the eagle eye in the water. One step, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. However, under Long Yu's high-level arrogance and domineering, it was obvious that he was locked on the body of Vista, who disappeared. In the deep-set eyes, the soul flame jumped, and he raised his head slightly to look at the sky. Chapter 385. I want to hit 10. Looking at Long Yu, who didn't care about himself at all, still sitting on the chair like a golden knife, Vista's face sank, his hands suddenly clenched the two knives, and roared in anger. Rose dance. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and rose petals flew out of Vista's cloak. Under the domineering infusion of armed color, like a flying knife in the sky, it turned into a tornado and shot at Long Yu's body. So fast, it's there in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of such a fancy blow, the captain present clearly knew that the greatest murderous intention contained in it was Vista, not these petals. Successful. Marco's voice suddenly sounded. There was a hint of joy on the faces of many captains present, who had just disappeared in the sky of petals. At some point, Detour appeared behind Long Yu's chair. The sharp blades clenched tightly in both hands, under the rapid coverage of the armed color domineering, slashed down towards Long Yuli. Boy, if you want to blame it, you are too arrogant. It's too big of a loophole to get a chair like this to pretend to be a force. Double slash. Again and again, Long Yu suddenly raised his head under the powerful double swords. The deeply sunk soul flame eyes circled quickly like a vortex. The next moment, before everyone could react, 9 jade hooks appeared, and there was even more blood spilling out of the white bone's eye sockets, which looked extremely terrifying. However, before they could react, a huge pupil force rolled back like a hurricane. Bang! The dull collision sound suddenly spread. Under the scarlet blood-like airwave, a clearly visible rib appeared behind Long Yu. A larger skeleton figure, quickly constructed, turned into a mature Susanoo. That bone-like posture, and Long Yu's current identity as a big skeleton demon, is even more suitable. This is the animal system, the phantom beast, and the human fruit skeleton form. Marco's expression changed involuntarily. It can't blame him for being preconceived like everyone else. After all, in the Warring States period in the naval headquarters, in the form of a Buddha with the ability to display devil fruit, it is not much different from Long Yu. Whitebeard, is this how you treat guests? Long Yu's voice also became indifferent because of the character of the Bone King. Vista, who was behind him, didn't even look at him, and said, if you plan to use these captains to send me off, then I'm afraid I can only tell you. I'm going to hit 10 tens. A captain who played 10 people was stunned. In the New World, these captains don't have illustrious names. When have they been despised like this? At present, the origin of this is unknown, and when it appears, it does not only bring a chair. He opened his mouth, he had to hit them with 10 tens, which would make them feel cheap. Okay, very good, we just underestimated you just now. You dare to be so contemptuous, then I will see what you can do now. Star was the first to get angry. However, this time, before he could react, he had been. The Whitebeard of the melon-eating crowd suddenly spoke up. Okay, let's all retire. This kid is right, he is also a guest when he walks through the door. Prepare him a glass of wine. I would also like to see this person who is known as the mastermind of prison escape and has caused headaches for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. What exists? Daddy! Vistaharta exclaimed in unison. They just lost it in public. People, and now suddenly let them stop. This is not even a chance to find a place. Okay, let's all retreat. He is too arrogant to make a fuss about the Moby Dick, and he underestimates us, but to be able to make such a move in front of my father, such a boldness seems like a skeleton. Demons are not just empty names. Marco stopped the two of them, looked at Long Yu and said. As the captain of the first team, it not only means that his own strength has reached the level of the Emperor's deputy. More than that, he is similar to Ben Beckman, acting as a think tank in the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing the conflict that was suddenly suppressed, Jinbei couldn't help but stunned. Think about it. I hurried forward, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Long Yu. At the beginning, he was still, guessing why Long Yu wanted to see Whitebeard, and now it seems that it is not only beyond his cognition. It really does keep him alive. Thank you, Jinbei. Long Yu took the big bowl of wine, raised his head and poured it down, his deep-set eyes and soul flames soared, and he met Whitebeard's gaze and said, okay, the farce is over, then let's get down to business. Talk about business. Vista couldn't hold back, and took the lead in saying, you guy, what qualifications do you have to talk about business with your father? Don't think that at the beginning, you will offer a reward of 350 million three, and then you think like a newcomer, you can talk to your father. Sit on an equal footing. I'm telling you now, people like you are usually not qualified to meet Dad. The voice of Cheng's words echoed on the huge deck. Who were full of resentment at the scene nodded in agreement. Right now, they can't take action to find the place, and they can only discuss Long Yu through facial expressions. Hee hee, it turns out that the captain of your Whitebeard Pirates is no different. If you have to use something like a bounty to perfunctory things, doesn't that mean that there is a fire fist like a dead dog that you value over there? See, can be more powerful than me. Long Yu laughed dryly without emotion. Please remember, don't be too superficial, or you may not even know how you died. Ubista suddenly gasped. Should not be said that the captain and even the crew members present were speechless. Looking at Ace, who fell unconscious, now he can't wait to get up and kick him fiercely. One offered a reward of 350 million, and the other offered a reward of 400 million, but the result was subverted. This is undoubtedly irrefutable. Okay, don't interrupt, I also want to know what he has to say when he boarded my boat so swayingly. Whitebeard waved his hand and looked at a group of sons, who were just a teenager, and felt a little embarrassed in his heart. However, his Whitebeard identity is here, if he wants to make a move now. That means that his group of sons are all mediocre. At the same time, it also proved that the big skeleton demon in front of him was looked at by him. Okay, let's see what you can say. If you dare to say nonsense, don't blame us for being rude and screwing your head off. Beasta gritted his teeth and said. For a time, hundreds of pairs of eyes on the boat fell on Long Yu's body. If it is said that eyes can kill people, it is enough to make Long Yu die tens of thousands of times now. However, in the face of these murderous gazes, Long Yu didn't seem to take it to heart. After putting down the wine bowl in his hand, he suddenly raised his head. This calmness, even looking at it, even his face looked anxious, as if there were still many ants crawling in his heart. Chapter 386, Can't Talk About It. Just as he was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, the words that fell in his ears made everyone's pupils shrink. Whitebeard, you will die soon. Long Yu spoke indifferently. The small voice, at this moment, is simply very soul-penetrating. The moment they landed on the field, one after another murderous intent exploded like a volcano. Brother Jinbei, you gave it to me, today I'm going to abolish this guy. A low roar sounded suddenly. A murloc figure in casual clothes crossed Jinping first and appeared directly in front of Long Yu. Anger appeared on his hideous face, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly. The arrogant, dare to curse the old man, I will let you see today, the murloc is powerful. Murloc Karate 7 kilowatt straight fist. Slamming air seemed to be broken by a punch, and there were even more ripples and shock waves surging along the way. However, in the face of this scene, Long Yu just chuckled, suddenly raised his head, the soul flame in his eyes skyrocketed, and said, your Murloc karate is pretty good, but compared to me, it's a world of difference. Indifferent words were hesitant, so that Jinping was startled for a moment, and then he saw Long Yu's big skeleton hand clenched suddenly. The violent scene made Jinbei's mind flash a very absurd thought. Merman karate 20,000 watts straight fist. Pooh-Bah punched out, and the air exploded as if it had been penetrated. That skeleton and white bone fist, with a swift stance like a thunderbolt, took the lead and appeared in front of the fist of the 8th Division Captain Nair. The next moment, when Nir's pupils contracted, they collided. The thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly, the violent air waves, like the moment when a hurricane rolled back, that Nir flew backwards like a cannonball. Was also the sound of broken bones, which made people suddenly feel a creepy feeling. The center of the collision between the two, the deck under their feet made a crisp cracking sound, and the thick deck had cobweb-like cracks spreading. Namuel. Marco, who turned into a dead bird, appeared first behind Namuel and stopped him. However, facing this violent scene, Jinping's expression was even more indescribable. Not long ago, Long Yu asked him to instruct fish body art. Now he is able to perform a 20,000 watt straight punch that is stronger than that of Namir. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jinbei would never have believed it. Hee, it seems that we still can't talk to each other. Long Yu laughed dryly, stood up on the chair as if nothing had happened, and looked at the white beard. However, if one day, when you think you will die, you can still come to me, and I will give you a surprise. Surprise. Beasta's face sank, and the team behind him, who had already been tense, burst into flames. Today, we will surprise you. Rose sword break. Six-wheeled artillery. Fire slash. Kill the hammer. Quote. Sounded like thunder, one after another. Seeing the crazy attack, the captains who had obviously moved their murderous intentions, Jinping's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "Boy, if you don't want to die, hurry down on your knees and admit your mistake, otherwise." The hurried words came out, but unfortunately at the moment when Jinbei turned around. One after another scarlet light quickly bloomed on Long Yu's body, and the next moment the whole person turned into a dazzling light, one step ahead, and went straight to the sky. Secondary magic forced teleportation. The slamming light in the sky dissipated like a dazzling firework in the void. Pursuit of many eyes, he disappeared without a trace. The violent scene made everyone in the field froze in shock. The Whitebeard frowned, and when he heard the domineering swept away like a frenzy, he couldn't help but said, "The boy has already escaped to 7 or 8, and is beyond the sea. It seems that we still underestimate him." "It's 7 or 8 in an instant. I'm afraid even Keizuka can't do it in the sea," Joss said in a low voice. "Are we going to chase?" After these words fell, everyone looked at Whitebeard. In the face of this big skeleton demon, they also began to wonder. "No need, let him go." Whitebeard shook his head in a deep voice and said, "I thought that I was advancing into the city, but just walked out of some old rivals to make this sea lively. I didn't expect a madman to appear. Let the Navy headquarters do some toss. The secrets of Ace still need time to grow up. It's not suitable to stay here. It's time to go back to the New World. Lieutenant General Bastiu, why don't we retreat? If we continue like this, our defense line will be broken by a steady stream of Sea Kings." A Navy soldier clenched the broadsword in his hand and said breathlessly. However, what worries them the most is the underfoot, which gradually becomes the gray magic circle. They can clearly feel that the healing effect of this magic circle will decrease as the number of treatments they heal increases. At the same time, the fury of the orcs within them has long since lost its effect. Because of the instant activation of potential, their own muscle fatigue has increased sharply. It can be said that if it weren't for the existence of this healing magic circle, they would have already been defeated in the endless stream of Sea Kings. Bang! A dull crashing sound resounded, and the huge shark that rushed towards him was cut in half by Bastiu. The hot blood splattered down his face, staining his clothes. The stench came straight into the nostrils, making Bastiu's face, who was already exhausted, even paler. Forced to cheer up, he glanced around, looking at his subordinates who were already starting to lose their strength. A bit of bitterness appeared on Bastiu's face. "If the people in the headquarters know about our fleet, they will kill them. With hundreds of Sea Kings, we can definitely be promoted to an elite fleet." However, in the absence of support, within a radius of several nautical miles, the blood of the Sea Kings is dyed red, and the pungent bloody smell will only attract more Sea Kings to come. We simply cannot to escape. The only thing I can do is to fight to the death. The small voice, at this moment, shook everyone's nerves like a heavy hammer. Roar! A low roar detonated without warning. The deafening sound waves made the Navy soldiers who had already reached the limit of physical fitness, and even Bastius' mental will cannot help but shake. Looked up hastily, and the moment he entered his eyes almost split. Yes, it is a Super Sea King. Bang! The huge body is tens of meters in length, and the moment it broke through the water, it caused a stench, and the open mouth was 7 or 8 meters in size. This mouthful, I am afraid it is enough to bite off the warship by the waist. However, in the face of this violent scene, Bastius and a group of Navy soldiers who were present were already approaching their limit. Chapter 387, Transporting the Corpse. In front of them made their only remaining fighting spirit disappear. Only thing that can be done is to watch it helplessly and bite down with a big mouth. Are you going to die? Absurd ideas sprouted in everyone's mind. However, a blood-colored light descended on the deck first. The gray-white skeleton, the soul flames that burst out from the deep-sunk eyes, at this moment, seems to give people a kind of delusional illusion. Facing the incoming Super Sea Kings, Long Yu just looked up slightly. I didn't expect that this kind of cute Sea Kings can be seen in this kind of place, just to be able to come in handy. A small voice suddenly sounded. Compared with the fierce attacks of the Super Sea Kings, Long Yu's indifference and calmness formed a huge gap. Before everyone could react, the incoming bloodbath fell with a bang. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder. The huge body, 7 or 8 meters away from Long Yu, seemed to hit an invisible wall. The next moment, before everyone could react, the scepter in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped on the ground. The third-order magic negative contact. Bang! The scepter stomped down towards the deck, and a scarlet magic circle bloomed under Long Yu's feet. The pitch-black magic exploded in Long Yu's body, and it rolled back like a frenzy. Roar! A shrill roar, like thunder. In the pupils of the Super Sea Kings, a trace of humanized panic flashed. Unfortunately, before he could react, the huge body seemed to be corroded. A body of flesh and blood instantly collapsed between heaven and earth. The huge gray-white bones of dozens of meters were smashed to the sea weakly under the watchful eyes of the public. The splashing sea water rolled back around like a huge wave. The Sea Kings, who had been rushing back and forth, witnessed this scene, and there was a bit of stagnation one after another. The next moment, he turned around and ran away without looking back. For a time, they were still fighting frantically, and the Sea Kings who regarded this ship as their prey were directly frightened. God, what did I see? Are these Sea Kings scared? Beside Bastius turned pale and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Let the atmosphere in the field suddenly become. I'm afraid this is the king of the Sea King in this sea area. Bastet has also changed, and hastily explained. However, in the face of the unsettled situation in front of him, Stu still tensed his nerves, clenched the shark-slashing sword in his hand, and stared straight at the unfathomable skeleton demon in front of him. Although, after experiencing many things, Bastius knew that he was not the opponent of this devil, but it seemed that only in this way could he have a sense of security. Hee, I didn't expect you to survive. Long Yu chuckled indifferently, holding the scepter in his hand, looked back and said, 7 people were seriously injured, all of them were slightly injured, and none died. Your record is better than I expected, and the harvest is also quite good. There is no need to do the next time for the time being. The next little sound, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Of the Navy soldiers who were lucky enough to survive, and even Bastius, turned pale. Devil, you devil, kill if you want, there's no need to torture us like this. Bastius growled angrily. Demon. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, I said, demons and skeletons are 2 different types, but I appreciate your courage. Seeing that you have completed the task well, I still need some manpower to control the ship, and the task is over. 3-level magic group cure. The scepter in Long Yu's hand once again stomped towards the deck. The blue misty magic circle bloomed, and those healing light rains fell turbulently. Like bathing in a hot spring made Bastiu and the others look stagnant, and the tiredness in their bodies, although they did not receive the first baptism of light and rain, disappeared quickly. But the wound and physical strength are obviously slowly recovering. Feeling the changes in his body, the adjutant standing behind Bastius couldn't help but looked up at the sky and muttered, no matter what. How many times have I seen this kind of weird method? It is like a miracle. If people in our navy have this ability, I am afraid they can turn the situation of various battles. Shut up. Bastiu backhanded, slapped the adjutant directly behind him in the face, and shouted sternly, you know, if this is known to the headquarters, what awaits you is not only punishment, but also fear. Even the traitors will be dealt with. I'm afraid we will also be implicated. Facing the robbery of gold in the sky, at such a sensitive time, this kind of admiration for the other party was raised. Undoubtedly, it has given some hostile people a breakthrough in the topic. For example, colluding with outsiders to lead to the robbing of gold in the sky and other sensitive topics. Listening to these words, the adjutant obviously knew that he had lost his temper, and nodded quickly in agreement. However, more eyes were cast on Long Yu, who was staring straight at the Sea King corpses all over the sea. "Well, you seem to be too busy. Pack up all these corpses for me. I'll be useful." Long Yu touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "You need these corpses." Bastiu was stunned for a moment, and said, "Do you want all of them? What are you doing on our ship? We have enough food storage, and some of the meat of these sea kings contain toxins." In Bastiu's eyes, these sea kings were headache-inducing attackers. At most, after death, it will only be reduced to rations. "You said they were food." Long Yu turned around and laughed loudly, and said, "The ants really can't understand the thoughts of the Supreme Ruler. I am the Supreme Being of the Great Tomb of Narisox. How could I have not ordered my subordinates?" "Man." Bastiu's expression froze, and he said, "You are planning to use these corpses to create your subordinates." Absurd thoughts sprouted in Bastius' mind, looking at the Sea King corpse floating on the sea. "This is something that is completely irrelevant. You can't figure out the means of the Supreme Being. All you have to do is obey the order." The scepter in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped towards the deck. The violent magic power exploded instantly in the body, sweeping the entire sea like a hurricane. The Navy soldier who was in it, his muscles suddenly tensed, and he couldn't help but shudder. Bastiu's face changed drastically. He hurriedly gritted his teeth and said, "Come on, as long as the body recovers, I'll come here, and transport all those corpses here." There is no diplomacy for the weak. Facing the crushing strength of Long Yu, the only thing Bastiu can do is to bite the bullet and execute it. Chapter 388, Has the Body Arrived? At the same time, like other Navy soldiers, they were eager to know how the skeleton demon in front of them could use these corpses to become their subordinates. Looking at the Navy soldiers who suddenly became busy, Long Yu did not continue to urge. The soul flame in his eyes dimmed a little, and he fell into contemplation. According to the current 40% fidelity, the means that Long Yu possesses have also been reduced. If you want to create undead that exist for a long time, you need a lot of fresh and strong corpses, and Neptune is undoubtedly the best choice. Among them, the Bone King's own top undead Archmage's talent. 4 high-level undead, 12 middle-level undead, and 20 low-level undead can be created in one day. As for the Cemetery of the Dead of Undead Magic, it can produce 500 skeleton soldiers of no level. Looking at the data in front of him, Long Yu frowned even more. Recalling the original Bone King's book, the mighty golden armored skeleton formation alone was enough to shock many people. At present, with Long Yu's strength and means, to reach this point, there is obviously still a big gap. However, it is enough to deal with the next plan. Has the body arrived? Long Yu regained his senses and followed the sea. It may be difficult to deal with living sea kings, but in the face of these corpses floating on the sea, these naval soldiers are equally efficient. After all, this is about their lives, and at the same time, they are eager to know why the skeleton demon in front of them said that these corpses were his subordinates. The nearby salvage has been completed, and there are still 2/10 of the body. In the farther sea, it will take some time. Bastius didn't want to obey Long Yu's orders. But now facing Long Yu's fierce power, he can only temporarily succumb. Yu didn't take Bastiu's thoughts to heart, he just raised his head slightly and looked at the corpses that had been piled up on the sea. The scepter in Long Yu's hand stomped again. Second level magic frozen earth. Bang! The endless cold air exploded in an instant like a frenzy, and quickly rolled back around. Wherever he passed, let alone the deck, the sea with a radius of 500 or 600 meters was instantly frozen. Before Bastiu waited for the Navy to react, Long Yu once again applied a flying magic to himself, quickly suspended in midair, and flew towards the corpse on the ice. The violent scene made Bastiu and the others couldn't help but give a cold shock, looking at the scene in front of them, showing surprise. He followed in a hurry. Looking at Long Yu's endless means, there was an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. I am eager to see how the corpse in front of me becomes a soldier. Let me think about where to start. Long Yu rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. The next moment, the soul flame in his eyes suddenly soared, and the scepter in his hand slammed toward the ice surface, and the indifferent voice sounded again. Then start with the weak. Third level undead magic tomb of the dead. When the sound of the magic circle is like a knock, and a purple-black magic circle is quickly constructed under Long Yu's feet. The inexplicable depressing aura contained in the magic, like an invisible big hand, clenched the heart of the Navy present. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, some people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, before they could react, an exclamation suddenly sounded. Those corpses are moving. The unpredictable voice made everyone in the field tense. Moving the corpses. It was time, but it was confirmed again and again that these sea kings were already dead. The sudden movement now undoubtedly caught their attention. When Chi Shushu's eyes fell on the piled-up corpses, the moment the pupils contracted, the eye sockets almost split. On the wriggling corpse, bones and skeleton hands protruded from the flesh and blood. Turning out, the thin and small skeletons, densely packed, with a large number, and when they move, the bones of the whole body are cracked, forming a shocking scene. I wonder who has seen it. Hundreds of skeletons that were uniform and formed a phalanx, marching in the steps of military exercises. Although, he was only holding a bone knife that came with him. However, these lineups and means are completely beyond their cognition. Oh my God, if our naval headquarters has this kind of means, I'm afraid we don't need soldiers to act as cannon fodder. Bastius couldn't help but spit out a sentence. As the voice fell, the adjutant's slap was called. The crisp slap suddenly resounded, making Bastius cover his cheeks involuntarily, stunned in place, and fell in his ear. He spoke, but seemed very familiar. Lieutenant General Bastius, this is a rebellious speech, but you can't say it. Feeling the burning sensation on the old face, if it wasn't for seeing the loyal adjutant on his face, Bastius almost couldn't help it, and pulled back his hand. Bastiu, as Vice Admiral, come and test the strength of these skeleton soldiers. Long Yu suddenly spoke up. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can win 100 battles. Although, this dense skeleton soldier looks very good. However, if it's just a show, Long Yu doesn't need to waste his magic power and thoughts on it. I'm coming. Bastius was startled. However, after seeing Long Yu's unquestionable nod, he suppressed his shock a little and looked at the skeleton soldiers holding the gray and white bone swords. There was also a feeling of eagerness to try in my heart. In Bastiu's eyes, it would not be a credit to the Navy headquarters if they were able to figure out the strength of these skeleton soldiers. What's the matter, don't you want to? Long Yu spoke again. Yes, I would like Bastius to react quickly. After raising the strength to recover a little, his hands suddenly clenched the shark-slashing sword tightly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, his feet suddenly exerted force and swept away towards the skeleton soldier. Shark slashing and 6 light flow slashing. Roar suddenly rose, and before Bastiu fell, the shark-slashing sword in his hand instantly slashed 6 slashes. When the awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air sounded, the vacuum slashes condensed in an instant, and with a rolling posture, they slashed towards the skeleton soldier. In the face of this blow that exerted most of their strength, these skeleton soldiers with only simple wills simply raised the bone knife in their hands to block. Slamming slam fell, and the huge impact, mixed with a fierce and unparalleled gesture, directly tore the 506,506 skeleton soldiers to shreds in an instant. Seeing the bones scattered all over the place as if they had fallen apart, the naval soldiers present couldn't help but froze in place. Bastiu also looked a little surprised, but a look of joy flashed on his face. Your Excellency Ains, I'm sorry, I didn't know, the soldiers you created are so weak. If you had told me earlier, they would even be my fault. The group of people under my command are not as good as useless. I will never make such a heavy hand. At the beginning, he was really serious about Long Yu's method of showing his hand and using corpses to create soldiers. Chapter 389, The Bone Legion. However, it has been personally verified that these skeleton soldiers, even with his slightly more serious tricks, have swept away dozens of people. For him, this is an opportunity for a subtle counterattack. At least, in front of this terrifying guy in front of him, he can pull back a city. However, this thought just flashed in Bastius's mind, and the words that fell in his ear made him stunned. Well, if your navy can't even compare to the most infamous cannon fodder under my command, your navy will have no value in surviving. Long Yu played with the scepter in his hand. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he suddenly stomped towards the ice layer. The bones that had fallen apart and fell to the ground were quickly reorganized under the scarlet rays of light, as if controlled by an invisible force. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Bastius couldn't help but take a half step back. Okay, then proceed to the next stage of the experiment. Long Yu's voice sounded again. Also, Bastius's face changed slightly. However, before he could investigate further, the scepter in Long Yu's hand stomped again towards the ice layer. The scarlet magic circle was instantly dyed black, and the dark mist like ink, at this moment, like turning into thousands of tentacles, frantically probing the pile of Sea King corpses. Touched, the magic circle was like a bloody mouth that quickly swallowed the corpse. In just a short moment, streaks of scarlet blood light appeared again. The huge magic circle was like a quagmire, with a lot of bubbles emerging. And, there were 22 Tier 3 skeleton warriors wearing white bone armor, huge, nearly 3 meters tall, holding weapons that exuded gray light and bone shields. Immediately after them emerged 12 level 6 undead knights riding on white bone skeleton horses and wearing bone armor. However, as the Sea King corpses piled up like a hill were swallowed up, even the last bit of the tail of the Super Sea King was pulled in by the black mist. 4 huge beams of light soared into the sky like a horse. In the backlogged sky was pierced in an instant. Soared into the sky in the magic circle, as if controlled by an invisible force, formed in the blink of an eye, with 4 heads and bodies 20 or 30 meters long, and the whole body was braving. The 7th Order Undead Bone Dragon roars and dragon roars in black mist. The sound exploded like thunder, and the rolling sound wave rolled back like a frenzy. The ice surface under my feet, at this moment, made a cracking sound as if it was unbearable. A pair of bone wings, the moment when they are suddenly fanned, the wind and waves rolled up, there is a kind of feeling, the feeling of a hurricane. Facing this unexpected scene, some Navy soldiers could not stand firm at all. Was directly overturned 7 or 8 meters, outside, on the deck, and was able to barely stop. However, in the face of the tingling sensation all over his body, the Navy soldiers, and even Bastius. At this moment, I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the black bone dragon flying high in the sky, and the undead knight riding a white bone skeleton horse in front of him. And those skeleton warriors who are wearing bone armor and are nearly 3 meters tall. This lineup and momentum, the inexplicable oppressive power that exudes, is like an invisible big hand clenching people's hearts. If we say that the skeleton soldiers just a moment ago were just stragglers. So, the bones in front of them gave the impression that they were simply the unparalleled army of death. I said, Bastius, how do you think the current army is compared to your naval headquarters? Long Yu said indifferently. The small voice, but at this moment, has the ability to penetrate the soul, and it simply shakes everyone's nerves. Especially at the moment when the voice fell, the scarlet eyes of the 4 huge bone dragons in the sky cast a feeling of trembling. At this moment, a very ridiculous idea flashed in their minds. These legions of the dead, they can't beat the puff tong. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Bastius looked back at the adjutant who knelt down without hesitation. That crazy move spread like a chain reaction at this moment. Before Bastius could react, a chorus of shouts resounded suddenly. Thank you, the supreme being of the great tomb of Narisik, for letting us see the supreme glory of the Death Legion. Our naval headquarters, the unrivaled elite regiments swooped in unison, resounding like thunder. Bastiu looked at the elite subordinate who fell to the ground in an instant, and his expression suddenly became dazed. What's the matter, Bastiu? Do you want to try it out? Is my subordinate's power going to be 100 or 50? Long Yu opened his mouth indifferently, his deep-set eyes, the throbbing soul flame, suddenly soared. Eyes turned in vain and fell on Bastius. This glance seemed ordinary, but in Bastius's eyes, it seemed to have the oppressive force of Mount Tai, which made his muscles tensed all of a sudden. When he thought about the comment that Heiko said just now, he couldn't wait to slap his mouth. However, when he thought that he was a dignified lieutenant general, in front of this group of men, Bastius still bit his head and said, "Lord Ains, please forgive my reckless words just now. However, as a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, the cloak of justice on my back does not allow me to kneel. If you want to take off the head on my neck, you can take it." The slightly elusive words, mixed with awe-inspiring taste, made the expressions of the Navy soldiers in the field change slightly. All eyes fell on Long Yu. It can be said that Bastiu's behavior now is undoubtedly hitting the muzzle of the gun. Ha, great courage. Long Yu opened his mouth with a dry smile. He stepped down, he disappeared in place like a ghost with the help of a shaver. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Bastius. The violent scene made Bastiu's expression change drastically, even his breathing stopped suddenly, and his muscles tense instantly. A big hand with white bones has been gently tapped on his shoulder. The next part of the journey requires you to be your guide. As long as you reach the destination, your behavior will satisfy me. It's not an extravagant hope to leave alive. Keep working hard. Long Yu said with a warm smile. However, the skeleton-like posture, which fell in their eyes, made people feel a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. When the voices died down, the footsteps moved away. And the army of death in the field merged into the magic circle like a black fog. Chapter 390, New World. Bastius was like a drowning man, unable to fall on the ice, gasping for breath. "Lieutenant General Bastius, are you all right?" The adjutant couldn't help but asked. However, as soon as these words fell, he was stunned and shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm fine? Why don't you pull me up quickly? My feet are shaking like a tangle." The hysterical roar echoed on the ice for a long time and there was no way to do it. It was just the Navy soldiers in the field, but there was no way to laugh. When he thought of the formation of the Death Army just now, the adjutant couldn't help but said, "Lieutenant General Basu, how powerful can your 4-bone dragons be?" These words fell, everyone's nerve strings were tickled. Feeling the gazes around him, Bastiu's face was solemn, and he said, "I don't know what means it has. But the pressure it gives me may be tricky." At the same time, in the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku stood with his hands behind his back, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the distant port, the faces of the several warships that were ready to go. His face sank involuntarily. "Isn't Bastius whereabouts yet? It's been a whole day." Carp's lazy voice sounded suddenly. "Don't forget to put some donuts in your mouth." Looking at such a leisurely Garp, Sengoku's face became darker each time, and he said, "Kapu, can't you have a snack?" Until now, we haven't mastered his exact information. He thought about it, he moved into the city, and Magellan reported it on the intelligence list. All of the above are listed as unknown, and the Warring States period seems to be a headache. "Che, you said that you were unknown, so can I know? But Akainu and Kyabu, aren't those two little devils back? They are all up-and-coming stars. Just let them check. What's the headache for you?" "It's hard to say. That guy stole the gold from the sky. He just planned to find a place to hide. Maybe he has managed to return to the New World now." New World. The Warring States look couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, he grabbed the phone bug on the table and said, "Cap, you are right. If that guy wants to return to Wano, he must first pass through the Red Earth continent. Don't forget, there is only one stupid way for pirates to go to the Red Earth continent here. Stupid way. Carp was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Warring states, you mean, that guy plans to go to the Chambord Islands to coat and return to the New World with the help of Fishman Island. However, there are too many illegal places in the Chambord Islands, and only half of the ports our navy is stationed in. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Because the Red Earth continent is like a sharp blade, it cuts off the Great Waterway. The Red Earth continent is the place occupied by the world government and even your country. Therefore, the only option for pirates is to cross the island and reach the New World through the seabed of 10,000 meters. In this process, the Chambord Islands became the most important springboard. Historically, the Navy headquarters, and even the prefecture, also thought about banning this place directly. However, the loss of the final route to the New World will soon spark a conflict between the two sides. In the face of the guerrilla warfare of pirates, not to mention the Navy, even the world government can't help but consume. And, some parts of the Chambord Islands became a no-holds-barred zone. As long as nothing too outrageous is done, the Navy will turn a blind eye. At present, the Navy headquarters defines Uchiha Ryuyu as a person from Wano Kingdom. That, returning to Wano, the Chambord Islands will be the only way to go. Come on, immediately. Inform Kizaru and Akainu to rush to the Chambord Islands as soon as possible, hoping to block him directly before he enters the deep sea, no matter what. Is to advance the city escape incident, or the plunder of gold in the sky, these things need someone to take responsibility. Warring States directly dialed the phone bug and gave the order in a deep voice. At the same time, it is similar to the Warring States conjecture. A ship carrying gold in the sky quickly approached the Chambord Islands. The pirates along the way, as well as some navies, took the initiative to retreat when they saw the Tianlong people flags fluttering in the wind. Just, when they watched this huge merchant ship detoured around the regular port and headed for the dark and deserted estuary. His expression suddenly became stiff. However, in the face of this kind of thing related to the Tianlong people, they just took one more look and then retracted their minds. They were given their first warning before setting foot on the Chambord. Don't attack Tianlong people. Ains Lord, where are you planning to go now? Bastiu, who was standing on the bow, wiped the hot sweat on his forehead nervously, and subconsciously clenched the phone bug hidden in his sleeve. During this time, he has been looking for opportunities to tip off the news. However, since the Death Legion was created, this merchant ship seems to be isolated from the world, and the signal of the phone bug is also cut off. Long Yu regained his senses in deep thought, and in his deep-set eyes, the flame of his soul jumped and said, "Don't worry, you have performed well during this time, I will not kill you. As for the phone bug that you tipped off, you don't need to use it anymore. I believe the Navy will arrive soon." These words fell, let alone Bastius, even the faces of the Navy soldiers suddenly changed drastically. We're very clear about Bastius's obscure actions. It just didn't occur to him that all this would be seen by Long Yu. The attitude of fearlessness shook their nerves even more. What are you going to do? Bastiu's expression became tense, and he asked urgently. It can be said that the unknown is the most tormenting mental skill, especially when looking at this unfathomable skeleton monster that has been miscalculated by the Navy headquarters. Just on the pair, the soul-flaming pupils in the eye sockets have a kind of spiritual oppression that can be seen through. Hee, don't be nervous, you can just follow me. As for the others, take a nap first. Long Yu laughed dryly. The next moment, the soul flame in the eyes suddenly rose, as if it was about to burn out. A huge wave of mental pressure, with a tyrannical attitude, swept the audience. Undead talent's spiritual shock. The Navy soldiers present at the scene just felt a roar in their minds, and before they could react, they rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth and lying on the deck. As an undead archmage, the Bone King's mental strength is so powerful that it can be compared to the normal level of domineering overlord. After looking at it for a while, he fell down. Even the adjutant beside him was no exception. Just as Bastius dispelled the discomfort in his mind, his face suddenly turned pale. "Lord Ains, what are you doing?" "What to do?" Long Yu put away the enormous mental power he had released, and looked back at Bastius. "Of course, it's for the sake of giving me Anzer's reputation and gaining time to set up a bureau." Chapter 391. What do you want to do? Next, you should also be familiar with the Chambord Islands, so you can be my guide. These words, Long Yu's gaze had already passed over Bastius' body and landed on the humble tavern on the coast. The soul flame in the eyes flickered slightly, and it was buckled on Bastius's body, disappearing on the deck like a ghost. When he appeared again, Bastius had already seen himself and appeared in front of the tavern. The door of the tavern was kicked open in response, and even the door panel was directly knocked into the air with a huge force. I saw a black shadow flying towards Long Yu like a cannonball. Seeing this sudden scene, Bastius was stunned at first, but in the end he gritted his teeth and stepped forward to block. A dull crashing sound echoed in the woods. Seeing the appearance of the unlucky ghost who flew out diagonally, Bastius's expression couldn't help but stagnate. "This is a bounty of 80 million, a pirate from the West Sea, Ols." He was directly knocked out by someone. Yu was not surprised by Bastius' shock. Area 13 of the Chambord Islands, a place of lawlessness. A person who can do such a thing in the Chambord Islands, which are chaotic and strife. In addition to Rayleigh's care, of course, there is also the reason for the existence of the owner's own strength. At least, according to Long Yu's calculations, Shachi was originally a pirate, and was hunted down by the naval hero Capman Hai 30 years ago. Moreover, at the moment when the supernova landed on the island, a large amount of intelligence information can be collected, which is enough to prove that she is not simple. If Long Yu had to come to a conclusion, this Shachi might have something to do with the legendary pirate group Locks. However, over the years, the reputation of all this has gradually faded. Shachi is only operating in the Chambord Islands to introduce coding, rip off, and sell information for a living. Of course, looking at her posture, the most important thing is to rip off. "Lord Ains, I'm afraid this tavern is not easy. What are you doing here? I may be able to help you arrange it." Basu couldn't help but clear the way. He didn't want to let Long Yu change his mind and kill him in the middle of the journey. What's more, as a navy, if you come to such a black shop, if you are ambushed. That was a doomed situation. "Lieutenant General Bastius, what I want to do, only she can do. You'd better go in with me and relax." Long Yu patted Bastius on the shoulder and walked in first. Facing the mysterious dragon feather on his face, Bastius couldn't help but sprouted a seed of curiosity in his heart. In his eyes, Long Yu acquiesced to his army headquarters to tip off the news. Knowing that the Chambord archipelago and the Navy headquarters are only separated by one sea area, they have to come here to stay. All kinds of actions let Bastius know what Long Yu was thinking or planning to do. When the rest of the wooden door was pushed open by Long Yu's huge body of white bones. "Welcome, Light." Who was wiping the glass, raised her head slightly, but her pupils shrank suddenly. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "You should have seen the end of that person just now. This is a tavern that specializes in ripping things off. You have to be mentally prepared. My asking price is very high." Who said such cruel words straight to the point at the beginning? Bastius's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Long Yu beside him. He wondered what would happen to this moody skeleton monster. What reaction? "Hee hee, Miss Shachi, you are still funny, but I like to talk to cheerful people." Long Yu sat down on the slightly small bar chair. Bone-like fingers tapped on the table and said, "Do you want 1 million or 10 million Baileys? I just came back from the robbery, and the ship carrying the gold from the sky is still outside. If you don't think it's hot, you can have it all." At this moment, the domineering Bastius only had this word in his heart. Regardless of Long Yu is talking nonsense, a mouth is gold in the sky. Who can do this kind of thing? Facing this remark, Shachi's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. However, he recovered quickly and said, "It seems that it is a distinguished guest, and the pirate is accompanied by a navy. This combination is also surprising. It seems that your plot is not small. However, seeing that you are also refreshing, let's drink something first." "No, I'm here just to find Rayleigh," Long Yu said indifferently. Lele Bastius was stunned at first. Obviously for a moment, he couldn't think of who the owner of this name was. However, these words fell in Shachi's ears, but her expression changed slightly. She looked at Long Yu with a little more vigilance, and said, "I don't know what Rayleigh is. If you are looking for this person, I'm sorry I can't help you. If nothing happens, I'll be closed." These words fell. Shachi clearly issued an order to evict the guests, which made Bastius stunned in place. After all, this attitude change, the gap between before and after is too big. "Hee, Miss Shachi, you don't have to reject me too quickly. Just read this letter of introduction first. I believe you will be happy to help me with this." Long Yu laughed dryly, took out the handwritten letter from Granny Za, and pushed it directly. When she saw the mark and name on it, Shachi couldn't help but froze for a moment, and said slightly unlucky, "It was introduced by the old woman, but can you show your true face?" For this person who was named by the Navy headquarters as the mastermind of the city's jailbreak, at the moment when the reward of 350 million was announced. Shachi also did not believe that her own intelligence system did not have any information on this number one person. To meet now makes Shachi aroused, urgent curiosity. The wife is young. Shachi suddenly couldn't help muttering something. Who finally returned to her original appearance under the shrouded black mist, giving the impression of a boy next door, obviously exceeded her expectations. "Are you satisfied?" Long Yu said with a warm smile. After removing the character template, Long Yu was not affected by the character of the Bone King, and returned to his usual character design. Shachi regained her senses, took a deep breath with a cigarette in her mouth, and said, "It's a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect the rumored skeleton demon to be so young. However, I'd like to know how long you've been in the city grand prison, and what did you do?" Faced with this question, even Bastius, who was standing behind Long Yu, suddenly became interested. Feeling the curious eyes of the two, Long Yu smiled and shook his head. "I don't even know myself. Can I change the question? For example, you want to find out my details and introduce me to a blind date." "Cut." Shachi rolled her eyes and said, "I already knew that you would answer this way, but, as a qualified intelligence businessman, I have also violated the iron rule that you can't casually investigate customers." Chapter 392, Island Number 1. As a sign of my apologies, I honestly tell you that I don't know where Rayleigh is. "You don't know." Bastius was anxious. He followed Long Yu's side in order to buy time for the Navy. However, if Long Yu can't find the person he is looking for now, it means that he may leave the Chambord Islands at any time. "I really don't know." Shachi spit out a cigarette, glanced at Bastius, and said, "That guy is always hiding from creditors. He was approached a few days ago. Now he should hide and avoid debts. However, little brother, you carry a navy with you. Are you not worried about him tipping off the news? It's half a step from the navy here, but it's very close." These words fell. Bastius's face changed drastically, and he gave Shachi a vicious look as a warning. However, he was quickly interrupted by Long Yu. "Be careful, this shop is not an existence that you can threaten. However, don't worry, I'm taking you just because I'm not famous enough." The inexplicable words that were not famous enough made Bastius and Shachi startled. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. This principle applies everywhere. Especially pirates, who would like to be stared at in this Chambord archipelago. In their eyes, if the navy is provoked over, they can't eat and walk around. By the way, since you don't know where Rayleigh is, do another thing for me. Long Yu took out a photo with his backhand and threw it to Shachi. Help me spread the news, preferably through the hands of big news Morgans. As for the cost, this information should be enough for you to knock on Morgan's mouth. Down Bailey. You said Morgans. Shachi Liame frowned and said, that guy, but he only does big news, and things that are too small, I'm afraid. Words were finished. When Shachi and Bastiu saw the scene in the photo, their pupils shrank suddenly. It can be said that at this moment, he almost split his eyes. This is the first super new person, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Bastiu's expression changed drastically, and he was the first to cry out in a hurry. As Vice Admiral, how many people want to catch this new pirate who is in the limelight? However, the only thing that makes people feel difficult is that the strength of this pirate newcomer is as high as his bounty. Moreover, in the Navy headquarters, there are even more rumors that the secret identity of this pirate newcomer is not simple. However, now this unruly rookie pirate king who claims to challenge Whitebeard has been trampled underfoot. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this is true. Boy, I didn't expect you to beat him. If Rayleigh knew, he didn't know what his expression would be. Shachi took a deep breath of her cigarette and looked at him in shock. However, I really want to know, why are you doing this? Is it important to you? Facing this tempting speech, he smiled warmly and nodded silently. Everything he is doing now is just to make the world more turbulent because of him, thus unlocking his own power. However, this kind of words obviously cannot be exported. Even if it is said, I am afraid no one will believe it. Well, it seems that in your mouth, there is no way to get some news. I will send this information to you. As compensation, the reward for the information sale will be mine. This should be able to become the front page of the news. I will also give you the title. If you think about it, I will call you the King of Newcomers. Shiki cancelled. Continuing the idea of testing, he took another puff of his cigarette. But Rayleigh's whereabouts, it's up to you. There is one more thing. I need to remind you that in the Chambord Islands, you can beat the Navy at will, but once you encounter the world's nobles, you must not conflict with them. When necessary, you should do so as soon as possible. Leave. The slightly erratic instructions echoed in the small tavern, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. However, in the face of these remarks, Long Yu just raised his hand at will, turned around and left first. I get it, I won't have a conflict with them. There will be no conflict. Looking at the back disappearing at the door, Shachi thought about it carefully, but her expression changed in vain after saying this. That kid just kept saying that he wanted to gain fame. Wouldn't he be crazy enough to do that kind of thing? It doesn't matter, my mother is busy enough today, and the money sold by this information, this store will be temporarily closed for a few days, and then forget it. Shachi guessed a little about Long Yu's thoughts. When she was young, when she was chased by the Sea of Capman, her appearance also changed dramatically. However, if that kind of thing really happens right now, the frequency of the Navy coming to search is definitely not small. Not to mention the pirates on the island, I am afraid that even the foreigners will be unlucky. So, under this premise, if you can't find someone to knock on this tavern, it's better to close the door rashly. Now Shachi can only pray that Rayleigh will not encounter this arrogant person. Just thinking of Rayleigh, where he might hide now, Shachi sighed helplessly, and hurried to close the door. Outside, Bastiu looked at Long Yu's back, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Recalling the day before, Long Yu left halfway, probably with Fire Fist Ace. Otherwise, if this was old news, it wouldn't have come out so late. Moreover, seeing that Long Yu was so obsessed with fame, it further confirmed Bastiu's guess. Hey, show me the way, I'm going to Island 1. Long Yu said lightly. He is generally clear about the division of the Chambord Islands, but if he really wants to say how to go, it will be difficult for Long Yu. Island 1, Your Excellency Ames, aren't you leaving? Bastiu woke up with a startled look on his face. Go. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, I haven't been found yet, so how could I leave, let alone do you want to see me leave? No no. Basu waved his hand quickly and said, Lord Ains, you misunderstood me, I have absolutely no other ideas, I will lead the way now. However, who exactly is Rayleigh whom Ains Lord is looking for? At the same time, just as Long Yu went to the number 1 island. In the estuary guarded by the Navy, 2 warships of the highest specification were ushered in. The dark barrels shone with a terrifying cold light. On the deck were even more orderly, like an elite division among the elite. Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, what is going on? An adjutant looked at the 2 warships in front of him and couldn't help but said, isn't this a warship specially equipped by the generals? How can 2 generals descend on the Chambord Islands at the same time? As an admiral of the Navy, he is known as the existence of the highest combat power. Usually, if there is no major incident, they are stationed in the naval headquarters, chatting and drinking tea. Chapter 393, Execute Tasks. There is only Aokiji, who doesn't like this kind of restrained and boring life, but runs to the sea to perform ice cycling. As the closest to the naval headquarters and the most important springboard for the pirates, the Chambord Islands have always been handed over to the mid-future of the Navy. As for the generals, they rarely set foot in this place at all. In their eyes, this kind of place where the pirates and the Navy have their own hands in the chaos, they are upset when they look at it. However, as soon as he appeared, he found that 2 generals were coming to visit. Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan, do you think some fugitives have escaped to the Chambord archipelago? I heard that the Chinda prison was occupied not long ago, and the 3 generals were dispatched in person. The lieutenant couldn't help but say. Huo Shaoshan's face changed slightly, he said with a cigar in his mouth, shut up, don't make random guesses here, if the army's heart is disturbed, I will ask for you. However, these 2 generals came at an untimely time. I received the highest notice not long ago. Top notice. The adjutant's expression changed drastically. As long as he had been stationed in the Chambord Islands, he would definitely know what the supreme notification was. Now all of a sudden, 2 major events collided, which gave Huo Shaoshan a headache. Forget it, forget it. Trace of displeasure flashed on Huo Shaoshan's face and said, the 2 warships are about to dock, let's figure out what happened first. Abandoning these words, Huo Shaoshan walked quickly to the port. As soon as they approached, the 2 warships had already erected the bridge, and the leader was a Kainu wearing a cigar and wearing a cloak of justice. There was also a wretched and abusive Kizaru, pouting and looking around. Yo, it seems that my old face is still useful. Isn't this Huo Shaoshan? Let you come and pick us up in person, but I'm sorry. As soon as Kizaru's eyes fell on Huo Shaoshan, he was the first to speak. Did the Warring States Marshal inform you? Warring States Marshal Huo Shaoshan couldn't help but startled, then shook his head blankly and said, 2 generals, the Warring States Marshal did not inform me of anything. We are gathering here to meet the Supreme Order. However, since the 2 generals came here in person, could it be that something really happened to the Chambord Islands? Having said this, all the following naval soldiers suddenly tensed their nerves. Of the naval soldiers stationed on the warship that Akainu and Kizaru were on had a blank expression on their faces. That old guy in the Warring States period is also really. Akainu spit out a cigarette and said, this is top secret. You don't know, it's not wrong. If that guy escapes, it will be a waste of our hard work. The highest order you received is to receive world nobles. For the nobles of the world, being a general dog and a Japanese ape are not unfamiliar. At the moment when they become generals, the first priority is where they are and what happens. I have to protect the nobles of the world for myself, but in the face of that group of pedantic guys, Akainu and Kyabu, obviously they don't intend to be pugs with their tails wagging their tails. Looking at it immediately. Putting his wings away from Akainu and Kyabu, Huo Shaoshan gave a wry smile. As lieutenant generals, they didn't have so many choices. Lieutenant General Huoshan, Lord Charles Marco, here they come. A Navy soldier hurried over. Charles Marco. Akainu frowned and said, it's a rumor, is it that pervert who likes slave fighting? Yes, that's the one. I heard that he was looting, and the devil fruit sent by the major allied countries, he sent it to the slaves to eat, in order to increase the fun of fighting. Huo Shaoshan said with a wry smile. Present. He felt that his luck was a little out of the way. A guy who makes someone a slave when he opens his mouth. This shows that the next guard is not easy. Hee, Huo Shaoshan, you don't have to look distressed. This Tianlong person has a special status. No one dares to shoot him anywhere. We have been generals for so many years, and we have never met a guy who doesn't have long eyes. Kazuna crooked his mouth and laughed playfully. Seeing the ridiculing Kizaru, Huo Shaoshan also felt helpless. However, what Kizaru said was indeed correct. As the world's noble Tianlong people, the fierce power accumulated over the past 800 years is not something that ordinary people can provoke. To a certain extent, even the four emperors did not want to touch the bad luck of the Tianlong people. Okay, Huang Yuan, don't talk nonsense, let's settle the matter explained by the warring states first. Akainu urged in a deep voice. However, with such a big movement, even if that guy really happened to be here, I'm afraid he would have already run away. Hee, if it's really like what you said, I think the warring states period will be directly pissed off. Huang Yuan pouted and said slyly, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat and walk around when we go back. Let's go then. After Akainu calmly dropped the words, he turned around and left with his unit. Huang Yuan also glanced at it one more time, and after the Tianlong people's ship, he walked quickly. For a time, the huge port fell into a brief silence. Okay, let's not investigate what happened. After seeing the two of them leave, Huo Shaoshan turned around and started shouting. As soon as the voice fell, a huge noble warship had resisted the port. 3 figures in specially made, light astronaut costumes, with goldfish bowls on their heads, were the first to catch everyone's eyes. Haha, I just saw the Admiral, is this the highest standard to welcome me? With a wretched face and a pouting goldfish mouth looked around excitedly. Immediately behind him, was a slightly older draconian, and a woman. Charles Maid and Charles Luna. 2 may not be as excited as Charles Marco, but there is an inexplicable urgency on their faces. I'm sorry for the 3 adults. The 2 generals are here to carry out a mission in the Chambord Islands this time. Huo Shaoshan hurried forward to explain. Execute the task. Charles Marco's face sank, and then he said unhappily, isn't it the highest mission for our Charles family to come to the Chambord Islands? This is nothing but contempt for our Charles family. Seeing this frantic Tianlong, the Navy soldiers present immediately. They looked at each other. Huo Shaoshan couldn't speak. After all, the brain circuits of Tianlong people were different from those of ordinary people. Hee, Ma Kei, don't be impulsive. Since the general is here, there is still a way for the king to get him to come over obediently and meet you. Charles Mudd smiled and patted Charles Marco on the shoulder. Don't forget, this time we are going back to buy some new pets. Now that the time is almost up, let's go first. These words fell, Charles Marco's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said anxiously, I heard that this time there are Murloc slaves, and there are many beautiful female slaves, this time I want all of them. Marco, have you forgotten your promise with me? The slave girl is for me. I'm tired of playing with the ones in my house. Those dog-like faces stick out their tongues like a dog when they see me. There's no more tame feeling. Chapter 394. The auction is about to begin. Charles Luna, who had never spoken, said contemptuously, these inferior people don't even have the slightest sense of shame. This time, I hope to find a few good slaves. Let's see if their bones are tough or my whip is tough. Looking at your words, and my words, I compare human beings to 3 celestial dragons like animals. The Navy soldiers present, and Huo Shaoshan's cheeks couldn't help twitching. If it wasn't because of their status, I'm afraid that in normal times, when they encounter such people, many of them can't hold back their breath, and they just kick them when they went up. However, due to the identity of Tianlong people, it is obvious that here, all the naval soldiers, and even Huo Shaoshan, can only bite the bullet and escort them with a smile. Right now, he can only pray that this tortured task can be completed as soon as possible. At the same time, the first island of the Chambord Islands also welcomed various people from the upper class. After receiving the auction list of the largest population auction house in the Chambord archipelago, they gathered here. Perhaps it was the habit of slaves brought by the Tianlong people that made these clinging nobles follow suit. In order to please the Tianlong people, some people specially searched for some special slaves and went to contribute. In the huge auction, the seats were already full, and the crowd was so crowded that people had to verify their property qualifications even to enter. I heard that the murloc in this auction is a combination of murlocs and giants. It is a very precious species. I must take it down and present it to those adults. An aristocratic man excitedly looked at the auction form in his hand, and spit fragrance with his pot-bellied companion. It's really vulgar. How can a murloc be comparable to a mermaid? If it were me, I would definitely take a photo of the mermaid. Unfortunately, it hasn't appeared for a long time. What the hell are those traffickers doing? Even this trivial matter can't be done properly. A gorgeous feather fan in the hands of a lady suddenly opened, interrupting. Hee, mermaids are hard to catch, but I heard that during this time, someone caught the angel of the Sky Island, and it is as good as a mermaid. The scene suddenly became lively. Facing the trend brought by the Tianlong people, this group of so-called nobles obviously used this to show one of their qualifications to be among the celebrities. Seeing the excitement, the nobleman who was talking about others, like a herd, Bastiu, who was sitting at the edge of the aisle, was stunned. What's the matter? Aren't you used to the aristocratic behavior? Long Yu raised his head with a dry smile and said, this is the so-called justice that your navy defends. The group of nobles behind that acted like robbers and spoke unscrupulously to control the life and death of others. If it weren't for their pursuit of slaves as a status symbol for clinging to the powerful, there would not be such a large-scale population auction. Sounding voices very clear in this noise. Bastiu's expression froze. He wanted to speak and then stopped, but he couldn't speak. Only thing that can be done is to bite the bullet and change the subject. Have you found the person you were looking for? For the thunder in Long Yu's mouth, Tiu couldn't think of it for a while, but every time he mentioned it, there was something, inexplicable familiarity. Not to mention that Long Yu had to find this Rayleigh, even Bastius was a little eager to know. It is the number one person who deserves such hard work by the skeleton demon, risking such a big risk to come and find it. Haha, it's been confirmed, that guy should be in the next. Among the auction items, his temperament has never changed. Looking at the auction items in the 8th order in his hand, Long Yu said with a dry smile. However, this also saves a lot of Long Yu's search effort for the next round. You're looking for a slave. Bastius was taken aback. In his eyes, the person that Long Yu spent so much time looking for should be some kind of special existence. Now risking the possibility of a naval hunt, coming here to find a slave would be too unexpected. Hee, can't you? People who can be auctioned off as slaves are not simple things. Long Yu laughed dryly and continued to browse the list in his hand. However, unlike the original book, there is no so-called rare mermaid auction item because of his random entry. As for the so-called Sky Islanders, the long-handed and long-legged clan, Long Yu did not dare to be interested. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points of world unrest. The current balance is 503 points, and 350 points are needed until the next random restriction is lifted. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Long Yu couldn't help raising his brows, looking a little surprised. However, I quickly remembered the matter of delivering Shachi. It seems that her work efficiency is faster than expected. Moreover, Fire Fist Ace, the Rookie King, brought him a bigger shock to the world than expected. This is also an unexpected gain. Okay, distinguished guests, it's almost time, and it's a big pity for those who missed this auction if they didn't arrive in time. A shout suddenly sounded on the stage, and it quickly attracted everyone's attention. Long Yu put down the product display card in his hand and looked at the auction table. If he remembered correctly, this man in a suit should be a disco who helped Shichibukai Doflamingo manage the human trafficking business. Feeling the gazes cast from all around, a trace of excitement appeared on Disco's face. The number of nobles who came to auction this time exceeded his expectations, which meant that in the next auction, there would be more price returns. These nobles are much more fooled than those shrewd businessmen and pirates. Thinking of this, Disco felt that he was getting closer and closer to the status of a core member of the Don Quixote family. That is an existence called a black market emperor, and the word clown is second only to the existence of the four emperors. With such a big backer, this population auction house will open up on the Chambord Islands unscrupulously, and the business will become bigger and bigger. Okay, everyone is about to start the auction now, but this time our auction method will change a little, and it is also to increase everyone's fun. Disco came back to his senses and tried his best to make his voice more infectious. The words fall, immediately. It caused a commotion among the nobles in the field. In the eyes of these idlers, the part of pleasing is the time when they feel the most happy physically and mentally. Feeling the urgent gaze from all around, Disco suddenly understood what he was saying, and played a key role. Okay, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's not talk nonsense and directly stock up. Disco screamed loudly. Chapter 395, Charles' Royal Family. Because there are more products this time, and at the same time to increase the fun, we will now start an auction of two groups. Send up items 1 to 8. Voice fell, and the guards who were already waiting in the background sent the slaves up one after another. 8 eights in one form, 2 pairs are 1 pair. The first pair is a fish giant and a beautiful black peony with dark human skin, and the second pair is the long-handed family and the long-legged family. The third pair is an air island girl with small wings and a hideous murloc. The fourth pair was a girl with long pink hair and short hot pants, and an old man with silver hair and a whitewashed cloak. Looking at these delivered goods, the nobles in the field suddenly became boiling. Look at how strong the pectoral muscles of the fish giant are. It's not bad to buy it back and watch it. Che, I don't believe an old woman like you have no crooked thoughts. I said, that angel-like innocent girl on the empty island, with such a pitiful appearance, I really wish I could be slapped with 2 whips and then slashed twice in the face, it feels very refreshing. The discussions that came out one after another pushed the atmosphere in the field to the extreme. The excitement in the eyes of Disco, who witnessed this scene, was even more intense. After hitting the gavel in his hand twice, he shouted in a hurry. Okay, everyone can see that these are high-quality goods. In order to allow everyone to participate in the fun of bidding, we will start with low prices. The rare combination of a murloc and a giant produces a powerful murloc and a girl with a special skin color. The reserve price is 500,000 Baileys. 500,000 Baileys. Bastiu couldn't help but startled, and said, can this person sell for such a high price? After all, the salary of their navy is not high, and in the original book, Zoro bought the blade in Rog Town. The 3 generations of ghosts are regarded as a cursed blade, but the ordinary blade is also 10,000 or 20,000 Bailey. Right now, the 2 slaves offered 500,000 Bailey as soon as they opened their mouths, which was enough to overturn Bastius's cognition. Hi. Long Yu shook his head with a playful smile, and said, now is the beginning. The inexplicable words made Bastius startled for a moment, and the next moment he shouted one after another, causing his expression to change drastically. 60,000 Baileys. 700,000 Baileys. 800,000 Baileys. 1,000,000 Baileys. The hurried bidding sound instantly made the price break through to 1 million. Looking at the usually ferocious fish giant on the stage, now he actually showed a look of horror, not to mention the dark-skinned girl beside him, who was already crying with rain. Instead, it was the pink-haired girl standing with Rayleigh, who looked unusually calm. 1 million first. 1 million first. Has anyone bid more than a million? Disco repeated it twice, clearly intending to keep raising the price. I gave 1.1 million 10 shells. In tattered clothes rushed in at the gate. Holding a large bag of wrinkled Barbary in his hand, looking at the dark-skinned girl, he shouted in a hurry, Disco, you promised that as long as I collected 1 million Baileys, you would redeem my fiancé for me. Why don't you believe it? The sudden appearance of a man broke the silence in the arena, and all the nobles showed expressions of contempt and disgust. Disco, who is this person, with such a stinky body? Is it possible that all cats and dogs can enter? This will lower our status as aristocrats, who will come in the future. Quote. HMPH, I originally planned to watch the play, but this kind of lowly person is not worthy of love, and the best way is to fight. A pot-bellied aristocrat laughed playfully. Immediately in front of everyone's eyes, he raised his hand and said, I'll give you 1.5 million Baileys. I'll pay 2 million. 2.5 million 5,050 Bailey. The rapidly rising price made Bastille suddenly dumbfounded. No, it should be said that at the same time, the man who came in a hurry and the dark-skinned girl on the stage were stunned. They never imagined that the only ray of hope they had left would be crushed so easily by the so-called nobles. No, Disco, you promised me that I would give you 1,200,000 Baileys, and you would give me back your fiancé. The man growled sullenly. However, in the face of all this, in addition to the laughter, there are also playful eyes. Hee, Disco, this isn't an episode you specially arranged, but I like the atmosphere very much. A thin-faced nobleman said playfully, so, I am willing to give 3 million Baileys. 3 million Baileys. Bastille's pupils shrank suddenly. His salary as a lieutenant general was only hundreds of thousands of Baileys a year. However, now, because of the words of the nobles, the value of a girl and a fish giant has been raised to 3 million Bailey. At this moment, Bastille finally understood what Long Yu's words just now meant. If these nobles hadn't pursued slaves, there would never have been such a huge value market. No, Disco, you promised me, I'll give you all the money, I just want my fiancé back. The tattered man exclaimed with a twisted expression. However, what responded to him was Disco's teasing face, and said with a smile, Ula, are you a fool to make a promise with a slave trader? How much is this worth? But I really thank you, give it to me such a high price. Come here, rob him of his money, and kick him out at the same time. Voice fell, the thugs guarding the two sides laughed playfully. Seeing this scene, Bastille's face changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Is there any justice in this? I must stop them. Voice came out of Bastille's mouth, but unfortunately, before he could do anything, the scene that first caught his eye caused his pupils to shrink suddenly. Bang! The gunshot sounded suddenly, and the hot bullet pierced through the man's right back in an instant. Scarlet blood splashed down, staggered under his feet, and fell directly to the ground. Immediately, the whole person quickly rolled down the stairs below, and finally hit the ground of the high platform heavily, making a heavy sound like thunder. The violent scene made Bastille's nerves tense all of a sudden, and at the moment when he was about to stand up, a cold and unpredictable voice like a mentally handicapped man came. Dad, look at how beautiful my shot is. I killed a lowly blocking dog. 3 figures came first at the gate. Looking at the tight attire like a space suit, and the hood like a goldfish bowl, as for the snot hanging from the nostrils, and the imbecile dancing, they were completely ignored by them. The next moment, in the silent scene, there was an overwhelming sound. It's the nobles of the world, the royal family of Charles, who actually visited the Chambord Islands. Chapter 396. Dare to grab something from our world nobles. Oh my God, we are able to coexist with the world's nobles at the same auction. This is simply a supreme honor. Back in the country, this is the capital of bragging. Lord Charles Marco, your marksmanship is really accurate, much better than those in the Navy, you are my idol. Quote. After another, flattering words rang out in the field. In the face of this overwhelming compliment, Charles Marco snorted forcefully, and then laughed lowly. Dad, did you hear? They all say my marksmanship is better than the Navy. When you go back later, you will prepare 100 slaves for me, and I will shoot them all. While talking about Charles Marco, he didn't forget, playing with the pistol and pointing around. Only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that they didn't shoot this time, otherwise the same fate awaits them. What's the matter, aren't you going to get justice? Go out now, I don't think justice comes too late, but the man isn't dead yet. Long Yu smiled playfully and looked at Bastius beside him. He is not a virgin, and he has long been used to seeing life and death, so it is not that death is not saved, but it is worth it or not. This. Basti blushed suddenly and looked at the 3 heavenly dragons standing at the door. There were also the Navy soldiers who came in, although watching this scene, they all looked at each other in dismay. However, in the face of the clear identity of the Tianlong people, he just did not dare to take a step forward. Ma's good, didn't you say you liked the auction? The goods are good this time, let's continue. Charles Mudd smiled smugly. As a world noble, he just likes the feeling of being able to go out and hug back. After all, in their eyes, ants need bragging capital, and their world nobles also need bragging topics. Yes, Dad, I'm going to buy a lot of slaves. Charles Marco's eyes lit up, snorted and looked at the high platform. Hurry up to auction, or I will kill you with one shot. I like this fish giant very much, I will give 3.5 million Baileys. While speaking, Charles Marco raised the gun in his hand, which made Disco's face change, and hurriedly shouted, 3.5 million Baileys, is there anyone who has a higher price than this? In the face of Disco's questioning, the huge scene fell silent. After all, as long as they are not fools, absolutely no one is willing to take food from the tiger's mouth. Seeing this scene, Disco quickly flattered and shouted, the first time at 3.5 million Baileys, the second time at 3.5 million Baileys, the third time at 3.5 million Baileys. Congratulations to Lord Charles Marco, for obtaining a rare fish giant and a rare maiden. Words fell, the 2 slaves were dragged down by the guards who were standing by. Charles Marco, who was watching this scene, immediately became excited and said, the girl with long arms and legs, and the girl with wings. I didn't expect that this time, there are so many rare slaves, I want all of them, 5 million Baileys. Mouth is the starting point of 1 million, and Tiu's expression turned ashen. All these random bidding, the sum totaled almost 10 million. He finally realized how crazy the nobles were for Long Yu's seat. 5 million for the first time, 5 million for the third time, if no one bids, immediately. Sold. Disco was ecstatic. Although Charles Marco disrupted his sales layout in one bite, it was 5 million in one bite. In his heart, how can he face such a generous guest? Don't be happy. Hey, why is there an old man, what is going on? Charles Marco watched the captured slave being taken down, and looked at the 2 who were only left on the high platform, with a curious expression on his face. Well, the pink long-haired slave looks very fresh. Sister, don't you want it? I'll take a picture for you now. Spoke, Charles Marco raised his hand and shouted. This old man looks too ugly. If he buys it, he won't be able to fight, nor will he be able to watch it, but he practice guns, it's not bad. I paid 3 million Baileys and bought them all. Charles Marco's shouts echoed in the huge auction house for a long time and could not be dissipated. The face of his status as a nobleman in the world, he has to start with $1 million price. For other people, the population auction house is completely reduced to his personal show. However, looking at the old man on the stage who was devalued and worthless, Bastiu subconsciously looked at Long Yu. Faced with a series of events beyond his expectations, Bastius obviously ignored the most important things. Of killing God and Skeleton came to look for someone. When he saw the faint smile on Long Yu's face, Bastiu's nerves tensed to the extreme. Before he could react, the big hand that was raised slowly and the words he spoke were like a shocking thunder, tearing the eardrums of everyone. I want these 2 slaves. The small voice suddenly sounded, and in this kind of show, it seemed extremely annoying. The moment everyone's nerve strings were plucked, all eyes locked on Uchiha Ryu. In their eyes, this man is simply insane. Dad, what is this person talking about? He dares to rob our world nobles and let me kill him with 1 shot. Charles Marco laughed playfully. Speaking, Charles Marco raised the musket in his hand and pointed at Long Yu with a dull technique. However, before he could pull the trigger, a hurried shout suddenly sounded. Fire the mountain, quickly stop this idiot, this person is a skeleton demon. Bastius growled in a hurry. He knew very well the identity and status of Tianlong people, but he recalled the conversation between Long Yu and Shachi in the tavern. Of being relentless at the moment made him think of an extremely absurd idea. This guy won't take a shot at the Tianlong people in order to become famous, and the messy thoughts flashed in Bastiu's mind. He didn't have time to think about it, he took the lead in shaving, and hurried to the Tianlong people. However, just as he moved, the familiar tone that fell in his ear made Bastiu's nerves tense to the extreme. It seems that your justice scale is also tilted, but you should not hinder my road to fame. The light voice of words suddenly became cold at this moment. Before Bastiu could look back, an unusually evil gloom rolled back like a frenzy. Undead talent spirit storm. The rumbling and violent mental pressure, like a frenzy, detonated in Long Yu's body, and immediately swept away like a hurricane. Wherever they passed, those so-called nobles, as well as the guards, did not respond, and their expressions suddenly fell into a sluggishness. The next moment, everyone was harvested like leeks, and fell to the ground in unison. Chapter 397. Dare to take action against Tianlong people. The violent scene made the 3 heavenly dragons unable to escape, especially the pistol in Charles Marco's hand that had not had time to pull, and even fell out of his hands. Only 7 or 8 remaining in the huge venue, and all the elite soldiers of the Navy barely kept their consciousness clear. At the same time, there are Huo Shaoshan who led the team, and Bastiu who flew out. As for the high platform, the guards had already fallen unconscious. Disco, the fish giant, and the last auctioned Hades Rayleigh, and the pink-haired girl were left. However, in the face of the violent scene, they obviously couldn't get back to their senses. Except for the shock on their faces, they almost split their eye sockets. It can be said that the status of the nobles of the Tianlong people in the world just now was clearly displayed here. Regardless of is nobles from all over the world, or a group of navies, and even lieutenant generals. They can do is to obey the orders of these draconians who claim to be their creators. However, now suddenly a young man appeared, turned into a hideous skeleton demon, and then the soul flame in his eyes rose. Sweep the audience directly and bring down these nobles like leeks. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that this scene was true? In this world, there were people who dared to attack Tianlong people. Haha, I haven't met such a bold young man in a long time. Is the overlord look domineering? But it doesn't feel right. A smile appeared on Rayleigh's face, and he took out a white grinded silver jug from his arms and poured it into his mouth. However, the only pity is that the last stock in this jug has obviously been exhausted. What is domineering? With long pink hair suddenly interrupted her way. Rayleigh followed the sound with interest and said, "You little girl, you really aren't an ordinary person. However, for the sake of your eagerness to learn, let me tell you something. This so-called tyrannical arrogance is actually 1 in a million people who have the appearance of an emperor, only have the means. As for you, it doesn't seem to give me that feeling." The pink-haired girl was stunned for a moment, and then she snorted with disdain on her face. "I'm not uncommon, this so-called emperor's posture, but if you dare to take action against the Tianlong people, I'll see how he ends." Speaking of this, the pink long-haired girl flashed a dignified look on her face. When Rayleigh heard the words, he touched the tip of his nose and said, "However, this kid seems to be coming at us, and I don't know what he's trying to do." And what's unexpected is that the skeleton demon who is rumored to be the mastermind behind the city's escape is actually so young. When these words fell, the pink long-haired girl was startled at first. The next moment, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, tensing her nerves. Bang! Rayleigh raised his brows, looking at the thing he took in response. It was a bottle of wine, and before Rayleigh could react, the words that fell in his ear made his expression stagnate. "Rayleigh, drink this wine first, and then we'll get together with you after we've decided." Rayleigh. Bastius landed on the side of Huo Shaoshan, and should come over. The Huo Shaoshan by his side had already moved first. There are flaws. As soon as Lu Ying's wave slashed the fire and burned the mountain, he directly cast a shave and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already behind Long Yu. Looking at the sword wrapped around the Sakura, when Bastia's face changed drastically, he hurriedly shouted, "Huo Shaoshan, hurry up and return. Come on, this guy is a monster." The monster Huo Shaoshan couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but looking at Long Yu who was so close at hand, it seemed that he hadn't reacted. Right now the arrow has to be fired, and the only thing that can be done is to do it. Thinking of this, Huo Shaoshan's face flashed a ruthless look. The muscles of his hands were tense to the extreme, and he slashed down towards Long Yuli. Merman Karate 20,000 watts straight fist. Cold words came out. Looking at the slashing head-on, Long Yu's deep-set eyes, the soul flame instantly soared. The big hands and 5 fingers of the bones were suddenly clenched, the dark-armed color covered the domineering, and the next moment, with a thunderous gesture, he punched in the face. Bang punched out, the air seemed to be penetrated, and the low sonic boom sounded like mad thunder. The surrounding space was filled with air ripples like ripples. Before Huo Shaoshan could react, they collided in an instant. Bang long fists and knives collided with each other with a gesture of resignation. The explosive power of 20,000 watts, like a raging dragon, poured out towards the Huo Shao mountain, clenching the hands of Tadao tightly. The tiger's mouth throbbed. And a shocking crack appeared in response to the sound. Before Huo Shaoshan could react, the sword in his hand cut him off. Which was covered with pitch-black ink and armed with domineering color, was directly printed on his chest like a cannonball. There were 3 low-pitched explosions in a row. That seemingly trivial scene, before and after is just a blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, Huo Shaoshan had already flew out like a cannonball. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out from the mouth, like a dazzling firework. Shocking. Fire Mountain. Beisu's face suddenly changed drastically, and he had no time to think about it, so he pulled away and rushed over quickly. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects hitting again, the burning mountain slammed into Bastiu's arms. Under the impact of huge force, the 2 people smashed directly on the pillar surrounded by several people behind them. What a domineering Murloc karate. Rayleigh raised his head and took a sip of the wine brought by Long Yu, and after relieving his gluttony, his cloudy eyes could not help but light up. No, there are still humans who will perform Murloc karate, and the degree of condensed and domineering armament. The degree of fit with the Murloc karate is simply perfect. If I hadn't seen his true colors, I'm afraid even I would have thought the big skeleton was a Murloc. In the face of Rayleigh's evaluation, the pink long-haired girl was also confused. In my eyes, I can only sum up what Rayleigh said in 2 words. Is very strong. After all, during the days of drifting at sea, she has seen the strength of the Vice Admiral with her own eyes. Moreover, Huo Shaoshan was stationed on the Chambord Islands during this period of time, but from time to time, she took action to suppress many pirates, and she was fortunate enough to witness it with her own eyes. Huo Shaoshan, are you all right? Bastius struggled and wriggled, his body pressed by the burning mountain. Fortunately, if I didn't use the weaponry and domineering to protect the vital points in time, I'm afraid even the sternum would be broken. Huo Shaoshan's face was a little flushed, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. that was scattered on the ground and cut off at the waist. It can be described as a lingering fear on his face. However, before he could finish his emotion, the shouts that fell in his ears made him bewildered. Chapter 398, Hades Rayleigh. If you don't die, don't get up quickly. The Tianlong people are attacked. This is a big thing. If we don't get it, we will all die. Bastius growled hurriedly. Thinking of it, this is an existence that even the generals need to be properly protected, and now they have been brought down directly by the two of them. Regardless of, for whatever reason, once it was passed back to the Navy headquarters, and even the world government, they couldn't eat and go. Complexion also changed drastically. Under Bastiu's urging, after calming down his blood, he hurriedly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a hurry, Bastiu, hurry up and bring as the 3 heavenly dragons left. I stopped him. However, I'm afraid I won't have much time to stop it. You should inform the 2 generals, Akainu and Kizaru, as soon as possible. They have just landed on the island. I thought they were carrying out some secret mission. 2 generals must be dispatched to make sure nothing is lost. Speaking of which, Huo Shaoshan looked at Long Yu with solemn eyes, the tingling pain in his chest, but he always kept him alert to the opponent in front of him. 2 great futures. Bastius was stunned at first, and then his face was full of surprise. He waited for so long, but he endured humiliation under Long Yu's command, in order to wait for the support of the 2 generals. Right now, the 2 generals are coming together. Does this mean that victory is in sight? Facing this information, Rayleigh's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Long Yu and said, Little brother, you are so quick, and these scumbags have taught me a lesson, and it really makes me feel very happy, but you don't seem to be very lucky. 2 generals appearing in the Chambord Islands at the same time. I'm afraid this is too much. It's better, for your sake, I'll block them for a while. You go first. These words fell. Bastius couldn't help but stunned, and then he shouted in a hurry, Old man Rayleigh, you have underestimated our Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters too much. Maybe we can't deal with the big skeleton demon, but it's not like you say it casually. If you can stop it, you. However, these words have not been finished yet. After Huo Shaoshan clearly saw the silver-haired old man on the high platform, he hurriedly said, You just called him Rayleigh. This is not Roger's second-in-command, Sir Basriali, the king of the underworld. He actually knew the great skeleton demon. The expressions of everyone present froze at once. For the Navy, the name of Roger One Piece is definitely not unfamiliar. Who helped him dominate the sea and become One Piece or even more familiar. However, they never imagined that they would collide at this juncture in such a place. A skeleton demon has already made them feel lucky enough. Now there is another Hades Rayleigh. This is the moment when the horse hits the muzzle of the gun. They finally understand that this bad old man is Rayleigh, otherwise they would not dare to speak to the Queen of Long Yu. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu smiled dryly. No, I appreciate your kindness. I've done so many things, so I prepared a big gift for them. Having said that, Long Yu looked at Bastiu and said, Hurry up and let Kizaru and the others come, otherwise time will be waiting for no one. The inexplicable scene left Bayu and the other navy stunned. Ordinary pirates run away with their tails between their tails, just like when they meet a general but a mouse meets a cat. I can't wait to put wings on it. However, now Long Yu told them. Feel free to call someone, I'm waiting here. It feels like stepping on a horse is a bit like smashing the field. What's the matter? Don't hurry up. If I change my mind, you can't eat and walk around. Long Yu's icy voice sounded again. At this moment, it feels like death is urging life. Hurry up and notify, I'm here to watch. The burning mountain roared loudly. This time, he was responsible for escorting the Tianlong people. However, he never imagined that this seemingly easy task would go wrong in his hands. If something goes wrong, let alone a Navy soldier under his command, I am afraid that even he will be held accountable. Thinking of this, Huo Shaoshan felt a little more urgent in his heart. Bastiu's face was also not good-looking, but when he thought that Akainu and Kyabu were on the Chambord Islands, he immediately said in a hurry, "Don't panic, the two generals are on the island, and it will only take a moment to get here. We must not be impulsive." Having said that, Bastius did not dare to speak any further. That the other people's impulsive actions would cause Long Yu an upset, and the situation would go out of control. "Hee, it seems that there is still some time, you all quit." Long Yu smiled dryly. "However, please rest assured, these three-day dragon people, I will not do anything to them for the time being. For me, this is still useful." Exit. Fire Mountain was stunned. This is related to their lives, and now that the Tianlong people have been attacked, they have already been implicated. If I leave again, I don't know how to explain it. Huo Shaoshan will do as he says, and with two generals there, it will be fine. Bastius stared straight at Long Yu, and finally said through gritted teeth. During the brief time together, he also found out a little about Long Yu's way of doing things. This is the master who fights with one word incongruous. Moreover, in Bastiu's eyes, with the presence of two generals, this matter must be resolved perfectly. Looking at Bastiu with a determined face, Huo Shaoshan's expression changed slightly, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart, but after seeing three more unconscious Tianlong people, he gritted his teeth and signaled the still-awake men to retreat. "Boy, what are you going to do?" Rayleigh took another sip of spirits into his mouth and said, "The general is not. The lieutenant general can be compared, you must be clear about this." As soon as Long Yu made a move, he directly brought down the Tianlongren. This domineering move really made Lele look right. However, if he had a fight here because he despised the general, this was not what he wanted to see. Hee, Rayleigh didn't underestimate the general, but you underestimated me. Long Yu laughed dryly, and reached out to take out the introduction channel retrieved from Shachi's hands. "This is the love letter that my mother-in-law asked me to give you. It was Gloria who asked you to come." Riley took the letter of introduction and couldn't help frowning. "On that day, she saved my life, and I didn't expect to use her favor on you." Having said that, Rayleigh looked at Long Yu and said, "Boy, you don't plan to use this personal debt to deal with the general for you." The old man said it in advance. "After so many years, I can't help tossing with my bones. At most, you can stop them for a while, so that you can escape." For Rayleigh, when he was young, he might be able to open 2 and 2. Chapter 399, Use the Favor. But now it's different. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man at sea, can't resist the ravages of time. Maybe Rayleigh didn't feel sick all over his body, but his strength has obviously gone downhill. Being able to say the words that stopped the two generals for a while is already very good. "No, I arranged for the two of them to be attracted for so long, not to make you stand out." Long Yu smiled dryly, then took out a bottle of fine wine from the golden merchant ship in the sky and threw it to Rayleigh. "I just intend to use this favor, and let you guide you how to use the domineering arrogance." The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a magic sound, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Looking at the very scary skeleton demon, Rayleigh and the girl with long pink hair, it was completely impossible to see that Long Yu was joking. "You said, not only did you deliberately attract the two generals, but also plan to use this favor to learn how to use domineering arrogance without asking me to take action." Riley couldn't hold his breath. In his eyes, Long Yu's strength, no matter how outstanding, is always a rookie. "I don't ask him to take action now, and I plan to attract the two generals. What is the difference between this and suicide? Don't you think so? Don't implicate us." Haired girl hurriedly said. Girl who was able to survive under the pressure of the spirit of the undead. Long Yu lifted the character template and couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Boney, you are my slave. If I have any mistakes, of course you will. Can't get away. However, I am very afraid of death, so you can rest assured of your safety." Boney. Riley frowned, looking a little surprised. "I thought Long Yu could recognize that he came prepared, but I didn't expect that Long Yu even knew this mysterious girl. You know me, who are you? Bonnie's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly asked. However, as soon as these words fell, he was stopped by Long Yu with a wave of his hand. Time is running out. If you want to have a romantic relationship with me, wait until I get things done. Now, there is still Mr. Laurelly, who can guide me to domineering and domineering. Bonnie suddenly became angry and said, "Don't be so narcissistic, I don't want to fall in love with you, ugly bone. Don't hurry, help me untie the slave ring around my neck, I'm starving to death." Looking at Bonnie, who was almost frizzy, Riley laughed dryly and said, "Boy, I don't know what your plans are, but since you have made a decision, then I will guide you to learn the domineering style, but in this kind of is it right at the moment. Of course it's suitable, but you girl, you can't even take off the collar, and you dare to come to such a place, be careful of being sold, and help people with money." Long Yu laughed dryly, and the moment his eyes fell on Bonnie. Right hand, like lightning, grabbed the slave collar around Bonnie's neck. Before Bonnie could react, she yanked the slave's collar abruptly with lightning speed. Bang! Collar was thrown directly in the air, and immediately exploded. Immediately following the same method, the collar on Rayleigh's neck was easily removed. Seeing this scene, Bonnie was obviously stunned in place. "What's the matter? You shoot when you don't pay attention to the collar, don't you?" Long Yu smiled and reached out and grabbed Bonnie's head. "Stop, dare to take advantage of the old lady." Bonnie awoke suddenly and hurriedly dodged. For the collar on her neck, she tried several methods, but she still couldn't take it off. Never thought that Long Yu would be able to pull off the collar so easily before the explosion. "Boy, your method is really good. You can cut off the explosion sensor of the collar through Lu Ying in an instant. It seems that you are very skilled in the use of armed arrogance." Rayleigh also seemed a little surprised and said, "However, the use of domineering and domineering, but it will be more difficult than this, are you really sure you want to do it here?" Auctioning his own business, he often did. It can be said that the auction house on the Chambord Islands has been there once. However, he also knew how much force it would take to loosen the collar. Looking at Rayleigh, who had repeatedly confirmed it, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Mr. Rayleigh, if you linger with Akainu, they will arrive. Don't worry, I won't be fooled afterwards." "All right then, I also want to see how you look shriveled. Don't listen to the explanation then, you." Reese still confused. Seeing Long Yu's insistence, Rayleigh didn't want to spend any more time and went straight to the topic. "I don't know where the mental shock you just cast came from, but this thing is very similar to the Overlord domineering. In the final analysis, the domineering arrogance of the Overlord is a special person, and the Emperor's will is born with it, which is different from the two-color domineering, but it can also act on the two-color domineering. Two souls, and the second soul is the tyrannical arrogance." While speaking, Rayleigh took a sip of wine and raised his right hand. Before Bonnie could react, the jet black armament color was domineering, quickly spreading away, throwing the entire arm away. "Cover it down. This is armed domineering, we call it junior." Rayleigh glanced at Bonnie, who was confused, and explained it deliberately. "The next mid-level armed color is domineering, the color will be darker, and it will be more indestructible. You can understand that the thickness of domineering is different. As for the domineering high-level weapons, it is to liquefy the sakura to form a power similar to internal strength, which can not only enhance the defense, but also enhance the attack power." Speaking of this, the domineering arrogance in Rayleigh's hands flowed like a liquid, and the breath that permeated it became even thicker, causing Bonnie's beautiful eyes to stare down, as if a new door had been opened. However, before Bonnie could react, the next moment, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly narrowed. That was exuding from the whole body changed in an instant. Before everyone could react, it turned into a sharp-edged blade. Another strange scarlet pattern spread quickly on the arm. Who was originally flowing like a tide, wriggled fast at this moment and turned into an entity directly in Rayleigh's hands. What caught the eye was a long mi shoe, the whole body was as black as ink, and the sharp blade exuded a chilling light. Sure enough, as I guessed, the Overlord's domineering can enhance the power of the two-color domineering. There is a kind of meaning, similar to fuel. Long Yu's eyes lit up involuntarily. In the original book, he knew Luffy's fourth gear, but he improved his own strength by quickly consuming the three-color domineering. At the same time, there was a Vice Admiral Kong Ming, who was able to materialize the domineering weaponry. Hee, I didn't expect that. You kid, you know quite a lot. Rayleigh laughed dryly and said, a person's domineering strength can be improved through exercise, but the domineering power of a tyrant is innate, and there are very few ways to exercise. If you want to materialize the armed color domineering alone, it requires high-intensity training and a long accumulation of time. Having said that, Rayleigh looked at Long Yu and said, your talent is good. I think in a month or two, you will be able to awaken the domineering look of the Overlord. To achieve the realization of the armed color, if you train under my hands, it should take 2 years. Time. However, you use the favor I owe just now. If you want to get my guidance, would you mind? Seeing Rayleigh raise the jug in his hand, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and said, just tell me the trick. I don't want to owe you the favor of this lousy old man. This wine and gambling is simply Rayleigh's joy in life. However, for Long Yu, spending time to learn is just nonsense. What he really needs to do is how to master the know-how of perceiving the tyrannical arrogance of an overlord. Really not needed. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly added, I am a famous teacher, look at the red hair. You know, that kid has been under my hands, and he wiped my back for several years. I agreed to guide him. At that time, you had to warm the bed for me. However, in addition to him, there is also a red nose, who runs to be a clown every day, but his qualifications are a bit dull. Of course, there are many famous pirates who have asked me for guidance. Why didn't you bring me some wine? I will be slow count to you slowly. In order to drink some free drinks, Rayleigh obviously gave up, and even sold his relationship with the redhead. Long Yu was helpless and said, you poor old man, you even sold your red hair for drinking. Be careful that he drags someone to chop you. You just need to tell me the secret to awakening the domineering arrogance of the Overlord. As for the drinks, when I came, I robbed a merchant ship that transported gold from the sky. There are many more on it, you can go get it. In the sky, Kim Bonnie was stunned for a moment. In the original book, she played the Queen Mother of the Ice Cream Country, and of course she knew that the gold in the sky represented the face of the Tianlong people. Ordinary pirates don't even dare to touch them at all. A head-on conflict with the world government and the Navy headquarters, the four emperors will not let their men touch them. However, now that Long Yu was on his way, he took the gold from the sky, which was too shocking to the world. She finally understood why the identity of the Tianlong people was clearly in front of her eyes, and Long Yu would still attack. You kid, you even robbed the gold in the sky, but I like it. Rayleigh laughed. However, the easiest way to awaken the tyrannical arrogance, I really have one, that is, I directly use the arrogance to attack your spirit to forcefully activate it, but the success rate is very low, you must try it. Of course, don't sell your shit, you old man, they're almost there. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said. For Long Yu, who has an instant full-level system, as long as there is a chance, it is enough. Looking at Long Yu, who had already made up his mind, Rayleigh sighed helplessly. I really don't understand, what the hell are you thinking about? However, that's fine, the old man wanted to see you, a shriveled boy with a confident look on his face. Talking, this time Rayleigh was not idle, the moment when the sword in his hand, which embodied the domineering weaponry, collapsed in the sky and the earth. The index finger of the right hand gently tapped Long Yu's forehead, and the next moment the cloudy eyes suddenly condensed and became as sharp as a falcon. Chapter 400. Shocking. Boom. The violent overlord domineering arrogance was madly compressed by Rayleigh, and directly turned into a galloping horse, filling Long Yu's mind. Long Yu just felt a roar in his mind, followed by an ethereal system prompt. which suddenly sounded. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has acquired the domineering arrogance, whether it is instantly full. The long-lost voice made Long Yu's face show a hint of joy. Without thinking about it, his thoughts changed, immediately. Issue an order. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the overlord domineering and domineering has been successfully completed in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the realization of the domineering of armed color is an instant success. 2 consecutive system prompting sounds came out, and a warm current poured into Long Yu's mind like a tidal wave. Boy, why are you unresponsive? You won't become an idiot. Seeing Long Yu who didn't react at all, Rayleigh couldn't help but startled. He has tried this method several times. Every time the person who accepts the domineering attack of the overlord will have a headache and die. After all, this is to use the powerful domineering of outsiders to scour the spiritual level. It feels like rubbing your face against the ground. Torn like pain. However, now Long Yu's indifferent attitude made Rayleigh a little unsteady. However, this thought just flashed in Rayleigh's mind, and what caught his eye was Long Yu's eyes that suddenly opened. A huge tyrannical arrogance exploded like a frenzy. Turned into a Category 12 hurricane and swept away. Bonnie, who was the first to bear the brunt, was stagnant at first, and the next moment her whole body was overturned, and she flew backwards. Standing close at hand, Rayleigh, with a sudden change in expression, hurriedly shaved, and quickly swept back. However, he just walked 7 or 8 meters away. A crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded. Shocking, cobweb-like cracks, with the foot as the center, quickly spread and opened. Those around. The walls and pillars, which were made of wood and concrete structures, cracked in response to the sound. The violent scene made Riley's face suddenly change greatly, and he shouted in a hurry, "You kid, don't wake up soon, are you planning to shatter this auction house?" Feeling this terrifying aura, Riley's mind in the middle, a red-haired figure flashed. Originally, in Rayleigh's eyes, the most domineering person in this sea was probably the red-haired Shanks. However, at the moment when Long Yu betrays Wang Ba's domineering, I am afraid this view will change. Cough, sorry, just woke up a little bit. Can't figure it out. Long Yu coughed dryly, and turned back to the divine way, just in time to signal that the domineering of the armed color is manifested. Armed color domineering realization. Rayleigh couldn't help but startled for a moment, then said with a dry smile, "Boy, you may be lucky if you can awaken the tyrannical arrogance. But the domineering of the armed color is embodied, and if you want to grasp it at once, do you really think that this is the Chinese cabbage on the street?" Looking back at the time, it took the old man 4 or 5 years to figure it out on his own. As for you. Having said that, a smile appeared on Layleigh's dry bark-like cheeks, and when he took out the bottle and took a sip of wine, his pupils contracted suddenly when he entered the scene. Was addicted to alcohol and sprayed the spirits all the way. However, facing this scene, he is not in the mood to care now. With one step, he shaves and crosses more than 10 meters to Long Yu's side. He looks at the black ink in his hands. At the time of the domineering sharp blade, his face was full of disbelief. Now he can't wait to give himself a few big mouths. In an instant, it can awaken the domineering arrogance of the overlord and materialize the domineering arrogance of the armed color. This is because he is too stupid, or is a genius, and the domineering has become a cabbage. When he thinks of this, Riley can't help but turn his head to look at Bonnie. The scene he saw made him feel relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. By Long Yu's actions. Looking at her slender hands, her face turned red, and she couldn't hold back even the slightest bit of arrogance. Finally, Rayleigh stared at Long Yu for half a minute, and finally spit out 2 words. Monster. However, before Long Yu could respond, bursts of hurried footsteps came madly outside the door. Guessing from the sound of footsteps alone, the number of people must be in the thousands. The time is just right. But it's time to get the world famous to the end. Long Yu smiled warmly, patted the dust on his body casually, and looked at the 3 heavenly dragon people lying on the ground. Outside, the huge Chambord archipelago is already in chaos. The largest population auction house on island number 1 quickly spread throughout the entire island like a wing. The world's aristocratic Tianlong people were attacked, and in their eyes, stepping on a horse is killing themselves. However, what caused them the most neuralgia was that the 2 generals happened to appear on the Chambord Islands. Thinking of this, many people have the mentality of watching a play in their hearts, and they rushed to the population auction house one after another. For a time, in addition to the Navy soldiers who blocked the front and rear doors of the population auction house, there were also eyeliners from various forces hiding in the distance. Even some reporters stationed in the Chambord archipelago to catch the latest news have also arrived. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 401 to 420. Chapter 401, the first level of the official university crushes people to death. Looking at this scene, Huo Shaoshan and Bastio's faces turned a little blue. The current situation means that the Tianlong people are attacked, but it cannot be contained. The future is coming. I don't know who exclaimed, which instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Eyes turned around, and in front of Huo Shaoshan and Bastio, endless golden light appeared out of thin air without warning. The next moment quickly condensed into a burly figure. The yellow and white suit and the robe representing justice, on the vulgar face, are a pair of small glasses. However, compared to normal days, there was a hint of gloom on Kizaru's wretched cheeks. As soon as he appeared, he turned his attention to the locked auction house and said, "Is that guy inside?" These words fell. Bastio and Huo Shaoshan responded quickly, and responded in a hurry. "General Kasaragi, the great skeleton demon is inside. It's just that he held 3 Tianlong people hostage, and I'm afraid he will ask for some conditions to negotiate." Tianlong Ren Huang Yuan raised his brows, remembering the Tianlong Ren ship on the dock, and immediately snorted, saying, "Those trash, it's really not the right time to prevent us from catching people." The trash looked at the cynicism of the Kiwi, who made soy sauce every day, and said such a thing, obviously subverting their cognition of the Kiwi. However, before Huo Shaoshan and Bastius opened their mouths to remind him, a low voice came from behind. "Kazuna, I know you're in a bad mood, but don't forget, those guys are Tianlong people. The first duty of our generals is to ensure their safety. Please pay attention to your words." For Kizaru, when he thought of the last time, Shan Chengchui Yuan ran to the advanced city prison for interception, and was blasted into the water by a face-to-face. That feeling was just so frustrating. If it wasn't for a famous rear admiral, he would have been knocked down one step earlier, and I'm afraid he would have to find someone to sweep the grave now. However, as Akainu said, Tianlong was clearly in front of him, and he was in a bad mood, but he also had to pay attention to his words. Most importantly, in front of the people under his command, he can't just destroy his own character. Thinking of this, Kizaru's face filled with the usual abusive expression, and his mouth was crooked, and he said vulgarly, "Yo, it's just a joke, Akainu, don't take it too seriously." However, this time, I really can't let that kid escape, otherwise the 2 generals of the Navy headquarters will come to visit and let him slip away under the eyes. That's a big joke. Quote. The Kizaru who was restored to his original design, Bastio hurried forward and said, "General Kizaru, don't worry, the great skeleton demon is still inside. However, according to the time I stayed by his side, that guy seems to have come to the Chambord Islands on purpose, and give us time to inform the 2 great futures. It seems that he has some intentions." Speaking of this, Bastius suddenly remembered an important thing, and said anxiously, "By the way, the former One Piece deputy, Pluto Rayleigh is also inside. Will they join forces together?" "The old guy is there too." Akainu's face sank involuntarily, and then he said disdainfully, "Although, it has already been mentioned in eyewitness reports that Pluto Rayleigh often appears in the Chambord archipelago, but I didn't expect him to collude with the great skeleton demon." However, if this is the great skeleton demon, challenging the majesty of our Navy headquarters, it will probably disappoint him. The words fall, immediately. Many people in the field nodded silently. In their eyes, the two admirals represent the highest combat power. As long as one of them stops Rayleigh, the other frees up his hand and takes down the skeleton demon. General Akainu, you were right, have we started now? Huo Shaoshan quickly agreed. This time he was responsible for guarding the safety of the Tianlong people. Right now, the life and death of the three heavenly dragon people in Long Yu's hands are uncertain. How can they make Huo Shaoshan calm down? No, now is not the time, let him come out first. Otherwise he and the Tianlong people will be inside, we can't predict what will happen. Akainu flatly refused. These words fell. Akainu's eyes fell on Bastius and said, go and shout. Bastiu couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but the official crushed him to death. Facing Akainu's orders, he could only bite the bullet. Over the loudspeaker handed over by his subordinates, Bastius hurriedly raised his voice and shouted, Ains Court, the great skeleton demon, the two great futures you want to meet are here. Please hurry up and release the three royal family members of Charles. Otherwise we will attack. Having said that, Bastius couldn't help but look back at Akainu and Kyabu. Under the satisfied eyes of the two, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 402, Death Legion. However, just as he spit out this breath, the next moment, a dull crashing sound came out of the auction house, instantly tensing Bastiu's nerves. This is the sound of dull footsteps. As a vice admiral, Bastiu may not be very powerful, but his experience is still very deep. As soon as I heard the footsteps, a crazy picture flashed in my mind. Wouldn't he be planning to release those monsters? Bastiu looked at the door of the auction house in a panic. Faced with this inexplicable speech, everyone in the field couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. S. brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, Bastiu, what are you talking about monsters? Is there something that even our Navy elites can't deal with, right? General Akainu is right, but here is a gathering of elites from our Navy, as well as the most advanced rocket launchers. Even if I blame me, we can still kill with one shot. The hurried sound of Huo Shaoshan echoed. Yes, Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan is right, we are the strongest elites in the Navy. There are two generals here, and we are invincible with double the combat power. What monster, can't stand our saliva alone. The hurried shouts were joined at this moment. Bastius, who witnessed this scene, hurriedly tried to explain. However, the scene that caught his eye made him swallow the words that came to his mouth. Bang! A dull crash came from behind the closed door. The huge impact force made the iron gate tremble at first, and the next moment, as if it had been hit by a giant beast, it sank with a bang. Before everyone could react, a thunderous roar exploded in an instant. Boom! The thick iron gate, like a sandbag, was knocked into the air and smashed directly into the open space of dozens of meters. The huge impact force made the square paved with heavy floors shattered and cracked. The dust and debris kicked up, and the sight of the scene made everyone's pupils shrink. Some Navy soldiers almost split their eye sockets, and some people couldn't hold back their breath and exclaimed. What is this? Is it a monster? Bang! The dull footsteps sounded suddenly, and hundreds of skeleton soldiers stepped out in a neat phalanx. Every step down, the ground shook like a bang. But this is just the beginning. Originally the gate of the auction house was only more than 3 meters high. In an instant, he was suddenly clenched by a big white hand, and in the next moment, there was no trace of spending, and it was shattered abruptly. The huge body like a door, at the moment of stepping out, directly squeezes the door. Broken. Followed by a skeleton warrior with a height of more than 3 meters, wearing armor and holding a bone knife glowing with black light, stepped out. Woo-hoo! The sound of horse whistling resembling ghosts and wolf howls suddenly came, stepping on Yuyan's hooves and stepping out from behind the door, which was already precarious, shattered and opened. The flames on the horse's hooves splattered like fireworks. Huge, nearly 5-meter body, with the skeleton warhorse under his crotch, the armored undead knight galloped out. Sharp horns, rotten face, under the sunken eye sockets, glittering secluded flames. Gives the impression that the whole body is exuding a dangerous smell that penetrates the soul. The heavy giant shield that is close to 3 meters, the big sword in his hand like a door, and the undead breath released around him. The ground along the way was quickly corroded, and the surrounding flowers and plants were killed by the fast reading, and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at this scene, Bastius just had a thought flashing in his mind. The Death Army is about to appear. In the huge square, only the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Regardless of was the navy, or the people around, looked at the scene in front of them, and their expressions were completely stiff. All this was completely beyond their expectations. That kind of bitterly cold, terrifying image and face, just makes people feel like the scalp is numb. In particular, the body size far exceeds that of humans, and it brings a strong visual effect. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be the first move. Bastiu, what's going on here? Talk to me. Huo Shaoshan's face sank, and he roared in a hurry. The large number of skeleton soldiers in front of him may not have given him much pressure. However, the skeleton warriors and undead knights who appeared later brought more than just visual impact. There is also the pressure of death. As a lieutenant general, he may just feel troubled. But for the rest of the navy, it's a fight against death. Fire Mountain, calm down. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted sharply. In the report sent by Magellan, we already knew that he has the ability to create unknown creatures, but we didn't expect that his ability could reach this level. However, if you plan to fight against our naval headquarters by these means alone, it would be a fool's errand. For Akainu, these monsters have terrifying faces and a breathtaking aura. Chapter 403, King of the Undead. But in his status as a general, with the ability of the devil fruit, he couldn't resist his punch at all. If one punch can't solve something, then 2 punches can't. As soon as these words fell, Bastius, who looked terrified, stammered and cried out in a hurry. No, these are just his appearance skills, the real horror is still, the back. The expressions of everyone present at the front of Kung Fu were stunned, even Akainu and Kyabu were no exception. In their eyes, the Death Army was beyond their expectations. Now Bastius told them that there were more fierce ones behind. What could be more frightening than that huge monster knight that was nearly 5 meters away? However, just as this thought came to mind, the next moment, a terrifying aura exploded like a frenzy. The sound of roaring dragon roars, like a cloud-piercing cracking stone, rises straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. Huge sound waves poured out of the auction house with a rolling gesture. When everyone felt the eardrum torn, the huge auction house suddenly made a low and thunderous crashing sound. The huge roof shattered instantly. A gigantic white bone figure burst out from inside, and a large amount of fishy wind was rolled up, and it rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. The huge body of dozens of meters, and the moment when the rotten bones and wings are fanned, give people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The ferocious body of white bones, the scarlet blood-like eyes, under the bluff of the blood basin. The dragon power that he had in his lifetime swept away like a frenzy. What the hell is this? Is it a dragon? Oh my god, why is there such a terrifying thing in this world? Quote, quote. Terrified voices echoed in the field. However, before they could accept this fact, the trembling voice in Bastius's mouth came again. Also, he not only has a bone dragon. The expressions of the people present were shocked, even Akainu and Kizaru. After all, the aura of this bone dragon's appearance was oppressing them, and it was close to the lieutenant general. Of a bone dragon may not be able to control the battle. But if there are a few more, the ending will be different. Roar. The 3 voices of dragon roars seemed to be responding to Bastiu's words. Like thunder, all of them were detonated. When the huge body suddenly fanned the bones and wings, a huge hurricane was set off, and it rushed out of the auction house again. As the dust rolls, debris splashes. People just in front of you, a black patch is cast in the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression. As if, at this moment, there is an invisible big hand, clenching the heart tightly, giving people a feeling of being unable to breathe. Before I could think about it, everyone rushed to the sky to look. Hurry up and take pictures of this scene. 4 legendary bone dragons, the terrifying Death Army, today's front page. I think the editor-in-chief of Morgan's will be very excited first. What is the origin of this big skeleton demon, and he can control such a legion? No wonder he dared to stay in the Chambord archipelago after attacking the Tianlong people. The hurried voices sounded one after another in the field. That subvert the world view, it is simply beyond everyone's expectations. However, for the Navy headquarters and others, all this made them look ugly. After all, just a moment ago, Huo Shaoshan boasted that their navy had the strongest elite troops. But compared to the Death Army in front of him, his cheeks were hot as if he slapped him directly. This slap in the face and riding a horse would have come too fast. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that such a legion still exists in this world? The Great Skull Demon comes out. I don't know who exclaimed. All eyes turned to the dilapidated auction house. Stepping in unison, the Death Army that had already lined up, immediately. They were lined up to face each other, and the swords in their hands slammed against the shield. A deafening roar sounded. At the same time, a large skeleton figure wearing a cloak gradually lit up in the darkness. In his eyes brought an inexplicable feeling to the soul. Looking at the dragon feathers who walked out step by step, the outline gradually became clear, and the scepter came out, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. In front of them gave them the feeling that it was completely unlike the so-called pirates. On the contrary, he is a king of rank, with an elite army, and the power of the world. It should not be said that the deceased is a king of the undead, and the distance of the deduced king's appearance is more than 10 steps, at this moment, it seems very far and long. Everyone's nerves fell with the sound of footsteps, as if being trampled, and gradually tightened to the extreme. At the moment when Long Yu took the last step, the scepter in his hand suddenly stomped towards the ground, and the cold voice suddenly sounded. Welcome everyone, I am the supreme ruler of the great tomb of Narisik, Ains Ergong. Chapter 404. What nonsense are you talking about? Today, I am staying here. In addition to meeting with the 2 admirals, there are more important things to announce. More important things. Bastiu's tense nerve strings were plucked again. When he met Long Yu's gaze, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. Quick, stop him quickly, he is going to kill the Tianlong people. Bastiu's urgent cry exploded like thunder. Everyone present, before they recovered from the dead army of death, tightened their nerves again. In the news they got, the Dragon Man was just attacked and passed out. But being attacked and being killed are 2 completely different things. As long as people don't die, no matter how much tossing, there is room for detours. However, if the Tianlong people died, the result would be completely different. An unbelievable nightmare for anyone. Bastiu, what nonsense are you talking about? Huo Shaoshan grabbed Bastius's collar and shouted in a hurry, that's a Tianlong person, a world aristocrat who has survived for 800 years. You actually say that someone is going to kill the nobles of the world, are you crazy? The hysterical roar echoed between the heavens and the earth, as if infused with a magic sound, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. After all, in the eyes of anyone, killing Tianlong people would be regarded as the #1 enemy by the Navy headquarters and even the world government. That is equivalent to slapping them in the face and becoming a priority-chasing prisoner. Unless it's a lunatic, it's not worth the kill at all. No, the purpose of the great skeleton demon is to make the world famous. He wants to kill the Tianlong people, which is the fastest way. Bastius growled hurriedly. These words fell, Akainu and Kizaru suddenly changed their faces. If Bastiu's words are not wrong, It means that the seriousness of the matter will be raised to a higher level. Eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. The moment the two looked at each other, the flame of the soul suddenly soared in Long Chen's eyes, and he said with a warm smile, "You finally guessed it right. I am the supreme and supreme ruler of the great tomb of Narisik, and the three cockroaches have offended. What should I be guilty of?" The icy voices spit out, like a magic voice, echoing between the heavens and the earth for a long time, and there is no way to disperse. However, before the crowd came over, the Death Corps lined up in the field, the weapons in their hands, suddenly smashed into the bone shield, and shouted in unison. "Kill!" The word hesitantly came out, as if agitating the depressing atmosphere in the arena. All present. When people's nerves were suddenly tense, 3 burly skeletons wearing golden armor walked out carrying 3 heavenly dragons who were chained and bound like dogs. The arrogance and arrogant expression of the past were completely replaced by panic at this moment. Looking at Akainu and Kizaru in the field, Charles Marco couldn't help but hurriedly asked for advice. "What are you Navy doing? Don't hurry up and save us. We are the world's nobles from Tianlong. If you lose a single hair, you ants will all die. Hurry up and come and save us. I will definitely read your book in front of the 5 old stars, so that you will lose your position as a general." "No, the clothes on my body, you rude monster, don't let me go quickly." Another hysterical roars came out from the mouths of the 3 of Charles Marco. However, before they could finish cursing, they were thrown to the ground by 3 magic skeleton warriors in golden armor. Bang! The huge force was released, and even the fish tank above my head shattered. At the sight of the sight, the pupils of the people present contracted suddenly, and some people couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Looking at the dignified Tianlong people, being thrown by a dog, and being cut by the splashed glass, their faces were covered with blood, and they couldn't help but rub their eyes red. This is a Tianlong person. In their eyes, it is a high-altitude existence. However, now it has become like a dead dog. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that the scene in front of you was true? Uchiha Ryayu, stop quickly, they are Tianlong people, you want to be famous in the world, now it's enough. Akainu took the lead and shouted sternly. Now, as long as you release the person, we may discuss 1 or 2 things, just send you back to the city prison, otherwise this will be your burial place today. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated between heaven and earth, but more people rolled their eyes and stiffened. In their eyes, if this counts as negotiation. In the world of riding horses, no hostages will be killed. Hee, I'm sorry, there's an old saying in my hometown, to get money from others, to relieve disasters for others, I'm sorry, someone bought their lives. Long Yu said lightly. Someone is going to kill them, who is it? S face sank, and he said, Uchiha Ryayu, I don't know where you come from, but if you want money, our Navy headquarters can give you 10 times as long as you let them go. If an ordinary person was kidnapped, Akainu would definitely punch him without saying a word. Chapter 405, Have you forgotten the taste of being struck by lightning? But there were 3 heavenly dragon people in front of him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. How much? The flame of his soul was throbbing, and suddenly he raised his head and met Akainu's gaze. The moment that made everyone's nerves tense, the words that fell in their ears were like thunder. A Bailey. A simple 3-character utterance. Even the 3 heavenly dragons, who were usually high above the ground, also showed disbelief. In their eyes, if someone wants to kill the nobles of the world, they must at least get a sky-high price. Now Long Yu told them Bailey, that is simply a noble life is cheaper than an ant. Akainu's face sank, and the moment when he and Kizaru looked at each other without a trace. The next moment, an angry voice roared. Go! Om! The roar of the air suddenly sounded. The yellow monkey standing beside Akainu, with the endless light spots on his body disintegrating, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, already 1 step ahead, came to the side of the 3 golden armored skeletons. However, before Kizaru could make a move, a cold voice suddenly landed in his ear. Kazuna, have you forgotten what it feels like to be struck by lightning? Of crackling thunder arcs sounded without warning, and appeared behind Kizaru with a gesture of resignation. The big hands of white bones suddenly merged and turned into hand knives, slashing down towards Kayabari. Attack came, an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air roared. Monkey's face sank, and the golden light in his hands gathered together, turning into a giant shield of golden light, blocking it directly behind him, and then roaring in anger. You bastard, the last time you suffered from Halushi's loss, this time you are not so lucky. However, the roar just started, and the next moment he stammered the words that fell in his ear, but the expression of the yellow monkey suddenly stiffened. Looking at the jet-black thunder light in Long Yu's hand, his face was full of disbelief. Sorry, I have learned to arm. Boom! A hand knife slammed down, pitch black like a pretentious domineering look, perfectly blended with the violent thunder. At the moment of heavy smashing, the seemingly indestructible flashing giant shield shattered like a piece of paper before everyone's eyes. The next moment, with the remaining power of the attack undiminished, he slashed hard on Kizaru's shoulder with lightning speed. Bang! The dull collision sound, and under the echo, the body of Kizaru flew out like a sandbag. In the end, it hit a big tree dozens of meters away, and the huge impact force caused the big tree to break in the middle. Canine-toothed red lotus. A low voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Under the scorching hot air waves, a Kainu appeared in midair, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were suddenly clenched, and he slammed out. Lava splattered all over the sky, and under the body, it turned into a giant lava dog that roared, and slammed into Long Yu's back with a gesture like a thunderbolt. You bastard, I see how you hide. The yellow monkey laughed mischievously. Although he ate a hand knife from Long Yu just now, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that he was trying to lure Long Yu into being fooled. Just that, on that extremely wretched cheek, a scheming smile appeared just now. The next moment, when looking at Long Yu's suddenly raised eyes, it suddenly became stiff. Scarlet blood-like eyes, the 9-hook jade turned over, like a black hole, pulling everyone's line of sight into it. A gigantic tidal wave of pupil power rolled backwards in a rolling gesture. Scarlet blood, like a volcanic eruption, exploded. The illusory ribs, the instant of rapid construction, collided with the incoming molten giant dog in an instant. Boom! A low collision sound suddenly sounded, and the moment the seemingly incomparable lava giant dog hit the scarlet rib, it burst open. Without waiting for a Kainu to react, Susano, who had just condensed his skeleton, swept towards a Kainu in midair the moment his right hand appeared. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. No one would have imagined that Long Yu would not be at a disadvantage under the attack of the 2 generals. Moreover, without turning back, you can also build an illusory skeleton giant with a height of more than 10 meters and launch a counterattack. Bang! The unexpected blow made a Kainu have nowhere to hide. The next moment, it was directly smashed into pieces, turned into a sky of molten rainwater, and splashed around. Watching the joint attack of the 2 generals, they were disintegrated in an instant. 3 of Charles Marco turned pale and bloodless, and the moment they hurriedly raised their heads, they met Long Yu's icy gaze. The voices that came out of their mouths hit the depths of their souls. Cut. Word fell, giving people a feeling of death, making everyone's spine a bone-chilling chill. Chapter 406. Are you saying that you will never die? A Kainu just condensed his body back, his face sank, and an angry roar rose. Uchiha Ryayu, you dare! Kazuna, stop him quickly! A hysterical roar sounded one after another. I had planned to wait to see the yellow monkey in the middle of the dragon feather, but suddenly woke up. Under the golden light all over his body, he also roared in anger. 8-foot Changu Jade. Bang bang bang. A streak of golden light shot out from Kizaru's hands like sharp arrows. The speed was so fast that the air along the way was directly torn apart, and when everyone reacted, it had already appeared in front of Susanohu. In the eyes of the yellow monkey, no matter what. The skeleton in front of him is so huge, as long as it is suppressed by the ability of the flash fruit and the saturated attack, it can definitely be directly smashed to pieces. Just that this idea just sprouted in his mind, and then the scene that came into his eyes shook his nerves. The jet black armament color is domineering, as if taking a stimulant, it spreads rapidly. The next moment, without waiting for everyone to react, he directly covered Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall, as if he was transformed into a dark and mighty armor. The original scarlet illusory posture has completely turned into a dark red color, giving people a more and more fierce feeling. Bang bang bang. Intensive flashes poured down on Susanoo like a frenzy. Unfortunately, except for the sound of a series of rain hitting the plantains. No way to break Uchiha Ryu's defenses for a moment, let alone rescue the 3 heavenly dragons from the butcher's knife. Cut. 3 voices with no emotion at all came out from the mouth of the magic skeleton warrior. The big knife that was suddenly drawn out was as cold as a wave, and the cold light of the sharp blade rolled down, reflecting the terrified expressions of the 3 heavenly dragon people. The face of those pleading, helpless, unbelievable expressions. The 3 magic puppet warriors without the slightest emotion are obviously the best executioners. Don't. Huo Shaoshan and Bastius, as well as the 3 Tianlong people, exclaimed in surprise. However, waiting for the burning mountain, He Tiu was the undead knight staring at him. Tu just took a few steps, and the oncoming is the charge of hell. Faced with this violent scene, as soon as he could do it, he watched helplessly as the 3 skeleton warriors in golden armor were clenching sharp blades in their hands. It fell towards the neck of the bewildered celestial dragon. PFF'd. A low splashing sound suddenly sounded, and scarlet blood splashed down. 3 round heads stared at them with disbelief on their faces, grunted, and fell to the ground. Finally rolled to 4 or 5 meters, outside. The aorta and neck were cut off at the waist, and the blood splashed like a spring, and sprayed straight to 7 or 8 meters away. The hot blood and scarlet blood directly dyed the ground red. The sudden scene, perhaps many people are already mentally prepared. However, the moment I saw it with my own eyes, the pupils were shrinking, the eye sockets were splitting, and the face was even more unbelievable. There were many people who couldn't hold back, and even rubbed their eyes to bleed. Gosh, what did I see? It's just big news. Is this world crazy? The Tianlong people have been killed. Hurry up and tell the editor-in-chief Morgans, the world is going to change. A rapid exclamation sounded one after another in the field. Gathering here, many of them are the eyeliners of various forces, as well as pirates watching the show, etc. However, at this moment, they have no intention to continue watching. Right now, the Tianlong people are beheaded in public, which means that the great skeleton demon has pierced the sky. Not to mention the Navy headquarters, I am afraid that even the world government will go crazy. Once this matter is not handled properly, then the Demon Slayer order is probably waiting for them. The huge square fell into a dead silence. In the melee, the navies such as Huo Shaoshan and Bastius suddenly stopped moving. Looking straight at the scene in front of him, it was unbelievable. Crazy, the Tianlong people were killed, we all have to die. Huo Shaoshan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared anxiously. Shut up. Akainu roared, his face gloomy and watery. The corpses of the 3 heavenly dragons lying at the feet of Long Yu, his finger bones were almost crushed by him. Staring at it for 3 or 5 seconds, he said sharply, Uchiha Ryu, do you know what a stupid thing you have done? Killing the Tianlong people means that you will never die with the world government. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will surely die. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the sky in all directions, and at this moment, it was as if a magic sound had been poured into it, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Akainu, do you want to die? The icy voice slurred out of Long Yu's mouth, and said, could it be, do you think that we will have a chance to negotiate at the very beginning? Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 world shock points, reaching the random limit unlock opportunity, whether the host is immediate. To unlock. The ethereal prompting sound of the system suddenly echoed in Long Yu's mind. Chapter 407, Is It Just Now? The violent scene made Long Feng startled. 5,000 world turbulence points was completely beyond Long Yu's expectations. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have suspected that he was dreaming. However, it's no wonder Long Yu, after all, in the past 800 years, there have been very few incidents against Tianlong people. In the past 100 years, no one has heard of it. Right now, there is a live broadcast of telephone bugs, and there are many news reporters waiting here. It can be said that at the moment when Long Yu publicly beheaded the Tianlong people, what happened here, under the scrutiny of various forces, spread throughout the sea for a while. However, in this situation, what awaits is the madness from the two generals. The 5,000 world turbulence points, for Long Yu, is simply a timely reign. Ding dang, is the host right now. Perform random restriction lifts. The system beep sounded again. Long Yu regained his senses, his thoughts turned, and he directly issued an order, release at random immediately. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, 400 points of volatility are being deducted, and the current balance is 150 points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for unlocking the level of ninjutsu, and the success of Feng Dun's spiral pill. Sound of the system prompts made Long Yu stagnate for a while, and then he was a little puzzled. Took a lot of hard work and layout to get 4,000 turbulence points. Although, it seems that the turbulence value is easy to come by, but as Long Yu's reputation increases, the influence on the world will decrease. Unless you can do something big that shocks the whole sea, it is obviously difficult to get more turbulence values at one time. However, what was unlocked this time was a little different from Long Yu's expectations, but in terms of plasticity, Feng Dun's spiral pill was obviously more extensible. After all, in the original work, that is the basic starting method of the multi-balloon meal. Roar. A low roar sounded suddenly. The fiery wave of air attacked him head-on, causing Long Yu to withdraw from the space of consciousness. The first thing that caught my eye was a giant dog covered in pulp. The huge body, with a full 5 or 6, with a rolling posture, often must be able to rush across. The violent scene made Long Yu's brows twitch, and the death of the 3 celestial dragons was obviously relieved by Akainu's shackles. However, in the face of the incoming molten giant, Long Yu obviously did not hesitate at all, and suddenly caught it with his right hand. Of the skeleton covered by the domineering armed color suddenly grabbed it towards the incoming molten giant dog. Bang! The giant dog of dozens of meters was abruptly stopped. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he slammed towards the ground. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sound echoed between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Under the huge impact force, the huge molten giant dog shattered in response, turning into a large piece of molten slurry and splashing open. Some more, blazing straight at the Malay Navy and Death Corps. The violent scene caused the faces of many Navy officers in the field to change dramatically. Originally, in their eyes, there were 2 generals who shot, enough to end the battle in an instant. However, now Long Yu's endless means have subverted their cognition. Most importantly, compared with them, these dead legions are not afraid of the invasion of molten lava at all. Not afraid of death and pain in the slightest, it pushed them back for a while. Mr. Riley, do you think he can win? Who had long since escaped from the ruins of the auction house and had fled to the side to watch the play. With her beautiful eyes glowing, she stared straight at the changes in the battle on the field. He saw the shock, his face was even more shocked. For her, Long Yu's method also subverted her cognition. Most importantly, at the moment, they can still hold down the troops led by the 2 generals, making them unable to breathe. However, compared to Bonnie, Rayleigh is obviously an old ginger, and his eyes are more sinister. He raised his head and took a sip. After drinking the spirits, he said, "No, now is the beginning, but, look at that kid, take it easy, I'm afraid I've already expected it. It's just starting now." Bonnie's expression froze, her face full of disbelief. The scale of the battle in front of her, it would be very difficult for her to survive. However, Rayleigh was telling her that it was just a pre-dinner snack, which was going too far. The messy thoughts just appeared in Bonnie's mind, and the next words that fell in her ears shook her nerves. "Okay, we should all warm up and get serious." Long Yu's indifferent voice sounded abruptly, instantly arousing everyone's thoughts. It can be said that at this moment, everyone's thoughts are almost the same as Bonnie. At this level of battle, it's still a warm-up, so are you planning to let people live? However, as Long Yu said, Akainu and Kyabu suddenly turned gloomy, and with horn-like postures, they blocked all the retreats before and after Long Yu. "What an arrogant person. You're a smart person, you should be very clear about your situation. I will give you another chance now, die, or surrender." Akainu's face was gloomy and abnormal, and he shouted angrily. "Die." Long Yu asked back playfully, slammed the scepter in his hand toward the ground, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the general was joking. It's funny, but you should thank me a lot for killing the Tianlong people. For you, it is to untie the dog's leash, so that you can let go." Chapter 408, Arrogant. There's a lot of nonsense, let's get to the point. The small voices echoed in the huge square like a hurricane at this moment. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, their eyes locked on Akainu and Kasaragi. In their eyes, if it is really like what the Great Skeleton said, does that mean that they are still in each other's layout? As Long Yu said, it is a dog being led away. "Okay, very good, today I will let you see what the strength of a general is, give me back all of it, or die." Akainu roared. Compared with just now, his face was gloomy, and his aura changed directly. "Retreat, hurry back, this place will become a battlefield, natural devil fruit ability, but has a large-scale combat ability." The Fire Mountain was the first to roar. Right now, the Tianlong people are dead, and it is inevitable to take responsibility. However, if Akainu can take down Uchiha Ryayu, then their crimes will be offset accordingly. It can be said that this is their only chance. Moreover, as lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, they know very well what it means to be a general in a rage that can cause disasters for thousands of miles. "Retreat, don't get entangled with the Death Army." In Bastiu's hand slashed towards the incoming undead knight. When the huge impact force made him backwards, he did not turn his head to shave, pulled away and quickly retreated. For a time, the Navy soldiers, who were already overwhelmed, collapsed directly. A moment ago, the elite troops who kept talking about them now seemed pale and powerless, and there was a feeling that the slap in the face was too sudden. Seeing that even the Navy soldiers were retreating, the lingering eyeliners and the people watching the show all tightened their nerves and pulled away involuntarily. Editor-in-Chief Morgan's urgent news report. It was just a warm-up just now, and now the decisive battle has begun. General Akainu has given an order to retreat. Should we retreat as well? A news practitioner couldn't help wiping the hot sweat from his forehead and asked anxiously. "No, this is big news. If you can retreat, you must take a picture of him. I will make a special topic for that guy." Not long ago, as the mastermind, he planned to advance the escape from the City Grand Prison, and not long ago defeated the first person in the supernova, Fire Fist Ace, robbed the gold in the sky, killed the Tianlong people, and the general confronted him head-on. This is super big news at any time in the past. If this guy is allowed to walk out of the Chambord Islands alive, it can definitely become the legendary sea. Hasty words, with undisguised excitement. It can be said that, to a certain extent, for journalists like Morgan's, breaking news is the sublimation of life. "Well, that's fine." The reporter's expression changed slightly, and finally he clenched his teeth and agreed. Not to mention him, even people hiding in other places also have a question in their hearts. How will the Great Skeleton Demon, who has caused so many events, deal with two generals who are hailed as the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. At the same time, will he be able to get out of the Chambord Islands alive? For a time, countless gazes all locked onto the dragon feather shrouded in the armed Suzu Sanoku, and there was a hint of inexplicable urgency on his face. The field is almost cleared, and you can also let go of the battle with peace of mind, otherwise I won't be walking smart enough. Long Yu's indifferent voice sounded again. In the deep-set eye sockets, the dancing soul flame, under the flickering, met Akainu's gaze. Everything he is doing now is to raise a new height on the basis of the world shock caused by beheading the Tianlong people. Fight! Long Yu spoke again. The moment when the simple words were uttered, there was an inexplicable dignified atmosphere. The next moment, a thunderous roar followed. A madman! Akainu roared, like a wild lion with a head of fury. A fiery wave of air quickly detonated with him at the center. Countless tumbling hot melts spewed out like a frenzy. It can be said that at this moment, Akainu felt like a volcanic eruption. Boy, today I will see how strong your turtle shell is. Bang! Akainu stomped the ground suddenly, and the endless lava exploded under his feet. The whole person is like a volcanic eruption. With the help of such a powerful impact, his speed is suddenly increased to the extreme. The whole person is like a ghost, appearing directly above the sky dozens of meters away from Long Yu. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and he punched Uchiha Long Yu in the air. Chapter 409, Hidden Cards. Big Fire. Boom! The roaring blast of air ripped apart, and the fiery lava exploded instantly. Like a raging wave, it rolled straight towards Long Yu. Everywhere along the way, the air was scorched and sizzling, and it caught everyone's eyes, like a canopy of molten lava falling from the sky, giving people a terrifying sense of sight. Yo, what are you looking at, boy? You are facing 2 generals at the same time. I don't know if you are arrogant or ignorant and arrogant, but you are 1 step away from death. The lewd voice of Kizaru suddenly sounded. Everyone just felt a flower in front of them. The yellow ape, who was originally standing hundreds of meters away, appeared like a ghost and appeared dozens of meters behind Long Yu. Hands slightly raised, endless golden light appeared in all directions in Susano, turning into a mirror. Bachi Changuyu Slaughterhouse. Bang bang bang. One after another low-pitched blasts of air sounded, endless golden light bloomed, and in an instant, Kizaru was reduced to a luminous body. However, as soon as the golden light appeared, it landed on the countless golden mirrors trapping Long Yu, and was instantly reflected and amplified. In a short half-breath, it turned into an airtight saturation offensive, and formed the most powerful joint impact with Akainu's fire breathing. The violent scene made everyone's expressions change suddenly. Even Bonnie's expression in the distance suddenly changed drastically, and she said anxiously, "Old man Rayleigh, do you need to take action? This general's strength is too terrifying." Seeing Bonnie, who suddenly showed concern, Riley laughed dryly and said, "You girl, won't you be fascinated by this kid's majesty? However, don't underestimate that kid. With his calmness, I'm afraid he is still hiding his trump card." Hidden cards. Bonnie was slightly startled, but this time, before she could ask questions, the words that fell in her ears shook her nerves. "I said, 2 generals, isn't this kind of tentative attack taught by Zephyr? In the battle of life and death, you must make a big move. That is the correct method. For example, you just entered my big move now." Range. The indifferent voice sounded suddenly. At this moment, it gives people a feeling of death urging death. Boom! The thunder-like explosion sounded, instantly engulfing the sky, and the golden light enveloped Susano. However, Akainu and Kizaru couldn't be happy when they saw Yuyu being attacked in an instant. The spine froze suddenly, as if there was a feeling of being stared at by the god of death. When the strange bell rang, and the light blue light bloomed like fireworks in the explosion. Next moment, everyone could react. A mysterious magic circle quickly bloomed with the dragon feather as the center. The illusory form, under the endless flow of light, gives people a feeling like the bright stars in the night sky. Of crisis arises from the heart. Bone-chilling voice rang out. Super magic sky fall. Om. The roar of the air suddenly sounded. The next moment, before everyone could react, the lead clouds accumulated in the sky seemed to be moved away by a pair of invisible hands. Boom. The beam of light with a diameter of several hundred meters, with a posture as fast as a thunderbolt, swooped down from the sky above the 9 heavens. The speed was so fast that Akainu and Kyabu, who were in the center of the attack range, could not react in time. 2 of them just felt a flower in front of their eyes, and when they were able to react, the attack had already poured out on the body surface. Bang! The violent impact instantly shattered the entire square. The blast wave that was set off was even more like a 12-category hurricane. The big tree surrounded by several people was directly cut off by the waist, and the thick rocky ground shattered and spread like a spider web. For a time, it feels like the end of the world. Hurry up and retreat. Had already escaped 500 or 600 meters, and the Huo Shaoshan and others outside were roaring in a hurry. Looking at the crumbling ground, these means, if they fell on them, would be enough to kill them in one hit. However, they never imagined that Long Yu would be so crazy that he and the Death Army were completely exposed to the attack. After everyone escaped from a kilometer away, Huo Shaoshan and Bastiu stopped forcibly and hurriedly looked at the center of the explosion. However, when they entered the scene, their pupils contracted suddenly. Everywhere along the way, the trees crumbled, and the rocky ground turned into a desert. Everything was reduced to ashes. Originally, in the central area where Long Yu and the 3 of them were located, there was only an unfathomable pit left. This kid is really too crazy. The first shot is a killer move. I'm afraid Akainu and Kizaru will be enough. Rayleigh took the pale Bonnie, also pulled away and landed on the big tree thousands of meters away. Looking at the ruined battlefield, there was a smile on his face. This riotous character reminded Rayleigh of Roger's crazy behavior that day. He still remembered that Roger's persuasive word to invite him to board the ship was to turn the sea into trouble together. Chapter 410. Escape the shell of the golden cicada. That guy is still alive. Bonnie exclaimed suddenly. The moment Rayleigh followed the sound, he saw a figure of Susano with a broken body in the deep pit, and rushed out of the air. However, before they could react, 2 air-breaking noises followed. Boy, you're not the only one who knows how to be domineering, we do too. Akainu roared. However, this time he was different from just now. Under the transpiration of molten lava, the surface was covered with a dark, ink-like armament color. It's just, compared to the superhuman and animal-type devil fruit abilities. As a natural devil fruit person, elementalization is the most important means. Pity, unless he cultivates with domineering and domineering, he can reach the level of Barrett, the descendant of the devil. Otherwise, the domineering use of the armed color will obviously weaken the range and saturation attack ability of the natural devil fruit ability. Therefore, as Zepha said, Akainu and Kizaru are more focused on the development of devil fruit abilities, but ignore the practice of domineering. Just that, facing Long Yu's ultimate move right now, they don't want to be smashed into pieces for the sake of face. So bite the bullet, and display the domineering look of armed color and force the superposition magic sky to fall. However, the 2 just appeared. An unexpected figure emerged from the ruins. As for Nasu Sano, it was just an empty shell. This is Jin Chan's plan to escape from the shell. Chaotic thoughts flashed in the minds of Akainu and Kyabu. The moment the 2 hurriedly looked at each other, they met, the 9-go jade writing wheel eye. The scarlet blood-like eyes and the 9 jade hooks that turn quickly give people a soul-sucking illusion. However, regardless of these eyes, how cool and infiltrating, made them unbelievable the most, but the big skeleton demon with a fierce face in front of him would be so young. Om! The tearing sound of the air trembling suddenly sounded, and the warm smile on his face, like the boy next door, was imprinted in the depths of their pupils. There's more of a feeling of death. And Kizaru didn't have time to think about it, and when they wanted to withdraw and retreat, Long Yu's hands were madly spinning like a comet, the wind and lightning spiral pills. He slapped the two of them head-on at a lightning-quick speed. "I'm sorry, your late balls have arrived, please sign for them, if your armed tortoiseshell is hard enough." As soon as the playful words fell, the balls hit Akainu and Kizaru with a double strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded. The violent hurricane and countless fierce thunderbolts exploded in an instant under the frenzied compression. That feeling was like an explosion of a nuclear bomb, instantly drowning the Akainu and Kyabu who had just escaped from the trap. For a time, the wind blade is like a knife, and the thunder is like a needle. The resulting dense saturated attack quickly poured down on Akainu and Kiwi. The domineering, armed look on the surfaces of the two shattered in an instant like a cobweb. Everyone who witnessed this scene took a deep breath. Kizaru and Akainu let out an angry roar. The whole body shattered. Molten lava splashed and the golden light dissipated, dazzling like volcanoes and fireworks. Under the endless waves of explosions, the area of several kilometers in a radius was submerged in an instant. Seeing that, even the domineering armed look was shattered, and the moment when a pair of frightened eyes suddenly locked on Long Yu's body, that pupil suddenly shrank. When a light blue magic circle bloomed under Long Yu's feet again, the instant the illusory and colorful magic circle was quickly constructed, a violent magic force surged out of Long Yu again. At this moment, everyone present clearly remembered that big move that fell from the sky. Looking at Long Yu, who was raising his hands and making a big move, there was no big move, and he could even make a combo. This riding on a horse is a comparison between people and dead people. Goodbye everyone, let's play next time. A warm smile climbed up on Long Yu's face. Akainu and Kizaru, who were in the Maruko double combination package, disarmed their domineering arrogance and elementalization in a desperate situation, and they haven't had time to escape. Of light that fell from the sky poured down again. Boom! A huge beam of light, like a frenzy, vented down from the sky. The speed is so fast that it is impossible for people to react at all, and it is time to recover. The Akainu and Kizaru who were in the ball set meal have been baptized by the fall of the sky again. Bang! The thunder-like explosion sounded straight into the sky. The furious air waves swept across a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers, causing a large number of naval soldiers who had escaped the range of the first attack to be overturned. The trees, rocks and other buildings along the way were smashed like paper. Dust and debris rose into the sky, filling the sky everywhere. This scene, I don't know how long it lasted, until the blast of the explosion subsided. Chapter 411. Are you nervous? In the sky seemed to be moved by an invisible big hand, and the angry roar of Akainu suddenly exploded. You bastard, get out and die, I'm going to tear you apart. Anger was like thunder, and the fiery lava giant column, like a unified Tao training, rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. For a time, the huge ruins, it was a lava torrential rain. Who dashed out of the sky with the moon step, was shattered in many places, and even the cloak representing justice was torn several times. However, if ice can kill people, then Akainu can kill Long Yu tens of thousands of times now. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and after looking around, Long Yu was no longer there. Akainu, where did that guy go? The yellow monkey also rushed out quickly. Compared with Akainu, his image is obviously not too conceited, and when he looks at the situation that has long disappeared, his face gradually becomes gloomy. Let's go looking for it separately, using our knowledge and domineering arrogance, and blocking half of the island by one person. I don't believe that in just a few dozen seconds, that kid was able to escape island number 1. Akainu shouted in a deep voice. Now that the Tianlong people were killed, the two generals joined forces and were easily suppressed by the other party. Although it seems to be a bit of a trick, but starting with a big move, this fighting style obviously suppresses them, a feeling of being unable to breathe. Once this matter got out, they didn't catch Uchiha Long Yu. Then the Navy's so-called strongest combat power. It will become the most powerful joke. Good. Huang Yuan's face sank, and he hurriedly agreed. Under the endless golden light blooming on the body, the whole person is like a ghost, swept away to the other side. Akainu was also tumbling with molten lava, rushing in the opposite direction at extreme speed. For a time, only a piece of ruins remained in the huge battlefield, telling that the battle just now was not simple. As for the so-called nobles, I am afraid that their bodies have already been buried. Inside the Navy headquarters, the Marshal's office. Sengoku was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking out at the coast in the distance. As for Carp, he was still like an old idler, eating donuts. What's the matter, Warring States, are you nervous? Garp shoved the donut into his mouth with his backhand, and immediately said with a big laugh, Akainu and Kyabu, those two old boys, their strengths are not simple, they have joined forces to catch the great skeleton demon. It's not difficult. However, if someone knew about the weaknesses of those two guys, it would be a headache. After all, that old kid Zepha, but he often pissed them off, training didn't work well, and he always took shortcuts like devil fruit, which has become shortcut now. Bored. The chattering voice echoed in the huge office. The lieutenant general guarding here, his eyelids twitched, and he couldn't hold back. In their eyes, only Lieutenant General Garp could say such words, and the three of them, who were generals, did not dare to criticize each other like this. Warring States suddenly turned around and said, Kapu, I'm not worried, I'm just afraid that those two guys will make too much noise and destroy the Chambord Islands. I have to explain to the 5 old stars. Just now, Magellan received information that the great skeleton demon is too young. With his situation, no matter how many methods emerge, it's not bad for these two veterans to have a little ripples in the face of Akainu and Kizaru. Speaking of which, the Warring States looked at the reward order in his hand and said, those who came out of the Pushing City Grand Prison should also be sent back. Marshal of the Warring States period, you are right, this sea is already chaotic enough. These prisoners who should have disappeared in the long river of history should not continue to walk in this muddy water, we just need to wait for the good news of the two generals. That's enough. Who was waiting by the side, also agreed. These words fell, they were immediately echoed by the nods of other lieutenants. However, before they could speak, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Bang! The door of the office was pushed open, and an unexpected figure entered the eyes first. Looking at the hurried messengers, under the slight change in the expressions of the generals present, Ghost Spider took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath, and shouted in a hurry, you are that company, what's the matter in such a hurry, not even the slightest rules. The big thing is bad. On the first island of the Chambord archipelago, General Kisararu and General Akainu met with the great skeleton demon, which eventually evolved into a large-scale battle. The phone bug was affected by the battle and cut off. I just received a report. 3 members of the Tianlong People's Charles family were publicly beheaded by the Death Army led by the skeleton demon. The 2 generals fought against the great skeleton demon and were eventually suppressed and defeated. The great skeleton demon is now missing. Lieutenant General Bastius and Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan have jointly requested, immediately, send warships to blockade all ports. The hurried reporting sound seemed to be infused with a magical sound at this moment, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. The huge office suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Chapter 412, Foresee the Future. A moment ago, they boasted separately that the 2 generals would be able to send Uchiha Ryu back to the Propulsion City Grand Prison. Warring States even patted his chest and said, Long Yu is too young to be afraid at all. In the face of 2 generals teaming up, even the waves couldn't turn it over. However, now someone told them that Long Yu not only made waves, but also a huge wave. Killing 3 celestial dragons in public and escaping with the help of 2 generals, this kind of record can be regarded as the most valuable battle in any battle. You made it clear, the 2 generals joined forces to use their knowledge and domineering, could it be that they let the big skeleton escape? The ghost spider asked eagerly. In his eyes, Uchiha Ryu could escape thousands of meters, or even 10,000 meters in an instant. But as long as you show the arrogance of seeing and hearing, you can quickly lock in. Coupled with the yellow ape, it is known as the fastest speed, but it is difficult for anyone to fly. However, now the messenger said that the great skeleton demon was lost, and the coast was blocked, which was equivalent to telling outsiders that their Navy headquarters were incompetent. This, facing the questioning of the ghost spider, the messenger came to an end. No, don't embarrass him. Garp suddenly opened his mouth and said, "This big skeleton demon is really good. It is worthy of being the mastermind of the city's jailbreak. I am afraid that after the first fight with Kizaru, he has already thought about the countermeasures." The two generals with the highest combat power in the Navy joined forces, were suppressed and defeated, and then escaped from the domineering detection range of the two of them, together with beheading the Tianlong people in public. All this seems to be a good plan. Having said that, Garp patted the dust on his body and said, "That kid is just like a demon in his mind. In terms of calculation, I am afraid that he can be compared with you in the Warring States period. I heard that he also claimed to be the supreme ruler of the Great Tomb of Narisik. If he really has a power under his command, then I am afraid that this era will be violent again, and the impact will be no less than that of Rock's and Roger's time." The slightly long-sounding voice returned to the office, but there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. In the face of Karp's highly praised evaluation, aside from the generals present, it was the first time that Mr. Karp, who has always been lazy, would speak in such a serious manner. "Karp, I'm not calculating, it's wisdom," Warring States said in a deep voice. "However, you are right, this guy can plan and advance the escape from Chinda prison, and he can definitely be called a mind like a demon. And I underestimated him from the beginning. If he is really the leader of a force, then his danger is indeed no less than that of any era. At least, we know the four emperors very well. For him, there is absolutely no information at all." Seeing that the Warring States Marshal, who is known as the wise general of the Navy headquarters, even opened his mouth to give such an evaluation, the expressions of all the generals changed drastically. "Come on, now is not the time to be afraid of embarrassment. If the Great Skull Demon escapes from the Chambord Islands, it will be a fatal blow to our naval headquarters," Warring States said in a deep voice. "Akainu and Kizaru's combat power is good, but in the practice of domineering, as Garp said, it is a huge shortcoming. If Garp and I are dispatched in person, we can be domineering and direct. Cover the entire Chambord archipelago, all the islands, so this time, after the incident, don't follow the footsteps of Akainu and Kyabu, and bring up the domineering practice. Under the four emperors, there are many devil fruit-capable people, who have cultivated domineering to the extreme, and even more so that they can see the domineering, and can foresee the future. This is the end point for you to reach the extreme." Foreseeing the future presence of the lieutenant generals, their expressions changed slightly. Especially those with devil fruit abilities. They may not have the same strong natural devil fruit abilities as Akainu and Kizaru. But after seeing the power of the devil fruit, it was obvious that he had gone astray. That the two generals are being suppressed and defeated at the moment is like a blow to the head to wake them up. After all, there was a proper naval hero Garp in front of him, who was the strongest who climbed to the top simply by relying on physical skills and domineering. At the same time, when the naval headquarters was mobilized to block the Chambord Islands. Hundreds of nautical miles away from the Chambord Islands, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was sitting upright in a chair, undergoing routine therapeutic infusions. There were 7 or 8 all around, all beautiful and seductive female nurses in uniforms, busying themselves before and after. However, during this process, the movements in Whitebeard's hands were also dishonest. "Dad, can't you drink less wine?" Marco grabbed Whitebeard's dishonest arm and said helplessly, "Your body needs to stop drinking." As a phantom beast and a phoenix fruit person, Marco is also the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. It's just that Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard first team who is alone in the sea, is more helpless when facing Whitebeard. Chapter 413, 30th Assassination. Haha, Marco, you kid, you still got caught. Whitebeard laughed indifferently. Immediately, he broke free from Marco's hand, raised the huge wine saucer, and poured the wine into his mouth. Drinking all the spirits and wiping his mouth at will, he laughed and said, as a pirate, if you don't drink a drop of alcohol, you're not even a woman. If there's a day when I don't drink, it's unless I die. Unbridled laughter echoed on the deck. Looking at the Whitebeard who didn't put the doctor's orders in his ears at all, Marco was helpless, but the next moment his brows suddenly aroused. Musket. Puff puff. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Blazing flames, like bullets, echoed in the cabin behind him. Marco's expression sank, and he didn't have time to think about it. The light blue flames on his body emerged, like a ghost, appearing behind Whitebeard, and collided with the incoming dense flame bombs in an instant. Bang! A dull crash resounded. The seemingly fierce sniper was directly stopped by Marco without injury. However, this was only the beginning. A resentful roar resounded in the air like thunder. Whitebeard, you die for me. Fire fist. The sound of roars sounded one after another, and the fiery air wave fell from the sky like a frenzy. With a slight change in Marco's face, he hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was the fiery fist of fire. However, before Marco could make a move, Jinbei's deep voice suddenly sounded. The 3 books of Merman Karate Profound Truth. Boom! A wave of seawater that was compressed to the extreme rose into the sky in the sea below. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public, it collided with Wu Xiaoluo. Bang! The steam evaporated, turned into a storm, and rolled back, leaving the huge deck in a fog. Seeing this scene, Jin Ping's joy changed drastically. React! He saw a ghostly figure appearing in front of Whitebeard first. The dazzling sharp blade slashed towards his neck. However, in the face of this kind of attack, Whitebeard didn't seem to care about it at all, and just kept a playful smile on his face. Dang! The crisp metal collision sounded suddenly. Sharp blade slashed on Whitebeard's neck, as if it collided with a steel plate, and splattered sparks that were as dazzling as fireworks. Waiting for the crowd to react. Come, I can see the blade slashing on the black ink like armed color domineering. Brother Ace, stop quickly. Jinbei's face changed drastically, and he hurried forward to grab Ace's arm. However, compared to him, the captains stationed around him were completely indifferent except for a smile on his face. After all, since Fire Fist Ace was forcibly abducted onto the ship, the 30th assassination has been launched. Jinping, let me go, I'm going to seek revenge on that guy. A trace of anger flashed on Ace's face, and he shouted angrily. These words fell, there was a burst of laughter in the arena. They still remember that Ace woke up 2 days ago and saw the photo of himself being stepped on the cheek by the skeleton demon. It felt like a blissful coma. When he woke up again, he screamed frantically to leave the Moby Dick and go to Longyu for revenge. However, every time he was stopped by Whitebeard, it evolved into an assassination first and then leaving the Whitebeard pirates. Brother Ace, you should be very clear that at that time, apart from being careless and underestimating the enemy, you really had shortcomings in strength. Jinbei explained helplessly. His methods are endless, and he has a high level of 2-color domineering. Your winning rate is less than 50%. Jinbei has said this 100 times, and even his lips have been worn away, but unfortunately every time the effect is not good. Perhaps, persuading people, persuading a drifting person, should pull on the collar, slap palms are the most effective. No, I am offering a reward of 400 million. He is only 350 million. 3. I have the ability of a natural devil fruit. I only have 1 year to go to sea, and I can reach this height. To defeat him, it's just a matter of grabbing it. Ace's face sank, and he roared angrily. He never imagined that he would only come to this point in order to challenge Whitebeard. I didn't expect it at all, because Uchiha Ryu, who killed him without saying a word, and made a big move to clear the field, made him completely the laughingstock of the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Ace almost crushed his finger bones. "Ace, take the knife away first." Marco appeared beside Ace and said, "That kid's strength is indeed very strong. Moreover, the reward does not represent the strength of the strength." This sentence was said by Long Yu himself when he was sitting on the deck and facing Whitebeard face to face. The short fight made them see the truth of what they said. Chapter 414, Skeleton Demon. The face of Marco's re-examination of the old story, the captain present was obviously stiff. "No, this is just what you said when you planned to force me to stay. I don't believe it." Ace's expression sank, and he shouted in a hurry, "Let me leave, I will come back with that guy's head. I will definitely be able to do it, otherwise I will jump into the sea on this deck." A hysterical growl came out. However, before everyone could speak, Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, hurried over. "Dad, something is bad." According to the report from the eyeliner left on the Chambord archipelago, on the number 1 island, the population auction house attacked the Tianlong people. 3 Tianlong people were beheaded in public. After Akainu and Kyabu led the elites to arrive, they fought with the murderer. In the end, the 2 generals were suppressed and defeated. Completely blockade the entire Chambord archipelago, and still, where the pirates are staying, all the pirates have been swept away. The slightly long-sounding voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Who was sitting on the chair couldn't help sitting up straight, squinting his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Even the kid who lights the candle and the kid who plays with Flash have also lost. Is it the madman Kaido, or the mad woman Charlotte Lingling?" In the eyes of Whitebeard, there are probably very few people who can defeat 2 generals who are known as the highest combat power in the Navy, except for the 4 emperors. Of course, at their level, it is possible to defeat them, but if they want to escape and take their lives, it is impossible. For a time, everyone's eyes swept around and locked on Beasta's body, with a hint of urgency on their faces. They eagerly wanted to know who had defeated their nemesis, and it could be regarded as a bad breath for the pirates. No, yes, it was the great skeleton demon, who defeated Akainu and Kyabu. After Bistakiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he roared and shouted. It can be said that when he got this information, his expression was the same as that of everyone in front of him. His expression was stiff, his pupils were shrinking, his eye sockets were almost split, and his face was full of disbelief. "Beasta, are you kidding me?" Jose was the first to ask angrily. "I also think it's a joke. Shanai is the news, and your subordinates should receive this information soon." Beasta rolled his eyes helplessly. Thinking of what happened in the ship not long ago, their spines are still chills. If he really agreed to Long Yu, then he would lose the 1 to 10 request in the end. Then don't say they don't know where to put their faces. I'm afraid even the Whitebeard pirates will be ashamed. No, it's impossible. He obviously only has a reward of 350 million, which is lower than me. Ace shook his head sullenly and said to himself. A moment ago, he was full of anger, and was planning to find Long Yu bad luck. However, right now, this kind of thing is pouring down like a basin of cold water. With Long Yu's fierceness, his so-called rookie king is nothing but shit. Ace, that guy, was able to escape as the mastermind of the jailbreak in the advanced city prison, which is enough to prove his ability is not low. Whitebeard took the lead and said, "What's more, stepping into the sea in this way, but at the same time, there is no trace of the origin, as if the existence appeared out of thin air. It can be said that this is the most terrifying and most feared existence." Having said this, Whitebeard patted Ace on the shoulder and said, "But don't worry, as long as you stay on the Moby Dick, the training of the 3-color domineering and domineering as the old man's son will never fall. With your burning fruit, you will definitely be able to defeat that kid when we meet next time. After all, my Whitebeard looks at people's eyes, but I can't be wrong. In the future, you will surpass me and become the strongest in this sea. And that kid will be your competitor." The awe-inspiring voice echoed on the deck. The expressions of the captains in the field could not help but change slightly. It was the first time they had seen Whitebeard expect so much from a newcomer. However, when one thinks of Ace's background and identity, there is also the domineering arrogance that they are born with, which they do not have. These alone are enough to explain the reason for Whitebeard's attention. Ace, Dad is right, you are not the opponent of that kid now, but it doesn't mean that it will not be in the future. As long as you learn the three-color domineering, you will be able to win when you meet in the future. If you go now, you will only be shamed. Defeat. Jinbei saw that the needle was inserted into the seam, and hurriedly spoke up to persuade him. For a while, Ace fell into silence, then suddenly clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I am willing to serve under the command of my father, but father, you have to personally guide me in the practice of three-color domineering. I want to let that guy become a stepping stone." Chapter 415, The 10th Search. Meanwhile, within the Chambord Islands. Due to the beheading of the Tianlong people on the spot, the two generals of the Navy were defeated, and the disappearance of the skeleton demon made the Navy headquarters fully mobilized. By Garp, the major lieutenant generals led a large force to block all the ports of entry centered on the Chambord Islands. All coded pirate ships and merchant ships were seized. Who stayed in the Chambord Islands were caught in one sweep. This situation continued for 3 days, but it gave the impression that the great skeleton demon was sinking into the sea, without the slightest sound. Island 1, inside the Ripping Off Tavern. Compared to normal days, the tavern looked unusually deserted. Cigarette and wiped the goblet in her hand. Looking at the messy shop, this is the 10th time it has been searched in 3 days. After the Tianlong people were killed, there was not even a target that could be ripped off on weekdays. However, what puzzled her the most was that even her intelligence system could not detect the whereabouts of Uchiha Ryu. This made her, who had always claimed to be an intelligence agent, have the illusion of doubting her life. Jingle. The door was pushed, and suddenly it sounded. "Welcome to light." Shachi spoke subconsciously, but the moment she raised her head, her pupils contracted suddenly. "Boy, you are still on the island, those guys are looking for you." During this time, even her small bar was almost turned upside down. Not to mention, other places where people can hide. "What's the matter, didn't I say, will we meet again?" Long Yu smiled genially, sat in front of the bar, and said, "Come here, old friend, won't you invite me for a drink?" "Old friend." Shachi rolled her eyes helplessly, and said, "You brat, we've only met once, and both of us are drunk. However, the Chambord archipelago is too dangerous now, so let's hurry up and find a way to leave." Shachi said that she was not forgiving, but according to the wine glass, she poured a glass of ale and handed it to Long Yu. However, before Long Yu could taste it, a burst of hurried footsteps rang out. "Girl, hurry up and hide inside, and let me lead you away." "Really?" Shachi's expression froze. She hurriedly turned over on the bar, and walked quickly towards the door. I approached the window. I saw that there were already many Navy figures approaching in all directions. Rayleigh was rushing here with Bonnie. "Kid, there is a tunnel behind the bar, which leads to an abandoned pier 5 kilometers away. There may be a Navy guarding there, but at least it's better to be besieged here. You take that little girl and run away quickly. I believe in your ability, and you can escape from birth." Shachi said in a hurry. The door was also pushed open, and the figures of Rayleigh and Bonnie came into view first. 2 of them saw Long Yu. Their expressions also changed drastically. After all, it has been 3 days since the search, and the Navy headquarters has not found even the slightest trace of Long Yu. It can be said that the longer the delay, the lower the probability of being able to catch Long Yu. It was for this reason that Rayleigh became Long Yu's scapegoat and was directly targeted by the Navy of the entire Chambord Islands. In Rayleigh's eyes, he thought that Long Yu had already escaped from the Chambord Islands by other means. "I didn't even think about it, it would appear before my eyes." You bastard, the old man was hurt badly by you. After being stunned for a moment, Rayleigh immediately vomited bitterly. However, you kid, you hid well. Why did you suddenly run out? There are many navies outside, turning the Chambord archipelago upside down. You have to find it. You hurry up and take this little girl away. The old man doesn't like to carry the oil bottle. They are coming soon. You hurry up. The hurried voices and the fast approaching footsteps outside made the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly depressed. You bastard, if it weren't for you, the old lady wouldn't be labeled as your accomplice, and there's no need to run away. Bonnie, panting, threw a punch at Long Yu. However, Long Yu quickly clasped her wrist, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move. Don't worry, it's all right. Long Yu glanced at the window lightly, then looked at Bonnie, and said, of course you are with me, don't forget, who bought you in the auction house. Now, sit down with me obediently, and don't make a sound. Sit aside. Bonnie froze for a moment, then said angrily, you bastard, my mother is not your slave, my mother is. Words were finished, Rayleigh's face suddenly changed, and he said, there are some people who can't, and they are coming, prepare to fight. Bang! The door was kicked open, and then I saw a ghost spider with a gloomy face and a saber hanging from his waist. Seeing this scene, Bonnie's expression changed drastically, but she was about to burst out, but Long Yu covered her mouth. The whole person was pulled and sat in his arms. The sudden scene made Bonnie's expression change drastically, and even the expressions of Rayleigh and Shachi changed. Although Long Yu's strength is very good, but the ghost spider is a lieutenant general. With such a delay, if other navies arrive, I am afraid that it will be difficult to fly with the help of tunnels. Just as Rayleigh and Shachi were tensing their nerves, the words that fell in their ears made their expressions suddenly stagnate. Chapter 416, You Stinky Bastard. Where did the person go? He clearly had an eyeliner just now, and mentioned a person similar to the Hades Rayleigh who fled to this place. The ghost spider muttered to himself with a gloomy face. A pair of eyes full of haze, looking around in the narrow tavern. Pity, no matter how closely he looked, after his eyes stayed on Rayleigh and the others for a short time, he still didn't seem to see their existence. The strange scene made Rayleigh, Shachi and others suspect that they were deliberately releasing water and delaying time. However, the sound of footsteps coming from all around, and the Navy soldiers rushing in next, when they looked at the tavern, gave them the feeling that they were treated as transparent people. There was no clue at all, let alone the fight that Rayleigh imagined. The inexplicable scene made Rayleigh and Shachi couldn't help but look at each other, and when a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of their eyes, they subconsciously looked at Long Yu. At this moment, they obviously related this kind of strange thing to what Long Yu said just now. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, we haven't seen Rayleigh and the whereabouts of the girl in all directions. We have searched this tavern no less than 10 times just now, and we didn't expect the old woman to disappear. A naval adjutant couldn't help but said. It can be said that every Navy soldier rushing in now has a tired look on his face. They had assembled here 3 days ago, and apart from a short rest, they didn't even have enough sleep time. It can be said that if it goes on like this, I am afraid that people will fall first before they can be found. Ghost Spider, haven't you found it inside? Shout came from outside. I'm a flying squirrel. I'm here to take over your echelon and search island number 13. You can go and rest. Of joy flashed across the tired cheeks of the naval soldiers present. After all, even hard-hitting people can't survive being sleepy. If you continue, I am afraid that you will be exhausted before you encounter the skeleton demon. Once they really meet, in this way, the Death Army led by the great skeleton demon. That's even more of a dead end. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the ghost's expression sank, and the eagle's eyes swept around the tavern before saying, I know you've worked hard, go back to rest for 5 hours, and then continue to send troops to search. No, I'm harsh on you. Once the situation was very serious, even the world nobles were beheaded in public, and the 2 generals were embarrassed in public because they underestimated the enemy. Also find. Otherwise we won't be able to eat and walk around. Of these scolding words, the ghost spider did not stop, turned around and left first. Watching the figure go away, the Navy soldiers present secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and they quickly chased after him. In their eyes, there is no responsibility, and it is not their turn to be responsible for the bottom-level naval soldiers. There are also marshals, generals, lieutenant generals, etc. As the footsteps faded away and finally disappeared within the range of hearing, Shachi looked out the window. After confirming that it was correct, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at Long Yu. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a situation. The means, the faction has a fearless look. Is this also one of your devil fruit abilities? I heard that you can not only create a death army, but also have a super wide range of attack methods. Now you still have this kind of concealment. No wonder no one can find you. For Shachi's remarks, Riley also nodded in agreement. They finally knew why Long Yu didn't leave, but the Navy couldn't find him in the Chambord Islands. It's all a way of hiding your eyes. If you look carefully with a domineering look, you'll still be discovered. Long Yu laughed dryly, and immediately slapped Zhao, who was sitting on his lap. Ah, you rascal! Bonnie screamed and jumped up on Long Yu's legs like a slingshot. That pretty face instantly became. It turned red, biting the little tiger teeth, staring at Long Yu angrily. If it wasn't because of Long Yu's methods, I'm afraid she would have been violent. What's the matter? You obviously don't want to leave because you are relying on me, and you say I'm a hooligan, and I also say that men and women don't get along. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, if I don't do this and let you yell, we will all be found out. When entering the tavern, Long Yu set up an illusion enchantment around him. With his current kaleidoscope writing ability, this is nothing but a breeze. However, this kind of illusion, at best, is the same as a blinding method. If you use the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing similar to spiritual exploration, you will still find clues. It's just that this tavern has been searched many times, and those naval soldiers are already exhausted, and their patience has obviously been lost. Looking at Long Yu, who bit back, Bonnie stomped her feet angrily and said, you prodigal son, you can't even lian xiang xiu, you deserve to be single all your life. In this world, no one will like you, even if there is one. And it must be an extremely ugly old woman with a pockmarked face and a bucket waist. Chapter 417, Happy Friends. The hysterical roar echoed in the tavern, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Bonnie, who was panting and seemed to be trying her best, Shachi and Rayleigh looked at each other and laughed lightly. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, you won't say, we are happy friends. Haha, you kid, you are really smart, you are always fighting and bickering, and it is easy to get on the line. Riley laughed heartily. However, Bonnie quickly glared at him and said, bad old man, whoever is happy with him, the woman who looks at him is blind, or extremely ugly, and a beautiful beauty like me will not like it. Him. The roaring noise made Rayleigh and Shachi laugh and shake their heads. However, looking at Bonnie, who was almost run away, it was not easy for the two of them to stay on this topic. Riley quickly changed the subject and said, boy, you went back to the tavern again. You are not going to find me, a bad old man, to coat the boat. Let's go to the New World. I tell you, all ships in the Chambord Islands have been detained by the Navy headquarters, and no ship can leave this place. Hearing these words, Bonnie's anger couldn't help but stop. During this period of time, she tried many times, but every port that could go to sea was blocked, and before she got close, I was afraid she would be discovered. Looking at the indifferent Long Yu, Bonnie glared and said, you are still laughing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to be trapped in this place, living a life of anxiety every day. Although you have great means, if you want to go out to sea, it is simply a fool's dream. Bonnie's remarks are a bit ugly, but Riley and Shachi obviously agree. Eyes turned, locked on Long Yu's body, and said, boy, if you really want to go to sea, I'm afraid we can't help you either. Don't worry, It's almost time to go to sea. This time I'm here to see if this girl, and you lousy old man Rayleigh, should we leave together? Leaving Rayleigh together couldn't help but startled, then shook his head and said, I don't care, some guys can't find you and won't leave soon. I still like it. I'm drinking and gambling here. I'm in a bad mood that day. I'll auction myself again to see that the unlucky guy was cheated by me. You old man, it is really disrespectful to say this kind of thing. You are not afraid of shame, I am also afraid. Already. Shachi glared at him and said, however, little brother, you are so kind, but the old man Rayleigh has failed, but we are very curious, how do you go out to sea at this time? In Shachi's information, the whereabouts of Long Yu could not be found, but it did not mean that he did not know the situation of the Chambord Islands. It can be said that she can easily know how many navy she has on the 13th island. However, because he was afraid of leaving, the navy came to her door, but did not meet her, and was finally labeled as an accomplice with Long Yu. Not even the Chambord Islands, the retirement place. Now Long Yu said that there is a way to leave safely, so Shachi is not interested. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body, and there was a little more curiosity. Hee, don't believe it. You'll know when you arrive. Long Yu laughed dryly, raised his wine glass and poured the wine, then patted the dust on his body and walked out the door. Looking at the back of Long Yu leaving, Bonnie glared fiercely and said, it's mysterious and mysterious, I don't believe that you can go to sea at this time. Okay, you stupid girl, if you can, you should leave the Chambord Islands with that guy quickly. If you hide like this, you will be easily found. Shachi spit out a cigarette and said with a smile. Furthermore, this little brother is also very responsible. He can sneak away and come back to find you. Find me. Bonnie was stunned for a moment, then she pouted her lips in disdain and said, if my mother wants to go, I can't go anywhere. I'm a little hungry, and I can't use it, it's just strength. However, I also really want to see how he makes a fool of himself when he can't go out to sea. Seeing Bonnie with a stubborn face, Rayleigh gave a hearty dry laugh and followed quickly. 15 minutes later, at the port closest to Island 13. Long Yu and others were hiding in the woods, waiting for the patrolling navy to leave. Long Yu just walked out with everyone. After 3 days of uninterrupted search, to cover such a large Chambord archipelago, and such a high-intensity workload, these navy soldiers, obviously become, negligent. After all, they couldn't find it for the first 3 days, and in their eyes, people had already left. Chapter 418, The Matchmaker. Right now, it's just a show, for the people of the world government to see. However, the navy has relaxed, but there is also no sign of ships at the mouth of the sea. HMPH, you said take it away, Chambord Archipelago, there are no boats here, it's not the plan, let me swim away. Bonnie glared at Long Yu and said, this sea is full of sea kings, and you are a devil fruit person. Riley and Shachi had a headache for Bonnie's carelessness, but these words made no sense. Bonnie is a demon with 4 abilities. The skeleton posture displayed by Shan Long Yu has already been hooked by them and the devil fruit ability. Haha, why don't you take a gamble? If I win, you warm the bed for me. If I lose, it's up to you. Long Yu laughed dryly. Bedwarming Bonnie was stunned for a moment, and then those images flashed through her mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, she bit her babe's teeth and said, you rascal, just bet, I don't believe that you can leave. If I win, I want you to be my slave. Slave. Long Yu smiled and pointed to the sea in the distance. I forgot, you are the slave I photographed, and I bet with you, but I am at a loss. However, you must warm your bed tonight. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. When I followed Long Yu's line of sight, the first scene that caught my eye shook the nerves of Bonnie and the 3 of them. Isn't this the 9 snake pirates led by the Chihuahua, the so-called Empress Hancock? Bonnie couldn't help but startled, and said anxiously, what does it have to do with you? The 9 snake pirates hate men the most. For a female pirate, Hancock undoubtedly gave them a breath in the sea. Although no woman will admit that others are more beautiful than herself, Hancock's ability to rank among the ranks of Chihuahua by virtue of her identity as a woman is enough for many people to look up to. However, before Long Yu could speak, Rayleigh took a sip of strong wine and said with a dry smile, "Hee hee, no wonder you can leave after swearing, so that girl Hancock came to pick you up. However, you can let her go by herself. It seems that she has a good relationship with her. That girl is a bit willful, but she is also a good girl." Having said this, Rayleigh looked at Bonnie. "Of course, the girl beside you too." "Rayleigh, you poor old man." Bonnie snapped back to her senses and glared at Riley. However, there was still an uneasy taste in his eyes. "Look at the fast approaching ship." The pupils contracted, and even the eye sockets were almost split. The moment before, she also vowed to belittle Long Yu, a hooligan that only blind and ugly women would like. Now suddenly there is a woman who has a good relationship with Long Yu and does not hesitate to offend the Navy headquarters, and even the Empress of the world government. It can be said that Bonnie asked herself that she was not bad-looking, and she was considered a good-looking person on the sea. But when one thinks of the legendary female emperor, beauty can make men and women go crazy. She was instantly discouraged. This horse-riding man can really compare to a dead man. This slap in the face must have come too soon. Thinking of the bet just now, Bonnie wanted to give herself 2 mouths. At the same time, the 9 snake pirates are on board. With 2 giant sea serpents and a good wind, Hancock's ship came to shore apparently quickly. Hancock, who was standing on the bow deck, with black silk fluttering in the wind, looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help clenching his hands. Hard that even the phalanx was white. "Sister, you should be happy, Charles Marco was finally killed." Sonia walked quickly behind her, followed by Godrud and her mother-in-law on crutches. For Hancock, in order to facilitate the rule of 9 Snake Island, the spread of news has been cut off, and even newsbirds are rare. Only the mother-in-law can get the newspaper. And the newspaper in her hand was the first time her mother-in-law got it. She still remembered the difficult and unexplainable mood when she saw the front page news that day. His eyes were red, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. He fell to the ground weakly on his knees, and buried his head in tears. At that moment, Hancock gave the impression that he was no longer a proud king, but a weak and powerless little girl. After the shadow in his heart was lifted, he burst into tears. "Hee hee, Hancock, I knew, that kid will never let go of the Tianlong people who hurt you. I thought he was simply teaching a lesson or two, but I didn't expect that he would be beheaded in public." The mother-in-law said with a dry smile, with a proud look on her face. When Long Yu left that day, it was her mother-in-law who told him the identity of the heavenly dragon who caught Hancock that day. The matchmaker Hancock was startled at first, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he turned back with a sullen face. "Throw her into the water and feed the sea kings. Concubine doesn't need any matchmaking, everyone will bow down to my beauty." Chapter 419, Is This Jealous? Having said that, Hancock glanced at Sonia and Godreau and said, "Don't hurry up, throw her down. Do you plan to let the concubine say it a second time?" "No sister, there seems to be a woman beside Long." Godreau couldn't help but said. "What?" Hancock's pretty face changed, and the moment he suddenly turned around, when the high heels stepped on the deck, the huge strength also stepped through the heavy deck. When she saw Bonnie, her pretty face sank and she said sharply, "Don't let him get on the boat, or I'll kill him." And stern voices echoed on the huge deck. Seeing the sudden change in Hancock's temperament, the people present couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. 3 of Charles Marco were beheaded in public. They contacted Long Yu through the phone. Even defied all opinions, risking that he didn't even want the location of Chihuahua. He came to Chambord Archipelago just to pick up Long Yu. However, now that Long Yu has refused to board the ship, the gap is a bit too big. "Mother-in-law, is your elder sister's behavior jealous?" Godreau couldn't help but ask. However, it was soon felt that the murderous gaze was cast. "Concubine, let you throw this old woman overboard, didn't you hear?" Hancock said almost word by word. However, as soon as these words sounded, there was a crackling sound of space vibration behind him. Looking back in a hurry, I saw a teleportation light gate, which was quickly constructed behind it. Soon he saw that Long Yu appeared in front of him with a stunned Bonnie. Hancock could speak. He saw Long Yu with a warm smile on his face, reached out and rubbed Hancock's head. "Thank you for your hard work. This is the slave I rescued in the auction house. Hancock, you won't mind." The violent scene changed the expressions of everyone on the deck. Godreau and Sonia hurriedly stepped forward, hurriedly opening their mouths to say something, but the sight of them subverted their cognition again. No, the concubine came to the Chambord Islands only to repay your kindness, and can you move your hand away?" Hancock lowered his head slightly and said in a soft voice. The domineering arrogance and the ferocity that killed Long Yu was completely gone. If it is said that Hancock feels to them now, it is completely like a little girl. "Mother-in-law, this is food." Godreau couldn't help but ask back. Mother-in-law glared at me and said, "This is a fascination soup, so why didn't you hurry up and clean up a room?" "Room? It's 2 rooms, you damn old woman, why are you still on the boat?" Hancock suddenly shouted angrily, "Give it to the concubine, throw her into the sea to feed the fish." Looking at Hancock who was screaming, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, looked at Bonnie and said, "Stay in the room for the time being, don't run around, wait until you leave the Chambord Islands." Looking at Long Yu who turned around and was about to leave after leaving those words, Bonnie still couldn't recover. Normal times, Bonnie would definitely not be able to look away when she saw Hancock. Compared with Hancock, who has the ability of sweet fruit and has extremely seductive charm, she is obviously inferior to her appearance, and she is more like an empress who can only be seen from a distance and cannot be touched. However, Hancock, who has a cold and arrogant taste from his bones, is as docile as a kitten in front of Long Yu. Bonnie wouldn't believe it if they were not related. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the first character template, Ains or Gong, the fidelity has reached 50%. The system's ethereal prompt sounded. Long Yu's brows couldn't help but twitch, looking a little surprised. However, when I recalled how I acted all the way on the Chambord Islands, I couldn't reach 50%. Then I am afraid that Long Yu will doubt life. Moreover, Uchiha Ryu's strength has reached a bottleneck now, and he would like to know what rewards will be unlocked when it reaches 50%. Ding dong, randomly selected, the first host can further disarm Ains or Gong's ability. Second, get a new character template. 2 system prompts sounded again. Long Yu's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. As the Bone King to make a lot of noise in the city. By the Navy headquarters is absolutely inevitable. Moreover, after a period of understanding, Long Yu clearly knew that the fidelity of the Bone King had increased and had reached a bottleneck. This time, perhaps, I can improve my own strength through the fidelity 50%. But it also means touching the ceiling. If there is no specific means of coercion, it will not only be difficult, but also take a long time to continue to improve. Under the combination of various factors, Long Yu became interested in the second template. After all, the Bone King has already become famous, and if he makes some small things, the shock to this world will not be too big. Chapter 420, Warming the Bed. But if you use a new character template to increase your influence in this world, this is undoubtedly a shortcut. Thinking of this, Long Yu's thoughts flowed, immediately. Order was given. Second choice, unlock new character templates. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the second character template. The system prompts echoed one after another in Long Yu's mind. I just felt a darkness in the sea of consciousness, and the next moment I reacted, and there was obviously a new attribute page in my consciousness. Looking at the character description above, and the unruly and cold expression, Long Yu's expression couldn't help but stagnate. The characters unlocked this time can be said to be the same Wang Bang. Sister, something is going wrong. Kikyo saw naval ships approaching from all directions, and the leaders were Akainu and Kyabu. Godrut's urgent cries sounded suddenly, completely breaking the silence on the ship. Let the deck suddenly become a commotion, the rapid footsteps, it can be said that the echo is endless. Although, when Hancock made such a risky decision, they had expected that they might encounter the pursuit of the Navy. But in their eyes, this kind of thing can be fooled by the title of Shichibukai. However, at the moment, two generals are leading the team in person, so whether the title of Chiwahai can be brought into play is another matter. If they were to discover that the great skeleton demon, who was making the Chambord archipelago so much trouble, was on the boat, not only would the location of Chiwahai be lost, but even the Amazon island country occupied by the 9 snakes would be regarded as a thorn in their side. Sister, what should we do now? Godru was anxious. They have confidence in Hancock's strength, but this time it's two generals, unless they are willing to expose the existence of Long Yu and fight together. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to escape with a single Hancock. HMPH, what a concubine does, I won't be blamed, because my concubine is the most beautiful. Hancock snorted disdainfully, and said, pass on the concubine's orders and enter a fighting state. Once the Navy dares to push hard, they will be terminated for me. As for Akainu and Kizaru to be handed over to the concubine, Long Yu has done a lot. If I can't repay my kindness now, I, Hancock, have no face to appear here. At the end, there was a hint of awe in the words. Lord Hancock said that if even grace can't be repaid, we women can't raise our heads. This time, Lord Long Yu helped Lord Hancock to avenge his revenge. We must do our best to protect his safety. As long as Lord Hancock gives an order, we are willing to die. The huge deck, the crew instantly entered a state of mad love. The pink peach heart on the eyes simply gave people a feeling of going through fire and water. Hearing this unanimous shouting, Long Yu frowned and retreated from the space of consciousness, but the sight of the sight made his expression stagnate, and said, why did you take off all your clothes and hide on my bed? If you are sleepy, then you are out of luck, and there are entangled guests. Sleepy. Bonnie looked at the clothes scattered on the ground, her expression couldn't help but stagnate. She said with clenched teeth, did you forget the bet just now? I, Bonnie, would like to accept the loss. Didn't you say you want me to help you warm the bed? You're not joking. Looking at the resentful Bonnie, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, actually, I'm really joking. Even if it's really a bed warmer, it's just a simple bed warmer. Very simple warm bed. Bonnie was startled for a moment, and then her cheeks were flushed and she roared with resentment. Are you saying that I am not innocent? You men, I don't believe that you are innocent. Hysterical voices echoed in the room. However, before Long Yu could continue his sophistry, a knock on the door came hurriedly, and then the door was directly pushed open. Seeing the sudden scene, Bonnie quickly clenched the quilt on her body. Cough cough, it seems that my old woman is not here at the right time, but you are really restless, Hancock is outside. When my mother-in-law looked at this situation, she could not help coughing dryly. However, I can't take care of your young people's affairs so much. You should have heard that Kizaru and Akainu are here. I hope you have some solution. Long Yu was obviously too lazy to explain her mother-in-law's beauty misunderstanding. Bonnie covered the quilt. She was about to speak and then stopped, but she met Long Yu's gaze, her nerves suddenly tense, and she said in a hurry, You, what do you want to do? What to do? Long Yu said with a playful smile, You are so smart, you should know without saying, don't put on clothes first, I have a way to get out. What, you rascal without clothes? Exclamations echoed in the cabin room. However, in the face of the internal toss, the outside world does not know and has no time to pay attention. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 421-440. Chapter 421. Beautiful. On the huge deck of the ship, the atmosphere seemed extremely depressed. Hundreds of female warriors of the 9 snakes were guarding the edge of the deck of the ship, and the 3 Hancock sisters were standing at the bow of the ship. Of the naval fleet that gradually approached and formed an encirclement also became solemn. General Akainu, our encirclement has been completed, and everyone who is good at seeing, and domineering has already opened a net of heaven and earth. If the skeleton demon appears, it will definitely be impossible to escape. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel walked over quickly, and even he had a tired look on his face during the 3-day search. Just when they were looking for the whereabouts of Long Yu and got into a bottleneck, the ship of the 9 snake pirates suddenly entered the waters blocked by the Chambord Islands, giving them a glimmer of hope. HMPH, this Hancock has always been arrogant. According to Bastiou's information, when the great skeleton demon appeared that day, he also encountered the ship of the 9 snake pirates. No matter whether they are related or not, we must not let go of any possibility. Sex. Akainu shouted coldly with a gloomy face. During this time, 3 Tianlong people were beheaded in public in front of 2 admirals of the Navy. The pressure exerted by the Navy headquarters and even the world government made Akainu feel a little overwhelmed. Of the 9 snake pirates has undoubtedly become his only chance. Hee, Akainu, I advise you to hurry up and let them return to the cabin, Hancock girl, but there is a lot of trouble. Dry voices came from the cabin. Soon Garp was seen walking out with a donut in a bowl. Looking at Garp with a smile on his face, Akainu's face sank, and he said, HMPH, you semi-retired person, a mere pirate, is it worth us avoiding? Oh, I've already mentioned that suggestion. Don't say that the old man didn't work hard when you go back. Garp didn't take it seriously either, after stuffing 2 donuts in his mouth. We're finished, the field became, a commotion started. Too beautiful, is this the pirate queen Boyahan Cook? I heard that once you take a look, you will be fascinated by it. God, my eyes are full of her. That cold and arrogant expression and condescending gaze are almost 1,000 times stronger than my yellow-faced mother-in-law. No, I should say 10,000 times. I can't do it, I'm going to pass out of happiness. No, if Lord Hancock, let me die, I am willing to die for her now. The crazy words that sounded one after another caused the dog's expression to change slightly. For the invitation of Chihuahai, there is no use. He is a general, and Kai, who thinks of absolute justice, has absolutely no intention to understand a so-called Chihuahai. In his eyes, he can't wait for the so-called Chihuahai to make a mistake and then punch one at a time. However, it is precisely because of this reason that when looking at those subordinates who are full of peach hearts and look like demons, the complexion suddenly changes and he shouts in a hurry. Return them all to the cabin. However, in the face of these remarks, the Navy soldiers on the deck who were in a daze were obviously indifferent. Cold voice also sounded abruptly. Sweet and sweet. A simple 4-character sputtered out. At this moment, it was as if a magic sound had been poured into it. Akainu only saw that Hancock lifted his right foot slightly and leaned back. Red lips kissed, a pink hurricane, centered on her, quickly rolled away. Bang bang bang. The pink hurricane, with Hancock at the center, quickly rewinds. Wherever he passed, the eyes were staring at the pink peach heart, and the heart was like a Navy soldier who was about to jump out of a wild horse. Instant, it was quickly petrified. That beating heart, eyes glowing with love. Faced with this terrifying scene, these people seemed to be unaware. Beside Akainu also flashed a trace of panic on his face. Seeing that there were also signs of petrification on his body, he immediately panicked. Try the pain. Garp suddenly reminded. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was stunned for a moment, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly pulled out the dagger from his waist with his backhand, and stabbed it into his leg under his clenched teeth. PFF'd. Blood splattered, hot blood splattered on the deck at the same time, stinging pain swept through the whole body. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel could not help but groan, but under the stinging pain, the petrification on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Mr. Garp, is this the devil fruit ability? Can everyone use this method to release the petrification? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel reacted suddenly. However, looking at the full deck, the petrified Navy soldiers didn't have time to think about it, and hurried up to meet the pain in their legs. However, as soon as he took a few steps, he was stopped by Garp's detective. Stop. This method can only be done by people with good strength who can maintain their true heart. Those who are a little weaker, have already been directly confused by their minds like the soldiers on the ship. Now they are petrified, you are a little stronger, they'll be shattered too, and no one will be able to save them then. Having said that, Garp looked at Akainu and said, "You old boy, as the Warring States said, don't think about things at all, leave this matter to me." That day Hancock joined Chiwahai, and I was also reception. Leave things to you. Chapter 422, Kong Cloud Sword. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "You semi-retired person, don't forget, this time you are only responsible for cooperating with me and Kizaru to carry out the search mission. Don't forget that you are only a lieutenant general, let a general lead the commander. I hand over the position to you. Is this telling other people that I am not as good as you? Also, I can easily solve this kind of thing." Voice fell, and Akainu's knowledge was domineering, and it rolled back like a frenzy. Instantly covered the Nine Snakes pirate ship. The next moment, Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "Hancock, I'll give you two choices. First, immediately. Remove the power of the devil fruit and let the three people hiding in the cabin get out, otherwise don't blame me for doing it. Second, I will do it myself and sink you into the sea." The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the sky in all directions, making the face of the female warrior of Nine Snake Island suddenly change. "Bastard, my concubine is Chiwahai, a pirate who signed an agreement with your world government. You dare to be so rude. Are you afraid of spreading the word and breaking the rules?" Hancock's face sank. He immediately raised his right foot, leaned back, pointed at Akainu and said, "What's more, the concubine is so beautiful, no one will blame the concubine. As for the people in the cabin, it's the secret of the concubine's body. If you dare to be tough, our Nine Snake pirates won't let anyone need it, but it will make your navy pay enough price." Delicately drunk, there is an unmistakable taste between the words. However, this unrestrained confrontation made the foreheads of Sonia and Gadru also ooze hot sweat. A general may still be able to fight, but now it is not only against two generals, but also many lieutenants. Among them is Iron Fist Carp, who is known as a naval hero. From this deck alone, they are sure to lose. What's more, there is indeed an unspeakable secret in the cabin. "Hancock, this is my last chance, get out or I'll sink you." Akainu's face sank and growled angrily. However, before he could make a move, an extremely wretched voice suddenly sounded behind Hancock. "Yo, Check is making trouble, it seems that this situation is really lively, but Akainu, let me open the way." Endless golden light emerged from behind Hancock. As a person with the flash fruit ability, Kizaru possesses speed and is obviously the best at raiding. When the light spots converged into a human form, the golden light in the right hand of the yellow monkey became even more mad, and quickly condensed into a golden light blade. Kong Cloud Sword. Without any trace of flowers, it went straight to Hancock's back. The violent scene shook the nerves of Sonia and Godrut. They never thought that the yellow monkey would put a hand in such a juncture. Facing this close distance, Akainu also burst into flames in an instant, and plundered towards the room that was locked with a domineering look. Bang! However, as soon as the Akainu approached, a dull collision sounded suddenly. The closed door of the cabin was suddenly pushed open, followed by a thunderous light like a swimming snake, passing the Akainu with lightning speed. One step ahead, appearing in front of the yellow monkey. The violent scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. Especially Kayabu, the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves like thunder. "Have you ever tried being struck by lightning?" The fist of lightning strikes. Boom! The golden thunder light, like a frenzy, exploded under the sudden clenching of Long Yu's 5 fingers. Without any bells and whistles, he slammed towards Kizaru in the face, and the speed was so fast that he was too late to react. After all, in Kizaru's eyes, even if Long Yu really made a move, he would definitely not escape Akainu's block. Looking at the fist that was rapidly expanding in his pupils, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly drove the armed color domineering. Bang! The thunder vibrated, and under the huge impact, there was even more violent thunder light splashing open. The deck underfoot was even more overwhelmed, and burst open at the sound of it. Wearing the cloak of justice, the whole body is covered with a domineering kiwi, like a cannonball, and flew out directly. It finally hit the warship hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force caused the guardrail to shatter. However, with the help of the ship's buffer, Kizaru quickly recovered himself, and displayed elementalization to completely remove the impact. At the same time, it regained its shape and appeared on the deck. With a pair of gloomy eyes, he hurriedly looked at the person who made the shot, and said grimly, "Arrogant, I finally waited for you to come out. This time it will not be as simple as the last time, allowing you to escape easily." The hysterical roar echoed above the sea, and when I thought of that sentence, "Have you ever tried to be struck by lightning?" that tone and shame are indelible in Kayabu's mind. However, this idea just sprouted in Kasaragi's heart, and the next moment he came into view, his pupils contracted suddenly. Chapter 423, Your Man. Who the hell are you? The unusually unfamiliar figure suddenly appearing on the side of the female Emperor Hancock, Kasaragi's pupils shrank suddenly. He had seen it with his own eyes. Long Yu was using the great skeleton demon, the real person. He looked like a young man in his 20s. However, the person who shot him now was more than 2 meters tall and was wearing a black fur coat. A golden spiky head, with lightning-like scars, pierced through the left eye. The black sleeveless short vest inside, under the headphones, his face is full of cold and arrogant colors. "You ask who I am?" Long Yu snorted coldly and said, "I also want to ask, who are you, and you are on someone else's ship, unscrupulous and unreasonable." "You." Hancock's expression changed slightly, but when he was about to speak, he saw a large warm hand that quickly enlarged in her pupils. The playfulness in the depths of those eyes made her realize in an instant, and let this big hand cover her head. The familiar warmth coming from the tips of his hair, and listening to the soft words that fell in his ears, Hancock knew that the person in front of him was Long Yu. "Although, I don't know what means he used to become like this, but when he thinks of the endless variety of means, even the Navy can play with it," Uchiha Long Yu in his hand. Hancock smiled sweetly, then snorted coldly, and said, "He's my man, Laxus Doris." "Your man." The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. In their cognition, the 9 snake pirates led by the female Emperor Hancock hated men extremely. Now Hancock, suddenly there is an official announcement that this is his man. If you don't see it with your own eyes, hear it with your own ears. I am afraid I really doubt that the female Emperor Hancock likes the show on the broken back and acts as a girl. HMPH, I don't care who you are, I will go back with me today. If you want to blame it, you are at this juncture, appearing in front of my eyes. Akainu snorted coldly, and took one step under the endless tumbling lava on his body. The next moment, with the help of shaving, he disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, and it has come to Long Yu's side. The violent scene made Hancock's face change slightly, and he was about to make a move. However, seeing Long Yu's right hand suddenly lift up, the moment when the martial aura was covered, without any fancy, he directly buckled the shoulder of Akainu, who was tumbling all over his body. The sizzling burning sound suddenly sounded on Long Yu's face, and there was a hint of playfulness. "I caught you." The small voice shook the red at this moment. Canine nerves. After possessing the natural system and melting fruit, a scorching high temperature, for Akainu. That's the best defense against damage. However, now there is someone who is so fierce and unexpected, who dares to catch him only with the defense of armed domineering. However, before Akainu could react, a thunderous sound resounded. The golden thunder light, like a horse, penetrates from the sky, and the speed is so fast that it is difficult for the naked eye to catch. Akainu were already shrouded in it. The huge impact, and the splashing lightning, directly caused Hancock and others to subconsciously retreat 7 or 8, one step away. The deck beneath his feet was even more overwhelmed, and burst open at the sound of it. However, before everyone could react, Akainu's roar suddenly sounded. "You bastard, dare to tease General Ben." Bang! Under the fiery wave of air, the fist wrapped in molten lava blasted out in the pillar of thunder. PFF'd. Like a horse, the thunder light didn't roam quickly in the void, but one step ahead of the fist that was entangled in molten lava, appeared on the deck of a naval warship dozens of meters away. The expression of the ghost spider stationed on this warship suddenly changed, and he was about to shoot a sniper when Akainu's roar sounded again. Canine-toothed red lotus. The thunder in the sky dissipated, and Akainu stepped on the deck with a slightly embarrassed step. Endless flow of molten lava in the right hand, the fiery air wave rolled backwards, and suddenly punched out in the direction of Long Yu. Bang! The endless lava was madly vented, and instantly turned into a huge lava dog of more than 10 meters out of thin air, attacking towards Long Yu. Attack has not yet come, and an indescribable depressing aura hangs over the deck of the ship. Looking at this violent scene, not to mention the ghost spiders stationed on the deck, even Garp's expression changed. "Akainu, are you crazy? The soldiers who were petrified on that ship will be shattered once they are attacked by the aftermath of the attack. When the time comes, I will not be able to save them." Garp roared loudly. However, at this distance, he had no time to block. Only thing that can be done is to fix the urgent gaze on Long Yu. As soon as this glance fell, Garp's pupils shrank for it. The face of the molten giant dog coming in, Long Yu was as crazy as before. Without any thought of evasion, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched tightly. The violent thunder light exploded like a frenzy, and the crackling arcs splashed between the fingers. Chapter 424, Lightning Fist. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed toward the molten giant dog. Lightning Fist. The endless thunder light collided with the giant lava dog. Of a slight touch, the violent electric current accumulated in the fist, as if it had obtained a vent, turned into a furious wave, and exploded directly with a 10,000 force-like gesture. The thunderbolts were trained, and they pierced through the sky like a savage dragon. Bang! The incoming molten giant dog was instantly torn apart by the violent thunder, giving people a paper-like feeling. Under the splash of hot molten lava, it turned into a heavy rainstorm and fell on the sea. One punch exploded. The violent scene made the expressions of the admirals such as Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel change drastically, and even their pupils shrunk suddenly. Attack just now. If they are prepared enough, they can also resist it. It's just that compared to the stance of punching and blasting in front of him, it's obviously a far cry. Akainu, who witnessed this scene, was instantly gloomy to the extreme. His own attacks, being stopped again and again, and the disgrace he suffered on the Chambord Islands made him completely unable to hold his breath. At this moment, the molten lava that was flowing all over his body seemed to be tumbling to the extreme with his anger, and even the cracked deck that was overwhelmed by his feet was scorched and squeaked. Seeing Akainu who was about to go berserk again, Hancock's face sank, and he said tenderly, "Akainu, you dare to run wild on the concubine again. Don't blame me for tearing up the Treaty of Chihuahua. Let the world know that your naval headquarters, and even the style of the world government, we Chihuahua, is not a call to come and a wave to go. I'm going to see how you explain to the world government." Explain to the world government. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "This general, now I'm helping the world government, I can't tolerate your nonsense." Roaring together, Akainu stomped heavily, wanting to storm out again. However, as soon as he moved, he was stopped by a figure of intent. That was as black as ink and armed. It was buckled like lightning, on the wrist where the lava flowed. Seeing this sudden scene, Akainu was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in a hurry, "What are you doing, Garp?" "What to do?" Garp sank and said, "I just told you not to make a fuss. That kid's name is Laxus. He is the devil fruit of thunder, not the great skeleton demon. If you continue to make a fuss like this, you will not only destroy the Chiwahai Treaty, but also affect the safety of other crew members. Warring States Friendship Generation." Having said this, Garp looked at Hancock and said, "What happened just now is the fault of our naval headquarters. I hope you, little girl, do and take it to heart and get rid of the petrification." The Navy headquarters fault. Akainu's face sank, and he shouted angrily, "Cap, do you know what you are talking about? This is hurting the face of our Navy headquarters. I will personally report this matter to the Warring States. You." Garp's expression sank, and he looked back at Akainu. He had already said all his good words, especially when he saw that Akainu almost attacked and affected other soldiers. Act of disregarding the safety of his companions for his own personal interests undoubtedly touched his bottom line. For a time, an inexplicable depressing atmosphere enveloped the deck. Looking at this violent scene, the admirals such as Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel suddenly became solemn. The strength of the general is the symbol of the naval headquarters and the top combat power. But Iron Fist Garp, that is the hero of the Navy, really fight. They don't know who is stronger or weaker. Embarrassing if the admiral and the Navy hero fought each other on such an occasion. Moreover, it was the first time they saw that Mr. Garp, who had always liked soy sauce, would be so serious. "Enough of you." A deep voice came from the sea in the distance. Looking at the fast-approaching warship and the figure standing on the deck, Ghost Spider and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Garp was stunned at first, and when he saw who was coming, he took the lead in laughing and said, "Warring States, I didn't expect you, a fool, to come out. Then I don't care about this kind of shit, I leave it to you. Headaches go." The tense atmosphere suddenly collapsed. Looking at Garp, who slapped the dust on his body and jumped to the next warship as if nothing had happened, Akainu snorted coldly, and all the molten lava that was tumbling quickly on his body also converged. Akainu was furious just now, and Garp suddenly stepped in, which made him lose his mind. However, in the face of the brief confrontation with Garp and the tense atmosphere, it undoubtedly became cold water pouring down on his head, which calmed his mind all of a sudden. It's just that he is not Chingzi. It is undoubtedly impossible for him to admit his mistake in public. Of the Warring States has undoubtedly provided both sides with a step down. Seeing the situation eased all of a sudden, Sengoku also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 425, Rejection. He is very clear about Garp's strength. If it really pissed off this bad old man and made a big mountain with one punch, that's just trivial. However, in the face of the current situation, Warring States quickly put aside his thoughts, threw himself on the 9 snake pirates, glanced at Long Yu, and said, "Hancock, regarding what happened just now, our Navy headquarters is deeply concerned. I am sorry, but it's just a misunderstanding. So I hope you can restore the Navy that was petrified because of the fruit's ability. As for the damage on the ship, our naval headquarters is also willing to pay compensation." HMPH, concubine. Hancock's pretty face turned cold, and he was about to say something. However, it was soon interrupted by the thunderlight that descended around him. Looking at Long Yu who appeared beside him, Hancock obediently shut his mouth. That is to give people the feeling that you are my man and that you are in charge. Hancock, since Marshal of the Warring States has said this, just ask for 100 million Bailey. Long Yu said with a dry smile. This time, Hancock rushed from the windless belt to the Chambord Islands for the sake of Long Yu, and this thought was enough. If 9 Snake Island is implicated because of his own affairs, even the amulet of Chiwahai will be lost. This was not what Long Yu wanted to see. 100 million Baileys, this is a lion's mouth. The flying squirrel's expression changed, and he couldn't help but say, "After all, the cost of warships in the Navy is only about 100 million. The battle just now affected the 9 snake pirates, but only the deck was affected. Even the most important keel was not damaged. This billion is beyond the scope of compensation. Okay, this time it's our naval headquarters that made a mistake first. Let's make an apology with 100 million Baileys." After the warring states glanced at Long Yu, he paused and said, "Boy, you did a good job just now. You seem to be called Laxus. I think you're not like a pirate. Are you interested in joining the Navy?" The small voice, at this moment, like thunder, echoed in the sky in all directions for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Akainu couldn't help but stiffen in midair with his strides, turned his head and glanced gloomily, and walked straight into the cabin without turning his head. Now that the warring states are close, Akainu is only a general, and it is obviously falling on the body of the warring states. As for the yellow monkey, he has obviously recovered his identity as a soy sauce maker, and he is even more ignorant of this. If he hadn't suffered at the hands of Long Yu, he wouldn't have worked so hard for this matter. "You invited me to join." See. Stunned, obviously not thinking that the warring states period would still have such a plan. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it, I still like to live a free life, but I don't like to serve you big bosses." After being rejected by the generals such as Flying Squirrel and Ghost Spider, his expression became stagnant. "Can make the Sengoku, who is a marshal, personally invite him. That is a great honor. Once you join the Navy, it is absolutely possible not to mention high-ranking officials and nobility. The position of the general may not be within reach, but the position of the lieutenant is definitely enough. Especially the strength that Long Yu showed just now, and in their eyes, the ability of the natural thunder devil fruit. That is the symbol of the general. Accidentally, an exception was made, and it is not impossible to promote the future admiral of the 4 seats. This kind of pastry has been rejected in public, which is simply incomparable. Haha, warring states, it seems that your old face is still not enough to appreciate." Carp, who did not know where he was, took out a big bowl of donuts and laughed unbridled. "However, this kid's strength is quite good. If you are willing to join the Navy headquarters, this old man guarantees you to be a brigadier general. You don't. Look at the position of this brigadier general is a bit low. Look at the admirals over there, which one didn't start as a soldier?" Speaking of which, Garp picked his nostrils, and after he bounced the huge booger off, he lowered his voice with a thief expression and said, "You should have heard of that General Chingzi, when he made his debut, in I'm a trainee on the ship." As long as you nod your head, the matter of being a general in the future will be covered by me. Looking at it suddenly became arrogant, full of mouth running the train Carp. Warring States rolled his eyes irritably, and said, "You poor old man, hurry up and get out of the way for me. Boy, if you change your mind, you can come to the naval headquarters to find me. I still have things to deal with, so I will leave first." Abandoning these words, Sengoku motioned to the adjutant behind him to settle the compensation matters, and then dragged Garp away. In his eyes, if Carp continues to brag of the admiral of the Navy has been handed over. After all, the promotion of the Navy also has its own system. If it is too much, that would arouse disapproval from others, at least those veteran lieutenants. Who has waited for a long time to be promoted is probably the first to stand up against it. Chapter 426, Do Not Touch Me. Should be said that the old guy who hid in the boot camp and trained new recruits was the first to blow his beard and stare. After all, his students are all over the entire Navy headquarters, and even the 3 current generals are all top students trained by him. If you let him know, a latecomer, without orthodox brainwashing training, will be promoted to Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. That would give him an endless war in the warring states period. Hancock, release the fruit power. After Long Yu took the bank deposit, he said with a gesture. Facing Long Yu's words, Hancock's face became a little crimson, and said, "Husband, concubine, go now." Looking at Hancock, who had suddenly become a nymphomaniac and walked away with lotus steps, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and looked at the Grandma Za, who was standing in front of the door of the cabin room and the baby nurse standing beside him. Smiled playfully. "You, what do you want to do? Don't touch me." Like cheeks suddenly turned white. Remembered how I felt when I became a child, and I almost fainted from this hateful guy in front of me. Just that Bonnie just came into contact with this devil fruit ability, and once she rejuvenates herself, there is no way to remove it in a short time. Seeing Long Yu walking quickly, Bonnie screamed first, then turned around and rushed into the room. Who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but put a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "My little sister, my brother will take you to see the goldfish." For a time, screams sounded one after another in the huge pirate ship. On the coast of the Chambord Islands. Rayleigh and Shaki didn't immediately. Watching the warship gradually sailing away, and the two old faces that even he felt troublesome to leave, secretly relieved. After taking a sip of strong wine with his backhand, he said with a smile, "This kid has a lot of tricks. I thought he was going to fall into the hands of the two old guys Carp and Sengoku, but I didn't expect that he was fooled by him in the end. I knew for a long time that this kid wouldn't capsize in the gutter." At first, Rayleigh and Shachi were also shocked that Longhan Cook came to meet the rescue in person. At the same time, I also think that with the presence of Shichibukai, Long Yu and Bonnie, they can. But it never occurred to me that not only the two generals, Akainu and Ape, but also Garp and Sengoku were there. Under such a lineup, the Roger pirates in the prosperous period also felt a headache. Not to mention, Long Yu and Hancock. Cut, who was so nervous just now that he even crushed 2 jugs. Shachi spit out a cigarette, rolled her eyes and said, "If it wasn't for that kid's skill, things would have turned around. I think, you, an old man who has lived in seclusion for a long time, may have been unable to restrain himself from taking action." Speaking of this, Shachi's face became more solemn, and she looked at Rayleigh and said, "Old man, is that kid really that important? Compared to Roger's son, is he more important? Ace's life experience, to others, may be a mystery. But for Shachi and Riley, it wasn't. At least they met before Roger died." Facing Shachi's questioning, Riley's face became bleak. After a brief silence, he shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Originally, I stayed in the Chambord Islands to see how high Captain Roger's son could go. When I heard that he became the new king, offered a reward of 400 million, and threatened to take the head of the Whitebeard, his madness made me very satisfied. After all, this kind of madness has not appeared in this sea for a long time, and I have only seen it in Captain Roger." Looking at Rayleigh, who was caught in memory for a while, Shachi couldn't help but be silent. Imagine a pirate group that was in its prime and at its peak, and it would be disbanded if it was disbanded. I also have to watch my captain be beheaded in public. The feeling of humiliation and loss cannot be described in words at all. The only thing we can do is to pin our hopes on the next generation. Now, after more than 10 years of waiting, I finally got a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect it to be overturned all of a sudden. Old man, you probably didn't expect that there will be people crazier than One Piece in this sea. After Shachi squeezed out the cigarette in her hand, she looked at Rayleigh and said, "However, you don't need to worry, Ace has only set foot in the sea for a year, and he still needs time to grow. Furthermore, you have already let Whitebeard guide Ace personally. In time, he will surely become a big pirate on his own and inherit Captain Roger's will. Don't forget, that kid doesn't care. Matter how young he is in existence who has come out of the city. He can be imprisoned in it, and he can't detect the slightest trace of his existence. The people who make the Navy headquarters and even the world government pay such attention are definitely not ordinary people. It can be said that the sea will not be peaceful in the future." When these words fell, Riley nodded silently. As Shachi said, although Ace grew up in Garp's training, he was compared to a person who came out of the more terrifying Propulsion City prison. Chapter 427, 1 billion rewards. It is clear who is stronger and who is weaker. That can compete next is who can grow faster. 3 days later, the warships that accompanied the Navy blockade of the Chambord Islands dispersed. The beheading event of the Tianlong people, which had been noisy for 7 days, came to an end. On this day, because of the defeat of 2 generals, the Tianlong people were beheaded, and they were praised as the shame of the Navy by those who did good things, and spread throughout the sea. For a time, the big devil with the head of the prison escape from the city became famous, and he did his part to become the new king in the supernova. Who threatened to behead Whitebeard not long ago, was overwhelmed and placed second. At the same time, because Fire Fist Ace was under the premise of assassination, but was recruited by Whitebeard and became the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, it was regarded as a failed assassination. Comparing the two, Fire Fist Ace is even worse. Inside the naval headquarters, the huge conference room fell into a dead silence. In the past 7 days, as long as the people stationed in the Navy headquarters, their faces are all tired, and what's more, they look sleepy with 2 dark circles under their eyes. However, under the premise of digging 3 feet into the ground and unable to find the whereabouts of the great skeleton demon, no one dared to squeak, let alone yawn, under such circumstances. Okay, I know everyone is tired. Warring States took the lead to look around and said, this time we gathered everyone because of the incident in the Chambord Islands, which damaged the reputation of our naval headquarters. Damaged. Carp suddenly rolled his eyes and said, how can I hear that many people in the Chambord archipelago, and even the nearby islands, are celebrating the killing of the Tianlong people, so the world government unexpectedly kept silent. Righteousness must kill itself. The sudden remarks made the repressed atmosphere in the field suddenly collapse. However, the lieutenant general present, the cheek muscles couldn't help twitching for a few times. They all heard about this kind of thing. Just, no matter. On any occasion, their naval headquarters are the gateway of the world government, and even the Tianlong people. Only Garp, a naval hero, dared to make such a statement. Cap, shut up and say less. Won't die. Sengoku glared at Garp, and he had a headache for this outspoken old man. After a pause, he immediately picked up the reward order in his hand and said, this time, the world government has not investigated the ineffectiveness of our naval headquarters in protecting the Tianlong people. So, next, Hihuo Shaoshan will be restored to his original position. However, in order to restore the prestige of the Navy, Bastiu has applied for a temporary transfer to patrol the East China Sea. Quote. And, the brand new reward order in my hand is the new reward amount of Uchiha Ryu, the great skeleton demon. Take a look at it. If there is no objection, it will be immediately. Send it out. These words fell, everyone's eyes fell on the reward order. The numbers that entered their eyes made their pupils shrink in an instant. 1 billion bounty of the admiral's present suddenly changed drastically. When he escaped from the big prison, Long Yu only offered a reward of 350 million. Now, it jumped to 1 billion at once, and in the middle, it has experienced a triple jump in the amount of skyrocketing. Feel the shock of everyone, and the scene of whispering. After Warring States patted the table to signal silence, he said, everyone, be quiet. I believe that everyone is shocked by the amount of 1 billion, but I want to tell you that not long ago, the newcomer King Fire Fist Ace was defeated by the great skeleton demon. I believe everyone knows about this. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States period, this matter has been spread through the big news Morgans, and now the new king is a skeleton demon. The ghost spider was the first to speak. However, for defeating Fire Fist Ace with a reward of 400 million, and the incident of the Chambord Islands, according to the level of danger, the reward is not 67 billion. It has been a long time since our naval headquarters issued it. On this occasion, releasing a $1 billion bounty will probably damage the majesty of our naval headquarters even more. For the ghost spider's remarks, many admirals present silently nodded in agreement. The incident in the Chambord archipelago has already made them dumb to eat cactus, and they can't express their suffering. If a reward of 1 billion more is offered, isn't that saying to the outside world that this man is so strong, energetic, and mighty? Seeing that the situation became a little noisy again, Warring States frowned slightly and said, "Well, it seems that your intelligence network is still not mature enough, so there is no way to know yourself and your enemy, and win every battle." Speaking of which, Kyabu and Akainu, who were sitting on the side, couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. However, no one said anything to refute, and his face only sank a degree. Warring States glanced at it with satisfaction and said, "If it's just a matter of defeating Fire Fist Ace and beheading the Tianlong people, he can only offer a reward of 600 million, but if you know, he was not only a friend of Fire Fist Ace fights, and the captain of the Chihuahai Sun Pirates, Hexia Jinbei is present. After the incident, I boarded the Whitebeard pirate ship, met with Whitebeard, and finally got out of my body. You said that these 2 points alone." Chapter 428, Strength. Worth 1 billion Baileys. The low voice was so loud at this moment, it echoed in the conference room, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The ghost spider, who had objections just now, changed drastically in an instant. Whitebeard is the 4 pirate kings in the New World. Be able to meet and retreat, the amount of information is too great. Looking at the group of admirals who looked at each other for a while, Warring States snorted with satisfaction and said, "It seems that everyone has no objection, then this reward order will be issued. If you think this will damage the face of the Navy headquarters, then I hope you can capture the Great Skeleton as soon as possible. Also, the world government doesn't pursue our naval headquarters for dereliction of duty, more because of this one reason. Start now, immediately. Of the pirate ship heading to the New World and get information on that guy's whereabouts as soon as possible." With the order of the Warring States fell. A brand new reward order has spread to every corner of the New World. Terrifying existence with 1 billion Baileys was born out of the sky and officially entered the sight of the top powers at sea. However, the direction they were looking for was the opposite of the direction Long Yu was going. In their eyes, the New World is the place that any pirate yearns for. But for Long Yu, he is now poor and clean, let alone a ship. Not even a record pointer. Most importantly, Dragon Feather also needs to enhance the fidelity of Bone King and Laxus. To enhance the turmoil of the world, to restore its own strength. Meanwhile, at a time when the New World is in shock, a merchant ship passed the upside-down mountain and was heading for the East China Sea. "Captain, that lunatic, he has slept there for 3 days and 3 nights. Did he really take on the escort mission? Isn't he dead?" On the deck, a sailor glanced at it, and now, he was lying on the side like a corpse, without the slightest intention to move, and couldn't help but complain to the middle-aged pot-bellied man beside him. This is the first half of a round trip to the New World. And the merchant ships of the East China Sea, 3 times a year. Every time, for the sake of safety, a large number of bounty hunters are hired to act as escorts. And in front of him, a man with a taller body and golden hair lying beside him who slept for 3 days and 3 nights. In the tavern that day, with a cold and arrogant face, he asked for millions of shells. A man who is paid for profit. However, in the end, because of his reputation, he was eventually declined, and he could only take a ride on the boat. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Konoha Lule escape sword technique, whether it is immediately. Instantly full. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Long Yu's mind, making him secretly relieved. During this period of time, in addition to recovering the power consumed in the Chambord archipelago, he also needed to use the character template of Laxus, combined with his own Konoha-style knife technique, to improve his strength. After all, in the original work, Laxus was first shown in the guild, and he only had the thunder attribute magic that he was good at. It was only later revealed that he possessed the identity of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and belonged to the 2nd generation of Dragon Slayer magician. Right now, Long Yu came into contact with this character template for the first time, and the character fidelity was only 10%. Even the power of the lightning magic that he possesses is greatly reduced. Not to mention the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. According to Long Yu's calculations, as long as it reaches 30% fidelity, Laxus template will be able to awaken the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. 60%, you can enter the Dragon Scale mode. When it reaches 80%, it can reach the half-dragon form. 100%, I am afraid it is completely dragon. However, it is different from the character of the Bone King. Laxus looks cool on the outside, but the inner drama is full of characters. In order to help the guild members take revenge, but relying on one person to single out the entire guild elite. Possessing the power of being a super mage. After separating from Hancock and Bonnie, who escaped in the middle of the night, Long Yu thought of several ways, but only increased the fidelity to 5%. Outside of the Chambord Islands, he used the role of Laxus to make Akainu temporarily at a disadvantage. But when it comes to really fighting, with Laxus 5% fidelity, it's like a thunderbolt and a heartbreaker. Once Akainu runs rampant, I am afraid that candles will be lit at any time. Therefore, in order to improve the fidelity as soon as possible, Long Yu decided to imitate Fairy Tail and accept some bounty tasks. At the same time, through his own Konoha-style swordsmanship, combined with his own thunder attribute magic, it can be deduced to be similar to the blade of Demon Slayer. My wife Zenitsu's breath of thunder swordsmanship. This character is called My Wife. Do not think that the author made a mistake to improve his strength and confidence. Chapter 429, Vacuum Slash. And this process, even Long Yu did not expect that the template and the main body, combined with innovation, would take more time than he thought. This may be the reason for the refutation between the systems. Okay, don't worry about that guy, we don't need to worry at all when Sister Dasky is here. The middle-aged man patted his big belly and said, Sister Dasky helped us fight off several $1 million pirates on the previous routes, and once faced a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, even more so. Not downwind. I heard that this time, Sister Dasky went to Rog Town because of a new colonel who is recruiting troops. As long as she passes the strength test, she can become a Navy general. I think that with the strength of Dasky's sister, she can definitely pass, at least she can become a sergeant or even a sergeant. By that time, let alone pirates with a reward of 10 million, even a pirate of 50 million will still be able to pass. Can be easily defeated. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed on the huge deck for a long time and could not be dissipated. The bounty hunters stationed on the boat also looked at them one after another, holding a large sword, wearing jujube red glasses, and a blushing girl with a surprised expression on her face. After all, in this sea where the weak eat the strong. Of the strong is often a man. It is rare for a woman to reach such a height. Hee hee, look, how good the morale is with Sister Dasky here. Middle-aged man laughed loudly, and said with a loud voice, Sister Dasky, the next half-day journey from Rog Town is entirely up to you. I will definitely not treat you badly for the 500,000 Bailey. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly stiffened, and his eyes clearly crossed Dasky and landed on the farther sea. The pirate flag that fluttered in the wind and became clearer and clearer, his pupils shrank suddenly. It's the pirate of the Great Waterway, the Tiger Wolf Harris with a reward of 50 million Bailey. How could he appear in this place? Exclamations suddenly sounded on the deck. The violent scene made the bounty hunters in the field want to mention the middle-aged man and slap him twice. If it weren't for his bragging just now, he would have smashed his feet. It doesn't hit the face so fast either. However, before they could react, a low horn sounded suddenly. Woohoo! The pirate ship in the distance, obviously staring at the moment when the horn of this behemoth sounded, sailed quickly and came hurriedly. This scene, immediately. The ship's face changed dramatically. In the consensus of the bounty hunters, the East China Sea is the weakest of the four seas. The most is the reward of hundreds of thousands, millions of little pirates. To be able to make tens of millions is already as difficult as winning the jackpot. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Donghai being the weakest. Don't forget that One Piece also rose in Rogue Town, just because a hero Garp appeared in the East China Sea. If you have time to come back for hunting, the pirates who can grow up have already run to the Great Waterway. Those that couldn't grow were also cut by Carp as leaks. Therefore, the title of the weakest sea is also justifiable. However, when there are no ruthless people, this merchant ship can also be used as a free sightseeing tour. Once you encounter this kind of pirates who escape from the Great Waterway to the East China Sea, the drawbacks will soon be revealed. At least, before the pirates with a reward of 50 million arrived, there was already a mess on the deck. Captain, turn around quickly, let's escape quickly, this tiger wolf is a ruthless generation. I heard that a single sword technique can reach the point of vacuum slashing. Vacuum slash, that is a symbol of the strong. Vacuum slash. Dusky's expression suddenly changed. As a swordsman, she is very aware of every power divide on the road to the Supreme Swordsman. According to Dasuki's understanding, there are several grades above the swordsmanship, and they are familiar with swordsmanship. Swordsman. A person who knows vacuum slash is called a great swordsman. The iron chopper is a further swordsman. Learn to fly slasher, no matter what. It is the understanding of kendo, as well as the development of one's own strength, which need to be greatly improved. Two together will be known as the Great Swordsman. On top of the Great Swordsman, there is also the Supreme Great Swordsman, and the title of the world's #1 swordsman. However, the present visitor, the Tiger Wolf with a reward of 50 million, turned out to be a great swordsman, which undoubtedly exceeded Dasuki's expectations. Sister Dasuki, hurry up and think of a way, they are coming, you are the strongest on this ship. The middle-aged captain was in a hurry. In his eyes, Dusky has undoubtedly become a life-saving straw. For a time, on the huge deck, the eyes of hundreds of people all locked on Dusky's body. Who was originally an introvert, even more confused. However, thinking that there are more than 100 lives on this ship, they will be buried in the hands of pirates at any time. Dusky's nerves tensed up, and he gritted his teeth and said, Captain, your ship is overloaded with cargo, so your speed is greatly reduced, and you will soon be overtaken by long voyages. Chapter 430, 1 million. Hurry up and throw away the cargo on the ship now, try to reduce the weight of the ship and increase the speed of the ship as much as possible. I remember that there is a group of reefs not far ahead, not far from Rogue Town. If you are lucky enough, you should be able to wait for the support of the Navy. The hurried voices echoed on the deck, causing the people in the field to look at each other in dismay. This kind of overloaded sailing is not uncommon. After all, sailing on a sea of pirates is a matter of living with your head on your trousers. A little carelessness can cost your life. Therefore, as a businessman, the first premise is to maximize profits. In their eyes, there is no need to choose whether to be overweight or not, and whether or not to have money. Dasuki actually asked him to throw away the goods he brought back at the risk of his life. This is absolutely impossible. You let me throw the goods away. The middle-aged man changed his pleasant face just now, his face flushed red, and he shouted in a hurry, You know, how much did I spend to buy this ship, and the goods delivered this time are worth tens of millions. If you let me give up now, that is to let me die. If I had known this would happen, why would I hire you bounty hunters, why would I give you 500,000 Baileys? Having said that, the middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the sword in Sichi's hand, roaring angrily, You are a coward, holding this sword is an insult. The hysterical roar echoed on the deck, making Dusky sluggish. Hearted middle-aged businessmen have cooperated several times. They have been at peace with each other, and the other party respects themselves very much. But Dasichi never imagined that there would be such a big change in his attitude all of a sudden. Looking at the big hand approaching quickly, Dusky panicked and couldn't help but took a half step back to try to avoid it. Pity, but it is leaning heavily on the guardrail along the ship, edge, and there is no way to retreat. Only thing he could do was to look at the big hand that came and take the knife from his hand. As for the character design of Dasky who fights back, it is absolutely PFF'd. A low sonic boom sounded suddenly. An unexpected tall figure appeared in front of Dusky like a ghost. That muscular, explosive hand like a rock instantly buckled under the middle-aged man's wrist. The next moment, there was a sudden twist without warning. "Ah, my hand!" Screams sounded all of a sudden, but it still couldn't hide the sound of the middle-aged man's broken arm bones. Looking at the figure with a similar lightning scar on his face and a tall figure like an iron tower. The cold and arrogant look on his face made everyone on the deck instantly have an idea in their minds. This is a ruthless man. Why did you break my hand? Don't forget that I am your employer. Once your behavior spreads out, your reputation will be discredited, and who will hire you in the future? That was broken at 90 degrees, his face was pale in pain, and he roared anxiously. However, in the face of this so-called righteous scolding, Long Yu's expression remained the same, and he said coldly, "You are preventing me from sleeping. There's one more thing, I didn't charge you the slightest, so you didn't hire me, I can only be considered a prostitution at most. I was in a good mood, and I might have helped you get rid of them, but now you're preventing me from sleeping." Having said that, Long Yu met the eyes of the middle-aged man. The moment the four eyes meet, immediately, middle-aged man gave a shudder, and all the cruel words that had just reached his mouth were swallowed into his stomach in an instant, and he quickly changed his words. "I'm sorry, I was too panicked to disturb your excellency's rest. As long as you can to send these pirates, I am willing to pay 1 million Bailey, which is the price we negotiated before." "A million? That's for a bounty hunter escort mission. This price is sky high." Now a middle-aged man, who gave this price as soon as he opened his mouth, was undoubtedly beyond the expectations of many people. However, more people sneered secretly. As a veteran, there must be a reward for a lot of money. The face of this mortal situation, the captain increased the price by 1 million, nothing more than that, with the idea of making people fight to the death. As for whether or not to exchange it, it only counts if you really survive. Right now, a man with little reputation seems to be very charismatic. But in the face of the big pirates who came from the Great Waterway and offered a reward of 50 million. For them, this is a mortal situation. The so-called 1 million is completely empty promise. If you die, you don't need to give it. If you get lucky, you will be half dead. Not even to give. The best way to deal with newcomers. 1 million. Of course Long Yu knew what purpose the captain was holding. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, "It's really evil capitalism." Chapter 431, 10 million Baileys. I don't even have the guts to write a bad check. I heard that your entire ship's cargo is worth 10 million, and that 1 million is only the price before going to sea. Now my price is 10 million Bailey. Of course, you can say no, and I can leave with a pat on the butt. But don't blame me for not telling you beforehand, the Wizard of Fairy Tale doesn't accept default. 10 million Baileys. The middle-aged man covered his broken hand and said in pain, "You are robbing money. The total cargo of my ship is worth 10 million Baileys." In the eyes of these little people, 10 million Baileys is an astronomical number. Money grab. Long Yu glanced at the middle-aged man lightly and said, "This is faster than stealing money. If you are unhappy, you can ask, who doesn't want to?" Having said that, Long Yu looked around the arena. Wherever their eyes went, everyone present nodded in unison. 10 million Baileys can save a boatload of people's lives, it's worth it. Captain, you should understand what righteousness is, and everyone's lives are in your hands. Yes, the money is gone, you can make it back. Looking at the one-sided situation in an instant, Dusky was stunned. This scene is very similar to her situation just now, but the identity of the protagonist has been completely changed. What's the matter, are you showing mercy? Long Yu turned back to look at Dasichi behind her. Under her astonished sight, Her big hand directly covered her head. After rubbing it domineeringly, she said, "Pity is the mentality that only the weak have. If I didn't come forward, the person who is being bullied now will be you." Having said this, Long Yu looked back at the captain and said, "Tell you, this old guy still wants to kill me in his heart. The slaves hidden in the cabin alone are worth tens of millions. If you can fool a noble, you can sell them for a good price. Of course, you don't need to panic, collect money from others, and eliminate disasters for others. If you can get 10 million back in my hands, I will be very happy. At least you make my boring days a little more color." These words fell, the captain's face suddenly changed, and he stepped back half a step. "How do you know?" "Hee, how do I know? You don't need to think about it." The dragon snorted and said, "There are guests who have arrived, and I slept for 3 days and gave me a warm glass of wine, so that I can wake up." These words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. I hurriedly followed and looked, and the first to enter was the fast-approaching Tiger Wolf pirate ship. Soon as they approached, the sound of shouting and killing rose to the sky, and the fierce smell of killing caused the bounty hunter on the deck of the merchant ship, whose face changed drastically, and couldn't help but take a half step back. "Yo, there's a little girl there. Looking at the knife you're holding, she should be a swordsman too." Bar. With a ferocious face and a burly body like an iron tower stepped out. Right hand was holding a sword with a snow-white blade, and he looked at Dusky with interest. "Little beautiful girl, it's rare to meet. Let me guide you how to use a knife." Tiger smiled wickedly, his right hand clenched the hilt of the knife suddenly, and instantly jumped to Dasky and swept up. "Girl, I'll let you taste it. What is vacuum slashing?" Jung. The sound of the knife rang suddenly, and a dignified cold light rolled back on the blade. The next moment, the sound of tearing the air rang out. The air seemed to be unable to withstand this pressure, and it exploded with a bang, turning into a slashing of the air about the size of a mile, translucent, and attacked Dasky head-on. The violent scene made Dusky's face change drastically. But when he thought that there were other people behind him, he immediately clenched his teeth and shook his head. Dang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly, and the huge impact made Dusky's hands hurt, and the sword in his hand was thrown into the air. And it was inserted obliquely on the deck of the ship under the watchful eyes of the public. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Dusky, she lost a move, and her face was full of disbelief. After all, the captain had still boasted to Dusky just a moment ago that she could fight head-to-head against the pirates who offered tens of millions of bounties, without falling behind. Now, he was pressed by a force and fell to the disadvantage. The gap between before and after is too big. Hurry up, run away quickly. Looking at the situation, 50 million pirates are not something we can fight against. The exclamations echoed on the huge deck of the ship, and when everyone who had been pressed to the extreme heard the words, they all pulled away and retreated. It's just a fool's dream to escape. Take this little girl down first and bring it back to warm the bed. The tiger wolves laughed mischievously, and once again jumped to Dasky's explosive rate and left. Who witnessed this scene also changed his face drastically, and hurriedly shouted, "You bastard, you really helped him to warm up the wine. There is a spare boat in the cabin, let's escape quickly." "What are you still doing? Hurry up and get out." A hysterical roar resounded. Chapter 432, Killing Chickens with a Bull Knife. However, the sailor in the warm wine was still as motionless as a sculpture. The next moment, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the eyes were split open, and he exclaimed in surprise. Block! He blocked the attack with his fingernails. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. At this moment, as if infused with magic sound, the words with the sailor formed a huge auditory impact. Those who fled in a hurry, at this moment, as if they had been casted by the immobilization spell, they suddenly froze in place. Think about it. I hurriedly turned around and followed Long Yu. The face of life and death, at this moment, it is also impossible to suppress the strong curiosity in my heart. How could even Dasichi not be able to block it? The vacuum / known only as a great swordsman was blocked by a fingernail. In this world, there is nothing more exciting than these. Hundreds of pairs of scorpions, at this moment, turned and locked on Long Yu's body instantly. The sharp blade that glowed with cold light was only half a foot away from Dusky's forehead, and it was instantly pierced by a pitch-black little fingernail. Looking at the clear-cut cheeks, everyone took a deep breath. Great Swordsman, who offered a reward of 50 million, was no exception. This is armed domineering. You are from the New World. New World, that's the honorific title for the second half of the Great Channel. If it is measured by force, then within the 4 seas, it is difficult to offer hundreds of millions of rewards. However, in the first half of the Great Waterway, there are hundreds of millions of bounties, but very few people really know how to domineering. After all, domineering practice is the basic symbol of the New World. A strong man who came out of the New World, just like in the original book that day, Hawkeye ran to the East China Sea and made fun of the Creek pirates. Chicken. A nail clipper is enough. This nail clipper is very good, but it is a little dull, so it should be. Long Yu smiled playfully. The low voice completely broke the silence of the armor. Under the drastic change in the face of the tiger and wolf, there was no time to think about it, and he quickly retreated. Bang! As soon as the tiger wolf landed on the deck, it roared in panic. Hurry up and escape, everyone will set sail for me. Who has traveled in the Great Waterway, he clearly knows that those who have armed domineering and those who do not have armed domineering are completely watershed and 2 worlds. Different people. He didn't believe that his own knife could cut through the steel-like armament. With a reward of 50 million, they fled in panic. Of the people present suddenly shrank and looked at Long Yu with disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a weirdo who slept for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Never occurred to me that with just 1 fingernail, it was possible to frighten away the great pirate who offered a reward of 50 million. Why don't you even run away with a knife? Long Yu smiled playfully, the pretense just now made his fidelity a little higher. Although the magnitude is very small, at least it allows Long Yu to find a way forward in the darkness. At the same time, you don't have to smear your eyes and cross the road by feeling the stones. Looking at Shiyu who was abandoned and fell to the ground, Long Yu grabbed his right hand in the air, and instantly took it into his hand. Suddenly, he looked up at the tiger wolf pirates who quickly turned around and fled, and said with a warm smile, "Since you don't want the knife anymore, then I will guide you, how to play with the knife. This should be the senior, deplore the junior. As you said just now, it's like a retreat." The small voice, at this moment, as if filled with magic sound, echoed in the sky in all directions for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Long Yu clenched the scabbard with his left hand, and when the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched the hilt, he closed his eyes in full view of the public. The inexplicable scene made the expressions of the people present stagnate, and it even made the fleeing tiger wolf reveal a surprise. In his eyes, he originally thought that Long Yu would catch up without hesitation. Then he is above this sea, but there is no escape. But if he was on the sea, as far as possible, it would also be impossible for Long Yu to catch up with him. Chaotic thoughts flashed quickly in Tiger Wolf's mind, looking at the pirate ship that was riding the wind away, quickly pulled away, and a smile gradually filled his face. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of meters away. The panic on the tiger's face dissipated a little or two, but there was a hint of a teasing smile for the rest of his life. When you open your mouth to say something. In the pupil, the tightly locked figure, suddenly moved. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the lazy eyes instantly became sharpened. The next moment, the sound of the crackling arc splashing, like a flash of thunder, resounded through the 9 heavens and the sky. The breath of thunder is a flash of thunder. Jung. To read the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 433. Do you like this knife? The sword sounded like thunder, and endless thunder light gathered on the blade. The moment the clanging sound rang out, it turned into a golden giant, straddling 100 meters like a horse. Wherever they passed along the way, the sea was instantly divided into two, and the speed was beyond the reach of the naked eye. When everyone reacted, the golden light and thunder had already crossed the huge pirate ship and hit the huge reef thousands of meters away. The violent thunder burst, and the huge reef shattered. Debris splashed all over the sky, and there were endless water waves rising into the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and all the rogues on the pirate ship suddenly woke up. However, before they could react, a crisp click sounded suddenly. The huge pirate ship of more than 10 meters cracked at the position where the tiger wolf stood. The shocking, flat and abnormal slash marks quickly spread to the tiger wolf at the moment of appearance. PFF'd. A streak of blood splashed out without warning, and scarlet bloodstains spread directly to the crotch from the tiger's forehead. The next moment, before he could let out any screams, he stared at him, and his two halves fell to the left and right in unison. Along with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, a reward of 50 million was offered, and the big pirate from the Great Waterway was directly cut in half. No, it should be said, not only the tiger wolf, but also the huge pirate ship under his feet. At this moment, it was like a piece of paper, even the strongest keel was cut into two pieces. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it quickly tilted to the left and right and smashed it on the sea surface. Those pirates who couldn't escape, just had no time to let out a scream, and were directly swallowed by the sea water. Some people who were lucky enough to surface, were also attracted by the blood of the sea kings, and swallowed them directly. A moment ago, the moment before is still there, Yao said that he offered a reward of 50 million, the great pirate from the Great Waterway. The huge pirate group was terminated by a knife. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it was true. This knife is very good. Did anyone take a picture of the scene just now? Long Yu put Shiyu back in its sheath, looked at the stunned crowd, and said, "My wine is warm." A small voice suddenly woke the lost people. The pot-bellied captain, ignoring the severe pain in his hand, directly kicked the sailor beside him, hurriedly checked the temperature of the wine, and said flatteringly, "Sir, this wine has been warmed just now, and it is still warm now. You are slaying tigers and wolves with warm wine. If such a big event spreads, your reputation will definitely be greatly boosted. The scene just now has been monitored by the recording phone bug on my ship. This is the life savings of the villain. There are 12 million Baileys in it. Please accept it with a smile." Who was still arrogant just a moment ago, his attitude suddenly changed 360 degrees. The people present were stunned, and when they looked at the black gold card in his hand, there was a touch of heat on his face, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, when I thought about it, the idea that just emerged from Long Yu's amazing flying slash just now was annihilated directly. They don't dare to be stubborn and go head to head with this flying slash. You're a great swordsman, you just performed a flying slash. This is really cool. Warm wine slashing tigers and wolves. If this story spreads, it will definitely become famous and become the strongest bounty hunter in the East China Sea. Dasichi stammered and reacted, looking at the scabbard in Long Yu's hand, the snow-white blade, hurriedly raised his glasses, and said, "The shiyu in your hand, if I remember correctly, is a good one. One of the 50 quick knives, worth at least 1,000,000 Baileys, and still worthless. Can you touch me?" For Dusky, a knife idiot, be able to see a famous sword, that is one thing that makes him ecstatic. Moreover, it can also be seen that the flying slash can be performed, for a swordsman. Well, that's one of life's great blessings. Do you like this knife? Long Yu looked at the eager Dusky. Dusky was stunned at first, a shyness flashed across her face. She nodded and said weakly, "As a swordsman. To be able to get a famous knife, that is the biggest dream and goal. However, many famous knives are now in the hands of pirates. It's like this. Shiyu, in the hands of tigers and wolves, is simply a waste. I seem to hear it wailing. When mentioning what happened just now, a trace of anger appeared on Dusky's face. However, just as this slight anger appeared on Dusky's pretty face, the next words that fell in his ear made Dusky's nerves tense. Since you like it, I'll give you this knife. It looks good, but it's too delicate to use. It's not suitable for me. Long Yu directly shoved Shiyu into Dasiki's hands and said, Don't give me back the knife, playing with the knife is just my hobby. If you want to repay me, get me something to eat. Looking at the hand, they sent out the $1 million famous knife, the bounty hunter's present, and the sailors, all stunned and stood up. Chapter 434, New Bounty Order. Should be said that even Dusky is no exception. As a person who knows more about knives, $1 million is just the standard price of a famous knife. When there is no market, the price will go up. After all, there are only a few famous knives, but there are so many people who use knives. If it is really going to be distributed, I am afraid that tens of thousands of people will not be able to get one. Now Long Yu gave it away at will. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. The most deadly thing is that the great swordsman who had just displayed a glimpse of his power and slashed like lightning, even said that using knives was just a hobby. Of strength can you achieve without a knife? If you can even perform flying slashes, it's still a hobby. Now, there are dozens of people in the field, the bounty hunters with the tachi on their waists, and their faces are still there. You really want to send me? Dusky was stunned, and hurriedly asked, but, this is too precious, me. I am what if you don't want it, I will throw it into the sea, and let this world have one less famous knife. Didn't bother to talk to Dusky, and said, also, if you really want to repay your kindness, get me some food. Looking at Long Yu's serious face, Dasichi shuddered, clenched Shiyu tightly in her hand, and hurriedly said, No, I want it. If you're hungry, come with me quickly, and I'll give you something to eat. Give me something to eat. Looking at Dasichi, who trotted quickly into the cabin, Long Yu couldn't help but startled. This is for me to eat. Why does it sound a little annoying? What other meanings are there? However, feeling the gurgling sound on his stomach, Long Yu put aside his thoughts and quickly followed. Rogue Town, in a naval training camp. A man wearing a white fluffy coat with a dagger in his mouth was looking at the recruits who were queuing for the test in front of him, his brows furrowed. Dow Force Value 15, next. The adjutant holding the test table, glanced at Sis' expression, and gestured. Looking at the newness of the test, the adjutant couldn't help but said, Colonel Smog, this is already the 130th person. If according to your test requirements, the Dow value should be less than 50, then I am afraid that today will be the case. Busy. In the Navy, Dow strength is a measure of a person's strength. Among them, an adult holding a weapon will have a Dow value of 10. Those who exceed this number are the leaders of their age. Among them, once the Dow strength value reaches 500, it will be called a superhuman existence, and it is also a rare strong person in the Navy. However, among the 4 seas, the weakest East China Sea is obviously very rare. HMPH, we are in Roger Town, but the East China Sea is one of the most important gates to enter the Great Waterway, and this is the place where Roger, the Pirate King, was executed. Smog spit out a cigarette and said with a cold snort, So, this place has extraordinary significance for our Navy. Smog, decided to guard this place, and we need elite troops. I want any pirate to be unable to fly here. 50 strength points are already my bottom line. I don't need mediocrity under Smog. The deep voice, at this moment, did not conceal at all. There was still a long queue, and 89/10 of the people dispersed in an instant. The rest are some sturdy, bear-like men, obviously holding their own physical advantages and intending to pass the test. After all, in this chaotic era of great pirates, the Navy undoubtedly has an extra layer of identity as a talisman compared to civilians. It is also a stable income business. However, Smog looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and said, a group of mediocre people, this is the end of today. Abandoning these words, Smoker turned around and walked towards the headquarters. Haha, Brother Smog, you are still the same, and recruiting new recruits is more rigorous than the headquarters. A loud laughter sounded suddenly. Looking at the person who came, Smog raised his brows involuntarily, and said unexpectedly, Brother Bastius, you are not staying in the headquarters, why did you come to such a remote place? Of the Navy soldiers who were present at the headquarters, and even the recruits who were being assessed, could not help but change. After all, in their perception, a general who can be stationed in the naval headquarters requires at least the level of a major admiral. That was 2 ranks higher than Colonel Smoker. Feeling the gazes from all around, Bastius patted Smog on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Don't make fun of old brother. You should also know what happened on the Chambord Islands. This time I leave the headquarters, and it is considered that I intend to make up for what I have done. I hope to dig some fresh blood for the Navy headquarters. Smog's expression changed slightly in the Chambord archipelago. After puffing out a cigarette, he said, I also heard about this matter. I also received a new reward order about the Great Skeleton Demon just now. It has soared to 1 billion. Chapter 435, Generals. Dare to kill 2 heavenly dragon people in public. The means is indeed unexpected, but 1 billion seems a bit too much. Dobastiu laughed and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, and said, Smog, you are not there. You have no idea what happened that day, how suddenly it came. If I were to define the bounty of the Great Skeleton Demon, definitely more than 1 billion Baileys. His depth, up to now, I still haven't seen the truth. At least if he fights alone, he may be able to compete with the generals. The shoulder-to-shoulder General Smog's face changed slightly, looked at Bastiu solemnly, took a cigarette and said, Brother, I didn't expect your evaluation to be so high. If there is a chance, I would also like to have a good experience of the strength of the Great Skeleton Demon, and see how powerful the guy who is highly praised by the elder brother can reach. Bastiu shook his head helplessly and said, Brother Smog's courage is really not comparable to us old guys. However, during this period of time, there have been a lot of new faces in the New World. I heard that when Akainu and General Kasaragi were searching the 9 snake pirates, a Thunder Devil Fruit ability appeared. At that time, I faced the 2 generals, but I didn't give in too much, and even gained the upper hand in the hands of General Akainu. Smog, the natural Devil Fruit power user, was startled. In his cognition, Devil Fruit abilities are divided into 3 categories. They are nature, superhuman, and animals. To a certain extent, the natural Devil Fruit is called the strongest among the 3 major series. Next is the superhuman series, and finally the animal series. Of course, if it is a relatively rare species in the animal system, such as the magical beast species possessed by the Warring States period, and the second ancient species. To a certain extent, I am afraid that it will be more powerful than the superhuman series. However, if Long Yu was allowed to evaluate, it would be that there is no weakest devil fruit, only the most scumbag capable. Yes, the lightning-type nature-type devil fruit can be used. Mr. Karp also threatened to invite him to join the Navy headquarters and make him a brigadier general. Bastiu looked solemn. These words fell, the Navy in the field was in an uproar. As a member of the Navy, he clearly knows how much training and military merit he needs to go through to become a brigadier general. Moreover, the Navy soldiers they were present, which one was not from the lowest rank of soldiers, were promoted step by step. Even their most revered Smoker is now just a captain. The distance from the brigadier general still needs a lot of military merit to be able to reach. However, as soon as Bastius opened his mouth, he told them. Lieutenant General Garp, a naval hero, even invited a notorious guy to make an exception to become a brigadier general. This was completely beyond their expectations. Okay, you don't need to pay attention. Lieutenant General Garp's character is well known to everyone. He is a person who likes to joke. At that time, I am afraid that it was also to ease the atmosphere, so I said this kind of thing. Bastius smiled dryly to smooth things over. Expression sank, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Bastiu is right. There is a good tavern nearby. It's rare to meet each other. Let's go get together. Seeing that Smoog took the initiative to invite, Bastius did not intend to refuse. However, before he could answer, a Navy soldier hurried over. Captain Smoog, I received a distress call just now. Someone threatened to hijack the ship. According to the signal sent by the phone bug, they are already close to the sea entrance of Rogue Town. The expressions of the people present at the scene of the robbery couldn't help but change, and immediately the naval soldiers in the scene burst into laughter. It's really interesting. Did you enter the city in a big country somewhere, thinking that the current Rogue Town is the same as before? It is a supply springboard to the Great Waterway. The current town of Rogue is the capital of the end of evil, but no prisoner can leave alive. The captain was hijacked, and he dared to come to Rogue Town openly, but he hit the gun, and I haven't seen Captain Smoog take a shot for a long time. Scene suddenly became noisy, and more of it was abusive laughter. Faced with this scene, Smoog was holding a cigar and said with a hint of excitement on his face, Brother Basti, it seems that the matter of drinking will be postponed a little bit. However, to solve this kind of thing, it's just a matter of hand, you can just wait a moment or two. Seeing Smoog who you wanted to try, Bastiu couldn't help but be startled, and said, since Brother Smoog has official business, then I have to join in the fun and see how famous he is in the East China Sea recently. The smokers means. Hee, brother, you raised me high, let's go now. With a dry laugh, Smoker took the lead in choosing the right direction, turning into smoke and storming away. For Smaller, Carp was a little unhappy when he made an extraordinary promotion to a brigadier general who was not well known. After all, he's been stuck in the captain's position for far too long. Chapter 436, Where is my spice? At the moment, he was suddenly crawled on his head, and he couldn't swallow this breath more or less. Now have the opportunity to show one or two in front of Bastius, who was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, which undoubtedly stimulated Smoker's momentum. For a time, the two quickly chased away to the port one after the other. A large group of Navy soldiers eager to watch the play followed. However, as they got closer to the port, Smoker and Basti frowned. According to their experience, if there are big pirates approaching the port, the merchants, civilians, and coolies who gather at the dock should flee in all directions. However, now the goal is to hurry up from all directions, with excited faces. That appearance, he just walked away with the heart of watching the excitement. Smoog, it seems that this matter is not as simple as imagined, so don't make a reckless move later. Bastius hurriedly reminded. However, in the face of this persuasion, Smoog sneered disdainfully, HMPH, this is my territory, I will not allow any sin to breed in my territory, no matter who he is. Captain Smalls is right. We support Captain Smokey. A group of Navy soldiers, obviously not forgetting to join in the fun, hurriedly shouted and cheered. Seeing this scene, Bastius looked helpless. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, the sight of the dock caught his eye, but his pupils contracted suddenly, and his eye sockets almost split. I saw inside and outside. It was surrounded by 3 or 4 layers, and it seemed to be a watertight encirclement. Tens of meters of giant sea kings are being placed on the dock. The fiery flame, under the throbbing, was burning like a sea snake-like giant sea king, making a sizzling grease-burning sound. An unusual scent rushed towards the face following the sea breeze. Looking at this posture, they finally knew why the pier was so lively. The person who can set up the sea kings and burn them is definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Bastiu hurriedly opened his mouth to say something, but saw Smoog beside him, his face sank, and he took the lead in roaring. You bastard, dare to make trouble in Luo, today the King of Heaven is here, and I will take you down too. Along with the awe-inspiring roar, the Navy soldiers present, including the onlookers, were alarmed. Many people were stunned at first, and when they could see Ge's appearance, they immediately showed ecstasy on their faces. It's Captain Smoke. This arrogant guy will definitely be taken down. Udon, that guy dared to hijack you and burn your boat. It won't be better. A group of pot-bellied businessmen saw Smog. They quickly comforted Udon, who was about to cry without tears. When he returned to the voyage, he thought that he had unknowingly informed Rogue Town about the robbery. Never thought that when Long Yu got off the boat, he immediately caught a sea king, smashed his boat, and set it up and burned it. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that there are such crazy people in this world? Seeing the appearance of Smoker, Udon seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. In his eyes, Smog was the strongest navy in the East China Sea, and he would definitely capture this arrogant man. White smoke thrower. Bang! The violent explosion of gas exploded instantly. Endless white smoke, like a frenzy, spewed out from under Smoker. The whole person is like a rocket, rushing towards Long Yu. Just a few hundred meters, but in the blink of an eye. Everyone could react. Smog appeared first, behind Long Yu. Looking at the back, who seemed unable to react in time, the corners of Smoker's mouth with a cigar in his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile. No, it should be said that the Navy soldiers present, and even those businessmen were no exception, and the only thought came to their minds. Succeeded. White fist. With a low voice, Smog smashed directly at the back of Long Yu's head. It's so close at hand that it's impossible to hide. However, this idea just sprouted in everyone's mind. The next moment, the scene of entering the eye, but people's pupils suddenly shrink. Shu, holding the might of Wan Jun, the fist wrapped in white mist, just approached behind Long Yu. Long Yu's upper body, as if he had grown eyes, moved slightly to avoid the attack. That the next scene is even more unacceptable compared to the seemingly intimidating gesture. Dusky, where is my spice? Long Yu took out his nostrils and looked at the dumbfounded Dusky beside him. Before getting an answer, he saw the spices on the ground and leaned over to pick up the cumin. As a barbecue sea snake, cumin and coriander are indispensable. Looking at this understated gesture, Smog was startled, and his face suddenly became unbearable. He is willing to see the enemy face him with despair and fear. Worst of all, he also said some provocative and disdainful words, so that he could lay the groundwork for the next face, slap in public. Chapter 437. The plan of killing two birds with one stone. However, the scene of the sudden attack is now regarded as air and can be avoided. This scene made his face completely unbearable. White fist machine gun. Smog roared, his hands were like machine guns, and under the white mist, he shot towards Long Yu's back. The speed is so fast, the whole world is filled with smoke, and the shadows of fists overlap vertically and horizontally. However, in the face of all these, the dense torch-like attacks, Long Yu swept along the fist wind like catkins. Under the attack of the fist shadows in the sky, even the corners of the clothes were not stained. Absolute strength suppression. Seeing this scene, as long as you are not a fool, you can see the clues of the current situation. In their eyes, they are known as the strongest admiral in the East China Sea. You can't even touch the corners of the opponent's clothes, so the difference in strength is obvious. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, Smog's face turned gloomy to the extreme, and under the endless smoke on his body, he turned into 7 or 8 fists in the void, and smoke fists. Go. You bastard, don't hide if you have something, and have a fight with me. A hysterical roar echoed across the sky. However, before the attack was approaching, Bastius's voiceless exclamation sounded ahead of him. Smog, hurry up and withdraw the attack. The violent exclamation made Smog stunned for a moment. But the arrow had to be sent on the string, and the only thing he could do was to stare at the figure with his back to him in front of him. However, before he could react, there was nothing in front of him, and the moment the shadows of the fists collided with each other, that abominable figure disappeared out of thin air. The crackling thunder arc sounded behind Smog, and an illusion of chills in the spine swept through Smaug's whole body. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. The first person to enter the goal was to overlook the relatively light gaze, and the words that fell in his ear shook Smaug's nerves even more. "It's the first time I've heard that someone likes to be beaten." The moment the voice fell, Long Yu's 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Under the crackling thunder light splashing, the dark and ink-like armed color is mixed with domineering. The fist of lightning strikes. Bang! One punch hits, so close at hand, there is absolutely no way to hide. Everyone just had time to see a lightning strike directly on Smoker's back. Along with the deafening thunder, the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. Boom! The huge impact force caused the merchant ship moored hundreds of meters away to be smashed into a deep pit of 7 or 8 meters. Heavy decks, and dragons. Bones also burst into cobweb-like cracks in response to the sound, spreading to most of the hull. Looking at the moment before, Smaug, who had high hopes for them to be the strongest admiral in the East China Sea, threw a combination of failed punches. Immediately, the flower in front of him was smashed into the air. This step on a horse is a fake punch. A hopeful idea has sprung up in the minds of many people. Especially the Navy soldiers who followed Smoker were no exception. On the stiff cheek muscles, he put on a smile and said, "Captain Smaug, just kidding, he hasn't played against anyone for a long time, this must be a warm-up. He is a natural devil fruit-capable person, and he is showing us how to deal with a vicious enemy, so he deliberately hit a set of fake punches that must be like this. Look, Captain Smoke has reappeared unscathed." Urgent cries rang out from the mouths of the onlookers. In their eyes, Smoker may not have the strength of a vice admiral and a general of the Navy headquarters. However, Smoker is an undefeated record for them. Seeing Smaug stand up in the ruins, the moment he clenched his fingers, his face was even more ecstatic. Captain Smoker finally uses this trick. Exclamations sounded one after another, and Bastius was completely brought into the rhythm, and he forgot what he said for a moment. However, when he saw what was in Smoker's hands, was a trace of ecstasy on his face. 10 hands. This is Smoker's weapon against those with devil fruit abilities. As Smoker's predecessor, Bastius instantly recognized the origin of this weapon. The most important thing is that Bastius also recognized the origin of this man with a tugging face and a lightning scar on his face. If his guess is correct, he is Lieutenant General Garp, who has threatened to take Laxus as a brigadier general. Right now, I made a mistake and made myself and Smoker collide. If Smoker can be surprised, he will defeat Long Yu with 10 hands. He will take this opportunity to come out to round up the field, and perhaps Smaug will be favored by the warring states and be promoted to brigadier general. You can also sell a good person yourself and invite this Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. This is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Bastius's face showed a hint of ecstasy, and he hurriedly looked at Smoker. Smoke field. Smaug roared, and in the brief confrontation just now, the crackling sound of the thunder arc had already flashed through his mind, the natural devil fruit ability that Bastius mentioned. Chapter 438, Do You Want Him? Now being hit by a punch, and the unpleasant feeling in my heart just now, it is completely the addition of new hatred and old hatred. The roar roared together, and the endless smoke dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy of white snow. An instant, the entire estuary was covered by endless white smoke, blocking everyone's sight. Everyone could react. Smaug swiftly passed through the endless white fog like a snake, and appeared in front of the locked dragon feather. When the hands and fingers suddenly clenched the 10 hands in their hands, a roar of anger rose up. Boy, if you want to blame it, you are too arrogant and revealing too much flaws. Although the 10 hands I used are Halu stone, this is also part of the victory. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. Soon as Smaug spoke up, the 10 hands in his hands slammed into Long Yu's chest. The huge strength and the wind and waves it brought up also slightly blew the smoke shrouded in the mouth of the sea. And Smoker leans toward himself in order to be able to see the scale of victory in time. It was too late to think about it, and the smoke from the sky was swallowed up like a whale, and it was rolled back into the body. However, before everyone could cheer for victory, an indifferent voice floated in his ears. "Did you use something to plug me in just now?" And met Smog's astonished gaze. Immediately before everyone's eyes, he lowered his head and glanced at the 10 hands resting on his chest. That jet black armament color is domineering, covering the whole body, and now Long Yu's posture is like a steel orangutan. Brilliant. Before long, Smog reacted, and Long Yu clasped 10 hands with his right hand. Of the 5 fingers, a crisp click sounded suddenly. Looking at the 10 hands, they were snapped off like a piece of paper. Bastiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted in a hurry, "Smog, run away, you are not his opponent." Anxious scream, shaking everyone's nerves. Smog woke up suddenly, in such a close distance. When he wanted to withdraw suddenly, the words that floated in his ear made his pupils shrink again. "I caught you, I don't like being inserted, you should taste the taste of Halu stone yourself." Voice fell, Smoker felt his abdomen, 10 hard hands, reaching him. Of a slight touch, there was a feeling of nothingness, as if wanting to die, and Smog was completely drained. However, all this was just the beginning. When he met Long Yu's light gaze, another hand was already on his shoulder. Furious Volt. Dormant, the violent thunder power in Long Yu's body was suddenly detonated. Under the splash of thunder light, it raged like a thunder snake, directly shrouding the weak Smog. It can be said that Smoker, who was countered by 10 hands, is now like fish on the chopping block. Let alone a counterattack, there is no chance for elementalization. It was accompanied by a deafening thunderous explosion. Under the violent wind, most of the onlookers were directly overturned. The sturdy slate floor was the first to be overwhelmed and shattered into cracks like cobwebs, quickly spreading around. In the barbecue was directly smashed. After everything calmed down, the huge estuary suddenly became a mess. The center of the explosion like ruins, except for the figure that still looked cold and arrogant, Smog, who was held in his hand like a dead dog, whose life and death were uncertain, made his pupils shrink suddenly, and his eye sockets almost split. A frightening thought flashed in their minds first. The legend of the invincible East China Sea has fallen. Known as the last stop to guard the East China Sea, Smog, the smoker who is known as the patron saint of Rog Town, is actually under the watchful eyes of everyone, and he can't even reach his backhand. Defeated like a dead dog. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Do you want him? Long Yu glanced at Bastiu, who looked shocked, and threw Smog over. Bang! Bastiu subconsciously took Smog over and looked at him with white smoke still bubbling all over his body. He was completely unconscious, and he couldn't come back to his senses. He heard it in the middle of the Navy headquarters, and learned that Karp invited a man named Laxus to become the Brigadier General of the headquarters. But in Bastiu's eyes, Long Yu's strength should be similar to Smog. However, now present in front of us, it is an overwhelming crushing victory. In particular, that full-body armed color is domineering. Looking at the Navy headquarters, only a lieutenant general can barely do it. Gesture as Long Yu, the only lieutenant general flashed in Bastiu's mind. Ghost Bamboo Virgo, that is the existence with the strongest defense among the lieutenant generals. To a certain extent, it is still pressing him Bastiu. At this moment, Bastius finally understood why Lieutenant General Garp invited the person in front of him to join the Navy headquarters. It can be said that becoming a brigadier general is a talent. Chapter 439, a shortcut to improve fidelity. At least a major general is needed. No, the identity of a lieutenant general may be able to reflect the shocking feeling of this scene. Thinking of this, Bastiu ignored the smoker in his hand and threw it to the Navy soldiers beside him like a dead dog. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency Laxus, I am Vice Admiral Bastius of the Navy headquarters. I have something and I plan to discuss it with you. Lieutenant Admiral. The onlookers present gasped directly. The embarrassed Udon, at this moment, seemed to have caught a life-saving straw and shouted in a hurry, Lord Lieutenant General, you have to decide for the villain. This person not only forcibly robbed me of more than 10 million Baileys, but also took the boat smashed and burned the Sea Kings. The adults must call the shots for me, otherwise the villains would rather jump into the sea. Jump into the sea. Bastiu glanced at Udon, and immediately snorted coldly, come on, let me watch him jump into the sea. If he doesn't jump, throw him into the sea. If Smoker wakes up, let him investigate this group of people thoroughly to see if they have done anything illegal. And this Brigadier General who Lieutenant General Karp intends to recruit exceptionally, how could he hijack your ship? A hysterical roar echoed on the pier like thunder. Everyone in the field couldn't help but be stunned. In particular, Udon, who was yelling at the moment before to bring Ryu to justice. Now I can't wait to give myself dozens of mouths directly, and I have the heart to cry to death. Just that, looking at the Navy soldiers quickly surrounding him, he doesn't want to die now and has to die. Lalaxes, where are you going now? Dusky watched this scene, raised her glasses, held Shiyu in her hands, and quickly followed. Where are you going? Does this have anything to do with you? Didn't you come to Rogue Town to conduct the naval recruit assessment? The Smoker over there is the person in charge of Rogue Town. Long Yu glanced at Dasichi and said bluntly. There is no way to eat this barbecued Sea King snake with salt and pepper, and its belly is screaming. Dusky glanced at him, and Smog, who was in a coma like a dead dog, quickly shook his head and said, I don't want to be assessed for the time being. Mr. Laxus, aren't you hungry? I won't give you something to eat. I remember there was a nice restaurant out front. Below. Hotel. Long Yu couldn't help but startle for a moment, really doubting whether Dasichi was a typical silly white sweet. Not only the below, but also the hotel. However, these cluttered thoughts are still. He was quickly left behind by Long Yu. Looking at the noodle restaurant not far away, it is better to go to order some noodles to satisfy your hunger. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the characters has reached 15%, and the new skill will be unlocked. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100 world shock points. The current shock point balance is 110 points, and the distance to unlock the new limit randomly requires 600 points. 2 system prompts echoed in Long Yu's mind. Looking at the increase in the attributes of the character panel, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. According to the speed of this progress, I don't know that it will take the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon to increase the strength. However, at least one thing can be confirmed, pretending is a shortcut to improve the realism. It's just that the improvement is slightly smaller. What Long Yu has to do is how to increase the level of fidelity. Mr. Laxus, I want to know what you call fairy tale, is it a group? Dusky's voice suddenly sounded. Long Yu raised his brows, put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Dasichi, who was full of urgency, and thought of a good solution. Laxus is the person who sets the focus and is to become the president of Fairy Tale. For the guild, it can be said to hold an eager heart. It can be said that if you follow the example of Fairy Tale and open a Fairy Tale guild in this world, it may be easier and increase the realism of the characters. Thinking of this, Long Yu's expression was still cold and arrogant. Under Dasiki's astonished gaze, he reached out and rubbed her head. Do you want to join Fairy Tale? However, I want to tell you that Fairy Tale is not the same as the Navy. We just act according to the good in our hearts. Freedom is one of the characteristics of Fairy. The most important thing is that we are not paid and you are the first member. Poof! A splashing sound suddenly sounded, followed by Bastius who was eating below him, spit out a mouthful of old face. Originally, listening to Long Yu's speech in the first half, he was still righteous and awe-inspiring. The next half of the sentence directly made Bastius almost laugh. If it wasn't for taking Long Yu's face into consideration, Bastius would probably spray his face dozens of meters away. It's just that before he could react, the words that came into his ears made Bastius stunned in shock. I would like to add fairy tale. Dusky hurriedly spoke, subconsciously clenching Shiyu in her hands with a desperate look on her face. It didn't look like a joke at all, and the moment before, she said that she was coming to Rog Town to take part in the recruit assessment. Chapter 440th, Paying the Bill. In the blink of an eye, he joined a so-called guild without pay, and was the first member. This huge gap made Bastius unable to return to his senses. At least in Bastius's eyes, the Navy headquarters is quite good. Since you joined Fairy Tail, let's leave a fairy mark on you first. Long Yu looked at Dasky lightly and said, you can choose any place. Anywhere. Dasky lowered her head subconsciously, and looked at the Xiaolongbao that was beginning to take shape. After all, in this world, there is no shortage of people with tattoos. Moreover, many people's clothes are too bold, and the position of the tattoo is more prominent. The most important point is that the man looks and feels very fond of it. Now that Long Yu suddenly made this request, Dasichi was obviously preconceived. Looking at Dasichi, who was suddenly thinking about something, Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, flicked her forehead with his backhand and said, just keep it on the back of your hand. Speaking, Long Yu's right hand magic power directly covered the back of Dasichi's hand. She could react. A pink fairy, a mark, appeared on the back of Dusky's hand. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of Lax's character template has increased by 15%, and the current fidelity is 30%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The ethereal prompting sound of the system made Long Yu raise his brows, feeling the 3 new Dragon Slayer magics in his mind, which seemed very unexpected. If I had known earlier, the establishment of an empty shell fairy, a guild, could make the fidelity reach the critical line of 30% in an instant, and Long Yu would not be dawdling, and it would open up early. However, this also shows from the side that the route Long Yu is taking now is correct. Perhaps, as long as Fairy Tail grows in this world, the character template of Laxus will reach the limit beyond the original book, no exception. Thinking of this, Long Yu faintly felt a little bit. Is this all right? Dusky looked at the tail mark on the back of his hand and couldn't react. In her eyes, joining a group has benefits, and at least there must be a confirmation procedure. For example, in joining the Navy branch. You also need to sign several so-called agreements to prove the so-called identity in the future. Now this initiation ceremony, the shabby level, just makes people feel like being pulled into a pirate ship. Why do you want to get some unspoken rules or something? Quote. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, those who can join the guild are chosen 1 in 100, and we are taking the elite route. The limited resources must be used on a few people, so that the overall strength can be quickly increased. Otherwise, no matter how many people there are, it is just nonsense. Having said this, Long Yu looked at the scene of being sprayed into a mess by Bastius, and suddenly lost his appetite and said, also, bury the single first, we still have a place to go. These words, Long Yu turned around and left first. Pay the bill. Dusky couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and said anxiously, isn't this where you invite me to dinner? It's rare that this is my first membership. The first time Long Yu stopped, he gave Dasichi a blank look and said, if you want to see other famous knives, hurry up and bury the list, keep up with my pace, and don't care if I get lost. Other famous knives. Dusky was stunned for a moment, her eyes brightened immediately, she hurriedly dug out the wallet, put the money on the table, and quickly chased it out. Compared with famous knives, it doesn't matter whether it is the first time that Dusky insisted just now. Seeing the 2 Long Yu who had disappeared all of a sudden, Bastiu didn't have time to think, and quickly followed. However, he just left. In the corner gently put down the black tea in his hand, and the face hidden under the cloak revealed a playful smile and said, I didn't expect that such a good thing could happen at such a time. Thunder attribute devil fruit ability person. My fruit ability may be able to suppress him. This time has enough rest. You two newcomers, hurry up and keep up, we are going to start work. Abandoning these words, the man in the cloak also walked out quickly. Immediately behind him, there are two figures also wearing cloaks. At the same time, Long Yu led Dasichi to the central square. As the place where Roger, the Pirate King, was executed, this is a must-see place for tourists and pirates. However, Long Yu didn't have the mentality of Luffy, and pretended to be an idiot on the high platform. Instead, he went straight to the weapon shop next to him. If I remember correctly, there are two good and fast knives in this inconspicuous weapon shop, namely Shuizo and Sandai Gito. Long Yu has a very high vision for the requirements of the knife, but now, to improve the fidelity of the character template, pretending is the fastest way to wait for me. Although the increase may be limited. Hokage Starting from the instant full level, Chapter 441 to 460. Chapter 441, Buying a Knife. But Long Yu will not give up any chance to pretend. Lord Laxus, do you think there are so-called famous knives in this weapon shop? Bastiu hurried over, looked at the small shop in front of him, and said, Your Excellency Lazes, if you love famous knives, as long as you join the Navy headquarters, as a Lieutenant General, I promise you, I can give it to you. Find a famous sword that is not inferior to this girl's hand. At the same time, I can also guide you in swordsmanship. I think you are too color domineering and skilled. If you match the swordsmanship, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Looking at Bastiu, who was spitting all over the sky, Long Yu looked back and said, Your conditions are very good. However, it still doesn't suit me. Also, a lot of things are like fate, just like Shiyu in the hands of this girl and I when fate arrives, it will be delivered to the door in person. If I push the door in now, I will still be able to get to. The two famous knives, Dusky and Bastius, were stunned. On this sea, as a swordsman. It is good to be able to get a famous knife. Now Long Yu has two hands as soon as he opens his mouth, and they are automatically delivered to the door. It's hard to see the famous knife as a cabbage on the street. Little brother, your joke is not funny. If there is really a famous knife in this shop, I will eat this door. Bastius couldn't help but said stubbornly. Looking at Bastiu with a stubborn face, Long Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, Dasky, prepare some tomato sauce for him. I'll eat it with this door. I hope it's not iron. These words, Long Yu took the lead in pushing the door in. Seeing that the interlayer of the door was made of iron, Bastius couldn't help but stunned. Is this riding a crow's mouth? Welcome. Behind the counter, the red-nosed boss glanced up and continued to lower his head to wipe the knife. As an old fried dough stick that has been operating a weapons store for decades, he can see at a glance whether he is being taken advantage of. As for those pirates drifting at sea, it is even less likely that they have anything to do with the rich. At least, in his eyes, these are all wronged. However, at the moment of bowing his head, the boss fiercely looked at Shiyu in Dusky's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a small T-shaped chaotic knife, a lacquer sword? The blade is like a rain flower. Is it the rain of the 50 workers of a good and fast knife? The boss raised the magnifying glass a little and said anxiously, Your Excellency, you are someone who knows knives. Although my shop is shabby, there are many knives from famous craftsmen. Look at the wall hanging over there, but the sharp blade worth hundreds of thousands of Baileys. Once you get used to it, it's just as powerful as a tiger. Looking at it for a while, the spitting star-filled boss, Dasichi, was about to say something, but Long Yu preempted him and said, Boss, I only have one Bailey here, I want 2 knives. 3 people who were present with 100,000 Bailey and 2 knives froze in place. Bastiu couldn't help but said, Little brother, if you have 100,000 Bailey, I'm afraid you can't even buy 2 sharp knives. If you really want to buy a knife, I can lend you some Bailey. Fate. The simple words came out in a hurry, completely interrupting Bastiu's chattering voice. Seeing that the last chance to extort money was gone, the boss's face suddenly darkened, and he said with a cold snort, "Poor and sour devils are also equipped to play with knives. Where 100,000 Baileys can only choose 2 broken knives, you can go by yourself. Choose." Abandoning these words, the boss was obviously too lazy to take care of him, and continued to lower his head and wipe the blade. Looking at this scene, Dusky and Bastiu couldn't help but startled, and there was a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Especially Dasichi, she knew that Long Yu had more than 10 million Baileys from extortion. If you really want a knife, before there are no famous knives, it is enough to pick 2 good knives. However, before they could react, a warm smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Everything he is doing now, but 2 years ahead of schedule. These words and 100,000 Baileys are like triggering conditioned cues in playing games. As long as it is better integrated into the plot, the chances of getting a famous sword can be improved to the extreme. After all, in Long Yu's understanding, any slight change may cause the original world to derive another different parallel dimension. Inside the small weapon shop, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Dusky and Bastiu, even the boss who lowered his head and wiped the knife, looked at Long Yu intentionally or unintentionally. Especially the shop owner, when he saw Long Yu walking straight to the corner where the second-hand knives were placed, his heart seemed to be gradually suspended with the sound of footsteps from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, in the face of the stalwart back, and the straightforward pace. At this moment, an absurd thought flashed in the shop owner's mind, before he could react. Under the gazes of everyone, Long Yu suddenly stopped his steps, and his right hand stuck out like lightning. Chapter 442, Is This Fate? The violent scene made the shop owner's face change drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Boy, I won't sell that knife. Hurry up and take the money back for 10 Baileys. You are not worthy of being a swordsman." The exclamation made Dusky and Bastiu startled, and hurriedly looked at the purple-black blade in Long Yu's hand. A strange color flashed on their faces. They are not ordinary people, of course, they can see the extraordinary at a glance. Dusky even quickly flipped through the booklet in her hand, but she didn't wait for her to find out the truth. That fell in her ears shook her nerves. One of the 50 craftsmen of the good and fast knife, the 3 generations of ghosts, this is a demon knife. With his backhand, and an inexplicable chill bloomed under the cold light flowing from above. "You know, this is a demon sword, so you still dare to ask for it. You know that the swordsmen of all dynasties, those who use ghosts will die." Boss's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Unless you plan to die, this knife can never be sold to you." Die. Long Yu smiled playfully. This scene fell into the eyes of the 3 of Dusky, and directly touched their nerves. Boss even shouted in a hurry, "Boy, what do you want to do? I won't sell this knife." The hasty words came out in a hurry, but unfortunately they didn't wait for them to react. Long Yu suddenly flipped his right hand and threw it directly into the sky. Immediately in front of the public, he closed his eyes and mourned for Sauron for 3 seconds. This is Zorro's play trick. However, in order to increase the fidelity of the character template, Long Yu can only use it politely. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, watching the flying 3 generations of ghosts, and the moment when Long Yu closed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Everyone's nerves are almost broken. "Boy, are you crazy? This knife is very sharp. If you are not careful, your arm will be cut off." The boss roared loudly. Too bad it's too late. Even Dusky and Basti couldn't react at all in the face of this unexpected scene. Only thing that can be done is to watch Han Guang's 3 generations of goosh roll in the air, and go straight to Long Yu's arm. The sharp blade slammed into the floor, and Shigan didn't go in, as if it was inserted into their hearts, making people feel suffocated. Looking at Long Yu's intact arm, the 3 of Dusky couldn't help rubbing their eyes. "Hee, it seems that my luck is overpowering it. I want this knife." Long Yu smiled playfully. Grabbed the 3 generations of ghosts who were submerged in the floor, and returned to the sheath. "Dusky, you can choose another one for me." Looking at Dasichi absent-mindedly, Long Yu spoke up and woke up. There is no way to do this. To get the snow and maximize the force, the most guaranteed way is to follow the original plot. That way there is a sense of triggering a specific conditional cue. Dasichi suddenly woke up, after looking at the 3 generations of ghosts in Long Yu's hands. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, there were literally countless little stars. If it is said that the moment before, Dasichi's feeling for Long Yu was respect and admiration. So now I have witnessed Long Yu's luck trying out with my own eyes. That feeling is like a little fangirl, only to see the male god drooling, eating can stuff his nostrils, and now Long Yu opened his mouth. Dasichi hurriedly responded, Laxus, wait, sir, I'll help you pick a better one now. Seeing that Dusky was busy all of a sudden, Bastius also recovered. A moment ago, he was still questioning. Long Yu came to Taobao in such a small shop, it was a complete joke. Never imagined that Long Yu would be able to pick up a rare good and fast knife not only as soon as he entered the door, and also staged a scene, the crazy action of luck fighting the demon sword. Most importantly, the result was successful. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this scene was true? Seeing that Long Yu was now asking Dusky to find the second one, Bastiu couldn't help but feel a little uneasiness in his heart. He was about to say something when he heard the boss stumbling and rushed out from the back warehouse. He also held a blade covered in white cloth in his hand. Seeing this violent scene, Bastiu's heart froze for a while, and recalling what Long Yu had just said, an absurd thought flashed in his mind. Is it fate to ride a horse? Boss Bang tore off the white cloth at once, revealing the hidden blade. Originally, he was extremely wretched and had a thief-eyed temperament, and instantly there was a feeling of awe-inspiring and unparalleled, discerning heroes with discerning eyes. One grabbed the blade on the table, and with a clanging sound, it went straight out of its sheath. Under the pressing cold light, the crisp sound of the knife chirping directly attracted the attention of Dasichi. When he saw the blade in the boss's hand, he immediately became excited and clenched Long Yu's arm tightly. Mr. Laxus, this is 50 craftsmanship of a good and fast knife, a black lacquer sword, and a small T-shaped snow walk. Long Yu said lightly. In this kind of forced pretense, although it looks like carrying a textbook, it is absolutely not allowed to laugh. 440th chapters. The sword is given to the strong. Laughing field, it was broken 5, and 1 broken 1, after pretending for so long, it fell short. Okay, good little brother, not only gambling with knives, but also a person who understands knives. I never thought that in a remote country like the East China Sea. In the middle, I can also produce a brave swordsman like my little brother. The boss's face turned red. Raised his voice and shouted in a hurry. My old man, I'm not a good person, but I also know that I can't let it be buried with a good knife. Although this is a broken shop, this knife is the treasure of my shop, and I will give it to you today. The awe-inspiring voice, mixed with an undeniable taste, echoed in the small shop for a long time and could not be dissipated. Seeing this violent scene, Bastius and Dasky were stunned. When they came in, they were still suspicious that Long Yu was bragging. What is the fate to have it delivered to your door automatically? However, the scene in front of them now has subverted their cognition. In particular, the shop owner, who looked wretched and developed, actually handed over the famous knife. This made Bastiu's face suddenly mournful, and he was considering whether to go back and have a look for the door panel and catch up on rainy days. Inside the small weapon shop, the atmosphere suddenly became, it was high. Dasky and Bastiu never imagined that the shop owner, who looked sleazy, would give away a valuable famous knife. This scene made Long Yu's words flash through their minds not long ago. When fate arrives, she will take the initiative to bring it to the door. Thinking of this, Dusky looked at Bastiu beside him with a little pity, and weighed the wooden door. Do you need to add 2 more packets of tomato sauce? Thank you boss for your kindness. Long Yu unceremoniously reached out and took the snow. The blade is slightly lowered to one side, and the cold light is like flowing water, rapidly surging over it. The next moment, a playful smile appeared on his cold and arrogant cheeks and said, "Boss, this is a hero who values heroes and knows heroes. Since it's rare for the boss to be generous, and flies happen to be delivered to the door, then I have to show my shame once." The inexplicable words came out in a hurry, making Bastishki and the others look stagnant, and before they could think about it, they saw Long Yu move. Of thunder arcs crackling like thunder. Without any trace of flowers, he stabbed straight towards Bastius. PFF'd. At this moment, the air seemed to be overwhelmed, and was directly torn open. As fast as a thunderbolt, he passed through the void with a posture that was difficult to reach with the naked eye. The violent scene made Bastio's expression change drastically. However, in the face of this lightning-quick strike, he had absolutely nothing to hide, and the only thing he could do was to watch the attack pass by. Right, this is Bastio's only fortunate thing, that this lightning-fast attack was not locked on him. When he reacted, the iron door with the steel plate behind him was pierced with a bang. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly sounded. The next moment, the violent air wave rolled back like a frenzy, and the closed door was also overturned directly. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and they hurriedly looked outside the weapon shop. First to catch the eye, in addition to the overturned door, there is also a glimpse of the white wall, which was abruptly knocked into the air more than 10 meters away, only to be stopped abruptly. However, the originally peaceful wall was dented, as if it had been hit by a behemoth. "Old man, what happened?" A burly woman rushed out from behind the weapons store. Looking at the messy shop in front of him, he couldn't help but stunned, and said anxiously, "Old man, are you crazy, and people use your family heirloom to make trouble in your shop? This is not like you." In the eyes of the woman, in addition to being squeezed dry by himself, this old man's wretched nature is simply engraved in his bones. She loves to take advantage of the petty, and even plucks chickens when they pass by. Yes, it's a vacuum thrust. This, at least it's the level of a swordsman. I didn't expect such a good player to appear in Rog Town. Shop owner woke up suddenly and said excitedly, "You mother-in-law, you don't understand what a man's dream is. Giving a treasured sword to the strong is totally worth it. Don't get in my way. I want to go out and see this battle." Seeing the old man rushing out like a smog, completely transgender, the burly woman was stunned in place. Outside, Long Yu took the lead and walked out slowly. Immediately behind him were Dusky and Bastius. For this violent scene, the melon-eating crowd had already gathered around the theater. However, in the face of the snow-white huge wall that appeared out of thin air, the people present obviously couldn't see the truth. It's just that they can't see it, but it doesn't mean that Long Yu doesn't know the origin of this person. After leaving the shop, this person has been following behind them. If Long Yu remembers correctly, he should be the Baroque Work Club, Senior Agent 3. Chapter 444, How to Break My Copper Wall. Hee, as expected of the person who defeated Smoky Smog, he almost knocked out my candle wall with a single thrust, but I'm sorry to tell you that my candle wall, once solidified, is comparable to the firmness. Steel, that's even. One has no defense that can't be broken. Slightly playful voice sounded suddenly. Soon you can see the wall of candles, wriggling like waves. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public, a hole the size of Mishu was cracked. Immediately, a figure in a small blue suit walked out slowly inside. "Here's the Baroque workers." Bastiu's face suddenly sank, and he said anxiously, "You bounty hunter, what are you doing here?" In the original book, the Baroque Work Club is a force under the command of the Shichibu Sea Sand Crocodile. However, their organizational structure is not a pirate, but a bounty hunter on the bright side. Secretly but stealing chickens and dogs. Although the Navy does not have much affection for the Baroque Work Society, it is undoubtedly not allowed to move them casually on the premise of no violation. Let me think about it. Isn't this Vice Admiral Bastius of the Navy headquarters? Why did he come here? A playful smile, he said, "However, if your Navy can come here, as a senior cadre of the Baroque Work Club, why can't I come? Or else, the abuse of power by your navy is enough to prohibit a law-abiding commoner like me from appearing anywhere. The small voices reverberated in the sky, and Bastille suddenly became annoyed and faced him. The provocation is obviously irrefutable. Looking at this scene, satisfied look appeared on his face, looked at Long Yu, and said, "This should be your Excellency Laxus. I'm a senior cadre of the Baroque Work Club, you can call me. This time I am here to invite you to join our Baroque Work Club and become a member of the senior cadres. Of course, you can also understand that you will join hands with me to become the president of the Baroque Work Society. You must know that our Baroque Work Society has a scale of nearly 10,000 people, and it is not comparable to any naval branch." The slightly elusive voice fell, causing the expressions of Bastius and Dusky to suddenly change. They never thought that this unsettling dragon feather would join the Baroque Work Club. At this moment, they looked at Long Yu, the only thought that appeared in the sea. This horse riding is a sweet pastry. However, in the face of the coveted gesture of others, Long Yu smiled dryly and touched the tip of his nose. Hee, I'm sorry, if you let me be the president, I might consider it, if you let me help you with this I can't bear it, I can't even develop the power of a devil fruit. Who couldn't bear to be present suddenly changed slightly. As long as those who are active in the second half of the East China Sea and the first half of the Great Waterway, and even pirates, still know a little about the infamous reputation of the Baroque Work Club. It can be said that as soon as you are invited in, you will become a senior cadre, which means that there is no shortage of power and money. However, now that Long Yu wants to become the president as soon as he opens his mouth, this is too crazy. And also put, is worthless to depreciate, and it is even more shocking. After all, anyone who knows a little bit about the Baroque Working Group will also know clearly. This nickname mean in the Baroque Work Club. Okay, very good, as expected of the person who defeated Smoky Smoker, he has the courage to look down on me. Instead of anger, he said goodbye twice with a smile. Huo Ran raised his head, a haze flashed in the depths of his pupils, and then an angry roar rose up. Today, I will see how you, a knife player, can break through my iron walls. Candle shackles roared like thunder. With both hands facing Long Yu, they suddenly protruded from the air. The endless white candle solution exploded like a frenzy, turned into two huge arms, and attacked towards the dragon feather. The speed is so fast, the short distance of tens of meters will come in the blink of an eye. The violent scene changed Bastille's face, and he shouted in a hurry, Laxus, this guy is a superhuman devil fruit ability, and the candle wall displayed is comparable to steel, although you can use vacuum slash. But it may be difficult to break through his defenses, let me support you. The voice fell, Bastius rushed out in a hurry. However, as soon as he took a half step, he was stopped by Dasiki's detective. No, don't get in the way of Mr. Laxus fighting, soon, this fight will be over soon. Dusky spoke timidly, but there was an inexplicable urgency on his face. Facing this, Bastille was startled at first when he spoke out of surprise. He could react, he saw Long Yu put Shui back into the sheath with his backhand, and at the same time lean forward slightly, his whole body was like a cheetah, and his muscles were tense to the extreme. Chapter 445, The Strongest Swordsman. The most unbelievable thing is that in the face of the fast approaching attack, Long Yu slowly closed his eyes in front of everyone's eyes. That fell in the ears of Bastille and the others stirred everyone's nerves. Bastille, what do you mean by invincibility as a swordsman? Invincible, what exactly is it? Invincible Bastius was stunned for a moment, facing this sudden speech. No doubt he couldn't reply at all for a moment or three. Looking at Long Yu, whose eyes were still tightly closed, and the attack that was so close at hand, he shouted in a hurry. Be careful. Bang! The moment the voice fell, two candle tentacles passed through Long Yu's body directly. Finally, it hit the heavy floor, and the huge impact force shattered the ground. However, this seemingly sharp blow did not splatter at the moment when it penetrated Long Yu's body. Standing on the spot, the body swooping forward slightly, is like a phantom, gradually twisting and collapsing between heaven and earth. Phantom. He's on the execution stand. I don't know who exclaimed, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. All eyes turned and landed on the execution platform, but he still kept his sight, clasped the sheath snow tightly with his backhand, and swooped down, Uchiha Ryu with his eyes closed. That familiar voice sounded again, prying everyone's nerves. Bastiu, you haven't answered me yet, what is the strongest kendo? The awe-inspiring voice has an unmistakable taste. Bastiu was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, Long Yu gave him the same majestic feeling he had when facing his teacher Zephyr that day, and subconsciously hurriedly said, he is someone who has been honed deeply and has won the morality of swordsmanship. Is called the strongest swordsmanship, if we say that the strongest supreme swordsman in the world today is one of the 7 martial Cs, Hokage Mahak. Low voice, in the face of Bastia's answer, anyone who was present with a little knowledge would agree with him. After all, above the kendo, the eagle eye is like a milestone, standing at the end of the kendo. However, for this kind of question and answer, his face was obviously unable to hang. Of the dignified Baroque Work Club personally came forward and invited others to be taken. Then, under the violent attack, people ignored it and played a quiz game. The step on the horse is to rub his ground on the ground. When I thought of this, a trace of anger on his face, and he roared immediately. Okay, since you're talking about called kendo, today I want to see how your kendo can break my absolute defense. Candle Champions Cup. A hysterical roar sounded like thunder. Dormant, the devil fruit ability in the body, was exploded directly. The endless candles gushed out and wrapped around the body, forming a transformer-like armor. The moment he raised his head suddenly, the huge candle hand caught Long Yu from the air. However, this time was different from before. The moment the candle liquid burst out of the air, it formed a sharp spear like a rainstorm, falling towards the dragon feather. Seeing this huge scene, Bastiu's expression changed again, and he shouted in a hurry, Your Excellency Laxus, you have already asked everything you want to ask. If you really can't help it, let me help you. Wrong. Long Yu suddenly raised his head after hesitating out the words. He opened his eyes, a flash of thunder flashed in the depths of his deep pupils. The next moment, before everyone could react, the crackling thunder light, under the blooming surface of the body, uttered a voice that shook everyone's nerves. The world's kendo is only fast and unbreakable, and the strongest kendo should be me. Bang! One step forward, the huge execution platform at the foot, symbolizing the high platform where Roger's life came to an end, seemed unable to withstand this skyrocketing force. In front of everyone's eyes, it collapsed and collapsed. That Long Yu, who was originally standing on the high platform, seemed to be taking advantage of the air without noticing, and Lingdu directly took the second step in the void. Before everyone could react, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The next moment, the golden light in the sky skyrocketed, grabbing everyone's vision. When everyone woke up, the sound of thunder roared and rolled. That was sturdy like steel shot through the sky, and there was a trace of stillness in the air, and the next moment it was in full view of the public. Like a cobweb, it cracked open inch by inch and collapsed between heaven and earth. The violent scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, but they didn't have time to think about it, and hurried to go. Look. However, the first scene that caught the eye shook the nerves of all of them, and even the eye sockets were split. Bang! The dull sound of heavy objects landing resounded. 7 or 8 meters, the huge candle giant, which claims to be comparable to steel, was cut in half. The huge upper body, without support, smashed to the ground with a bang, smashing the padded rock floor directly. Chapter 446. Kneeling down and asking for advice. It was supposed to be hiding inside. Looking at the front of the throat, the distance is even the slightest, the sharp blade glowing with cold light, the pupil shrunk to the extreme. On the rolling Adam's apple, there is even more hot sweat sliding down. Facing the violent blow just now, his posture was as fast as lightning. His mind, he still stayed in that moment of the shot. Facing the man in front of him, who was close at hand, with a cold and arrogant face. In my mind, the panties I wore today flashed, and they were all white. I didn't have time to think about it, I just took it out with my hands. Along with the sound of fabric tearing, a pair of shattered white underwear was pulled out abruptly and swayed directly in the wind. I surrender. White represents sincere surrender. You can't kill me. If you really want to be the president of the Baroque Work Club, I can help you seize the position of president, but the president has always been very mysterious. If you don't mind, you can be a vice president first. The hurried sound of begging for mercy is there. Out of the mouth. Looking at the previous moment, the senior cadre of the Baroque Work Club was in a state of arrogance and kept saying that he wanted to press Long Yu to the ground and rub it against the ground. Blink of an eye, even the bottom line, no, the bottoms were torn to pieces as the white handkerchief surrendered. The gap between before and after is really a bit too big. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? The battle that I thought would last for a period of time turned out to be a winner and loser. The world's kendo is only fast and unbreakable, and the strongest kendo should be me. The muttered voice was spit out in the shop owner's mouth as if he was talking to himself. Looking at Long Yu's back, it was like shining brightly at that moment, and he became stalwart in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, he laughed like a madman. Sure enough, he is a good boy. The heart of the strong is only respected. The world of swordsmanship is only fast and unbreakable. The eagle eyes of the supreme swordsman are all farts in front of him. Hurried voices echoed in the huge square. Bastiu was also stunned, his 5 fingers clenched tightly against the huge shark-slashing knife. Recalling his subconscious answer just now, I wish I could just snort. In particular, the previous moment was full of fire. To guide Long Yu to learn kendo. With a glimpse of it is all about making an axe. If there is a dog hole here, he can't wait to go straight into it. Bastiu, are you going to bet on the honor of kendo and fight me? Long Yu didn't look at it much. At a glance. The highest state of pretending is to leave no trace and strike while the iron is hot. A sudden remark, like thunder, detonated in Bastiu's mind. Bastiu looked shocked at Long Yu's understated gesture, and immediately fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Shark-slashing sword in both hands, he fell to the ground and said in a deep voice, I, Bastius, are willing to give up my own swordsmanship, and I hope Teacher Laxus will guide me in the supreme swordsmanship of defeating the skeleton demon. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated on the huge square, and at this moment it seemed like a magic sound was poured into it, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Looking at the dignified Vice Admiral, he knelt down to a teenager in his early 20s and asked for advice under the watchful eyes of everyone. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? There are many more people, but even their eyes are red. No, it should be said that even Dusky, who was standing beside him, didn't even think of it. A moment ago, he kept saying that he wanted to recruit Long Yu into the naval headquarters. As a lieutenant general, Bastius, in just half a day, took the initiative to join Long Yu's subordinates. The gap between before and after is undoubtedly beyond her cognition. Brother Bastius, are you crazy? Smoker's roar came from a distance. Soon, he saw Smog, who had used his smoke sprayer and came at extreme speed, landed in front of Long Yu. Under that gloomy look, a pair of murderous eyes locked on Long Yu's body, and shouted loudly, Laxus, I am now officially arresting you on the charges of attacking the Admiral and destroying the execution platform of Rog Town. Arrest, if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being really aggressive. A stern voice came out. Looking at this violent scene, the eyes of the melon eaters present couldn't help but light up again. The scene that I thought was ending was staged again, and it was really exciting. However, before Long Yu could speak this time, Bastiu had already stood up on the ground, and after clenching the shark-slashing sword in his backhand, he said in a deep voice, "Brother Smog, stop doing stupid things. But you don't even master the domineering aura of armament. Teacher Laxus, just relying on the elementalized nature of the natural devil fruit is not something you can defeat. The most important thing, the teacher is the only shortcut for me to defeat the big skeleton demon. I hope you don't get in the way of my brother, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old love." Facing the old grudge with Ainzer Gown. In Bastiu's heart, he didn't have much complaints about Long Yu killing the Tianlong people as the Bone King. Chapter 447, The Green Pheasant That Came Out. However, when he thought of the gesture of showing a powerful ultimate move, his heart seemed to be branded with a shadow that could not be erased. This time, leave the naval headquarters and look for the so-called new combat power. A large part, Bastius believed that his own strength alone could not overcome the fear left by the Bone King in his heart. I want to use the help of the naval headquarters to tap more powerful combat power, so as to eliminate the fear of shadows. However, with this thought, I was watching the terrifying scene with my own eyes, as well as the attitude of being the only one in the sky and the earth. In Bastius' heart shook for the first time. His mind, there was a magical sound, as if, tell him, as long as he is under the command of Laxus, who is also a madman. To overcome the fear in the heart. Seeing Bastiu who suddenly drew his sword at him, Smog's face suddenly turned ashen. I was about to say something. An inexplicable chill, like a frenzy, swept the entire square. The sudden scene made people couldn't help but hit a cold shock. On some people's eyebrows, ice crystals formed. There was also some frost in the surrounding houses, and at this moment, the entire town of Rog seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. Feeling the changes in the arena, when Bastio's face changed dramatically, before he could speak, Long Yu had already looked towards the end of the street in the distance. I didn't expect that the General Qingzi would hang out here, but this way of appearing is a bit cold. Admiral Aokiji of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, I was still in my mouth, scolding mother. However, as soon as he heard Long Yu's remarks, he immediately shut up and stopped talking. All eyes turned and locked on the tall figure walking slowly at the end of the street. However, before they could react, the green pheasant who came in his trouser pocket suddenly raised his head and spit out a biting cold wind. The next moment, the moment his eyes fell on Long Yu, his right hand suddenly caught in the air. When the endless cold air burst out, it turned into a 100-meter ice bird out of thin air. Under the sound of birdsong, the 100-meter ice bird swept away violently towards Long Yu. The speed is fast, and the distance of kilometers is only a blink of an eye. Faced with this violent scene, Bastius grabbed Smoker's arm and hurriedly retreated. He clearly knew that in the face of other green pheasants, they might be powerless to resist. However, Laxus, who was begged by him to be a teacher in front of him, will definitely be able to do it. Nice. The simple 2 words, spit out in Long Yu's mouth, originally a 3, also made him wonder that he couldn't try dragon-slaying magic. However, Aokiji, who suddenly appeared now, is undoubtedly the best opponent. Huo Ran raised his head and looked at the ice bird that was coming towards him. Under the eyes of everyone, Long Yu didn't show any fancy and stepped forward. The dull sound of footsteps exploded like thunder, and at the moment when the thick rock floor collapsed, Long Yu's right hand 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and under the endless thunder, the sound of the dragon's roar rang out from within his body. Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Bang Long punched out, and the void in front of him, as if hit by a heavy hammer, stirred up ripples visible to the naked eye. That was crazily accumulated on the fist exploded like a frenzy, heading towards the ice bird, and it was a punch in the face. The sound of thunder and thunder, like a thunderbolt across the sky, rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. Under the attitude of not showing too much, the 100-meter ice bird shattered and opened like a piece of paper. The violent thunder, like a horned dragon raging, directly smashed the huge body of the ice bird. The air waves rolled back, ice crystals poured down like a blizzard, covering the entire execution square. However, in the face of this bone-chilling chill, the hearts of the people present were even more shocking. Should not be said that this scene in front of me has a very visual impact and directly hits the taste of the soul. The 100-meter ice bird, smashed directly with one punch. The rude, domineering attitude is not described by words at all. However, all of this is clearly just the beginning. The moment the ice bird shattered, the golden thunder magic circle under Long Yu's feet quickly bloomed. Violent magic power, the crackling arc of thunder circulated. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, the voice of the dragon roared. Roar of the thunder dragon. The magic power accumulated in the lungs exploded like a frenzy. The dazzling thunder light, accompanied by the moment when Long Yu was swallowing and swallowing, turned into a golden piece of training, with a posture as fast as a thunder, and went straight to the blue pheasant. The speed is so fast that it spans 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye. Wherever it passes, the streets and the ground are overwhelmed, and inch by inch quickly shatters away. Looking at this incomparable blow, Qingzi's lazy and slightly narrowed eyes widened slightly, and without thinking too much, he pressed his right hand directly into the air. Ice Dragon. How Failu reminds you. 3 things to read to watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 448. Ice Age. Cold wind rolled back, and the endless fruit power surged out of the hands of the green pheasant, turning into an angry dragon and appearing in the world. Facing the roar of the incarnation of Thunder Dragon, without any fancy, they slammed into each other. The thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly, and the thunderlight and the ice crystals collided, forming a huge impact force and rolling back around. For a time, the ice crystals in the sky collapsed, making the ice crystal blizzard that shrouded the field even more dense all of a sudden. It gives the feeling that you can't see your fingers. However, this feeling has just risen, and the ice crystal storm centered on Long Yu seems to be stirred by an invisible big hand. The crackling thunder light splashed, and the magic circle at the foot suddenly opened up to a size of more than 10 meters. The next moment, the thunder light in the sky detonated, and the power of endless thunder gathered crazily into the void. An indescribable aura of destruction permeated the air, and the violent thunder light dispelled the surrounding ice crystal blizzard. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and after seeing the Fang Tianji formed by the frantically compressed and condensed thunderbolts in the sky, the pupils suddenly shrank. Originally, they had the mentality of watching the play, and wished that Long Yu and the General Qingzi would fight. But now riding a horse is to be really angry. This kind of attack method is simply more powerful than one move. Especially just a moment ago, he was still running the train with his mouth full, and he wanted to invite Long Yu to join the Baroque Work Club. Looking at this scene right now, it's like my feet are chattering. If this shot fell on what he called an impregnable defense, I am afraid that he will die on the spot. However, in the face of everyone's shock, Long Yu obviously did not take it to heart. The only thing he wants to do now is to use the identity of Laxus to raise his own compulsion to the extreme. His eyes crossed the ice crystals in the sky, and when his eyes suddenly sharpened, his right hand suddenly caught the sky. The moment the arm muscles bulge like a rock, the next moment there is nothing fancy. It was thrown towards the green pheasant suddenly. Of rumbling and thundering was incessant. It was more than 10 meters long. The speed is so fast that it appears before the blink of an eye. Facing the mighty blow, the laziness on Aokiji's face disappeared. After a flash of sharpness flashed in the depths of his pupils, he suddenly pressed against the void. The next moment, cold and unusual words were uttered. Ice Age. The violent cold air rushed out like a frenzy. There is no trace of fancy, and they collide in an instant. At this moment, there was a stagnation in the air circulating in the 4 directions, and the space seemed to be frozen. The incoming thunder dragon Fang Tianji was directly covered by ice crystals. However, this kind of freezing is undoubtedly reincarnated in the process of being smashed by thunder and repeatedly freezing. Before everyone could react, Qingzi suddenly clasped his hands in the air, and immediately threw it to the sky, which was slammed into ice, instantly pierced through the sky and flew into the sky. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, it shattered at an altitude of 100 meters. The rumbling golden thunder light was like a horned dragon splashing out, and the shattered ice crystals turned into silver wraps all over the sky. Under the violent wind wave, it turned into a huge, dazzling fireworks, and collapsed between the sky and the earth. Covers most of Rogue Town directly in it. The thunder and ice crystals scattered in the sky, dazzling like fireworks, shaking most of Rogue Town. Facing Long Yu and Qingzi in the hands of each other, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Of this warm-up can be played like this. To which the next battle will evolve is beyond words. Especially Smog, who was pulled aside, his face became he became blue. His smoky fruit is indeed a natural type, but it was in the stunned confrontation just now. His tricks, no doubt, are the acts of the class door, and it is not enough to see it all. If, just now, he really insisted on looking for trouble with Long Yu, I am afraid that he would have been pressed to the floor and rubbed closely. Now Smog, the only thing he wants to see urgently is that Qingzi can take this opportunity to take down Long Yu. You can also breathe a sigh of relief for yourself. However, the idea just popped up. Then I saw that the atmosphere that had been drawn with swords quickly melted away like ice and snow met a spring day. Long Yu's entire body of thunder arcs suddenly dissipated, patted the dust on his body, took out a wine bottle, and raised it towards Qingji, saying, "Brother, do you want some wine?" Where the wine was cold and unpredictable made the people in the field stunned for a moment, but they couldn't react. In their eyes, the next thing is a life and death battle. However, Qingzi's next reaction confirmed that this match was undoubtedly a friendly match. If this wine is not good, I don't want it. Qingji shook the ice crystals on her body, and after breathing out a sigh of cold air, she regained her lazy expression again. However, his movements were not slow, as he stepped down, as if shrinking into an inch, spanning dozens of meters. Under the watchful eyes of the public, 7 or 8, ups and downs, appeared in front of Long Yu. Chapter 449, Drinking. After taking the wine bottle, I couldn't help but open it directly. In the world of One Piece, wine is an essential thing. Don't say it's a navy or a pirate, anyone can drink 2 or 3 glasses. However, as a general Qingzi, his requirements for wine have undoubtedly become higher. General Qingzi, why don't you catch him? If you want to drink, our branch has a lot of stock. Smog's expression was stagnant, and he was the first to lose his breath, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Catch him." Browsed slightly and said, "I have already tried my best. However, he is not a pirate, nor has he committed any serious crime, and this is not a sea area under my control." Seeing Qingzi with a natural look on his face, Bastius suddenly smiled bitterly. If it is said that among the 3 generals, Akainu is too serious, and Kizaru clocks into work, that Qingzi is definitely someone who can be lazy, just be lazy. The 3 moves just now are pretty good. The face of Qingzi's rebuttal, Smoker was speechless. After all, he is just a small colonel. If it were replaced by other generals, he would have already scolded him. Don't worry, if this kid's wine is not good, I might think about it before making a move. Qingzi glanced lazily at Smoker who was full of resentment. Immediately, the cork was opened, and a strong aroma of wine rushed towards him. Who were good at drinking in the field couldn't help but stun for a moment. After all, in this world, it has always been the cheapest barley wine and the most expensive sake. Is the first time they have seen a wine with a unique fragrance and an inexplicable succulent taste. In the face of this unknown wine, the eyes of those present, looking at the glass bottle in Qingzi's hand, suddenly became hot. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Qingzi was also considered an alcoholic, so he hurriedly raised the bottle in his hand and took a sip into his mouth. That overflowed from the corner of the mouth added an inexplicable mellow taste to the air. Along with that, the gurgling sound of drinking came out, and faced Qingzi with a meal. Drinking too much, it made a lot of people's eyes go straight. Adam's apple is also rolling up and down rapidly. It looks like a mouthwatering, good wine. After Qingji poured most of it in one breath, her lazy expression disappeared in an instant. She stuck out her tongue, and on the corner of her mouth came a 360 to 360 turn. Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, he said, "Wine. The body is clean and clear, the taste is mellow, and it is more mellow and sweet. There is also a pure taste of soy sauce, all flavors are coordinated, the entrance is mellow, and the aftertaste is sweet and refreshing. Although I am not a good wine person, I have drank a lot of famous wines in the sea, but I have never tasted your kind of wine. What kind of wine is this?" In the face of Qingzi's inquiry, everyone present felt that it was a beating of the soul. Especially Bastius, who had always loved wine, looked at Qingzi's hand. Only 1/3 of the bottle was left, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said anxiously, "General Qingzi, can you give me a taste? I also want to give it a try. What's zesty and what?" "Me, I want to too." Smoker also spoke suddenly. Compared with Bastius, he is more likely to smoke and drink. Moreover, when a person is floating on the sea and his head is on his pants, there is a reason not to drink alcohol. Looking at the two who were staring at them, Qingzi rolled his eyes and said, "Dream. However, boy, don't sell it. Did you buy this wine in Rog Town? Tell me about the shop. I'll go and evacuate him and go back to the Navy headquarters, and I'll be able to stop the mouths of the 3 old men." These words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. After all, the taste of this wine is clearly in front of you. Even the Admiral of the Admiralty praised Yujia's fine wine, who doesn't want to have a few sips. Feeling the staring eyes from all around him, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, thinking about whether he would be attacked by them if he told the truth. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In case, let them attack them in groups and tear their clothes. That was a big shame. However, when he thought that this is a Chinese wine, Long Yu sighed and said, "Sorry, this wine is not for takeaway, I brewed it myself. You can call it yubing. It's a steamed drink made from the finest pork belly." Those who were present with meat brewing could not help but be stunned. In their eyes, wine can be brewed with various barley, plums, etc. But the wine brewed with fat meat is not only not greasy, but also so mellow and sweet. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? "Boy, this wine is really made by you." Qingji was stunned for a moment, and said in a hurry, "How much do you have? I want them all. I want some too. I want 10 bottles. Chapter 449, Drinking. After taking the wine bottle, I couldn't help but open it directly. In the world of One Piece, wine is an essential thing. Don't say it's a navy or a pirate, anyone can drink 2 or 3 glasses. However, as a General Qingzi, his requirements for wine have undoubtedly become higher. General Qingzi, why don't you catch him? If you want to drink, our branch has a lot of stock." Smog's expression was stagnant, and he was the first to lose his breath, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Catch him." Browsed slightly and said, "I have already tried my best. However, he is not a pirate, nor has he committed any serious crime, and this is not a sea area under my control." Seeing Qingzi with a natural look on his face, Bastius suddenly smiled bitterly. If it is said that among the 3 generals, Akainu is too serious, and Kizaru clocks into work, that Qingzi is definitely someone who can be lazy, just be lazy. The 3 moves just now are pretty good. The face of Qingzi's rebuttal, Smoker was speechless. After all, he is just a small colonel. If it were replaced by other generals, he would have already scolded him. "Don't worry, if this kid's wine is not good, I might think about it before making a move. Qingzi glanced lazily at Smoker, who was full of resentment. Immediately, the cork was opened, and a strong aroma of wine rushed towards him. Who were good at drinking in the field couldn't help but stunned for a moment. After all, in this world, it has always been the cheapest barley wine and the most expensive sake. Is the first time they have seen a wine with a unique fragrance and an inexplicable succulent taste. In the face of this unknown wine, the eyes of those present, looking at the glass bottle in Qingzi's hand, suddenly became hot. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Qingzi was also considered an alcoholic, so he hurriedly raised the bottle in his hand and took a sip into his mouth. That overflowed from the corner of the mouth added an inexplicable mellow taste to the air. Along with that, the gurgling sound of drinking came out, and faced Qingzi with a meal. Drinking too much, it made a lot of people's eyes go straight. Adam's apple is also rolling up and down rapidly. It looks like a mouthwatering, good wine. After Qingji poured most of it in one breath, her lazy expression disappeared in an instant. She stuck out her tongue, and on the corner of her mouth came a 360 to 360 turn. Looking at the wine bottle in his hand, he said, "Wine. The body is clean and clear. The taste is mellow, and it is more mellow and sweet. There is also a pure taste of soy sauce. All flavors are coordinated, the entrance is mellow, and the aftertaste is sweet and refreshing. Although I am not a good wine person, I have drank a lot of famous wines in the sea, but I have never tasted your kind of wine. What kind of wine is this?" In the face of Qingzi's inquiry, everyone present felt that it was a beating of the soul. Especially Bastius, who had always loved wine, looked at Qingzi's hand. Only 1/3 of the bottle was left, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said anxiously, "General Qingzi, can you give me a taste? I also want to give it a try. What's zesty and what?" "Me, I want to too." Smoker also spoke suddenly. Compared with Bastius, he is more likely to smoke and drink. Moreover, when a person is floating on the sea and his head is on his pants, there is a reason not to drink alcohol. Looking at the two who were staring at them, Qingzi rolled his eyes and said, "Dream. However, boy, don't sell it. Did you buy this wine in Rog Town? Tell me about the shop. I'll go and evacuate him and go back to the Navy headquarters, and I'll be able to stop the mouths of the 3 old men." These words fell. Everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. After all, the taste of this wine is clearly in front of you. Even the Admiral of the Admiralty praised Yujia's fine wine. Who doesn't want to have a few sips? Feeling the staring eyes from all around him, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, thinking about whether he would be attacked by them if he told the truth. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. In case, let them attack them in groups and tear their clothes. That was a big shame. However, when he thought that this is a Chinese wine, Long Yu sighed and said, "Sorry, this wine is not for takeaway, I brewed it myself. You can call it yubing. It's a steamed drink made from the finest pork belly." Those who were present with meat brewing could not help but be stunned. In their eyes, wine can be brewed with various barley, plums, etc. But the wine brewed with fat meat is not only not greasy, but also so mellow and sweet. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? "Boy, this wine is really made by you." Qingji was stunned for a moment, and said in a hurry, "How much do you have? I want them all. I want some too. I want 10 bottles." Chapter 450, Long-Haired Girl. "I want 100 bottles. Brother, why don't we talk about agency?" The scene suddenly boiled over. Looking at the madly swarming wine drinkers from all directions, Long Yu suddenly had a headache. Brewed by his mother-in-law when he stayed on 9 Snake Island. Only got it when we met in the Chambord Islands. Originally, I thought that this wine would not be very suitable for people in the world of One Piece. Never thought that as soon as we met, my mother-in-law had already deducted most of his drinks. There are only about 30 bottles of jade ice burning that is really hidden in the Bone King's portable space. On weekdays, Long Yu didn't dare to touch it, because at the critical moment, he used it to slander the person with good wine. I never thought that a mere bottle of wine would cause such a big reaction. Seeing the silhouettes pouring out layer by layer, Long Yu couldn't care too much. Under the crackling thunder light splashing from his body, the whole person directly thundered into the sky, and there were only words that echoed in the four directions. The hero is sad about the wine threshold, I admit defeat. The words disappeared. Looking at Long Yu who was completely gone, Qingji was startled for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "Sure enough, he is an interesting guy, no wonder even Mr. Garp made an exception. If I had known that he could make wine, I would have robbed him just now and brought him back to the Navy headquarters, so I won't worry about running out of wine in the future. However, a bottle of wine is indeed a bit small, so just add some water and leave it to the three old men to have a taste." Abandoning these words, Qingji didn't stay any longer, turned around and left slowly. The face of a dignified general gives such a high evaluation. In particular, the jade ice burning in his hand like an orphan. Undoubtedly, the force of this wine is directly deified. After all, they can't taste the wine, and it is even more impossible to grab it in the hands of a dignified general. Only thing that can be done is to find 3 or 5 friends after having enough food and drink, and confidant, and have a good bragging about it. In the town of Rog, I have seen what is a godlike wine and jade ice roast. That is the existence that even admirals are greedy for. Ding dang, congratulations on the 10% increase in the fidelity of the host, the current 40%, and the next time to unlock the Dragon Slayer profound truth, it still needs 10% fidelity. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting 500 World Unrest points. The current balance is 163 points, and 439 points are needed until the next random limit is unlocked. The system's light voice sounded suddenly. Long Yu raised his brows, feeling a little surprised. After all, this time, his coercion is to pretend to be one after another. But he didn't expect that the short fight with the General Qingzi in the end would give him 500 turbulence points. However, this distance from the limit of 6,000 obviously still needs to be worked hard. The gap between the general and the general, it is not bad to be able to compete to this level with the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic alone. Once Qingzi got serious and started to hang on the wall, Long Yu was definitely not his opponent. "Thief, hurry up and catch that thief." A shouting voice suddenly sounded. Long Yu followed the sound, and what he saw was a single-masted sailboat, quickly sailing out of the group of merchant ships being searched by the Navy at the dock. In the face of this violent scene, the Navy was obviously too late to react, and could only watch helplessly as the sailboat sailed away by the wind. After all, in their eyes, who wants to believe that someone dares to steal property at the juncture of the Navy's search? Looking at the distance from the dock, a slightly thin figure appeared on the deck of the sailboat, with a half-mask on his face. The outline of the pier disappeared completely from sight. With long orange hair secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the deck of the ship. However, this relaxed demeanor only lasted for a few seconds, and the next moment I saw treasures piled up on the deck of the ship. The girl's beautiful eyes were smiling like crescent moons, and she immediately laughed and said, "This time it's really going to be developed. I thought that in Rog Town, which is close to the Great Waterway, the merchants and pirates who haunted were all tough guys. I didn't expect that I would be able to succeed so easily. Let's say there are 5 million Baileys here, and I'm only 10 million away from my goal. As long as I make a few more trips, I will definitely be able to collect enough money." Speaking of which, the girl with long orange hair couldn't help clenching her fists. Just as he was about to take off the mask on his face, an unexpected voice suddenly came from the railing behind him. "What's wrong? The dignified little thief cat is complacent for the sake of 5 million Baileys. Your ambition is too small." Who? Girl's expression changed drastically, her nerves suddenly tense. She didn't have time to think about it. She hurriedly rolled a carp and bounced directly on the deck. At the same time, his right hand touched his waist, and the moment a shrunken iron rod fell in his hand, it was suddenly pulled directly behind him. Bang! The dull metal crashing sound resounded suddenly. The long-haired girl looked overjoyed, and hurriedly looked back, her pupils shrunk suddenly at the sight. I saw the iron rod fall on Long Yu's arm, like hitting a rock, giving people a feeling of motionless. Chapter 451. 1 billion kills one person. You, who are you? These are my things. If you dare to rob my Bailey, I will call. The girl opened her hand anxiously and stopped in front of the treasure. That regards wealth as life. Long Yu looked up and down. The long-haired girl with a good figure said, "You call. I think those guys at the dock will be very happy to see. You call help, then watch me rob you of something. Of course, if you don't shout, we might still be able to make a deal." What kind of artificial movement? Don't come here. Blush appeared on the girl's face, and she quickly changed the subject and said, "What is the deal you just said? Maybe we can really achieve a win-win situation." After a short fight, the girl clearly recognized the difference in strength between the two sides. Moment, of course, we cannot let it go. Looking at the little clever ghost in front of him, Long Yu smiled helplessly, and reached out and rubbed her head directly. The violent scene made Nami startled for a while, and was about to shake off this familiar uncle. That fell in her ears made her stunned for a moment. "I'm a bounty hunter from Fairy Tale. I can help you kill anyone, but the premise is that the price of my shot is very high, which requires 100 million. 100 million. After hearing the last, Nami, who was very sensitive to the amount of money, suddenly shrank her pupils. 100 million. That is the goal that Nami has spent her whole life trying to achieve in the first half of her life. It can be said that this time, getting these more than 5 million Baileys by accident in Rogue Town this time, it is entirely due to luck and risk, life-threatening. However, the uncle in front of him, as soon as he opened his mouth, killed one person by 100 million. Gave her the feeling that stepping on a horse was killing her. 100 million kills one person. This is an astronomical number for Nami. No, it should be said that this is nonsense at all. If she had the money, she would have already bought Kekun. As for spending 100 million, hiring this one suddenly appeared in front of me. For the miser's Nami, but on her body, she was digging pieces of meat. Moreover, in Nami's eyes, the Navy branch stationed in the waters near the village of Kokoja did not dare to move the dragon that offered a reward of 20 million. Not to mention, the nameless person in front of him. That has accumulated in front of her all the year round, it has already left an indelible shadow in Nami's heart. Murlocs are much stronger than humans. What's the matter, are you not willing? Long Yu smiled and rubbed Nami's hair again. I have to say, if Dasichi is said to be silly and sweet, that Nami gave to Long Yu was that of a thorn, a little pepper. Coupled with the degree of advanced development, it is simply a unique flavor. However, this time Nami clearly reacted, and quickly avoided Long Yu's head-to-head killing, took a few steps back nervously, and said anxiously, "You, why did you say that you want 100 million Baileys when you opened your mouth? Do you know the dragon? Also, I don't have 100 million Baileys. If you want to rob my Baileys, I will fight with you." Looking at it, Nami, who was showing her teeth and claws all at once, looked like she was going out of her way. For Bailey's sake, isn't that stance even afraid of being caught? Why don't you talk? If you're afraid, get out of here. Nami shouted in a hurry. However, those long, trembling legs obviously betrayed her thoughts. Although Nami believed that Long Yu was not the opponent of the evil dragon, the sudden attack just now was easily disintegrated by Long Yu. Also let Nami know that she is not the opponent of Long Yu. Just thinking that these treasures are related to her redemption of Kokoja village, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and defend this last line of defense. Hee, don't worry, I'm just a person who likes to talk about business. If you don't want it, I won't force it. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, however, we can change the transaction method. I owe a navigator, join Fairy Tale, and I can give you a lot of money. spoke, Long Yu took out the black gold card that Udon had obtained, and threw it to Nami, who was unable to return to God. She had planned to say no, but when she saw the color of the card in her hand, her pupils suddenly shrank. Black gold card, how many Baileys are there? For Nami, who has a bounty, she has always liked to hide money under the orange tree at home. After all, this kind of black gold card is only available with legitimate official silver numbers and the underground black market. Moreover, those who hold such black gold cards need to have more than 10 million deposits at least, and only have good strength. Of course, for pirates, no one is willing to put the hard-earned money back into the hands of others. It seems to be more than 10 million, which should be able to satisfy your appetite. Had already anticipated Nami's reaction, laughed dryly, and reached out to probe Nami's head. Faced with this violent scene again, Nami was stunned at first, and was about to dodge one or two, but she was abruptly stopped by the words that fell in her ears. Chapter 452, The Mark of Fairy Tale. He could only grit his little tiger teeth and stare at Mei in silent protest. What's the matter? There are more than 10 million Baileys, and I don't need you to do anything. It's okay to touch your head and use it as interest. Long Yu said with a smile. However, the oranges on your hair taste good. I will try more in the future. Also, if you want to accept my payment, you should also leave a mark and add the mark of Fairy Tale. The mark of Fairy Tale heard Qian, and Nami's eyes had already turned into Bailey's shape, but in the face of Fairy Tale, this obscure group, she was still a little puzzled. More than 10 million, to recruit navigators, it is from Rog Town to Coco West Village. Now dragging her to join is beyond expectations. What's the matter? Haven't you made up your mind yet? I'm so stupid with money. If you don't want it, I can find someone else. Long Yu looked at Nami. The guild setting of Fairy Tale is very strange, if you want to improve the realism of Laxus. Of the guild is the first major event among them. At the same time, it is also necessary to increase the loyalty of the members to Fairy Tale, otherwise the mark of Fairy Tale will not respond. All of this is due to Mebus in the original book. Otherwise, if he just accepts people casually, as long as Long Yu is willing to throw money out, he will have as many people as he wants. I will. Nami suddenly clenched the black gold card in her hand. Just now she accidentally got a vote in Rogue Town, and she still owes about 10 million from 100 million Bailey. Right now, as long as you get this black gold card, you will be able to collect 100 million to redeem the village of Kokoja from the evil dragon. As for the time, with or without Long Yu, that is another matter. After all, over the years, she has done a lot of escaping things for Bailey. Looking at Nami with a face full of money fans and promises, Long Yu of course knew what she was thinking, patted her head with a smile, and said, "Roll up your left sleeve." Left hand. Nami couldn't help but startled. The left arm had the mark of the dragon pirate tattooed. You expose it now, I am afraid it will not be worth the loss. Don't worry, no matter who you are, if you cover it with Fairy Tale, you will be my family. Long Yu said to himself. Don't forget, I'm a fool for money, and I believe that no one doesn't like the Gold Master's father. Looking at the sudden change, a copper-smelling feather, Nami hesitated for a moment, then rolled up her sleeves. After all, in her eyes, as long as you collect 100 million Baileys, you can redeem the Kokoja village. At that time, she will be able to withdraw from the dragon pirate, and this so-called identity mark does not need to be left. Looking at the arm-like suet and white jade, the mark of the ferocious pirates left on it. In the depths of Nami's pupils, after a flash of disgust, she said with a righteous and awe-inspiring death-like gesture, "You can tattoo whatever you want. But please hurry up, I'm running out of time." For Nami, she had waited 5 or 6 years in order to collect 100 million Baileys, but now it is hard to collect enough. Of course, I wanted to fly back to Kokoja village with wings. However, as soon as these words fell, she saw Long Yu's warm hand covering her jade arm recklessly. His cheeks were flushed, he was about to reprimand the rude person. However, he saw that Long Yu had moved his hand away, and the mark that originally belonged to the evil dragon pirate had long since disappeared. Instead, it's a blue fairy tale mark. Are you juggling? Nami was taken aback for a moment. She is very clear about this tattoo mark, but it cannot be washed away by ordinary means. Right now, Long Yu lightly touched it with his hand and disappeared, which was indeed unexpected. Okay, now you have joined our fairy tale. I still have things to do next, and I will join you when I am done. Long Yu smiled and patted Nami's shoulder. Hearing these words, Nami was immediately overjoyed. For her, she couldn't save her lips and tongue to get rid of the dragon feather. Quickly clenched the black gold card in his hand, and said anxiously, "Then I'll go first. There is a small boat over there, you can sit and leave." Xiaochu and Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and Nami, who was crossing the bridge, flicked her smooth forehead and said, "No need, see you next time." These words, Long Yu's body, the crackling arc of thunder was circulating, and the next moment, the whole person turned into a thunder light, and it shot straight into the 9 days. The violent scene made Nami stunned to the ground, and the black gold card clenched in her hand also fell on the deck. It took 7 or 8 seconds before she recovered. Confirming again and again that Long Yu was completely gone, Nami quickly picked up the black gold card on the ground and clenched it tightly in her hand. When I think of it, after 5 or 6 years of hard work, I finally collected 100 million. In Nami's heart was completely uncontrollable. Chapter 453. Go grab one. He quickly looked at the recording pointer and drove the boat to the village of Kokoja. At the same time, on the pier of Rog Town, 3 figures gathered here. The leader was the gloomy smoker. When he thought about what had just happened, it was a shame for him. However, based on the Navy's eyeliner, Smog also confirmed Long Yu's whereabouts. After leaving Rog Town, he couldn't help but snorted coldly and said, "It's really fast, it's just Brother Bastius, and you little girl, I am afraid she has been abandoned." "I see you, this little girl, you are also holding a famous sword, and your strength is not bad. It is better to join my command. I can recommend you to become a lieutenant colonel, and you can receive 300,000 Bailey's salary a year, which is a good deal." Errand. In the process of coming, Smog also found that Dusky's physical fitness and agility are quite good. Most importantly, she is the first member of the so-called fairy tale under Long Yu. In terms of force, Smog can't beat Long Yu, but if he can use this poaching method to make Long Yu humiliated, it is not bad. It's just that as soon as these words fell, he saw Dasichi holding Shiyu in his hands, shaking his head again and again. I don't need it, Senior Bastiu, we might as well find Mr. Laxus everywhere." "Don't." Face sank, looked at the stubborn Dasky, and said solemnly, "Do you think the reward is not enough? If you are willing to join my command, I can consider it and let you upgrade to 500,000 Bailey's pay, or say, how much he pays you, I will give you double in private." The low voice, with a sense of urgency. Smog, who was planning to defeat Long Yu in a certain sense, would actually do such a thing that he usually despises. Bastiu shook his head helplessly and said, "Brother Smog, you don't understand, there is no salary for joining Fairy Tale. If you have to say it, it's probably a charisma. At least, in my eyes, he has a unique personality charm, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary people." Charm of personality. Smoker's expression froze. Seeing that Dusky also nodded again and again and clicked something, there was an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air in the distance. They could react, the thunder light made a detour in the sky, and the head bombed down. "You are here too." Long Yu restored Lar's original aloof character, and after looking at Smog, he said, "Time is running out, we should set off. Just now I found a good navigator, but she came across a little bit trouble." Navigator. Bastiu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Laxus, in fact, I also know sailing skills. Teacher, you don't need to go to great lengths to find navigators. For any navy, just get out of the headquarters training camp. All will learn some basic knowledge of sailing, among which, looking at the recording pointer, normal sailing is an essential means. As a person who travels at sea, he doesn't even know basic sailing skills. When Smoker heard the words, he immediately smelled a chance to regain the ground. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw Long Yu ignore him directly, and said to Bastiu, "Can you draw a nautical chart, listen to the wind to identify the weather, watch the waves to know the swirl, etc." In the original novel, Nami is a genius navigator. Even as a Murloc, she is known as the evil dragon who is most familiar with the sea, but she covets Nami's sailing skills. It is for this reason that they use the Kokoja village to blackmail Nami. In the following plot, even the legendary Golden Lion Shiki also saw Nami after the horrifying voyage, before he attacked the Straw Hat Pirates and forcibly took Nami away. Draw a nautical chart and listen to the wind to identify the weather. Listening to these words, not to mention Bastius, even Smoke and Dusky were stunned. At least, in their eyes, who understand these things, without exception, are not tall navigators. Facing Long Yu's rhetorical question, Bastius slightly said awkwardly, "Look, it seems that this time, the teacher has found a veteran. However, if you want to sail on the sea and ensure safety, this old Shingzhen is indeed necessary. Although he is a little old, the teacher is still thoughtful. We should take more care of us on the way. Do you want to leave now?" Looking at Bastiu who patted his ass jerkily, Long Yu sighed helplessly, patted his shoulder and said, "It's not suitable for you to pat your ass, be careful to pat on the horse's leg. By the way, aren't you a lieutenant general? Get me a warship to use first." Warship. Bastiu couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and said with a slightly livid expression, "Teacher, I and General Qingzi have resigned for the time being, so I can't requisition the warship now." Just now, little sister Dasky said, "Teacher, don't you have one? More than 10 million Baileys, that can buy a good ship." More than 10 million Baileys. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. At this moment, he really thought that he was a little stupid, and he even dug out the old bottom at one time. Immediately, he coughed dryly and said, "I just gave it all away. There are quite a few boats here. Let's grab one at random." Chapter 454. Give you two choices. Or, see who doesn't have eyes, let's grab it. Who was rushing to grab with his own mouth, and Smog standing behind him, his face suddenly became black. Even the phalanx crackled. This riding horse ignored him, the dignified naval captain, as the heir. After some tossing, Bastius had a bitter face, gathered a little in the few small vaults, and exchanged for a sloop. Under Smoker's murderous gaze, he left the pier. Seeing Long Yu and his party who had disappeared completely, Smog couldn't help it, and angrily punched the rock beside him. Bang! Under the dull sound of collision, the rock cracked, spreading out cracks like cobwebs, causing the surrounding Navy soldiers and coolie merchants to walk away with fearful expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Smoker lost to Long Yu, but for ordinary people like them, Smoker was still the gatekeeper of Rogue Town. Feeling the awe cast by the surroundings, Smog's suffocation in his heart calmed down a little, and he snorted disdainfully, and was about to turn around and leave. "Smog, you've fallen." S. lazy voice suddenly sounded. "Did you think that Laxus was ignoring you? However, you can't blame him. After all, you are from two worlds. He is a person who lives on the edge of death and experiences himself all the time, but you are just willing to stay in the East China Sea and be a gatekeeper." Having said this, Qingzi looked at the cracked rock and said, "You are here and you will be the emperor of the earth all your life." Then in his eyes, "You will be the emperor of the earth." As he said, "You don't even know how to be domineering in two colors, and there is no way you could be that kid's opponent. I'll give you two options now. Return to the naval headquarters with me for new training, and second, stay here and continue to be your soil emperor, or that sentence, vision." The slightly elongated voice seemed to be poured into at this moment, hitting the depths of Smoker's soul. After graduating from the Navy headquarters, Smoker was under the control of others before he applied to come to Roger Town in the East China Sea. However, as Qingzi said, as the weakest existence in the four great seas, this undoubtedly makes Smoker's progress slower. After all, in the second half of the Great Waterway, it is a world where even the soldiers know how to be armed and domineering, not like the East China Sea at all. Tens of millions of bounties are already on the ceiling. Feel blue. A childish gaze, Smog's face turned pale all of a sudden. If it is an outsider's evaluation, he can laugh it off. But as the Navy, the highest goal is the Admiral. Now being reprimanded by Qingzi, who is a general, is simply unacceptable to Smog. However, when he thought of Long Yu's ignoring aloofness and the feeling of powerlessness he had just tried, Smog's face sank, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will go back to the Navy headquarters with Admiral Qingzi, and I will definitely meet you next time. We'll beat that guy." "Well, then you pack up and let's go." Qingzi patted Smog on the shoulder comfortingly, and said, "I will contact the Warring States Marshal first, and then you will join me here later." Along with Qingzi and Smoker's split action, two figures were hidden in the shadows of the pier. After quickly dodging onto a merchant ship, he drove straight in the direction Long Yu and others left. 3 days later, not far from Coco West Village, a single-masted pirate ship quickly approached the Fishman Paradise. When she saw the huge building complex, the outline gradually became clearer, and Nami, who was standing on the bow holding a phone call, was full of inexplicable excitement on her little face. "Sister, you are at home, wait for me, as long as I finish the deal with the evil dragon, I can buy Kokoja village, and then everyone will be free." Nami clenched the phone bug in her hand, quickly dropped this sentence, and hung up the phone bug. Immediately, Nami didn't stay much, and hurriedly drove the sloop to the Fishman Paradise Village. Nokigao, who is Nami Yoshihide's sister, listened to the busy tone of the phone bug, and her face changed drastically. Hurriedly opened the door, and was about to rush to inform the people in the village, but the crowd of figures she saw made her complexion change dramatically. However, Nami didn't know all this. Now she just desperately wants to tell the dragon about the 100 million Baileys, and then tell the village about the redemption of Kokoja village. Let the many oppressed villagers say goodbye to the life of hanging knives on their heads completely. Here we are, in front of us is the Fishman Paradise. After Nami moored the sloop, she clenched the black gold card in her hand and turned over to disembark. She didn't bring all the 100 million Baileys now, and now Nami is just eager to get an affirmative answer from the dragon. The 100 million Bailey will be offered with both hands. Chapter 455, by Kokoja Village. Standing on the shore and looking from a distance, you can clearly see that the huge building, with the flag symbolizing the dragon pirate, is fluttering in the wind. Once upon a time, this was a nightmare for Nami, and even the entire Kokoja village. Thinking that she will be able to say goodbye soon, this kind of nightmare shadow, Nami clenched the black gold card in her hand and hurried to the Murloc Paradise. Along the way, Nami, one of the officers of the Murloc pirates, was not blocked by the Murlocs who were stationed along the way because of her status. The tightly closed gate of Murloc Paradise, Nami let out a deep breath, plucked up her courage, stretched out her hands and pressed it on the door, and pushed it open suddenly. This gate was full of fear for her in the past. At this moment, in her mind, as long as today passes, everything has changed. Squeak. The thick door was suddenly pushed open. Instantly attracted all the Murlocs in the park. Including the evil dragon lying on the beach chair, smiling recklessly, cast a playful look as always. "What's the matter, the little cadre of our pirate group? It seems a little early to come back this time." The evil dragon sat up straight on the beach chair, and grinned playfully and said, "It's not because he was bullied, we're going to let us help you out. As a team member, this is of course no problem, but letting them take action will require a lot of money, are you ready?" These words fell, there was a lot of unbridled laughter in the arena. "Nami, our little thief cat, as long as you give me 5 million Baileys, I can think about it." After drinking this bottle of wine, as long as you don't get drunk, I will avenge you. You stinky octopus, 5 million is so little, that's underestimating the earning power of our little thief cat, at least 10 million Bailey, and after you finish drinking, do you still remember what to do? In the huge courtyard, unbridled laughter sounded one after another. Nami was already used to the faces of these so-called companions. Normally, every time she came back, she would slam the door and ignore them directly, and ran back to the top floor to draw a nautical chart, so as to avoid the enemies who were chasing and killing them. But this time is different. Thinking about it, there is still a promise agreement 5 or 6 years ago, but Nami is determined to face it. Huo Ran raised his head and met the dragon's gaze. He said in a deep voice, I want to get rid of the dragon pirates. I have already earned enough 100 million to redeem the Kokoja village. You have to leave the Sea of Evil Dragons. Aaron stood upright with a gloomy face, the huge body over 2 meters 5, like an iron tower. The shadows cast give people a feeling of inexplicable depression. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a bone-chilling chill, echoing in the courtyard, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Of the dozens of murlocs in the arena swiped and locked onto Nami, as if they had become an invisible big hand, clenching their hearts. However, when she thought of the safety of Kokoja village, Nami's pretty face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and met the eyes of the evil dragon, and said decisively, Aaron, this is our agreement. You said that if we can make up 100 million, let me buy Kokoja village. Buy Koko village? Evil dragon asked a question. The haze on his face was instantly replaced by a mocking laughter. Ha ha, Nami, you were right, I did promise you. However, I didn't expect you to tell me so quickly and swear that it's enough for 100 million. Speaking of which, the evil dragon stretched out his rough hand, pressed it on Nami's shoulder, and said with a smile, it's just that I need to see 100 million Bailey, but I saw Lieutenant Colonel Mouse just now, and it seems like he's gone. You, Kokoja village, I really hope that you hide Bailey from being discovered. The slightly sluggish voice was like a heavy hammer hitting the soul, making Nami's face turn pale, and she subconsciously raised her hand to fan the dragon. Clap, the dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Without any fancy, the dragon directly clasped Nami's wrist. Looking at the ferocious and unusual face of the evil dragon, Nami roared hysterically. Evil dragon, you broke the agreement, you never thought about it, let me leave. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge courtyard. However, in the face of Nami's accusations, the reply to her was undoubtedly unbridled laughter. Evil dragon smiled even more sinisterly, pulled Nami's sleeves open, and said, when your arm is branded with our evil dragon pirate's mark, you have no choice. Before I could finish my sentence, when I saw the mark on Nami's arm, which had completely changed its shape. The dragon and the others were stunned for a moment, and then the laughter sounded like an overwhelming amount of laughter. Ha ha, no wonder you were able to gather 100 million Bailey so quickly, so you joined this unknown pirate group. Evil dragon laughed loudly and said, Nami, I advise you if you have the mind to make a fool of yourself here, but you should go back to Kokoja village to see, maybe, you can still see the last side of your righteous sister. Of course, if you think that I'm deceiving your feelings, let your new nameless pirates come to me for revenge. The unbridled words struck Nami's nerves like a heavy hammer. Chapter 456. I will take you to kill. Originally, the already pale complexion turned pale like a piece of paper in an instant. Of Burmal, he lost his life because he rescued himself. If even the righteous sister Nuo Chigao, because of herself, was implicated and lost her life. For Nami, this psychological pressure was enough to completely crush her beliefs that she had forcibly supported over the years. Thinking of this, Nami blushed, turned around and ran away. Looking at this scene, Kruby, the leader of the evil dragon pirates, pouted and said, Boss Evil Dragon, are we going to stop her? Stop her. The evil dragon laughed mischievously, and said aloud, why stop it, let her see what a nightmare is. If that woman is killed, it can be regarded as an example to 100 people. Let that girl Nami completely break her heart and draw me a nautical chart for the rest of my life. In the East China Sea, my evil dragon is the most powerful existence. Boss Aaron, you were right. That girl has completely become the slave of our evil dragon pirates. We Murlocs are the highest existence. The ruthless laughter echoed in the Murloc paradise. Nami, who rushed out the door, her eyes were already red, and the hot tears kept rolling down, and she rushed towards the Kokoja village on the other side of the mountain. At this moment, Nami can't wait to fly with wings. Kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10,000 meters. I don't care about the gravel on the ground, and I don't care about the roughness of the road. She didn't know how long she ran, but Nami only knew that her vision had already been blurred by tears. Looking at the orange orchard that gradually became clear, there were also footprints, a messy path, a broken gate, and scarlet blood splattered on the ground. Nami's heart, as if it was hit hard, quickened her pace and rushed straight into the house. No, sister, you can't have anything, you can't have something. Bang, the remaining half of the door was directly knocked open. Nami stumbled and fell to the ground at once. Still hot blood on the floor, Nami's heart seemed to be tightly squeezed by an invisible big hand. Facing the scene in front of her, she didn't dare to look at it. She was afraid. She was afraid of seeing the righteous sister who was implicated to death by her. Just that this idea just emerged in my mind, and the words that fell in my ears shook Nami's nerves like a magic sound. Welcome back. The simple 4-character slogan was the last straw for Nami. The moment he looked up in a hurry, the first thing that caught his eye was an unexpected figure. Nah. May, are you alright? Nuao Chigao suddenly stepped forward and hugged Nami into his arms. Smelling the familiar scent of body fragrance, Nami's red eyes suddenly burst, and she burst into tears and shook her head and said, I'm fine, I just thought I'd hurt my sister again. It's my fault. I know that the dragon will never keep its promise and insist on trading with him. If it wasn't for me being too self-willed, sister, you don't need to be hurt. Crying like a helpless child. That had been repressed for 6 or 7 years, and which had been held so hard, collapsed all at once. This is for any one person. That's more painful than death. Sad than death. In the narrow house, hoarse and helpless voices echoed. Who had already gathered here, holding various farm implements, had already had red eyes. Although they had already heard from Long Yu's mouth, the fact that Nami would eventually meet. But when I think about it, for 6 or 7 years, I have been using my thin shoulders to carry their Kokoja village on my shoulders. Nami, who is safe for everyone, is now being bullied and crying helplessly. That anger and resentment are enough to make people abandon life and death and honor. All this will become an undead hatred. I'm sorry, but I don't have the ability to take Kokoja village back from the dragon's hands. I'm sorry, I killed Bellmeyer. If it wasn't for me, she would never have died. I'm sorry everyone. Nami lowered her hands helplessly, raised her head and started crying. The sheriff standing behind Long Yu, and even Dasichi, looked at this scene with red eyes. This time, if it wasn't for Long Yu and Dasichi, they would have arrived in time to drive back Lieutenant Colonel Mouse and the others. That waiting for Nami will be a collapse like despair. Laxus, can you help Nami? Dusky couldn't help but said. The words fall, immediately. Attracted a lot of attention in the field. Helping Long Yu with a warm smile, in front of everyone's eyes, he stood up straight and walked slowly towards Nami. And, under the gaze of everyone, he rubbed Nami's head and said with a smile, we are family. As a member of the family, how can I see my family being bullied? Having said that, Long Yu reached out and gently scraped the hot tears from Nami's cheeks, then said with a smile, let's go, I'll take you to kill. Chapter 457, You are the Great Skeleton Demon. The small voice, at this moment, echoed in the small room like thunder, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. In the face of Uchiha Ryu, this sudden remark made the expressions of the people present suddenly change drastically. Especially Nami, she couldn't help grabbing Long Yu's arm. She shook her head anxiously and said, "No, don't go. Evil dragons are the strongest beings in the East China Sea, and their murlocs have unique innate advantages. Furthermore, there is Lieutenant Colonel Mouse. If you let him know that you have destroyed the good thing that he colluded with the dragon, you will also become a bounty criminal." The bounty prisoner Dusky couldn't help but startled. After all, they are still good people now, and they are wearing a layer of bounty hunters. However, they attacked Lieutenant Colonel Mouse just now, and in case they were on the reward list of the Navy headquarters because of the evil dragon. For the Fairy Tale Guild. I am afraid it will be difficult to move in the future. Thinking of this, Dasichi eagerly looked at Long Yu. Haha, no one has looked down on me like this for a long time. Long Yu laughed dryly and patted Dusky on the shoulder. However, you are right to worry, we Fairy Tale are still developing. Then I'll change my identity and go for a walk. As soon as the words of changing their identity fell, the expressions of the people present couldn't help but stagnate. The next moment, before they could react, the endless black energy quickly rolled back from Long Yu's body. That was originally more than 2 meters changed again. The white bones, the piercing cold, and the scarlet soul flame eyes. In particular, the scepter held in his hand slammed to the ground like the voice of the soul hitting the hearts of everyone. That had been pouring out madly was completely dissipated. Of the long-lost Mori Bone King was the first to catch everyone's eyes. Looking at the huge skeleton in front of him, the pupils of those present suddenly shrank. Especially Dusky, a bounty hunter active in Rogue Town and the first half of the Great Passage. When I saw Long Yu's appearance clearly, it was hard to believe. Mr. Laxus, you, skeleton. Dusky was the first to hold back and asked anxiously. At this moment, she finally understood the reason why Long Yu didn't let Bass go ashore. In the face of the identity of the skeleton demon, only a little bit of information. You will definitely know what the skeleton demon that shocked the Great Channel during this period of time actually exists. In particular, in the Chambord Islands, when of beheading the Tianlong people has subverted the world's cognition. Woo! Long Yu spit out a breath of cold air, feeling the power that he had not seen for a long time, and looked at Dusky. The cold voice also rang out. What's the matter, are you afraid? Laxus is me, and the skeleton demon is also me. If you don't adapt, I won't keep you. Voice fell, Long Yu's deep-set eyes, and the dancing soul flame, paused on Dusky for a while. In all eyes, he walked out of the house slowly. That shocking gesture, the moment she stepped outside the door, Nami suddenly reacted and hurriedly chased out. This action instantly formed a chain reaction. Regardless of, is it Dusky, or the villagers gathered here, there is no one to be able to calm down completely. After all, in their eyes, Long Yu's current posture is too terrifying. If not, just now Long Yu rescued Nuo Chigao and drove away Lieutenant Colonel Mouse. Still here to save Nami. They were already scared away by the scene in front of them. However, when they just rushed out of the house, a powerful magic force rolled back like a frenzy, and a huge magic circle bloomed from the feet of Long Yu at this moment. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. The scarlet blood color became brighter and brighter on Long Yu's body. The next moment, the scepter clenched in his hand, without any fancy, stomped towards the ground. Intermediate Undead summons magical bone dragon. When, in the void, the huge blood color bloomed like fireworks, and finally formed a huge scarlet magic circle of dozens of meters. Before everyone could react, the huge magic circle opened like a gate. Roar! It sounded like a dragon's roar from hell without warning. The next moment, the huge body of white bones rushed out of the magic circle. Yes, it's a dragon. No, that's a bone dragon. Exclamation suddenly remembered in the crowd. Of meters huge bone dragon emitting a terrifying breath entrenched in the void, The villagers present had already fallen to the ground. While trembling all over, the eye sockets were about to be split, and the face was more unbelievable. Come on, I'll take you to kill. Long Yu glanced back at Nami, and the scepter in his hand slammed to the ground. Chapter 458. Are you talking about me? The flying technique enveloped Nami directly, and before she could react, she quickly levitated. The violent scene surprised everyone in the field, even Dusky. Looking at this unfamiliar but familiar back in front of him, a trace of struggle flashed across Dusky's pretty face. Finally, biting his red lips, he said anxiously, Mr. Laxus, please take me with you. Take you. Long Yu looked back at Dusky. It can be said that this time to face Dusky in another identity is also a kind of test. Fairy Tail does need members, but Dragon Feather will always make Laxus and Ain's or Gong's character template identity unified. Only the last identity remains. Uchiha Ryayu. It is for this reason that Ryayu will give the evil dragon a slaughtering knife in Kokoja village. After all, a pirate with a bounty of 20 million and a bounty of 1 billion is simply a world of difference. When looking at Dasichi, Long Yu said again, don't you regret it? Facing Long Yu, it was like a torture from the soul. Dusky bit her red lips and shook her head. You will always be Mr. Laxus in Dusky's mind. When Long Yu heard these words, he was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. Sure enough, he is a smart person, then let's go. Voice fell, and magic power instantly enveloped Dusky, before everyone could react. The giant dragon hovering in the sky, under the sudden blow of the huge bone wings, swept away towards the Murloc paradise. The violent scene made everyone left in the scene startled for a while, and then they all turned to look at the only sheriff in the Kokoja village. Feeling the gazes from all around, the sheriff looked at the figure of a giant dragon that turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye, and said solemnly, it seems that this time Nami has met a good person. However, if someone asks about what happened just now, we don't know anything. Over the years, Nami has done enough for our Kokoja village. Now it's our turn. These words fell, the villagers present secretly nodded in agreement. Other hand, in Fishman Paradise. The huge courtyard has not changed because of Nami's departure. On the contrary, because of the disturbance just now, the big courtyard became more lively. Haha, evil dragon boss, you said, if Nami went back to Kokoja village and saw the so-called righteous navy, even her sister was killed, how would she look? Crook Ratio first couldn't help but said with a smile. It can be said that over the years, Nami's existence, for them, is simply a place to make fun. I think that girl will cry now, come back to us, and then shout, let us pay for our lives. Cut, I think she will kneel on the ground and beg us for mercy, saying that she won't dare anymore. Why don't you tell me, will Nami seek revenge for her new nameless pirate group? The scene suddenly became more noisy. Looking at this group of noisy little brothers, Evil Dragon smiled hideously and patted Little 8 on the shoulder. Why don't you talk? Xiaoba, you are as sentimental as before. We Murlocs stand on the highest point of the race. The so-called human beings can only be our slaves. No, I should say, not even a slave. If that girl didn't have the talent for drawing nautical charts, I would have turned her head off already. Speaking of this, the evil dragon stood up at once, raised his hands, and said with a big smile, what's more, my evil dragon is the strongest existence in the East China Sea, if she really dares to find the so-called someone to deal with me. I'll let everyone try what it's like to be desperate. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The Murlocs present heard the words and immediately planned to cheer and flatter. Just that this idea has just sprouted in their minds, and they haven't waited for them to react. An unusually cold voice came down along with a huge projection in the sky. Did you mean me? The 5 simple words seemed to be swallowed word by word. Fell on the ear, like a heavy hammer, shaking everyone's nerves. The huge black shadow made people feel even more at this moment, an inexplicable feeling of depression. As if there was an invisible big hand, clenching the heart tightly. Think about it, the Murlocs present hurriedly looked up at the sky. The first scene that catches the eye, when the pupils shrink, the eye sockets are almost split. A huge body of tens of meters, with a stern appearance of bones. Looking down at the falling scarlet eyes like a god of death. Standing on top of the white bone dragon head, it was a terrifying figure like the Emperor's personal approach. At this moment, it shook the nerves of all Murlocs. They could react, the magic power on Long Yu turned around. Chapter 459, I'm here to kill you. Suspended and fell on the huge dragon. At the moment of stepping into the Murloc paradise, a biting chill swept away like a frenzy. Wherever he passed, ice crystals spread rapidly, and the swimming pool connected to the sea was also frozen. For a time, the temperature of the whole world suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, making the Murloc, who was known for his physical fitness, unable to help but shiver. As the number one figure in the pretending world, Long Yu knew exactly how the Bone King appeared. That's completely to describe it as a mad sling. Otherwise, it's a fallacy. Facing the sudden appearance of the uninvited guests, and the terrifying existence of the giant bone dragon as a pet, the Murlocs present glumly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then subconsciously turned their attention to the evil dragon. At this moment, the boss who was usually boasted by them as the strongest in the East China Sea became their last straw. Who the hell are you? The dragon's face sank, and he couldn't help but speak. Who? Long Yu looked at the evil dragon coldly and said, didn't you say that you want to make me despair? Why are you asking me who I am? Originally, if you could keep your promise, I might have forgiven you for Jinpei's sake, but now I've changed my mind. Jinping boss. Xiaoba's expression changed, and he never thought that the skeleton in front of him would meet Jinping, whose strength was almost comparable to Tiger in their eyes. That means that the strength of the person in front of him is probably not much different from that of Jinping. However, as soon as this idea emerged, the evil dragon suddenly moved. With his right hand on the beach chair beside him, he suddenly pulled out a huge shark sickle. Great strides, like a fierce tiger, it charged towards Long Yu head-on. The speed is so fast that it is completely exerting its own strength of 20 million to the extreme. Of more than 10 meters was instantly shortened in the eyes of the Murlocs. They could react, the big sword in the evil dragon's hand had already made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and slashed towards Long Yu. The ferocious roar was incessant. You bastard, don't mention that coward's name in front of me, die for me. Dang, the awe-inspiring roar echoed in the heavens and the earth, but it was quickly covered up by the crisp metal collision. The slashing slash of the slashing sword, with a tenacious state, suddenly stopped at a distance of 1 foot and 0 from the big skeleton demon in front of him. A slender white bone finger, like an impenetrable mountain, blocked the blade. Accompanied by the crisp cracking sound, the ferocious shark sickle-toothed broadsword, under the eyes of the public, spread out. Cobweb-like cracks stretch out. The next moment, the sound was cut off. In the face of this light-hearted scene, a very absurd thought suddenly appeared in the hearts of the Murlocs present. The big skeleton demon in front of them is probably stronger than the fish-man old sea-man Jinping in their eyes. I take back what I just said. Long Yu spoke coldly, his scarlet soul flame eyes lifted, and he said to the evil dragon indifferently, I am here to kill you. Kill us. Dragon was startled at first, and then roared in anger. I want to see how you kill us, and everyone will do it for me. Roar was like thunder, echoing throughout the courtyard. Nami, who was standing on the head of the bone dragon, saw this scene, her expression changed suddenly. Doesn't he need to use this bone dragon, and doesn't he need our help? Evil dragon is the strongest existence in the East China Sea with a reward of 20 million Bailey. The hurried voice came out of Nami's mouth. In her eyes, Long Yu's strength and posture, the most exaggerated, still can't be overwhelmed. The evil dragon has left a huge shadow in her heart over the years. However, as soon as these words fell, Dasky, who was standing by the side, patted Nami's shoulder with a solemn expression, and said, "Nami, if, in your eyes, a reward of 20 million is a symbol of the strong, then let's take a look first, this reward order." Bounty made Nami startled for a while, when she saw the brand new bounty order that Dusky took out with her backhand. First to catch the eye, is the terrifying posture of Long Yu now with the skeleton demon. However, when his eyes fell on the reward amount, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eye sockets almost split. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. A total of 99 zeros, then, that's a reward of 1 billion. He exclaimed in disbelief, and the words were full of disbelief. For Nami, who has always been a miser, the number of Baileys is simply arousing her nerves. It can be said that the reward of 1 billion dragon feathers is simply a huge wealth in walking for Nami. But it's also clear that there's a gap between 1 billion and 20 million. That's a world of difference. Bang bang bang. A series of heavy blows echoed in the Murloc paradise below. The shark scythe in the dragon's hand had already been shattered into several pieces. Looking at the whole body in front of him, covered with a steel-like color and armed with domineering, just like an iron tower, the dragon feathers stood motionless in the same place, and his face was full of disbelief. "No, it's impossible, we fish are the strongest, I'm going to kill you." The dragon roared fiercely. Chapter 460, The Strength of 1 Billion Rewards. 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and the meteor rushed towards Long Yu with a big stride, and the heavy punch slammed into Long Yu's shoulder. Bang! The dull collision sound reverberated, and under the impact of the huge force, the wind wave rolled up and rolled backwards around. However, looking at the dragon feather still standing like an iron tower, motionless, in the huge courtyard, all the Murlocs present seemed to be clenched by an invisible big hand. "You, who are you in the East China Sea? There is no such thing as you." The dragon was stunned, and roared in horror. However, as soon as these words fell, Long Yu suddenly raised his head, the scarlet soul flame in his eyes was jumping, and his eyes were facing each other, and he said coldly, "I said, I am the one who killed you. Also, don't you keep saying that Murlocs are the highest race. Hiding in the East China Sea and pretending to be kings is the biggest mistake in your life, and it is also the key to your incomparability to Shiping." Speaking of this, a huge magic power bloomed at the feet of Long Yu like a frenzy. The blue magic circle blooms like fireworks. The next moment, before Nami and the others could react, the bone dragon flew away as fast as it was frightened. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The dragon didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled back and retreated violently. What he has to do now is to escape into the sea. As Murlocs, as long as they enter the sea, it is their world. However, this idea was just born, and it was not until the dragon took 2 or 3 steps. A huge tidal wave of magic power descended from the sky with an awe-inspiring gesture. The huge impact force directly pressed the evil dragon that fled to the ground. No, it should be said that as long as the Murlocs are in the Murloc paradise, they will all be crushed to the ground. Super magic sky fall. The ice cold spit out, and the sound of the magic array unfolding resounded like a bell. The next moment, before the dragon and the Murlocs could react, a low-pitched blast of air suddenly resounded. Boom! The huge beam of power seems to penetrate the air where it passes from the 9 days, as if it was forced open by an invisible big hand. The speed is so fast that it descends into the Murloc paradise in the blink of an eye. Don't! Dragon just had time, and let out a hysterical roar. The next moment, the entire Murloc paradise, and even the port with a radius of tens of thousands of meters, was instantly enveloped by the attack. The huge air wave, like a frenzy, vented towards the 4. The weak spread quickly. The rock formations were crumbling, and the endless trees were directly overturned. Which is more than 10 miles away, was shocked by this earth-shattering explosion. Of Nuauchi could clearly feel the turbulent waves that were set off. Is this the strength of $1 billion reward? Nami, who rode the bone dragon and fled to the distant sea, turned pale all of a sudden. In her eyes, fighting is just like a fistfight. You punch, I punch. Never occurred to me that as soon as Long Yu made a move, he directly wiped the entire Murloc paradise, and even the harbor where it was located, on the map. Compared with Nami, Dusky, who was standing beside her, had the same expression. Originally, I thought that in Rog Town, Long Yu was Laxus, and the battle of the General Qingzi, which was already shocking. However, compared with the scene in front of him, he was instantly turned into scum. I don't know how long it took, but everything returned to calm. Of the Fishman paradise has long been replaced by a huge pit. The bone dragon that fled to the sea, after receiving the order, fluttered its wings and rushed towards the ruins. When they came to the sky, Nami and Dusky discovered that it was not the whole Murloc paradise that was wiped out. At least, where Long Yu was standing, there were still stone pillars that stood out from the crowd. Looking at Long Yu, who was completely intact under the violent impact of Nami and Dusky became even more unbelievable. If they were allowed to endure this kind of attack, they would definitely die waiting for the result. Of 1 billion bounties cannot be described in words at all. Let's go and meet our guests. The scepter in Long Yu's hand suddenly stomped on the ground. At the moment when the magic power surged out, the whole body quickly flew into the air, and finally landed on the giant dragon. After being ordered by Long Yu, the bone dragon made a roaring sound. The next moment, with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, he fluttered away. For a time, the dragon pirates who had been traversing the East China Sea for a long time were completely drawn to an end. Princess, we shouldn't follow, that kind of existence is not something we can deal with at all. A hurried voice sounded in the forest. Hidden on the cheeks under the huge cloak, the color of fear could not be hidden at all.